Hey everyone, HN here. Today, we're diving into a brand new series called Dragon Slayer. A heavy mechanical foot stomps down. A soldier, face hidden behind a visor, clutches his rifle. Just then, a bolt of lightning tears open the sky, unleashing a horde of monsters. The soldier immediately opens fire. Monsters drop one by one, but his eyes widen as an explosion erupts right in front of him, forcing him to stay sharp. Blood vessels burst in the soldier's eyes. The next second, a brilliant light reveals a massive dragon. It lets out a world-shaking roar before charging straight ahead. The soldier's eyes go wide with terror as he frantically drops his gun, pure panic on his face. As flames engulf his body, Joe screams in agony, and then jolts awake. Joe grabs his head and curses, "Damn it, that same nightmare again." Running a hand through his hair, he suddenly remembers today is the final day of recruitment. On a plane, a young boy named Lai Han sits with a serious expression as his file is read aloud. 10 years old, and already the leader of a group of orphans. Impressive stuff. Major Kang continues, "Don't worry, we're not sending you to prison. Have you ever?" He starts to probe. Hearing about a certain place, Lai Han answers seriously. "Oh, you mean the training facility for psychers?" The major asks. "So you're a psychic?" That answer pleases the major. Smart kid. He's told he isn't just some ordinary psyker, he's a savior of humanity, and he won't have to starve in the slums anymore. You'll eat and sleep in a much better place. Hearing this, Lai Han becomes furious. Only he gets to eat well? His little brothers and sisters must have the same. He negotiates with steel in his voice. If the major wants to send him to the Ark, then he must take full responsibility for them. Food, clothing, housing, and school. Everything. The request makes Major Kang frown, but he has no choice but to agree. "Fine, I understand. I'll take responsibility for your family and care for them. But there's a condition. However, the major declares this will only happen if Lai Han stays at the Ark and officially becomes a psyker." "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Li Han replies with a serious, "Of course," and then walks off alone. The plane is still flying, its bay door wide open. Lai Han stands at the edge, looking down. He remembers what he was told about ranks among psychics, and right now, he knows he's at the very bottom. As he steps forward, Major Kang's words echo in his mind. If he truly cares about his family, he has to survive no matter what it takes. Before him lies the Ark. Lai Han clenches his fist when a shout makes him look over. "Go back where you came from," a kid named Simon yells, calling someone a crybaby. His hand tightens into a fist. "It's because they recruit trash like you that guys like me get looked down on too." The crowd starts jeering. "So what about him? What makes him so arrogant?" Simon just scoffs coldly. "Idiots." He then starts to use his powers. "My background is on a whole different level from yours." He then explains, "I'm a trained psyker," leaving everyone around him in awe. The surrounding rocks begin to float. This is the first time anyone has ever seen real psychic abilities up close. He controls them perfectly. "I don't know if they'll send you home if you're uselessly injured, but this is no place for someone like you," Simon declares arrogantly. "You'll thank me for this later." He then attacks Kuro with the rocks. "Now, get out of my sight." But Li Han catches one. He inspects the stone and says, "Too slow. Wouldn't it have been faster to just throw it with your arm?" Simon demands, annoyed, "Who the hell are you?" Lai Han replies without hesitation, "Your new ethics teacher." The crowd goes wild. "Fight, fight! Teach him a lesson!" But just then, a new person appears and a sharp command stops them cold. "You two." Joe slowly approaches. He growls a single order meant for both of them. "Outside." Joe then demands, "What are your names?" One by one, they answer. "Simon." "Li Han." He continues his questions. "Simon, you're the trained one. You mastered that death technique yet?" Simon answers honestly, "I've only mastered basic telekinesis, sir." Lai Han looks on, confused. What's he talking about? A second later, Joe slams his fist into Simon's gut. As Simon cries out, the instructor lectures him, "You're this arrogant with just that? Garbage." He then turns to the person next to him, Lai Han. "And you?" Joe says with a dark look, "I like that you helped the weak," and then delivers another punch. "But if you don't even have Simon's skills, you're even bigger garbage." Lai Han goes flying. "Everyone, listen up. In 3 weeks, you'll be transferred to the first year. If you can't master basic telekinesis by then, you will be expelled." Lai Han clutches his chest in pain. Joe continues, "My introduction is late. My name is Yor Red. I'm responsible for training you idiots and turning you from garbage into psychic warriors strong enough to fight dragons," he explains simply. "That's the end of the intro. Run laps around this field until I, your instructor, say stop." Then he screams out a final order. "Get your asses moving, immediately." The training begins. No stopping. Anyone who stops is immediately expelled. Lai-Han runs calmly. He's more than used to this kind of treatment. The other recruits start collapsing one by one. I can't run anymore. Joe erupts in fury. Useless. Stop getting in the way of others. Go home, now. He points a finger, issuing an order. You two are expelled. Lai-Han thinks as he runs he can handle this physical torture. But what really worries him is his psychic ability. He unconsciously glances at Simon, wondering if he could ever do that. Then he asks himself, I do have psychic powers, don't I? Kuro's legs are about to give out. His forehead is drenched in sweat, his eyes are losing focus, and his whole body starts to fall. Joe lets out a harsh remark. Go home and sleep. Kuro stammers, I don't think I can, but is suddenly surprised. Even Yora falls silent as Li-Han catches Kuro. He hasn't said he's giving up yet. He smiles at the other boy, right? Kuro manages to nod. Yeah. Yore silently observes them as Li-Han helps Kuro to the finish line. Just then, the signal rings out. Stop. Li-Han lets out a breath. Everyone is completely exhausted. Out of 73 recruits, only 40 remain. Joe continues his explanation. That was just today's schedule. The real training starts tomorrow. During training, we'll start every morning with a run, just like today. Their faces go pale with shock. Li-Han just listens with a grim expression. Time passes, and the next day, their training at the Ark officially begins. The schedule starts with a 5-hour morning run, followed by breakfast at 8 a.m., and then morning classes at 9 a.m. The instructor, Jay, begins the lesson. Imagine a core inside your body that generates psychic energy. It could be your head, your heart, or even your dantian, just like in martial arts stories. The key is just to picture it. Li-Han places a hand on his chest, deciding his would start from the heart. Later, at 12:30, he grabs his lunch tray and approaches his new friend. Kuro, let's eat together. Li-Han watches him. Kuro, his first real friend in this new life. He says quietly, enjoy your meal, only to lock eyes with Simon, who frowns in annoyance. Li-Han gives him the same look right back. His name is Del Simon, Kuro suddenly says. I heard he got here on a scholarship from England. Li-Han adds, that explains why his nose is so high in the air, then says, he might not like me, but there's nothing he can do about it. I hope we can all use telekinesis within 3 weeks, Kuro admits, his voice a little shaky. Oh, hey. I can already do it. This catches Li-Han completely off guard. Seriously? Kuro, you might just be the most interesting guy here. It seems he shouldn't have been worrying about everyone else. Time marches on afternoon classes, combat training, and an evening run. Then dinner, vitals check, and roll call. Finally, at 10 p.m., it's lights out. But Li-Han can't sleep. He lies awake, thinking about the simple comforts here. A shower, food, a pillow, and a blanket. This life was already so much better than his old one. So much better it wasn't even a comparison. But then he steels himself. He has to get home. He can't give in. He can't afford to be this weak. 2 weeks fly by, and a cadet yells out, I did it. It's working. Li-Han silently observes that the number of kids who could use telekinesis had grown. A sense of helplessness creeps in. What should he do? Did he just not have any talent for this? He hesitantly asks Kuro for advice. A trick? I don't really know any. Sorry. Li-Han quickly makes a decision. There was only one person left he could possibly ask. It's Simon, who speaks with a sneer. Well, look who it is. He glares at Li-Han. Li-Han calmly asks back. You already know why I'm here, don't you? Simon casually admits it. Yeah, you want a trick for the skill, right? He continues with a sly look. But I think your head's held a little too high. I thought your country was supposed to have manners. Li-Han is visibly annoyed, but his pride doesn't matter now. He swallows it, kneels, and makes his request. Teach me, please. Simon looks down, frowning, before closing his eyes. He gives a single condition. Stand up, I'll teach you, but you came to me, so don't complain about my methods. Got it? Hand me the pencil. Then, without hesitation, he acts, stabbing the pencil right into Li-Han's body. Li-Han's face is pure shock. What? Meanwhile, an aircraft soars through the sky. Zoe smokes by a window, murmuring to himself that the enrollment day had finally arrived. Time really does fly. The door slides open, and Oto calls out cheerfully. Sergeant Red, with a loud voice. I knew you'd be in here, Zoe casually replies. Oh, long time no see, Oto. Oto scrunches his nose. It stinks. You can't smoke in here, he reminds him. Sergeant, he then asks. Why did you come all the way out here? Zoe plops down in a chair. Since I'm here, I figured we could go through this together. What do you think of the new recruits? Zoe gives his blunt assessment. The new recruits are all idiots. Oto looks confused. What do you mean? You're kidding, right? Zoe clarifies. Well, there are at least 2 of them who might be useful. 2? Oto repeats curiously. Zoe explains. I don't like his personality. But Del Simon isn't bad. His skill level is already beyond most first years. Hearing this, Oto agrees. If it's Simon, then maybe he's the last genius to come out of the Royal Sirs training facility. Just like me. I have high hopes for that kid. Zoe thinks for a moment, and the other recruit that comes to mind is Lai Han. That kid has loyalty. His mental fortitude is way above the other recruits, and he has his own way of thinking. He was an ideal soldier, but Zoe knew this place needed transcendent beings, not ordinary people. If a kid can't use any psychic skills, then this just isn't the place for him. Lai Han. Oto is still looking on expectantly. So what's his name? He suddenly adds, Oh right, I heard something on the way here. Do you know what they call you? Zoe replies, completely unfazed. I'm sure it's something like that bastard, right? Oto just laughs and confirms it. Exactly. Zoe looks down with a serious expression and begins his announcement. As you all know, today you will be appointed as first years. Simon listens intently as Zoe explains, but that's only for those who are ready to become a seer. Kuro glances over at Lai Han. Zoe continues. The most basic skill for a psychic is energy gathering. The technique can be identified by the light in the user's eyes. It doesn't matter if you can use telekinesis or not. Anyone who can do this can stay. He points, ordering those who've mastered the skill to line up before the technician over there. Then he looks to the other side. Anyone who can't, get over here. The agents and the helicopter will take you home immediately. Those words send a chill down Lai Han's spine. He sees a familiar face, Major Kang. The order is given. Go. Move it. Kuro watches him with a worried look. Lai Han closes his eyes, remembering how Simon stabbed him. The memory of the pain makes him wince before he collapses. He puts a hand to his shirt. This is the answer. He confronts Simon in his memory. Weren't you trying to kill me? Simon slowly explains. Don't worry. I didn't stab deep. It'll just help you focus and feel it better. Lai Han's eyes widen in realization. That wound was now a psychic channel. Simon's voice continues in his head. Think of it like the wound is sucking in psychic energy. But you'll never succeed if you keep it cooped up in your chest. Lai Han is full of admiration. He knew his core was his heart. His friend shakes his head. I'm not taking that. It's covered in blood. He thinks to himself. Since that day, I was sure I could feel it. But I always felt like my psychic energy was leaking out, making me feel even more helpless. So how do I actually bring it out? Zoe's voice cuts through his thoughts. Hey, Lai Han, he snaps. You're the last one. Don't just stand there. Move it. Kuro watches anxiously. But Lai Han doesn't move. Think, Lai Han, think. I have to do this. I can't go back. Zoe's patience runs out. This kid. He starts walking toward him, and everyone tenses up. Zoe stops right in front of him. A soldier always follows the orders of his superior, he states, before shifting into a combat stance. No exceptions. Lai Han grits his teeth, telling himself he has to do something. Anything. His eyes lock onto the pen in John's pocket as he throws a punch, straight to the face. Lai Han snatches the pen, but his mind is totally blank. John just stares back at him, completely baffled. Huh? If the pathway isn't wide enough, Lai Han decides, he'll just have to force it open himself. He stabs his own body, determined to forge a path. Kuro and Simon's faces drain of color as John grabs his collar. What the hell are you doing? You coward, are you trying to kill yourself? The pen falls. Tears stream down Lai Han's face, but he succeeded. Z watches him with cold calculation. After a few seconds, Z sighs and lets him go, turning away with a parting shot. I have never seen anyone as utterly useless as you. Z stops after a few paces, slowly turning his head to make one last declaration. But, congratulations, Lai Han. In that moment, Lai Han thinks with pride that he's finally on the starting line. Kuro runs over, frantic with worry. Lai Han, are you okay? He just smiles in return. I'm fine. This is nothing. Nearby, Oto chimes in. Lai Han, this is your reward. Take it. Lai Han stares blankly at the watch-like device. Oto explains with obvious pride. This is the latest technological achievement from AC. The directional wrist device activates. A voice announces, User verified. Trainee Lai Han. User registration complete. He can only mutter one word in awe. Amazing. Oto nods in agreement. Isn't it? If you want to know what's. But Z's voice booms from above, cutting him off. Attention. The class assignment is about to be finalized. All trainees, assemble with your class after I mark you off this list. He begins to explain the system. Classes are divided from A to D, according to your abilities. Lai-Han listens, completely focused. This mission will be the culmination of the last 3 weeks of training, but know this, you will be promoted, as long as you have the skills. Z finishes with the last 25 students, adding, "Congratulations on the transfer. From this moment on, all of you must remember one thing. I'm a complete bastard," he adds. "But first, I have to clear up a misunderstanding you might have." Off to the side, Odo thinks to himself, "Here he goes with the theatrics." Z admits it with a serious face, "I'm not just any bastard. I am the worst kind of bastard." The screen then displays the class assignments. Class A, 1 person, Simon. Next, Kuro for Class B, with 4 people. He continues reading the list. "Those 5 will go with me." Class C, 5 people. Class D, 15. Hearing the result, Lai-Han has only one thought. Class D. "I don't care. I'll rank up in no time." Z continues his orders. "These 20 people will go with Instructor W. Chen." Everyone turns. And they are all in awe. He's huge. He looks even scarier than Sergeant Red. But W. Chen just offers a warm smile. "My name is W. Chen, your instructor. It's going to be difficult, but let's rely on each other and do our best." The students are collectively stunned by his kindness. It feels like their hearts are being warmed. Then, the command is given to move out. "Let's go." Simon shoots a quick look at Lai-Han before walking past him, but Lai-Han sees Kuro, his eyes wet with tears, and calls out a promise. "Don't worry, Kuro, I'll be there soon." W. Chen gestures enthusiastically. "All right, let's move to the physical training hall." They quickly file into a brightly lit room, where W. Chen begins his instruction. Everyone is completely amazed by his fluid skill and precision. W. Chen finally stops to address them. "You're probably wondering why you're learning swords and spears when you'll be fighting dragons, correct? The reason is the psychic equipment you'll be using." The lecture begins. There isn't a single thing on this planet that can contain psychic energy. But the skin and bones of dragons both contain and radiate that very same power. W. Chen explains further. Therefore, weapons forged from those dragons can inflict fatal damage against them. A student immediately raises a question. "So how did anyone catch the first dragon without those weapons?" W. Chen pauses, his expression somber. "In the beginning, fighting with bare hands, a single dragon killed hundreds of Psykers. Even with support Psykers providing cover from a distance, to land a critical blow, we have to use weapons up close, at point-blank range. You have to drive the weapon into the dragon's weak point and release your psychic energy. The soldiers who take on this mission are called strikers." A wave of admiration sweeps through the students. "Strikers? So cool." W. Chen points to the racks. "Now, find a weapon that suits you. If you're small, pick a small one." Lai-Han quickly chooses a spear. W. Chen approaches him. "You like the spear?" He nods. "Yes." The simple answer seems to satisfy the instructor. "The feeling of the wind when I swing it is cool, and I like the sound," Lai-Han says. W. Chen studies him. The judgment he showed against Sergeant Red was anything but ordinary. This kid must have survived an extremely brutal environment. W. Chen smiles to himself. But because of that, he already has real combat experience. He encourages Lai-Han to do his best. Lai-Han nods firmly. "Yes, sir." W. Chen adds with a supportive smile. "I'll also do my best to help you." He nods, his hand tightening on the spear. 2 weeks fly by in a blur of training, and Lai-Han finds himself in a sparring match, staring down his opponent. Jose eyes him back with equal caution, then speaks. "You look tired. You can just surrender, you know." The other boy just smiles. "What did you just say? You're the one taking it easy, just trying to drag this out." He attacks again, but Lai-Han dodges with ease and launches a counter of his own. He disarms Jose, then presses the attack. 2 weeks into his first year, and after defeating the class president, Lai-Han has finally beaten every single student in Class D. "I lose," Jose admits. Lai-Han just smiles back. "I learned a valuable lesson." Jose then continues, "You probably already know this, but I'm moving up to Class C next week, so the class president spot is open." He makes his proposal. "That's why I think you should be the next class president." The offer shocks Lai-Han. "I can't make you if you don't want it," Jose says, "but everyone will follow you. We already discussed it among ourselves." Hearing this makes him feel a bit awkward. "Jose, everyone, thank you." Inwardly, he thinks, if he becomes class president, he'll be one step closer to moving up. "You can't do it." A harsh voice cuts in, and the scene feels all too familiar. A nervous murmur spreads. "Is that Sergeant Red? That bastard? You know he's no joke." He's beaten me plenty of times. The topic is always Sergeant Red, and that's not even the worst of it. He actually fights? Who? While they gossip, Lai Han, a first year, calmly lights a cigarette. Other students start cheering him on. Go first year, good luck, give him hell. Idiot, he can hear you. So what, he has no idea who we are. The sergeant just scoffs at them. Cowards. Lai Han has already taken a fighting stance. John had asked them before, was this kid really their choice for class president? They were really letting Class D be led by someone with slow psychic development, a kid who couldn't even master basic telekinesis. He asked if they were truly certain about this. No one objected. John just sighed and spoke. He called them idiots but figured there must be a reason they trusted the kid. His eyes lock on Li Han. He snaps a mop handle and tosses the piece to him. Then, he speaks up. He heard that no one in this class can match Li Han in weapon arts. So it was time to prove it by fighting him. Li Han nervously eyed the weapon. He points out that the end is way too sharp, but John's gaze was piercing. Was he worried a rookie like him could actually hurt him? Li Han quickly denied it. Just then, John took off his jacket. Li Han curiously asked if he planned to fight barehanded. John admitted it outright. Of course. Did he really think he needed a weapon against a kid? The rules were simple. If Li Han made any part of his body, even a knee, touch the ground, he'd win. Li Han asked one more thing, what would it take for him to lose? John explained simply that all he had to do was surrender. Li Han replied with a confident smile. In that case, there was no way he could lose. He began to move, and John fell into a fighting stance. The room erupted with noise. What? Is he really going to fight him? That kid's got guts. But there's no way he can beat an instructor. Simon walked closer and offered his own observation. Idiot. Li Han launched his attack. John continuously dodged, searching for an opening. When Li Han leaped high into the air, John swiftly raised his hand to block. He easily caught him mid-air. Then he kneed him hard and raised a foot to stomp down. Li Han barely dodged, scrambling back, completely stunned. The terrifying thought hit him, he's actually trying to kill me. John continued his lesson, telling him to show some emotion. Dragons and their minions slaughter their enemies without hesitation. He even promised not to go easy on him just because he was weak. He added that if Li Han faced them directly, the fear he felt now would seem pathetic. Li Han finally snapped back at Sergeant Red with pure sarcasm. Was he just going to talk his ear off? That earned him another fierce attack from John. Looked like he was ready for more. He easily caught the boy again. Li Han struggled but was thrown across the room, landing hard. But John seemed surprised. Since when did he? The crowd's excitement boiled over. Come on, Li Han, break his pretty nose. Fired up, Li Han charged forward once more. John was just thinking he should reevaluate the kid's movements. But he was caught off guard when Li Han suddenly appeared behind him, unleashing a lightning-fast attack. John was forced to keep dodging. He realized the kid was using centripetal force and acceleration. So this was why Wei Chen praised him. A look of interest crossed his face. He liked him. Li Han backed away to gain momentum. John watched his every move, announcing he would meet his final blow head-on. Li Han struck down with all his might. John caught the staff, his face a mask of killing intent, and reached out to choke him. A voice suddenly cut through. Why don't we finish this match right now? John demanded his surrender. Li Han even started using his powers. The onlookers grew worried, thinking this had gone too far. John demanded his surrender one more time, warning he would die. But Li Han was determined. Even if I die, I will not give up. Wei Chen pushed through the students. He shouted at Sergeant Red and stepped into the fight. Stop. Are you trying to kill Li Han? John shot back, frustrated. Damn it, he won't surrender, and I haven't lost. Wei Chen helped Li Han up. What are we supposed to do? He asked grimly. No, I'm just sick and tired of your training methods. John froze at that, then yelled, shut up, and turned to leave. He declared that he would concede since he never received a surrender from the kid. He admitted that Li Han had won, but not without a parting shot, warning that all their bickering wouldn't get them anywhere. Simon unexpectedly spoke up. He said that Li Han had surpassed his own limits and proved his true strength. After he was healed, Li Han was moved to Class B. A girl asked John about it on a quiet morning. Class B? John smiled and confirmed he put him on the promotion list. She couldn't believe he was being moved from D straight to B. But even so, would the higher-ups ever approve it? John explained that the kid was actually A-class material, but his psychic ability was the only barrier. His companion noted the brass always prioritizes psychics, but John just scoffed. Those idiots are wrong. Then he began to explain his reasoning. What they needed for dragon hunting wasn't just magic like psychic powers, but an iron will to land a weapon on a vital point amidst overwhelming fear. In that sense, Li Han had the potential to be the #1 striker. It would be an absolute shame to miss out on a talent like that just because his psychic abilities were developing slowly. Who knows? The kid he chose might just become the only one who can save the world. His companion was amazed. I have never seen you praise someone so much. Didn't you hate Li Han? She asked. John calmly corrected her. No. On the contrary, I like him even more now. She simply replied, You really are a brute. Sergeant read. It was now day 7 in the hospital. The girl from before stood outside the room asking him, Aren't you going in? Instructor Wei Chen was startled by her voice. What? She pointed at the basket he was holding. He explained it was just a few snacks. Then why don't you go in? He just pointed and said, Maybe I shouldn't interrupt him. Inside, Li Han was sitting on the bed, concentrating on his training. His eyes began to glow. The two outside watched, full of anticipation. The light grew stronger. They were both thrilled, then quickly felt a bit awkward. That kid has incredible focus. You can go in now. Wei Chen finally entered the room with a smile, opening with, It's been a while, hasn't it? Li Han, how are you? Li Han replied politely. Instructor Wei, I'm fine, thank you. Wei Chen put the snacks on the ground. I brought you some snacks. He accepted the kind gesture. Thank you, sir. They began to chat, talking about his move to Class B tomorrow. Wei Chen was proud he was practicing telekinesis. Li Han answered honestly. Yes, my psychic score is below average, so I thought I should practice my telekinesis before I returned. Wei Chen smiled, praising his choice. That was the right decision. No matter how good he was in weapons class, a striker still needed to use some telekinesis. The battles between these espers mostly take place in mid-air, so if a cadet loses their weapon during a fight, they'd better get it back. And just like that, an idea hit him. A medic asked, Are you really heading out at this hour? W. Chen just scratched his head and promised it wouldn't take long. Li Han looked around curiously. Coach W, why did we come to the fitness center? W. Chen began to explain everything. Li Han, based on the pace of your psychic development, the probability of you awakening a core ability is extremely low. It's not like the others who can summon fire or teleport. He gave it to him straight. It's best if you don't even dream of doing things like that. Then he laid down the challenge. So, how are you going to fight? Li Han was completely floored, but the answer was simple. W. Chen showed off his own power, telling him to train his telekinesis to its absolute limit, making that his signature skill. The kid quietly thought about it. To the absolute limit of his telekinesis? W. Chen explained as he walked that psychic abilities are just like muscles. The more you use and train them, the stronger they're going to get. He stopped right in front of the boy. The first level of psychic power is nothing more than an illusion. Your generation has more potential than we did. He smiled, encouraging him not to give up. Train hard, Li Han. The boy replied with a firm promise. Yes, teacher. He stomped his foot, then looked up at a board and let out a deep breath. He accidentally bumped right into another student. The guy scowled down. What? Who's this? Then he called out his name, Li Han. Li Han was a little surprised. You know me? The guy just laughed. Are you kidding? Everyone in class knows who you are. He then introduced himself. Anyway, welcome. I'm the class president, Dimitri Vladimirovich Popov. Li Han looked a bit worried. Do I have to call you that every single time? Dimitri continued. Just call me Dimitri. I hope we can be good friends, Han. Then he grinned. You came at the perfect time. It's free-form martial arts practice right now. Follow me. They arrived at a training room, and Dimitri pointed ahead. Li Han thought to himself martial arts was his one true escape from the crushing training and the stress of his weak psychic powers. He chose his weapon, his mind filled with the constant fear of being expelled, which always kept him on edge. After all, he thought, this is the only place I can truly let it all out. And with that, he lunged, unleashing everything he had bottled up. Dimitri was completely caught off guard. As Li Han charged in, the other students took a serious beating. He demanded to know if they were having fun. He did all of this for Kuro, adding that Kuro's core skill was his psychic ability. With the bullies on the floor, he sneered, Feel good, picking on the weak? Then came a stark warning. You should be glad this is only training. Dimitri watched from the side, muttering his observations. A smile crept across his face. Just as I thought. He actually makes me want to fight him right now. Kuro was staring wearily at the ground when someone approached him. A student's voice jeered. What are you doing, Kuro? Get up. But another one cut in, Hey, it's my turn now. They were treating him like a toy. All right, I'll be third. Please, help me. All Kuro could do was think of Li Han. Li Han? The students turned around. Huh? What the? Bam! They were getting wrecked by an obviously annoyed Li Han. Kuro was in disbelief. Is this for real? Seeing Li Han, Kuro reached out to call his name, but Li Han was already talking to someone else. Dichi, is this how Class B practices martial arts? Kuro quickly pulled his hand back. Dichi's reply was grim. This is how we train for the real world. Our enemies won't spare their prey, even when they're at death's door. He continued his harsh lesson. You're the strange one here. That impulsive need to save people? It's only going to get him killed. Li Han couldn't argue with that logic, and his fist tightened. But Dichi wasn't done. However, 3 guys losing to 1 kid? That's just humiliating. The defeated boys flushed with shame. Dichi laid down the challenge. So, Li Han, why don't you show them what a real fight actually looks like? Li Han looked annoyed. Are you sure about this? Dichi lunged. Li Han barely blocked the attack, quickly realizing that his spear would break if he blocked another hit. So Li Han decided to evade. He targeted Dichi's leg, aiming to throw him off balance when he was exposed, and swung his staff hard into his leg. Li Han silently declared this the final blow, aiming right for Dichi's face. Dichi, whose foot had just landed, barely managed to dodge the incoming spear. Dichi closed the distance and drove his head into Li Han's, knocking him backward. Damn it, a headbutt? Li Han growled in frustration. We're in a martial arts match. Dichi just scoffed. You have to watch my entire body, not just the weapon. I've been training in Sambo since I was born. If I'd gotten a real hold of you, your bones wouldn't be intact. Li Han slowly gets up. That's it? You gonna catch a dragon with that Sambo of yours? Dichi shot back with a smirk. I'll grab a dragon by its neck if that's what it takes. The onlookers roared with encouragement. Go, Dichi, go! Go get him, you mighty little Siberian tiger cub. He yelled back playfully. Drop the little part, you punks. I'll remember this. The friendly exchange continued. You're a cub 'cause you're only 12. Get ready for your own funeral. Li Han was taken aback. Their words were harsh, but he could tell they didn't mean any real harm. Dichi was still joking around with the other students. Li Han observed that Dichi had really close friends. As for Kuro, he just looked irritated. A voice shouted, Don't lose focus. Li Han charged, thinking, I didn't want to do this. He readied a final blow as Dichi's spear slammed into the ground. Li Han lifted his leg. This is the end, he thought. Dichi was stunned. Li Han spun in midair before striking downwards, leaving everyone completely astonished. Both of their weapons shattered. He was aiming for my weapon the whole time, Dichi realized. Li Han kept wondering why Dichi had rushed him empty-handed. He tackled Li Han straight to the ground. You don't want me to break your arm, do you? The crowd roared, their shouts thundering through the hall. The crowd chanted his name. Do it, if you dare, Li Han challenged. You don't have the guts. The room went silent. Li Han's face was contorted in pain. Dichi slowly got up, his voice grim. This is exactly why I told you to surrender, you dirty player. Kuro was shaking. Hate to say it, but you're impressive, Dichi admitted. I broke your arm and you didn't even scream. He failed to notice Li Han was already on his feet. Somebody get him to the infirmary, when a sudden attack landed. Li Han looked down. Hey, Michi. The guys you fought before probably screamed in pain from just one broken arm, huh? But his opponent was already out cold on the ground. Li Han challenged him. Get up, let's go. But the response was fading, pathetic. Seeing his opponent was unconscious, Michi later woke up with a jolt, bolting upright in bed. A video message notification was buzzing beside him. It was a call from Major Kang. Fantastic. You've exceeded my expectations, Li Han. Thanks to you, the kids are doing great. The Major promised, I'll message you again next time. That's all. Goodbye. Li Han glanced at a picture of his siblings, a hint of a smile on his face. The kids were safe. They'd even gained some weight. He then turned to the person beside him. You're awake? Michi, help me close this. Michi shot back. Why the hell should I turn that off for you? Li Han answered calmly. You broke my arm. Michi growled. And you smashed my head in. You dog. From behind, no less. Li Han just replied, That's the price for carelessness. Don't you remember? That's the arc way you taught me. Michi was completely speechless. Li Han continued. I was really mad that day, he said with sincerity. But I don't hold a grudge or blame you. Michi smiled back. Same here, but next time, let's fight in a real competition. Li Han's mood darkened. I think I made a mistake with Kuro that day. He remembered that moment, thinking he should have grabbed Kuru's hand instead of just fighting. Michi explained seriously. I get why you'd think that, but you could die as a second year if you keep using it. The words confused Li Han. What? What do you mean? As they walked, he pressed for answers. Where are you suddenly taking me? Michi answered cryptically. You should see it for yourself instead of just hearing about it. Lihan muttered in surprise. The emergency room. Michi went on to explain, this is the place that can save any life, as long as the patient is still breathing. A patient was rushed inside. Lihan quickly stepped aside, wondering to himself, what happened to him? Michi watched, then asked, can you guess how they're trained? Lihan pointed. But besides that, isn't that senior the same age as us? The guy who just went in, sure, he's tall, but he looks huge, like our coach. Michi scratched his head thoughtfully. Before you get to the truth, when you become a second year, you'll start using drugs. The statement shocked Lihan. Your physique grows that fast and you become an adult? Michi laughed. Don't tell me you forgot. We have to fight dragons in the next 3 years, he added. They're not going to wait for us to grow up. But Lihan's response was unexpected. Not bad. Michi was taken aback. Lihan explained. I've always wanted to become an adult quickly. For him, it was the only way to survive. He'd always had to fight adults and was completely powerless against them. A fist flew at his face, as a memory of being sent flying by a group of men surfaced. They beat him relentlessly before leaving with a bag. Lihan's voice rose again. I don't need a happy childhood. The most important thing is to live. Michi exhaled, spoken like a true Arc warrior. He nodded. I get it. Let's go back. The scene then shifts to their instructor. Today, you will conduct a combat drill that simulates a real battle, Z began. Just act exactly as you've been trained. We depart at 4:30 p.m. Before that, finish gearing up. Michi remarked excitedly. Looks like we'll get parachute training on the way. Don't tell me you're already missing the infirmary, he teased. Lihan smiled, checking his gear. This bag, it's full of food. He suddenly had a thought. This might be more than just parachute practice. Michi scanned the room. Some of these idiots are already forgetting the mission. Then, he spotted someone. Look, Lihan. That guy. He pointed towards Simon, his face lighting up with excitement. That's him. He's the last genius, isn't he? I can't wait to face him, Michi declared. Lihan deadpanned. This is a parachute jump, dude. Across the way, Simon saw them and wondered, what's up with that guy? Lihan glanced over at Kuro, a wave of guilt washing over him. Joe's voice cut in, stop dawdling, get on the chopper. The students scrambled aboard the aircraft. Under Z's watchful eye, multiple helicopters took off. Let's go too, Z muttered to himself. This is the last time those brats will ever get to smile. A hand reaching out. That was the first thing that came to Kuru's mind, and Lihan had appeared instantly. The memory was vivid, but now, no matter how long he waited, he couldn't see him. His thoughts were consumed by Lihan. So you're really not coming this time? Tears began to stream down his face. Kuro was stuck, dangling from a tree. Just 1 hour earlier, the helicopters were in the air. A student asked, where are we? The ARC headquarters looks so small from here. An announcement crackled to life. You are now above a deserted island. This is your destination and the site of your new survival training, Z calmly added. The rations in your packs will last for 2 days. The rest is up to you. Everyone was in shock. Why a survival training? 2 days on a deserted island? Michi just smirked. Think of it as a field trip. This is going to be fun. Z continued, dropping a bombshell. We'll be back to pick you up in 1 week. Try to survive. Just then, they hauled one last person aboard. Joe glanced back. Is this the last brat? The answer came quickly. Yes, I don't think there are any more pathetic ones left. He then asked, are the kids scattered? The other man reported, everything's going according to plan, but 7 of them have already gathered up and formed a team. Joe made an observation. Even though they're kids, they're not as naive as we think they are. They've grown up. If things get out of control, the strong will rule. Instead of starving together, they'll rob each other. A fat kid sneered. Thanks for the food. I'm going to enjoy this. The group started dividing the loot. This idiot hasn't even touched his stuff. The fat kid waved a hand. Hey, save some for the captain. Kane stood nearby, watching them in silence. The next words out of his mouth were a stream of curses. You idiots, he roared, his voice filled with contempt. I told you to gather as much food as possible before nightfall. Annoyance was written all over his face. Did you really think I brought you all together just to share supplies? The leader laid out the plan. We have to stick together, take what we want from others, and make sure no one ever looks down on us again. The big guy was all for it. That's right, they all agreed. It didn't matter if it was Dichi or Lihan, they would take them all on. Even Simong was nothing. Probably, the leader added grimly. He snapped his head around at a sound from the woods. The whole group knew what it meant. Hear that? That's our next victim. Just then, a figure emerged from the sea. Lai Han muttered to himself that he had wasted too much time. Scanning the coastline where he'd washed ashore, he quickly realized this spot was far too exposed to be safe. Li Han knew he had to find cover first. He pushed into the dense forest, already panting a harsh reality for someone who had never truly known this kind of hardship before. 2 days of rations would never be enough for them. Lai Han figured that once people got desperate enough, they would turn to robbing each other to survive. He wondered if a guy like Simong had ever truly felt hunger before. Elsewhere, Simong himself had stopped, glaring at Dichi. "Who are you, and why are you following me?" Dichi grinned back excitedly. "You're the genius, Simong, aren't you? Let's have a match." Simong just gave him a dead serious look before turning and walking away. "I don't want to waste my energy," he stated flatly. Dichi rushed after him. "Hey, wait up," he pleaded. "Relax, I don't mean you any harm. I just want to test my skills against yours. Just once." Simong thought to himself. "Is this guy completely nuts?" Dichi quickly changed his tune. "Okay, bad approach. I know. A little sudden, right? Besides, we have plenty of time, so maybe when we get to know each other better." Simong just seethed with annoyance. This guy was so irritating. As dusk fell, voices echoed nearby. "He's got to be around here." The leader smirked. Then they found him a boy caught in a trap, begging for help. "Man, you look right at home hanging up there," the leader mocked. He casually reached out and snatched the bag off him. "Thanks for the donation, my friend Kuro." "Hang in there," they jeered. Kuro desperately tried to bargain. "Wait, if you take the bag, can you at least help me get down from here?" But the leader just scoffed back. "If you weren't stuck up there, we'd have beaten you senseless before robbing you. So count yourself lucky. Just wait for an instructor to come help." They walked away laughing. "You won't die even if you starve for a week. Probably, right? And it's about to rain, so you won't die of thirst, either. Probably. Why do you keep saying that?" But they were gone. Kuro couldn't stop the tears. It was too cruel. He could only hang there and cry, their taunts echoing with all the others from his past. "Stop your disgusting crying." Kuro wondered what he'd done to deserve everyone's contempt. Your crying is so annoying. Just shut up." He kept asking himself, why? No normal person would cry over something like this. He wasn't supposed to cry, even when he wanted to. But that just made him sob harder, the sound echoing through the trees. Soon, exhaustion took over, and his eyes just went dull. That's when the hallucinations started. Kuro faintly called out a name. "Lai Han?" And a figure suddenly rushed towards him. But Kuro didn't respond, his eyes shut tight. The figure was there, and then it was Gao Drones. Silence fell, until another sound broke the stillness. The real Li Han arrived, shocked. What in the world happened here? After Lai Han set up a tent, Kuro finally stirred. He looked outside to see Lai Han smiling at him. "So, you're finally awake." Kuro just stared back, bewildered. "Lai Han?" Lai Han calmly explained. "This is our breakfast. I couldn't find your bag anywhere, so you can share with me." Kuro hesitated to take the food. It was barely enough for one person, and the last thing he wanted to do was become a burden to someone else. He started eating through his tears, knowing he should have refused, but he was just too hungry. "Thank you," he managed. This idiot Kuro, he thought, was truly pathetic. "Thank you so much," Kuro repeated. Lai Han just nodded. "Let's find some water after we're done eating." All the while, tiny drones zipped across the sky, feeding footage back to Zahn. Octo spoke up from the side. "Sergeant, sir, this is a no-smoking area." The man just shot back a gruff reply. "Shut up," Octo chuckled. "No need to act all cool and turn off the lights. See a kid that interests you?" Zahn pointed to a screen. "One's already lost it. Look at this one." Clue mumbled to himself with a grin. 1 week on a deserted island? This is going to be fun. All I have to do is survive, right? He cracked his knuckles and turned back. Back in the woods, Lai Han tested the water. "It's safe," he confirmed. "Drink as much as you can right now, and let's fill up our reserves, too." The two of them started moving, but traveling by day proved difficult. "Let's head back to the shelter," Lai Han decided, already calculating that they needed food for 2 to last. He scanned the area while Kuro started acting strange again. "What can I even find here? There aren't even any coconut trees. Is this why everyone resorts to looting?" Kuro suddenly shouted at him. "Lai Han, stop!" Lai Han froze instantly, his foot hovering just inches above a broken tree branch. They both looked down into a massive pitfall trap. It wasn't deadly, but it would have trapped them for days. Lai Han turned to him, amazed. "How did you know?" Kuro just hesitated. His explanation only made Lai Han more confused. He said he could see it? Kuro got flustered, trying to find the words. It was like, It was sizzling, like the sound of frying. Lai-Han thought about it. Given Kuro's personality, he knew the kid wasn't speaking in metaphors. He meant every word literally. He really did see it. And then, it clicked for Lai-Han. An awakened ability. It had to be some form of premonition, an unbelievably rare and powerful skill. As they continued on, Li-Han wondered if the harsh reality of this island was the catalyst. This survival training could be the perfect opportunity to see what Kuro was capable of. Meanwhile, back at their tent, the gang's leader peeked inside. 2 of them, huh? He looked around the empty shelter. No bags. I guess they took them along. The big guy spoke up eagerly. Want us to go crush them right now? But the leader shut him down. No, they haven't left for good. They'll be back, probably after finding water. He made his decision. We'll come back later and ambush them while they're resting. Meanwhile, Kuro was breathing heavily by the time they finally made it back. He was completely exhausted, desperate to just lie down. Li-Han, however, seemed fine. All right, let's head inside. But Kuro stopped him. Wait a second. Li-Han's eyes narrowed on the entrance. Someone's been here. He remembered the small marker rock he'd placed at the flap, and now he could see it had been knocked aside. They looked closer and saw them, 2 distinct sets of footprints near their tent, with many more leading away into the distance. Li-Han reached a grim conclusion: if they travel in a group, they're bound to get robbed. He urged them, pack up, let's get out of here. Kuro, catching his breath, simply replied, got it. And so, they pressed on as the sun began to dip below the horizon. We need to find a decent place to stop before it gets dark, Li-Han muttered, calculating their next move. He turned to his companion. Kuro, you see anywhere suitable? But Kuro was lost in his own world, a strange sensation washing over him. It felt like his eyes were being forced shut. Li-Han noticed immediately. Kuro? Kuro! Suddenly, the boy's entire body began to glow. His eyes turned completely white as the phantom shape of a panther appeared behind him. Li-Han panicked as the beast lunged straight for him, but Kuro acted instantly, shoving Li-Han away and creating distance between them. Li-Han was in complete shock as the panther overshot its target. The beast glared back at him, and a cold dread filled him. Crap, he thought, my weapon. But then, the panther froze. It let out a deafening roar, and Li-Han squeezed his eyes shut for the impact. But instead of claws, fire erupted. The sudden attack sent the beast scrambling into the woods. The flames parted, and there stood Jose. You okay? He asked. Li-Han was speechless as Jose stepped out of the inferno, calling his name. Stunned, Li-Han looked over at their savior. Jose ran up, panting as he asked about the situation. Li-Han pointed, his voice filled with concern. Is that Kuro over there? Then Li-Han's eyes fell on the crude bandage wrapped around Jose's leg. He pointed, his voice laced with worry. Your leg. Jose glanced down, muttering, this? Li-Han noticed his stance was already trembling. Jose explained what happened. Some damn bastard set up a trap, he growled. I can barely even stand right now. He collapsed onto the ground with a sigh. So lucky I ran into you two. Hearing this, Kuro's expression grew serious. A trap? We saw one of those earlier. Li-Han, however, remained calm. Yeah, probably the masterpiece of the same crew. Jose just chuckled, holding up his hands. So there are bandits out here, huh? Not that I have any food for them to take. Li-Han couldn't believe what he was hearing and had to ask again. What? How is that possible? Jose just grinned, patting his stomach. Right after my leg got messed up, I ate everything I had before someone could steal it. Li-Han could only stare, completely exasperated. Has he always been this much of an idiot? The boys all agreed on the next move. Let's just try to find some shelter for now. That evening, Kahen sat outside their tent, staring into the distance, his mind drifting back to that day. When he'd first received the mission, he had stammered in disbelief. What? The man before him tried to reason with him. When you entered the airport just now, the sensors went off. It seems you have psychic abilities. He pushed Kahen to join, framing it as a golden opportunity. You should enlist, he urged. But Kahen had other priorities. But father, what about the movie I'm still filming? His father's patience snapped. He gripped his son's shoulder, his voice almost a shout. Kahen, if you can become a Psyker, you won't have to act like a clown anymore. You'll have more fame and fortune than you can count. The man's face twisted with his own raw, naked ambition. After the war ends, he promised, you'll be part of the nation's army, a special talent who can command everyone. And just like that, Kahen watched his father walk away, leaving him with an order he couldn't refuse. Kahen stared after him, cursing under his breath. Back at the training area, he watched another boy going through intense drills. He couldn't help but mock him sarcastically. You've got a lot of energy to waste, huh? Dichi turned to see Kahin lazily eating a chocolate bar. Kahin took another bite before offering some advice. We don't have much food left, you know. He gestured at Dichi. How do you plan on lasting the next 5 days? Dichi, still working out, answered coolly. I'm a physical type. He seemed excited. If I want to become an elite trier, I have to train at least this much. But Kahin just rolled his eyes and scoffed. Idiot. Psykers are supposed to fight with their psychic abilities. Dichi heard this and looked absolutely stunned. After a moment, he covered his face and sighed. I miss you, Laihan. Was he the only one who could fight me hand to hand? Kahin seized on that crucial piece of information, pointing. Wait, Laihan? You fought with Laihan before? Seeing Kahin's expression, Dichi smirked to himself. He took the bait. Thank you, Laihan. Thanks to you, he's finally going to fight me. Elsewhere in the training area, Laihan had woken up, greeting his friends cheerfully. Good morning, everyone. The group huddled around a fire in a cave. Kuro spoke in a low voice. Let's stick together until this training is over. Laihan pointed to himself and Kuro, dividing the labor. Kuro and I will go find some firewood and food. Then he turned to their other friend with a warning. Jose, you're injured, so stay here and guard the shelter. Jose simply nodded. I'll leave it to you two. Laihan's spirits were high. Don't worry about it. Thanks to your fire ability, we have a huge advantage in this survival training. He and Kuro walked outside together. They had fire. Laihan looked toward a lake nearby, realizing that meant they could actually cook what they find. But Kuro was still filled with self-doubt, pointing at himself worriedly. But do you even know how to catch fish? We don't have any equipment. Laihan just smiled and called his name. He gave his friend a bright, reassuring grin and said, Thank you. Kuro was completely taken aback, utterly confused by the gesture. He stammered nervously, For what? You saved me yesterday when I was in danger, Laihan explained sincerely. And you found us a safe cave. He bowed his head slightly, admitting his own thoughts. I thought helping you was just the right thing to do. Laihan confessed to Kuro, but I'm realizing now that I can't keep going on like that. He looked Kuro straight in the eye. Truthfully, I couldn't figure out a solution. Then, Laihan pointed a finger right at him and declared, But when we landed here, I was absolutely convinced. You're a psychic genius. He seriously analyzed Kuro's strengths for him. You have the power to defend yourself, to even save me. We can get through this if we rely on each other. And finally, Laihan stated the one thing that mattered most. Because we're friends. Hearing those words, Kuro felt a mix of overwhelming happiness and deep sorrow. He was thrown back to his own life story, a nameless orphan in Japan. The name he was given, Kuro, was because of the color of his skin. Kuro. Every single taunt echoed in his head from his childhood. Cry baby, stop crying. Useless. You're nothing but trash. Idiot. The hurt little boy from all those years ago and the Kuro of today both began to cry. He was unbelievably happy, thinking to himself that he finally had a friend who believed in him. Laihan's voice snapped him back to the present. This is incredible. Even better than I imagined. The work they needed to do was clear as both boys stared down at the lake's surface. Kuro, now brimming with confidence, was ready to act. He focused his psychic ability, channeling his power down into the water. A thrill went through him as he thought, I see them. Kuro was absolutely stunned he could actually see the exact location of the fish. All the while, Laihan watched his every move, his every expression. Turns out, Kuro is a natural genius, able to use his psychic abilities from day one. By combining it with near-future prediction, catching fish without any gear is child's play. Suddenly, Kuro shouts. With one precise strike, he sends a fish flying out of the water. Laihan cheers excitedly. You did it, Kuro. Soon, their basket was overflowing with fat fish on day 3 of their survival training. Holding the haul, Laihan turned to ask Kuro a question. You were on another level today. You caught 8 of them. You're amazing. Kuro just smiled, looking genuinely happy. I think I'm just getting used to it. Then Kuro remembered something and turned to Laihan. Jose is going to be so happy. Laihan just smirked. That devil. His fish scaling skills are about to improve. Kuro, wait here. But suddenly, a massive tremor shook the ground, forcing them both to crouch down, covering their heads. Laihan was startled, a bad feeling washing over him as he raced towards the mountainside. He tossed the fish basket to Kuro, yelling, Kuro, wait right here. Laihan sprinted toward the cave where his group was hiding out. Reaching the entrance, he worriedly wondered what happened, only to stop and see his friends were in serious trouble. Jose Dichi tosses a wooden sword over to Cax, yelling, Hey, catch! Cax grabs it, already complaining. What is this? Aerial combat training. He even brought 2 weapons for himself, Dichi explained, almost helplessly. Lately, I've been thinking dual wielding looks totally awesome. Cax just sighed. That is not the issue here. Dichi was a bit confused and had to ask. But why did you agree to a match? I'm thrilled, but still. Cax's calm reply sent a shiver down Dimitri's spine. If you're really fighting Lihan fairly, you must be Dmitry Vladimirovich Petrov, Class B's president, right? He aimed his wooden sword forward, continuing, I heard you got a recommendation for Class A. I'm going to test you myself and see if you're worthy. Hearing this, Dichi broke into a grin. I'm starting to like you. And with that, wooden swords in hand, they charged each other. The fight was on. Cax might not specialize in this, but his movements were flawless, so much so that Dichi was getting seriously frustrated, cursing under his breath. Damn it. As Cax stopped abruptly, Dichi seized the chance to strike. But Cax dodged with ease and landed a critical blow of his own. Cax watched Dichi stagger and asked, Is it over? Dichi bit his lip, refusing to accept it, and shot the question right back at him. You don't really think so, do you? Dichi lunged forward, unleashing a powerful strike that sent Cax stumbling backward. Dichi pressed his advantage, launching a relentless assault. He figured if his opponent was retreating, he had the upper hand. He wasn't giving Cax a moment to breathe. Cax gritted his teeth, annoyed. This situation couldn't continue. Dichi swung a blow at his side, but Cax was quick enough to dodge it. Genuinely angry now, Cax glared at Dichi. He attacked with such incredible speed it looked like multiple clones were surrounding Dichi at once. Dichi dodged the blows, cursing himself internally. Damn it, I should have watched my back. A minute later, he was losing ground, forced into a retreat. Cax pressed forward, charging straight at Dichi with his sword. But his opponent was no amateur. Dichi arched his back, dodging the blow with fluid grace, leaving Cax stunned. In a single, fluid motion, Dichi flipped and kicked the wooden sword from Cax's hand. He landed perfectly, then lunged forward, yelling, This is the end! Dichi raised his sword for the finishing blow but then froze mid-swing, as if something completely unseen had happened right behind him. Cax had braced for the hit, but opened his eyes in shock. He glanced over at Dichi, utterly confused by the sudden pause. A wooden sword was pressed against Dimichi's back, appearing from nowhere. Cax coolly brushed his hair back. Sorry, in a fair duel, you would have won. But this is war. Cax looked to the sky, wondering, is Lihan even stronger than this guy? Back at the cave, Lihan held Jose's head, frantically calling his name. Jose, wake up, Jose! Finally, Jose began to stir. His lips moved as he weakly opened his eyes to speak to Lihan. I'm not dead, Lihan. Stop yelling. A little later, Kuro returned, and the 3 of them were gathered around a fire inside the cave. Lihan needed to know, who did this to you? Jose, one cheek badly swollen, recalled the events. It was Ken's and his group of 7. Jose grew agitated, his voice trembling as he explained. They took all our food, but they'll be back. We should find another shelter. Lihan gritted his teeth, pure fury on his face. No. His voice turned to ice. I'm not kind enough to let the bastards who hurt my friend get away with it. Lihan's words hit Jose hard, especially the term amigo friend. And with that, the 3 of them set out together. Kuro carried their gear while Lihan supported the injured Jose. The plan was to find another hiding spot for now. They'd let the enemy have this place. Lihan and Cax had already formed a silent plan. They would attack at sunset. That evening, Lihan and Kuro scouted the surrounding area. They peered at the other group's location, making an assessment. They're using our cave as a hideout, just as planned. Lihan smiled, giving Kuro a reassuring look. Kuro, start whenever you're ready. He nodded back. The guards at the cave chattered away. Alone I can't. But together, we can take these bastards down. Kuro paused, thinking about his new companion. Lihan was the only friend who had ever truly trusted him. He focused his psychic power to help Lihan, making a silent vow to himself. I will not let him down. Countless rocks, controlled by Kuro, flew through the air and slammed into the guards outside. They yelled in pain and confusion, shouting, What was that? It's an ambush! Cax ordered the others outside. A guard took 2 rocks to the knees, screaming in pain. Damn it! They grabbed their weapons and charged out. They're throwing rocks from over there, they shouted while running and dodging. But far away, Kuro could see it all. I can predict your every move. Once again, the stones hit their targets with chilling accuracy. The henchman yelled, Damn it, it's too dark to see anything, and that was Lihan's cue to attack. He took them down one by one with chilling precision. A body dropped right at their feet, and just like that, their confidence completely shattered. Kak steps up, challenging Lai Han directly while he deals with the others. Lai Han raises his wooden sword, ready for the real fight to finally begin. Lai Han lifts his weapon, aiming it squarely at the most dangerous man in the group. Kak glares at Li Han, wiping a smear of blood from his face as he sizes him up. 6 guys? All by himself? No way, that just wasn't possible. Kak sees right through the strategy, demanding, "You're not alone, are you? Who else is here?" Lai Han just calls out to the trees. "Kuro, you can come out now." Kuro emerges, ready to help. But Kak's face just twists in pure rage. Beaten by 2 weaklings? And one of them was Kuro, of all people. Lai Han grits his teeth, his voice filled with venom. "We're here for Jose. This isn't some petty squabble, this is revenge. So don't expect any mercy." Kak finally loses his patience, snatching up a wooden sword. "I've heard just about enough of this." He ties his jacket around his waist, issuing a formal challenge. "Time to settle this with our skills." Lai Han stands ready, simply replying, "Bring it on." With a roar, Kak charges. Lai Han swings his baton a direct hit. The impact snaps Kak's head to the side, sending him stumbling backward just to stay on his feet. He screams in rage, lunging back to retaliate. But damn it, he's the one who eats another critical hit. He's more furious than hurt now, as Lai Han coolly walks by him, casually asking, "Does it hurt?" He glances back over his shoulder with a chillingly calm expression. "You better get used to it. We're just getting started." Kak screams back, "Don't get cocky." But Lai Han immediately unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks. Kak's sword goes flying, and he collapses face first into the dirt, totally overwhelmed. Kak coughs up blood as he struggles to prop himself up. This was impossible. Just how strong was Lai Han? Lai Han glares down at him, his voice laced with pure anger. "Jose was already hurt. Did you really have to beat him that badly?" He takes a step toward the downed Kak. Kak thinks to himself, "Don't you dare underestimate me." He scoops a handful of sand, gritting his teeth. "How dare you look down on me?" His mind flashes back to his life a genius, a famous actor from Germany. But his father had used that fame for political gain, reaping all the rewards for himself. He remembers his father's sinister, greedy face. For a man like that, it was never, ever enough. His father's voice echoes in his mind. "Become a scythe, and this whole city is ours. You have to keep climbing, even if you have to crush others." The memory fuels him. Kak forces himself to his feet, whispering, "I won't let it end like this." He hurls the handful of sand straight at Lai Han, screaming, "A bastard like you needs to be put in his place." The dirt blinds Lai Han, and in that instant, Kak lunges forward, landing a solid punch. Seeing this, Kuro rushes forward, yelling Li Han's name in a panic. But Kak already has him by the collar, and he looks up, staring daggers right at Kuro. He snarls through gritted teeth, "Don't you take another step." Terrified, Kuro freezes in place. Kak then delivers a series of brutal punches to Lai Han's gut. Kuro can only watch, his entire body trembling in fear. A moment later, Kak lets go, and Lai Han collapses to the ground in agony. Then, Kuro watches as he picks up the sword again. Kak grips it with both hands, muttering through clenched teeth, "I will never let anyone surpass me again." Suddenly, a flash of blue light, a rock comes flying right at him. The glow vanishes as Kak blocks it with his arm. He glares furiously toward Kuro. Kuro, using his power, screams out, "Don't you touch Lai Han." Kak stalks toward him, staring him down as he closes the distance. "So now you think you can stand up to me?" Hearing that threat, Kuro gets scared and immediately shuts off his power. Kak grabs Kuro by the collar, his voice dripping with contempt. "I've hated you from the start. How does a weakling like you even belong here? A lowlife like you should have been kicked out ages ago." But Lai Han is already back on his feet, right behind him. He clenches his fist and lands a clean shot to Kak's face, slamming him into the ground. Lai Han looms over him, furious. "You think you're better than everyone else? Try fighting without hiding behind your little crew for once." He lists them off. Del Simon, Dichi, Jose, and even Kuro, every single one of them is better than you. Kak flinches, trembling as he scoots backward in pure terror. Lai Han advances, sword raised. "There's always someone stronger, so what does that make you?" He screams the answer in his face. "You're nothing." Terrified, Kak can only watch as Lai Han grits his teeth and then slams the sword down into the dirt, the blade burying itself just inches from Kak's head. Lai Han releases the sword, turning to walk away. "Everyone has their own reason for getting strong. If you want to keep climbing, find another way. Touch my friends again, and I won't be this merciful." Lying on the ground, Kak smiles sadly. Dad, I never wanted to be a scythe anyway. He looks up at the night sky and just scoffs. Later, an announcement is made. CAC has voluntarily withdrawn from the program. Kuro helps Lai Han back to their camp, where Jose greets them with a smile. The group goes back to surviving together. Finally, their last 3 days on the island come to an end. Helicopters finally appear in the sky. Someone shouts, "It's the rescue team!" Jose lets out a long sigh. "I am never doing something like that again." Lai Han laughs. "You can say that again." Kuro sighs in agreement beside him. "Me too." Suddenly, the other students start gathering around the three of them. Lai Han, Kuro, Jose, thank you. People chime in from all sides. "We only survived because you shared your food. How did you even catch all those fish?" Kuro, "You were incredible." Jose, "Why did you hide that you could make fire?" Jose just thinks to himself, "Man, these guys are loud." He scratches his head, but then Jose points past him to Lai Han. "The guy you should really be thanking is him." Without Lai Han. And just then, everyone's bracelet begins to glow. Lai Han looks down at his wrist as a synthesized voice announces, "The survival training exercise has now concluded. Congratulations on successfully completing your 1-week mission." A student named Simon whispers in relief. Sergeant Red, sitting beside him, chimes in. It feels so good to hear his voice again. "I'm starving." Joe suddenly announced they'd be deployed by helicopter. Lai Han was stunned, wondering why only when deployed. Moments later, the choppers began lifting off the island. Joe stood inside the lead aircraft, his lips pressed into a thin, grim line as he looked over at Lai Han's team. He finally spoke. "Your survival training was observed by all supervisors. After a final vote, you 4 are the only ones who were chosen." He continued, his voice heavy. "This wasn't some normal survival training. It was a test to find the rare few worthy of becoming humanity's guardians." Joe called them out by name. Kuro, Simon, Dichi. All 3 immediately looked his way. "And Lai Han," he declared. "You are all being promoted to level 2. A few days later, sunlight drenched the training ground soccer field. Jose smiled, calling out to Lai Han. "Hey, we've got the day off. You want to play some ball?" Lai Han looked up from his book, then glanced at the ball in Jose's hands. "Soccer, huh?" He had one simple question. "You even know how to play?" Lai Han put his book down. "Yeah, I know how." As he walked onto the field, he realized how rare this was a day off where everyone was actually together. "All right, everyone good to go?" Jose yelled. "Let's start." But Kuro just sighed, muttering that he wanted to rest. Dichi shot a warning glance at Simon. "No psychic powers, you hear me?" Simon, still holding a grudge, just grunted. Then, the game was on. Fighting for the ball with Dichi, Lai Han couldn't stop thinking. They only got breaks for major events. Today, all the level 1 instructors were in a meeting about their promotion. In that meeting, Joe sat with a grim face. Opposite him, W. Chen stared him down. An older man's voice cut through the tension. "Let's begin." He was Alexander Rico, the chief of staff. A beautiful woman tilted her head, asking, "We have 4 spots this time, so how are the kids?" This was Sasa Gray, head of Research Division 2. Alexander replied that Simon and Dichi were more than qualified, exceeding the standards. But the other 2. First, he looked out at Lai Han playing on the field. "Lai Han," he said. Since he enrolled, his psychic energy has consistently been the lowest. As Lai Han and Simon battled for the ball, Alexander continued. If not for special treatment from Joe, he'd still be in Class D. And yet, he's a level 2 candidate. Alexander rested his chin on his hand, his brow furrowed. "So why are we promoting a kid like this? Give me your reasoning." W. Chen spoke up. "Sir, you saw it yourself during the incident with Sergeant Red. Lai has exceptional weapon skills, patience, and willpower. He has everything a soldier needs." Alexander remarked that such high praise was unlike him. Joe glanced at the chief, thinking to himself, "If I don't praise him, you'll never let him get promoted." Joe silently ran through Lai Han's abilities. Beyond his psychic potential, Lai Han's teleportation skills were surprisingly crafty. Come to think of it, the kid even combined it with his spinning skill to make his attacks stronger. And what's more incredible, Joe thought, is he figured all that out on his own. Just then, Lai Han expertly dribbled the ball right past Simon. He did it all without being taught. In that same moment, Lai Han fired off a powerful shot. The ball rocketed straight into the opposing team's goal. Alexander was silent for a moment, then ordered, "Next candidate." Outside, Jose slapped Lai Han's shoulder in praise. "Hey, you jerk, you said you never learned, but you're pretty damn good." Lai Han just laughed. What can I say? Nearby, Dichi and Simon were already arguing again. Isn't your brother the famous soccer player? What's that got to do with me? Are you stupid or something? But back in the meeting room, a fist slammed the table. Are you kidding me? She stared at Kuro's information on the screen, her eyes fixed on his psychological sensitivity. Sasa looked directly at Joe and said, right after he's promoted, he has to undergo psychological modification surgery, where mental fortitude is everything. Her voice rose with fury. Are you telling me to kill that child? Joe just closed his eyes and sighed. He looked up. Kuro's psychological progress is the best we've seen. He's far beyond those geniuses. Plus, his ability to predict the near future is vital to our strategy. But his mental state is the problem, Alexander countered. Joe leaned forward. That's exactly why Lai Han needs to be promoted with him. He explained that Kuro's mentality is heavily influenced by Li Han. For all intents and purposes, Li Han is acting as his older brother. Alexander took off his glasses, pinching the bridge of his nose. Lai Han again? He muttered. It seems you two are dead set on getting him promoted. W. Chen and Joe shared a knowing look. Outside, Lai Han spun past another defender. He quickly kicked the ball forward. Jose instantly read the play and ran to it. Nice pass, he yelled, receiving the ball perfectly. Jose dribbled past two more players. Come and get it, he shouted. The goalie stared him down, tense. Jose scanned the field and saw Dichi and Simon blocking the goal. They're all clustered there, he thought. Jose suddenly kicked the ball to the left. Lai Han was already running, instantly receiving the pass. He took the shot. The ball flew straight into the net. Goal. Everyone stared at Lai Han in shock. Yeah, Jose cheered, running over to high-five him. We make a good team, Lai Han said, smiling. That's when Joe stepped onto the field. All right, stop the game. He looked at Lai Han and Jose. The promotion evaluation is over. Results will be announced soon. Everyone on the field froze. But, Joe continued, since you're all gathered here anyway, I'll just announce the results right now. He declared that all candidates had passed the evaluation. Lai Han stopped in his tracks. Jose came over, smiling as he clapped his shoulder. What's wrong? He asked. Lai Han, Jose began. Congratulations on the promotion, he said with a grin. Jose laughed. Make sure you save a spot for me up there. Lai Han smiled back at him, holding out his hand. We'll meet again. Jose. The two shook on it. Standing nearby, Joe sighed. Back to the dorms. Then he added, those who were promoted, pack your things and assemble. Lai Han turned to face Joe. Thank you, Sergeant. Joe froze, looking genuinely surprised. Today's evaluation, and being selected for Class B, I believe it's all thanks to you, sir. Joe pulled out a cigar. I'm not so sure you'll be thanking me later. His voice was low. From now on, you can't quit. If you make it through level 2, you'll see me again. He bit down on the cigar, a wry smile on his face. Survive. Lai Han raised his hand in a crisp salute as Joe turned and walked away. That afternoon, after packing their things, Lai Han's group assembled on the grounds. Dichi laughed. All right, gentlemen, let's go. Simon just shot him an annoyed look. Kuro was trembling beside them. Lai Han stepped closer. We're going to Area 2, right? At his words, Kuro's eyes filled with tears. Just then, a hand rested on his shoulder. Kuro looked up and called out, Li Han. Li Han smiled to reassure him. Don't worry, we're in this together. Kuro hesitated, then mumbled. But I'm scared we'll need surgery to become adults. Dichi just yelled excitedly. What's there to be scared of? Let's go. Simon narrowed his eyes at him, asking why he was so fired up. Dichi shot back immediately. We can get way stronger than we are now. Just then, a voice echoed through Sector 2. Hello, children. In the distance, a woman introduced herself to Li Han's group. For the next 5 weeks, she would be their caretaker, Dr. Sasa Gray. Li Han was stunned, asking about the 5 weeks. She just pointed to the equipment behind her. It takes 5 weeks for your bodies to mature into adults. The first 2 will be in pressure chambers, then 3 weeks of recovery training. Dichi, Simon, and Kuro were silently terrified. 2 weeks inside that machine? Li Han gritted his teeth and called out, Everyone! He held out his hand. See you in 2 weeks. The others saw his gesture and understood, shouting back their promise together. All right. Sasa folded her arms, watching the scene and thinking to herself, incredible. Sergeant Red really knew who to recommend. Dichi gave Li Han a nod. You do it too. Simon just smirked in contempt. This is so childish. Suddenly, someone called out to Li Han. 1 week earlier, 2 researchers were running an experiment. Kuro and Simon were bound and submerged inside chemical immersion tanks. Dichi was trapped right there with them, furiously cursing in his mind. Damn it. This is disgusting. Below them, Li Han was also being pushed down, sinking into the chemicals. He screamed internally, unable to breathe. Sasa watched the whole thing, beginning her mental assessment. They were all trapped by their own fear. Every kid who goes through this feels the same way. I'm sorry, she thought. Just hang on. You'll all be unconscious soon. She prepared a needle as they began to pass out. Her hands began to tremble as she watched. A week had already passed. Luckily, there had been no major incidents. Today's procedure would be their most critical moment yet. Sasa stared at the 4 figures in the test tubes, wondering, does humanity really have to go this far just to deserve to exist? An assistant walked up beside her. Dr. Gray, are you tired? The female assistant saw her expression and urged, please, you should get some rest. Sasa stuffed her hands in her pockets and walked heavily out of the room. She wearily lifted her eyes, scanning the area before walking inside to find a man casually smoking a cigar. I thought you said you didn't like kids. She challenged him, annoyed. So why do you keep showing up at my lab? The man, Sergeant Red, gave a cold reply. To make sure you don't damage or kill my assets. Hearing that, Sasa bit her lip in frustration. She sat down in the chair opposite him, ready to argue. There are no problems. Right now, we're in the middle of the second culture fluid insertion. This was because the process involved a special liquid containing the core of a dragon's soul. It was a concentrated fluid that diluted the dragon's heart. Sergeant Red considered this, taking a long drag from his cigar. If the kids were forced to resonate with the dragon core, they could probably use the dragon's spiritual power more easily. Then Li Han, he might actually be able to do it. Suddenly, an alarm blared from Sasa's smartwatch. As soon as she got the signal, she sprinted toward the lab. Sergeant Red was right behind her. Sasa burst through the door, demanding, what's going on? The assistant inside the lab was panicking, trying to explain what happened to the boy's consciousness. She urgently reported that Li Han had just regained consciousness and was in extreme pain. Sasa's face twisted as she held out a hand, shouting, we have to shut this thing down. But suddenly, a hand grabbed her arm, stopping her cold. Sasa whipped her head around to see who it was. Her voice trembled. Sergeant Red. Why? He stepped forward, his voice firm. You can't turn it off, doctor. No matter what, that boy has to reach level 2. Another day, in Sasa's private office, she leaned forward and asked Li Han, how are you feeling? Li Han just smiled brightly. Thanks to you, I feel great. Sasa's expression turned serious as she explained the danger he was in. We've never had a case like yours before. This is the first time we've seen someone's body reject the spiritual power. She remembered the critical moment when Li Han was in agony, how she had panicked. Are you insane? He'll die if this continues. I have to stop the chamber now. But Sergeant Red had been adamant, insisting that Li Han wasn't recognized because of his weak spiritual abilities. He had grabbed both of Sasa's hands, preventing her from stopping the experiment. Continue the process, doctor, but stop the spiritual resonance. If it's that kid, he can overcome it. Now, Sasa was explaining it to Li Han. You're the only special case who only developed physical strength. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Like your body's out of sync? Li Han answered calmly. Actually, I feel completely refreshed. And now, I have less to worry about. Sasa pushed her hair back, evaluating Li Han once more. This kid's mental fortitude was unbelievable. She thought to herself, I bet this is the trainee Sergeant Red was always praising for having a mind stronger than anyone else's. She reconsidered his case. Their spiritual power was directly linked to their psyche. So how could a kid with such a strong mind have such low spiritual power? All right, you can go now. She was sure it had something to do with whatever was blocking his spiritual growth. Li Han stood up, walked out, and closed the door. Outside, Dichi was waiting excitedly. I came to see you, Li Han. From today on, we're officially level 2. Simon, whose body had also changed, stood in the back watching everyone. Li Han walked over to Dichi. 5 weeks felt so long, but it went by fast. He looked at everyone with excitement, pointing. You've all changed so much. He especially pointed at his friend, calling out, Kuro. Li Han then smiled at the other 3. I'm glad everyone survived, but Simon wasn't having it. He scowled. Glad? It was a given. Stop being so arrogant and acting like you're the team captain. Dichi and Li Han just shrugged at each other, teasing Simon. He's definitely going through puberty. Hey, don't tease him. In the level 2 dormitory, the outside looked no different from level 1. But from level 2 onwards, all training would be done in teams. Li Han, Dichi, and Kuro were already prepared to practice. Each team would have about 4 to 10 members, and there were currently 12 level 2 teams. Li Han looked around, a little suspicious. He finally had his own dorm room. Kuro and I were assigned to Team 7. A man walked in, smiling. "I'm Katasuki, captain of Team 7. You must be Kuro and Lee Han, right?" He announces to everyone that Level 2 training is intense, but it boils down to just 3 main types: pistol practice, hoverboards, and sparring. Kato walks over to Lee Han and asks him, "So, any idea why you're training with pistols first?" Lee Han stands tall and replies, "We were taught that modern weapons can still work against the minions." He was basically just repeating what they'd already heard. And he's right, the minions they've faced so far are low IQ grunts like goblins or werewolves. But now, smarter ones called the OO act as commanders for the mid-tier forces. And these monsters can even wield psychic powers. Someone asks, if the U use psychic powers, doesn't that make physical weapons totally useless? Great question, Kato says. You're right, they aren't affected by physical weapons, but their psychic power has a limit. Our objective is to strike the moment they run out of energy. He points, getting hyped up. Just like the shooting drills, hoverboard combat and sparring are just as important. They're how different teams battle for dominance. The sparring matches are held in artificial forests inside small-scale combat training arenas. The main event is capture the flag, basically. Steal the flag from the enemy's home base. It forces teams to build strategies around each member's unique abilities. But this kind of training is extremely dangerous. The practice sessions are brutal, with a high risk of injury. Because even without a blade, a steel weapon can still cause some serious damage. As for the hoverboards, it's all about learning how to ride a skyboard. This one is the easiest, all you have to do is knock your opponent off, but you always need someone providing support from the back. These supporters have to control countless other boards to help their teammates move. In rare cases, a supporter might even have to use a board to attack an enemy. Kato walks over, points at Kuro and announces, "Until now, we haven't had a psychic strong enough to be the team's supporter. But now that you're here, we don't have to worry." Kuro's expression doesn't change, which isn't quite the reaction Kato was hoping for. So Kato lays it on thick. "You can handle that, right?" Kuro just stammers. Just then, an unhappy-looking guy walks up, warning Kuro that he can't give a vague answer. "Oh, we're not asking for your opinion. You're on this team, so you have to fill the empty spot." While Kuro is totally flustered, Lee Han steps in to defend him. Kuro can definitely do it, but he's not the type who performs well under pressure like this. The guy leans in, shouting right in Lee Han's face. "Shut your mouth, rookie. What do you know?" Kato steps in with a fake, greasy smile to calm his subordinate. "Stop it," Kato says. Lee Han has a point. It's their first day, and they have a lot to learn. He turns to Lee Han's group. "Lee Han, even though we're all level 2, everyone here has way more experience than you. You better watch your attitude." Kato keeps that phony smile on his face as his beady little eyes narrow. His voice turns hostile as he declares, "You're only here because I wanted Kuro on the roster. You two were like a package deal. Buy one, get one free." Then he goes right back to that smiling, mumbling act. "I'm not expecting much from someone with psychic powers as low as yours. Just try not to get in our way." Lee Han looks down, fighting to swallow his rage. But then Lee Han looks up and says something unexpected. "I understand." He actually sounds cheerful as he replies to Kato. "I'll do my best not to hold you guys back." Kato's a little confused by the sudden change in attitude, but he agrees anyway. "All right then." He holds out his hand. Lee Han calmly shakes it. But Kato's face twists as he silently curses him. "Arrogant little brat. Let's see how long that lasts." Lee Han knows exactly what he's thinking. He smiles calmly back, thinking, "I'll show you just how much I can endure." Later, back at the dorm, Lee Han pushes open the bathroom door. He turns on the shower, closing his eyes as the hot water pours over him. His mind drifts back to today's drill, to the warning signs in the firing range area. Back then, Lee Han was focused, firing alongside his teammates. His body shook slightly from the gun's recoil. Kato stood nearby, watching the whole team with narrowed eyes. After the drill, everyone got up and moved out. Lee Han held his rifle, running and scanning his surroundings. As training bots closed in, he picked up speed while aiming at them. After firing the last shot, he glanced back at Kato with a slight smirk. Not a bad result. No one could call him dead weight now, right? At that exact moment, Lee Han's eyes met Kato's. It seemed Kato had been watching him intently. A second later, Kato turned and yelled, "Kuro, what are you doing?" Kuro was just standing there, looking completely lost and fumbling. Kato slapped his forehead in frustration. He ground his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, this is hopeless." Lee Han watched Kato's back in silence. The memory ends there, as Lee Han washes his hair, wondering if he still isn't good enough to be acknowledged. A moment later, the bathroom door opens, and steam billows out into the room. Lai Han has a towel wrapped around his waist as he dries his hair. He remembers the private team meeting, where Kato pointed at him with a smirk and said, "You'll be on the reserve bench." Lai Han, he'd said, giving what sounded like a perfectly valid reason. In a sparring match, teams with too many members have to cut down their numbers. Our team is one of those, and we have way too many close combat types like you. Kato got up and walked over, clapping Lai Han on the shoulder. Everyone at level 2 gets to watch the sparring matches at the training center, so don't be too sad. You still get to see the action. Remembering that, he glances at his phone. Lai Han picks it up, telling himself, "It's fine. Everything's fine." Meanwhile, in the main hall, a crowd is watching the large screens. Today's capture, the flag match, is between Team 3 and Team 9. Kato and that blonde team member are there too. Kato points at the monitors, laughing. Team 3 has some new faces, so watch them closely and analyze their strategy. Just then, Lai Han arrives, his face hardening. Team 3's new face. He meant Simon. A screen shows Simon's team as a loud cheer erupts. That bastard is Simon. Everyone's attention snaps to him as they start murmuring, "The psychic genius? He just looks like a thug." Outside the arena, Team 9 is on high alert. Their captain grits his teeth. Are those maniacs insane? Charging with all their members like this? But Team 3's captain just points at them, a smug and confident grin spreading across his face. After all, they have an unbeatable psychic. As he speaks, Simon unleashes his psychic power. "We're going to crush you and take every single flag." The captain of Team 9 furiously shouts orders. "Stop messing around and take him down before he uses his powers." Suddenly, they all freeze. Their faces a mask of pure confusion. Wait, what's happening? Their own weapons suddenly rocket forward like lightning. Only then do they realize something is very wrong, all of them staring up at the sky. "How did he do this?" Simon grunts, raising a hand. The vanished weapons reappear out of nowhere, slamming right back into their original owners. Seizing the opportunity, Team 3's captain yells, "They're wide open! Attack now!" Simon steps back, letting his teammates clean up the mess. Team 9 is completely dominated, beaten down by the wooden swords of Team 3. Their captain quickly snatches the flag, sealing the victory for his squad. No need to watch anymore. They've already won by a total landslide. Through a monitor, Kato points at Kuro and laughs. "Having a skilled psychic in a practice match really gives you ideas. My strategy is pretty similar. We can pull it off because we have Kuro." Kuro seems a bit flustered by the comment. A second later, Li Han steps forward with a serious expression. "Captain, I have a different idea." He bluntly analyzes the match they just watched. Team 9 didn't use any real tactics. They ignored the terrain advantage, attacking with nothing but individual strength. He suddenly stops, the words dying on his lips as Kato's face darkens, his voice turning ice cold. "If what?" "Spit it out." Hatred flashes in his eyes. "If you were the captain, is that what you were going to say?" Seeing his reaction, Lai Han says nothing, thinking to himself instead, "So that's it." Now he understands exactly why this guy hates him so much. Someone suddenly calls his name from behind. It's the blonde team member, gesturing for Lai Han to follow him outside. Without a second thought, Lai Han goes with him. The blonde member gets straight to the point. "I'll admit, you're strong. Kato and I both know it." He gives Lai Han a serious look. "But you don't fit in with Team 7. All the members feel that way." Hearing this, Li Han is sure Kato is watching him, but he probes for more information. "Why do you think I don't fit in?" The blonde man frowns in response. "Because you're not afraid to speak up and challenge Kato's ideas during training. And I'll admit, your ideas are usually better." An image of a two-headed snake flashes in his mind. But Team 7 only needs one leader. If there's someone in the squad constantly doubting and opposing the captain, the entire team will just fall apart. The blonde man gives Lai Han some sincere advice. As long as Kato is captain, Lai Han will never get to fight in practice matches. He should request a transfer to another team when he gets the chance. Lai Han closes his eyes, his voice soft. "Is that how it is?" After their short conversation, the two part ways. Lai Han clenches his fists tightly. Now he understood. A team captain needs the complete trust of all his members, and he was a direct threat to Kato's position. He lowers his head, seriously considering the advice he was just given. A transfer request. Soon, evening falls. Lai Han is now standing at attention inside W. Chen's office. The man is holding a piece of paper, his face a picture of shock. Lai Han. His eyes fill with disbelief as he asks, "Is this for real?" Lai Han responds immediately and clearly, "Yes, sir." After getting that confirmation, W. Chen brings a hand to his forehead and stammers, I see. However, the second-year professors have to discuss this first, so it will probably take quite a bit of time. Back in his room, Laihan sits on his bed thinking this is for the best. It actually works out perfectly for him. He clasps his hands, his face set with determination. Now he can focus on training his own abilities without having to worry about team practice matches anymore. And while he waits, he can analyze every single team battle to build his own strategies from scratch. A knock suddenly echoes from the door. Laihan calls out, "Come in, Kuro." The door opens and in walks Kuro, smiling as he says his name. He sits on the end of the bed, asking curiously, "What were you and the vice captain talking about?" Laihan skillfully changes the subject. "Nothing important. Are you prepared for the skyboard match tomorrow?" Kuro answers right away. "I can now control 4 skyboards at once." Laihan is slightly shocked and asks, "Without anyone on them?" "No," Kuro replies honestly, "even with people on the boards." Hearing that, Laihan praises him with genuine awe, making him a little embarrassed. "Seriously? Your psychic ability is growing incredibly fast. I think you could become one of the strongest second-year psychics." He smiles, encouraging his friend. "Don't worry, Kuro. I'll be cheering for you." Kuro turns to Laihan, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Yeah." The next morning in the auditorium, the crowd is buzzing with chatter. "I heard Team 7 has a really strong guy too, right?" "Yeah, I think his name is Kuro." Everyone is eagerly waiting for the match to start, wondering what kind of power he's going to show off. As a reserve, Laihan won't be fighting, but he came to the hall to watch over Kuro from the sidelines. In the arena, both teams step out. Kato glances back at Kuro. "All right, let's go. Make sure you support us, Kuro." Walking behind him, Kuro gives a small nod, his face tense with nerves. An announcement flashes across the massive screen. Team 1 versus Team 7. The aerial combat match begins. Laihan stands in the crowd, his eyes glued to the fight. The core of any aerial battle is the skyboard. He thinks back to his lessons. Since most dragons can fly, aerial combat is a mandatory skill. Besides parachutes and grappling hooks, skyboards are also used. They're automated drones, serving as mid-air platforms, some even weaponized to fire projectiles. He remembers the theory perfectly. In these battles, a single person usually controls 2 skyboards for movement, or as weapons to use against the enemy. In a fight like this one, almost all the attention is focused on the person with psychic abilities. The most important position in an aerial battle is the supporter. Their job was to pilot a fleet of hoverboards from the rear, saving the team's mental energy. Laihan watched Kuro on the screen, thinking it was the perfect role for a guy who could control 4 boards at once. But inside the arena, Kato just smirked, gesturing forward. "Let's go, Team 7. If we stick to the plan, this victory is ours." He ordered his 3 teammates to charge forward. Team 1 quickly advanced on their own hoverboards, moving into formation. Team 7's blonde vice-captain saw this and just grinned. Team 1 was advancing slowly, all clumped together, just as Kato predicted. The 2 members leading Team 1's charge nodded to each other. They split apart, launching a flanking attack from both sides. The moment they separated, though, one of their faces filled with horror. Team 7's vice-captain appeared from nowhere, right in front of him, ready to strike. The Team 1 member was hit before he could even react, knocked clean off his board. Another teammate took a wooden sword to the head, instantly spitting up blood. He tumbled from his hoverboard, still muttering in absolute disbelief. From the sidelines, Kato watched, completely satisfied with his team's perfect combo. "Good. Exactly as I planned." In the main hall, the crowd went wild. What just happened? They took down 2 people right at the start. Has Team 7 always been this powerful? It was like they knew every move their opponent would make. Standing in the crowd, Laihan recalled his team's meeting. Kato had been serious. "Your role in this strategy is absolutely critical. Kuro, Team 1 doesn't have a dedicated support player, so they each pilot their own board. Since you can handle 4, you'll control my board and the vice-captain's." He was betting everything on Kuro's ability to see into the near future, piloting their boards based on moves they were about to make. Kuro had just nervously agreed. "Okay." The blonde vice-captain finally understood, slamming his hand on the table in realization. "I get it. Our close combat skills are way better, so we just focus on overwhelming them, right?" Kato smiled. "Exactly." Back in the present, Laihan knew Kato's strategy was working, at least for now. In the arena, the vice-captain shot Kato a look of pure confidence. "All right, let's move." But Kuro, hiding in the back, was trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat dripped down his face, the pressure was getting to him. He couldn't make a mistake, the entire team would lose because of him. His eyes flew open, focusing all his psychic power on piloting Kato and the vice captain's boards. Just then, Team 1's hooded member landed a solid hit on Kato. He fell back to his remaining teammate's side, both of them panting heavily. Damn these guys. Have they always been this strong? He couldn't believe their team was already down to just the two of them. All four of Team 7's fighters formed a defensive line, protecting Kuro at the very back. But the hooded member looked right past them, his target locked. If they couldn't take out the support, his expression darkened. He raised his hand, signaling to his teammate. It was time to start the plan. Go. The hooded member of Team 1 took his stance and then charged forward with a yell. Kato raised his sword, warning the others. He's coming. Kato braced himself, expecting a duel. But as the hooded man charged, his partner used a blind spot to rush in at the same time. The second man grabbed both Kato and the blonde vice captain, holding them in place while the hooded member pressed his advance. Kato and his vice captain couldn't break free, and panic flashed in their eyes. Damn it, we fell for it. Stop that bastard. Team 1's hooded member easily slipped past the other two defenders, heading straight for Kuro. Seeing him get through, a Team 7 member foolishly gave chase. Seeing this, Kato yelled at the top of his lungs. Don't chase him, get back here. This son of a bitch plans to take us down with him. The Team 1 member strained with all his might, holding on to the two of them as sweat poured down his face. In the hall, Laihan watched with growing dread. No, they have to protect Kuro. He remembered Kato's warning in the meeting. Boards 4 and 8 must always stay behind you. At that moment, the hooded member was getting dangerously close to Kuro. He struggled to control his breathing, panicked but still remembering Kato's words. Boards 4 and 8. He commanded the two hoverboards to swing around, aiming them directly at the Team 1 attacker. The two boards rocketed forward, about to slam into the attacker, but he remained dead set on taking out Kuro no matter the cost. Up front, the other Team 1 member finally exhausted his strength, his grip failing. He fell into the abyss below, stunning the three members of Team 7. A second later, Kato realized what was happening and whipped around. And what was happening in the back? The hooded member had already taken Kuro down and was now standing over him, glaring at Team 7. He let out a triumphant smirk. Without Kuro's control, the boards under Kato and the vice captain went dead, sending them both plummeting. Kuro was unconscious. And just like that, each team only had one member left. In the hall, nobody could believe what they were seeing. What the hell? It turned into a one-on-one duel just like that. So Kuro was controlling their boards. But no matter how you slice it, their defense was just too weak. Lihan, just like everyone else, stared up at the screen. He pressed his lips together, thinking this was bound to happen. Kato's entire strategy relied on Kuro's psychic talent. Right before the attack hit, Kuro had tried to counter by sending two hoverboards to intercept his opponent. But they never even got close to the Team 1 member. Feeling the intense heat behind him, the attacker glanced back. Both boards had exploded into flames. Kuro was completely cornered, his body shaking in panic. The Team 1 member let out a sigh of relief before raising his wooden sword high. This was too easy. Remembering how stressed Kuro looked, Laihan knew he'd been fighting under massive pressure. In the end, he'd finally made a fatal mistake. A few minutes later, an announcement echoed through the cheering crowd. Team 1 is the winner. Lihan left immediately, his face resolute. If he were captain, he never would have left Kuro so exposed. Time passed in a flash. 3 weeks later, Laihan found himself standing in W. Chen's room once more. W. Chen looked Laihan dead in the eye. About your application, he began seriously. The verdict was in. Approved. His request to form a new team was a go. Laihan's face, tense with anticipation, suddenly went rigid. He pressed his lips together, the approval feeling almost unreal. It was actually happening. W. Chen handed him a document with a simple explanation. Because his leadership evaluation was so exceptional, all the instructors had agreed to give him this chance. I think they want to test your reputation and skill, W. Chen mused. Laihan took the paper, reading the conditions carefully. 1. A team must have more than 4 members, including the captain. 2. He had the right to recruit from existing teams, unless the member refused. He quickly calculated this in his head. Poaching members would make the other captains furious. They'd fight to protect their core roster. But Laihan, he didn't seem to care one bit. He clenched his fist. The instructor was telling him to do whatever it takes. Seeing this, W. Chen flashed a grin. You're still as sharp as ever. Laihan, my expectations for you are very high. After leaving W. Chen's office, Laihan could barely contain his joy. His own team. The first names that popped into his head were Joss and Kuro. But his expression immediately soured, enough for passers-by to notice. Joss wasn't here. Time to start by talking to Kuro. But then, Li Han froze. He shot upright, his face filled with sudden hope. Wait a second. There was one more person. A moment later, Li Han was knocking on a lounge door. It opened quickly, revealing a surprised Dichi. What's going on? Inside, Kato was ranting with frustration. Damn it, he raged. Our rank just keeps dropping, and it's all because of Kuro. One of the team members lamented. We should have tried harder to get Simon. Kato just nodded, acknowledging his rival's strength. Yeah, Simon is the real deal. His combat and mental skills are top-notch, letting him take on 2 or 3 people at once. Kuro can't do anything by himself. His stats are a complete joke. Around the corner, Li Han heard every single word of their dialogue. I have no one to replace him, so I just have to keep using him. After hearing his proposal, Dichi's curiosity was piqued. You're making a new team? Who else are you trying to recruit? Li Han didn't hold anything back. Kuro, he stated simply. I started this whole thing assuming Kuro would be on my team. But Dichi looked worried. No captain will let you poach their members that easily. Li Han cleverly pointed out. But you still haven't given me an answer, Dichi. He scratched his head awkwardly. I appreciate the offer, Li Han, but the answer is no. I'm the next captain of Team 5. I can't just abandon my guys now. Li Han froze for a second, stunned, but he understood the reason and didn't push him. I get it. Dichi looked at his friend with a bit of guilt. After a pause, he added, Besides, I'd rather be your rival than on your team. It's way more fun. Dichi gave him an awkward smile. Li Han wasn't offended at all, in fact. He looked intrigued by the challenge. Li Han shot back a warning. Just don't come crying to me when you're my opponent, and I beat you senseless. Dichi's eyes blazed with determination. Next time, I'll break both your arms. As Li Han walked down the hall, he could already hear the whispers. There's Li Han. He wants to be a captain that badly? That arrogant bastard. But he couldn't care less. Let them say what they want. Once the news of his team was officially announced, every captain would be watching him. Just as he expected. Kato was especially furious, his face twisted in a snarl. Li Han, is this how you stab me in the back? I don't care if you leave my team or make a new one, but I am not letting you have Kuro. His teammates looked fired up, but Kuro's reaction was completely different. Li Han announced loudly, Kuro will never reach his full potential under your leadership, but Kato was still overflowing with confidence. Don't act like you know anything. He'll become a core member of Team 7. Li Han didn't hesitate to challenge him. If a war broke out right now, would you ask your enemy to just wait? I am certain I can unlock his full potential immediately. A commander has to win with the hand he's dealt. Blaming others doesn't change the results. Enraged, Kato grabbed Li Han by the collar. You son of a bitch. No matter what you say, I'm not giving you Kuro. Li Han answered without a hint of fear. That's not your decision to make. It's Kuro's. Kato immediately spun around, shouting, Kuro, if you go, I'll kill you. Kuro went pale, terrified by the sudden threat. Li Han grabbed Kato's collar back with a smirk. You really think you could do that? You're all talk. You talk so much that if you fell into a river, your mouth would be the only thing to float. Humiliated, Kato's anger boiled over, and he threw a hard punch. Kato knew he'd gone too far, and a flicker of worry crossed his face. Damn it. Li Han simply wiped the blood from his lip. I'll let that slide, Kato. This isn't worth my time. He turned and walked away without another word. As he passed Kuro, Li Han added, I'll be waiting for you, Kuro. But the crowd just kept whispering. What an idiot. Who would leave their team for a captain who hasn't even proven himself? Who knows how they'll treat him if he fails to form the team? Through it all, Kuro just stood there, trembling as he tried to suppress his emotions. As he walked, Li Han thought to himself. He'd already asked everyone he could. If this keeps up, what is he supposed to do next? Lost in his thoughts, he bumped right into someone. Sorry, I was thinking. He was struck by how fast the other guy was moving. Was he even allowed to be that quick? And what was he wearing? Suddenly, a notification sounded on his watch. Li Han immediately checked the message. All captains, assemble in front of Building 2. Soon, everyone had gathered. An instructor made an announcement. These 6 are new cadets. They're awaiting team assignment, and we've decided to let the new captain choose first. Li Han stepped forward, his mind made up. This was his chance. He had to recruit at least one person right here, right now. He introduced himself clearly. My name is Li Han, captain of Team 13. My team is currently short on members. All are welcome. Kato couldn't resist a taunt. Short? You mean completely empty? But just then, a hand shot up from the group of cadets. I volunteer. Li Han's face lit up with relief. The person was none other than Jose. That night in the dorm, he felt thankful, but a little regretful. It would be perfect if he just had one more member. Lihan couldn't help but feel awkward, maybe because they were such a new team. Thanks for trusting me and joining. Jose just shot back with complete confidence. Jose, I've always wanted to be on your team. The guys who didn't join are fools. If they knew your real power, they'd be lining up at the door. Anyway, let's try to recruit more people tomorrow. I'm heading back to my room. But right at that moment, a knock on the door caught their attention. When Lihan went to open it, he was completely shocked. Kuro, he asked, worried. Seeing his friend's face was beaten black and blue. What happened to your face? Turns out, he'd had a little argument with Kato. I told Kato I was leaving Team 7, and the bastard couldn't even finish me. Lihan's face lit up with excitement. Awesome. Is this the same Kuro I know? His friend just grinned back. It's not a big deal. Jose was even more hyped now, just like on Desert Island. With this team, I'm sure we can't lose, no matter who the opponent is. Suddenly, another person approached. Sounds fun, can I join in? Everyone's talking about you like you're the scum of the earth. So Team 13 seems like it'll be the most interesting. Jose walked over and nudged Lihan. You know this guy, right? He used to be in Class B. Lihan nodded in confirmation. Of course, you're exactly what our team needs. Newt Meyer. Newt was so excited he could barely stand it. Please take care of me. So does this mean Team 13 is officially a team now? Lihan nodded. Yeah. But we're a thorn in the side of the other teams. If we're not careful, we could get disbanded. And you all know what happens then, right? Kuro and Knut answered at the same time. I'm ready. Me too. Lihan felt an invisible pressure, a weight settling on his shoulders, but he had a feeling he could handle it. Lihan quickly set the time for their next meeting. All right, assemble tomorrow. Team 13. The next morning, their coach arrived. Nice to meet you, Team 13. He introduced himself. I am the second-grade head coach, Rosman. Team Captain Lihan, member Joe Spacista, Knut Meyer. But when it came to Kuro, Rosman was filled with suspicion. And, Kuro, what happened to your face? To avoid punishment, Kuro had to lie. I slipped on the stairs. Rosman was silent, not knowing what to say. Finally, he just sighed as a warning. Be careful. Rosman continued explaining things to them. You will have a grace period for competitions starting today. This period will last about 3 weeks. After this period ends, you must participate in competitions, so prepare yourselves. The event and opponent will be chosen randomly by the head coach, and you'll be informed then. Lihan smirked, a little surprised. Was Rosman telling them not to slack off? Competition type. Gunfight. Opponent. Team 9. Team 9 had the most victories and the highest score in gunfights. Knut took off his helmet and sighed endlessly. So unfair. I don't like this one bit. So we just have to not get shot, right? Lihan angrily walked over and smacked him on the head. Knut, are you trying to die? He warned him again. Don't ever take that off. You are not allowed to do that, no matter the situation. Knut trembled and agreed. Okay. Lihan had set a goal for himself. I won't let a single person on my team die. He quickly announced, this strategy is called the mobile shelter. I just came up with the name, so don't you dare laugh. The three of them were stunned. Mobile shelter. Before long, both teams had gathered. Team 9 versus Team 13. In a gunfight, Team 9 was fired up. Let's finish this quickly. But on Lihan's side, they were just as determined. We will absolutely win. The starting signal appeared moments later. Everyone outside was cheering wildly. You can't miss this. Don't go easy. Team 9, destroy those traitors. Lihan couldn't help but marvel at the scene. Wow, they're really popular. Simon was also watching quietly from a corner. You can't win a gunfight. What are you going to do, Lihan? The match was on, and everyone moved with light footsteps. Team 9 pressed forward aggressively. No sign of them. I bet they're hiding near their starting point. Yeah, that's probably all they can do. They quickly reached the area. Let's go. Knut, hiding behind a tree, was extremely tense. Damn, they're faster than I thought. A notification popped up enemy within 200 meters. I'll join you. The distance between them was now closing rapidly. Lihan couldn't help but worry. Damn it, they're coming. Jose was panting heavily beside him. They aren't giving us any time to rest. These guys from Team 9. Good thing we're prepared, but I need time to recover. Lihan was still confident. Knut probably knows our situation. Instead of trying to push toward us, he'll... Just as he spoke, a bolt of electricity flashed. Over on the other side, Knut had been hit in the leg. He cried out in pain. A member of Team 9 spotted him immediately. Over there. Now Newt could only tremble from the agony. So painful, damn it. He glanced at the people rushing toward him, then fired off a blind volley, hoping to hit at least one of them. The members of Team 9 ducked behind trees, mocking him. Who do you think you're going to hit shooting like that? A moment later, Knut slumped to the ground, exhausted. Just then, he seemed to notice something, right as a spray of bullets flew toward him. He quickly dodged behind a tree trunk. The plan says I should regroup, but with this leg, I'll just slow them down. It's better to buy some more time. At this point, Team 9 was getting suspicious. Why is there only one guy? There are only 4 of them anyway. What's the point of a scout? This is just going to end in a brawl. I'm rushing in. Cover me. Back with Laihan's group, he saw the opportunity and began to act. We should get started too. Thanks to Newt, we've had enough time. I'm sure Newt is injured, but he must have decided to buy time instead of regrouping with us. Jose praised him. Thanks to him, we've recovered. I honestly had no strength to fight earlier. Kuro spoke up shyly next to Laihan. That's because we used our force fields and fire to cut down trees. Turns out, they hadn't been idle either. They were carrying out their own plan. Laihan led his teammates forward with confidence. Now it's time we use them. Outside, the crowd was in an uproar. Team 13 is moving. What the hell? What are they doing? Did they cut down that tree? Are they using it as a shield? Both Dichi and Simon had the exact same thought. This kind of strategy is only possible because of Kuro. The two of them glanced at each other without a word. Meanwhile, Newt was still fighting fiercely, but at the most critical moment, his gun ran out of ammo. That just made him panic even more. Damn it, reload. Just then, a member of Team 9 pointed his gun right at him. So you really are all alone, huh? It looked like a trap, but it was just a foolish strategy. Outside, Dichi watched with intense focus. Team 13 was down a member, but they were holding on surprisingly well. All that was left was their wooden shield. Could they possibly win with that? Simon didn't think so. The strategy had a weak point, one he was certain Laihan could see. In the middle of the fight, Team 9 was in total chaos, firing wildly. What was this thing? The shield kept getting closer, and they couldn't seem to stop it. They quickly realized their own fatal flaw. They had chosen 4 members based on shooting skill, so not a single one had the psychic power to just blow the thing up. And Laihan knew it. Team 13 now had them completely overwhelmed. Damn it, they had to hide behind the tree and stall for as much time as possible. He was sure their psychic member would eventually get tired, a fact Laihan had already anticipated. Oh yeah, he knew that weakness perfectly, but the shield was just a distraction to get close enough for Jose to use his combustion ability. In an instant, the entire area went up in flames. Team 9 saw the billowing smoke and panicked. A sudden fire? It was getting too thick. Outside, the crowd was buzzing. Was that a combustion ability? Team 9 was completely engulfed in smoke. Was a move like this even allowed? Just then, Rose reported in. That was enough smoke. Laihan, those bastards can't see a thing. Perfect. He told her he'd be waiting for any runners. The members of Team 9 were coughing uncontrollably when suddenly, Laihan launched his surprise attack. The remaining members were still confused. They took out 2 of us? Stay calm, they can't see us either. But the moment the words left his mouth, a bullet found its mark. To the very end, they were completely stunned. What? Both Laihan and Kuro spoke in unison. We have eyes that can see everything. Laihan didn't stop, continuing his assault without mercy. Soon, the announcement rang out. All members of Team 9 are no longer able to fight. Team 13 wins! The crowd erupted in cheers. How did they do it? Kuro was throwing stones to mark their positions. And that Laihan kid, his marksmanship was unbelievable. Even Dichi couldn't hide his excitement. They actually did it. Simon couldn't believe his eyes. Laihan, Kuro, those absolute madmen. Jose and Kuro shot a thumbs up toward Laihan. Laihan returned the gesture. In a far corner, Rosman had been watching the whole thing. A thoughtful, dangerous look crossed his face. Laihan. After their victory, the entire team celebrated together. This food was a special reward reserved only for the winning team, a prize well worth the effort they put in. One of them even took a bullet for the team. Anyone who didn't get shot wasn't allowed to join the feast, they joked. And now, the man who led them to victory. Jose cheerfully made the introduction. Captain Laihan, please tell us how you're feeling right now. Laihan was caught off guard by the sudden attention. After taking a moment to compose himself, he spoke up. Thank you, everyone. It seems like the strategies during the match were a bit tense, he admitted. But I think we won thanks to everyone's hard work. The whole team listened intently. Kuro's face was filled with pure anticipation, and he wasn't the only one. Kuro cheered him on, saying it wasn't tense at all. Those strategies were awesome. Lai-Han just gave a quick overview of the fight. We got lucky. Our opponents were strong, but they were also predictable. That's because most of Team 9's members were specialists in marksmanship. Canute gave a thumbs up. Amazing. The ability to predict the enemy's composition. Just as I expected. My ability to judge people wasn't wrong. But then a sudden jolt of pain made him flinch. Jose asked with concern, "Canute, do you need to rest?" Sweat was pouring down his forehead, but Canute insisted he was fine, saying it was nothing. Even if I were dying, he declared, I wouldn't miss a party like this. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit room somewhere else, Rossman was deep in thought, completely bewildered. He had specifically paired them with Team 9, never expecting them to actually win. He had wanted them to lose at all costs. He needed to put pressure on them before they started thinking they were special. What team would be right for the job? Team 7. If it was Team 7, they would use all their power to completely crush Team 13. But what if Team 7 lost too? Then he'd just have to find a way to make sure they couldn't. Back in his room, Lai-Han couldn't fall asleep. His mind was racing. It reminded him of the old days, when the day's events would keep him up all night. He had an incredible team now. He told himself to worry less. No matter who the opponent was, he would just take them down, one by one. And just like that, another match began. Team 1 versus Team 13. An epic battle. A member of Team 1 reviewed the plan. Everyone remembers our strategy, right? We need to be careful with Kuro and Jose. In terms of psychic power, they're top class for second years. The two of us have to hold them down. Their psychic abilities are strong, but you just need to rattle them. Make them lose their cool so they can't focus. Alright, I don't know about the others' combat skills, but they shouldn't be a problem. Because we have the strongest, our captain, Ace. Dichi couldn't help but comment on the situation. Just how much does the coach hate these guys? He wondered. I don't believe they can beat Team 1 right after a firefight with Team 9. To win, their only hope is to take down that captain, the guy with the headband. But he's a monster, almost impossible to suppress. Even with 2 or 3 strong opponents rushing him, with him leading the charge, they'll easily take out the support from a distance and sweep up everyone else. It was Team 1's specialty, the tank charge. Dichi was on the edge of his seat, wondering what kind of strategy Lai-Han could possibly use to face this insane challenge. Simon, standing beside him, was getting annoyed. Can you just shut up and watch? And why are you standing so far away from me? At that moment, a member of Team 1 froze. Why? Is that Kuro? Their captain, Ace, demanded to know what they should do now. We can't see Lai-Han either. Lai-Han, sensing the pressure, tried to calm his teammate. Don't be so tense, Kuro. But Kuro was frozen solid, only able to mutter mechanically. Canute spoke up with confidence. Don't worry, we'll protect you no matter what. Jose backed him up immediately. Both of us will. The members of Team 1's faces darkened. Just keep this up, their captain ordered. No matter where that other guy is hiding, he won't be able to find a hole in our formation. From high above, Lai-Han watches the battle unfold from the branch of a tree. Victory, after all, doesn't always mean wiping out the entire enemy team. They just need to take down the designated captain. Down below, Team 1 charges with fiery determination, but Team 13 is matching them blow for blow. A member from Team 1 freezes, stunned by an attack from Jose. With his eyes glowing, Jose moves like lightning, easily dodging the enemy's counter. Meanwhile, Newt is locked in a head-to-head confrontation with his own opponent. And all the while, Lai-Han watches silently from his perch, analyzing the flow of the fight. He gives a subtle wink. All right, it's almost time. Are you ready? Kuro nods back, full of confidence. No need to worry, they've practiced this more than enough. After getting the signal, Lai-Han leaps from the tree. At that exact moment, the enemy captain appears, his aura completely overwhelming. Both Newt and Jose flinch in the face of his power. The enemy captain effortlessly lifts both of them with one hand each. The members of Team 1 love what they're seeing. Perfect, we have this completely under control. But just as they start to gloat, Lai-Han plummets from the sky at incredible speed. He's coming for Kuro. He's closing the distance fast. 2 members from Team 1 seize the opportunity and attack Kuro together. This is our victory. But Kuro's eyes remain fixed on the sky. One of the attackers starts to get a bad feeling. This guy. Where is he looking? But before he can process it, a massive surge of energy erupts from behind them. They both spin around to check the situation. The entire area is shrouded in a thick cloud of white dust, leaving the Team 1 members completely stunned. What the hell was that? When the dust clears, the enemy captain is already on the ground, defeated. Canute finally breathes a sigh of relief as Jose wipes the sweat from his brow. It was Lai-Han. He stands there and announces with pure confidence, "I think we've won." The spectators watching from outside are left completely speechless. The battle is over. Team 13 is victorious. What? Did he just jump from that tree? That thing is as high as 5 buildings stacked together. I don't care if he's reckless or just plain crazy, that was absolutely nuts. The guy's lost his mind, but damn, that was cool. The entire crowd roars with excitement. Someone in the crowd scoffs at the cheering fans, the very same people who had been cursing Lai Han just a short while ago. I get it now. It's because he always pulls off these insane, unexpected moves for them. The praise pours in. That captain was amazing. Who is he? That's Lai Han from Team 7. Why isn't he competing in matches like this more often? What is Team 7's captain even doing? How could they not keep a guy like that on the main roster? Hearing these comments, Kato's anger only intensifies. It's clear none of that praise is coming his way. The story flashes back to one day before the tournament with Team 1 began. Lai Han was relentlessly practicing his aerial dive. Kuro, meanwhile, was focused on his own skills. Lai Han noticed his teammates' dedication and praised him. At this rate, the real battle will be easy. You're amazing, Kuro, just as I expected. I think you're even better than me. Are you scared of Lai Han? Yeah. If we lose, you better watch your nose. Tomorrow decides our team's survival. Controlling people through psychic abilities is an incredibly difficult skill to master. But if it were easy, every psychic with control-type abilities would be able to fly. Kuro nods as Lai Han finally outlines their crazy plan. Tomorrow, I'm going to dive from a high place to ambush them. When I do, you control my falling speed so that neither I nor they end up dead. Inside, he thinks, I believe in you, Kuro. However, things didn't go quite that smoothly. Kuro bows his head in guilt. I'm sorry. Your arm broke because of my mistake. Lai Han quickly comforts his teammate. It's okay, Kuro. No one died, right? It was a difficult feat. You did great. No need for such a big apology. Knut, eating a piece of chicken, chimes in. Don't blame yourself so much, Kuro. Could we have even taken down that monster without doing that? Jose adds cheerfully. Besides, there are no matches on the schedule until Lai Han's arm recovers, right? But suddenly, their watches all begin to glow. The atmosphere in the room instantly turns to ice. What? What is this? It's a notification. An aerial combat match is scheduled in 2 days. Team 7 versus Team 13. At that moment, hurried footsteps echo in the hallway. Someone seems to be in a desperate rush, heading for a specific room. Rossman seems to sense the disturbance. When his door bursts open, he doesn't show the slightest bit of surprise. Well, I didn't think you would come. Kotoski Kato is panting, having rushed over. The next morning, the field echoes with the sounds of Team 13 arguing. You don't think there's something wrong with this? Our team has an injured member, and they schedule a match immediately? It's like they're telling us to lose. On top of that, our opponent is Team 7. They're on a hot streak. They're going to destroy us. Jose fumes with anger. This is completely unfair. We should protest this. What the hell is all this noise? Rossman's voice cuts in. It's obvious that you will all defeat Team 7. Or do you lack the confidence to win? Kato lowers his head and replies, even if no one on Team 13 was injured, we would still beat them anytime. Rossman stares directly into his eyes and asks, so you will win then, Captain Kato? After leaving the room, Kato seethes, thinking, damn it, he didn't listen to me at all. He lets out a heavy sigh as he silently walks back. Out on the field, Lai Han speaks his mind. It's no use. Complaining about this won't change a thing. The only thing we can do now is win. Honestly, I haven't figured out a way to win yet, but I'm sure I'll find one before the match begins. At that moment, Kato approaches. Interesting. I hope you're not all talk. Lai Han, are you really okay with that arm? Lai Han states with unshakable confidence. It's a disadvantage for me, but against Team 7, my right arm is all I'll need. Provoked, Kato walks up and delivers a warning. Aerial combat isn't some simple battle you can win with a hasty plan. If you're too soft, you'll never win. You know that, right? Lai Han fearlessly retorts, I'm preparing a different kind of strategy just for you. If you don't come at us seriously, we will crush you. Snapping, Kato points directly at his face and screams, I will kill you, Lai Han. You and Kuro both. Lai Han's voice was a low growl, a warning. Across from him, Kato's face twisted in pure rage. Lai Han told him coldly, if you've never killed someone, don't you dare threaten us. And with that, Kato stormed off, seething. Fine, he spat. Just you wait. Jose just yelled after his retreating back. What a complete scumbag. Lai Han, however, was on guard. That guy was no pushover. It was time to hit the training room. The team made their way to the gym, where Lai Han tried to deploy his powers, but nothing happened. Wiping the sweat from his brow, He couldn't hide his growing concern. This was bad. Even at his best, he could only control 2 of the flying platforms. But now, he could barely manage one? Suddenly, he turned his head, noticing something. Jose was struggling too, finding it difficult to control his own 2 platforms with his firepower. It looked like they would have to rely on Kuro, a burden he didn't want to place on his friend. Squad 7 was a perfectly balanced team, even without a strong support player. Their mental fortitude was incredible, and their tactics were solid. Led by a guy named Cat, Squad 7 was a powerhouse with no obvious weaknesses. Jose walked over to Lai Han, his skills already activated. He had a serious concern. In an aerial battle, there's nothing for me to burn. I don't think my firepower will be strong enough, he continued. Plus, with everyone flying around, I don't think I can even hit my targets. Lai Han just listened in silence. Meanwhile, in another corner, Squad 7 was watching them, completely confident. Are they really having trouble with their skills? They had nothing to worry about. Kato nodded in satisfaction. Of course, he sneered. Our strategy guarantees victory. There's no reason for us to lose. Our win is 100% certain. The crowd watching the monitors buzzed with surprise. Why was Squad 13 competing again? Wasn't Lai Han supposed to be injured? And besides, they had no aerial combat experience. Dichi stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was like they were being set up to fail. That teacher is just plain evil. Instructor Rossman Simon stood silently, lost in his own thoughts. He and Dichi were standing close again, and Simon turned, clearly annoyed. What are you doing? Dichi avoided his gaze. You told me to stand next to you, he mumbled. The man was losing his patience. Rossman was busy trying to balance every team's win rate at 50%. The entire competition, every single team conflict, was decided based on his meticulous and complex analysis. But this time, even for them, winning seemed impossible. Both teams assembled on the field. Kato was practically buzzing with energy. Let's destroy them, he growled, and show them our power. Lai Han turned to his teammate. How are you feeling, Jose? His friend grinned back, full of confidence. Feeling great. I'm going to burn everything in sight, so don't you worry. Lai Han nodded, trusting him completely. I'm looking forward to it. You're the core of our strategy this time. Just then, the announcement echoed through the arena. Battle start. Each team, launch your flying platforms. Instantly, a fleet of discs appeared, and the crowd absolutely lost their minds. The number of platforms for Squad 13 was insane. Kato stared, his body trembling. 16. He couldn't believe his own eyes. It was impossible. Usually, a second year could control 4 platforms if they were support, and 2 for anyone else. Just 2 days ago, some of them couldn't even manage 2 discs. And now they suddenly had 16? Even if each of them controlled 2 platforms, that still left 10 extra platforms unaccounted for. There was no way Kuro could control 10 discs by himself. A teammate snapped at him. Kato, give us our orders. Lai Han saw their panic and just smirked. Looks like you're a little confused, Kato, he called out. I'll show you what's happening soon enough. The sheer number of discs had thrown everyone into chaos. 16? Squad 7 was starting to fall apart. Wait, is that even possible? Kato snapped at his team, telling them to calm down. Just stick to the plan, he ordered. We'll take them down slowly, one by one. Over on Squad 13's side, Nu and Jose calmly stepped onto their platforms. Lai Han activated his skill. They hadn't stopped to rest while training their psychic abilities. Even though his raw power was average, he'd mastered focusing it where he wanted. If he used it correctly, he could not only control objects, but he could also make them fly much faster. Lai Han focused all his strength, and one platform shot forward towards Squad 7. Kato watched it cautiously. Crazy, he thought. Are you really going to use all your platforms like this? It was fast, sure, but unless it was a direct hit, he was confident he could dodge. However, this triggered a memory from their training, an idea from Jose. Because there were no explosive materials in an air battle, he didn't think his combustion ability would be useful at all. And now, this was the moment he would prove himself wrong. When we fight in the air, Jose had realized, I finally thought of something I can burn. Suddenly, a massive fire erupted right in Squad 7's position, followed by a deafening explosion. Dichi and Simon stared in total shock as the entire crowd erupted. What the hell was that? Did they just blow up one of the flying platforms? Do you know how much one of those costs? But the team screamed back in unison. Who cares? Blow them all up. Lai Han was already repeating the same move. Jose stood ready, skill prepared. With all his might, Lai Han launched another platform forward. Jose's powers ignited it in perfect sync. Another explosion rocked the arena, sending members of Squad 7 flying. Kato roared in fury. Damn it! Stop them before they blow up all our platforms, but his teammate hesitated, wary. If they got any closer, they could get caught in the next blast. At that very moment, a figure ran into the control room. It was Rossman, his face pale as he ordered frantically, "Stop the match now." Kato's screams were lost in the endless explosions. The air in the office was cold. Rossman stared daggers at Lai Han, who was starting to get nervous. Had the instructor really called him up here just to glare at him for 10 minutes? He thought dealing with Sergeant Red was much easier, because at least by now, he would have just cursed him out with a string of profanities. Rossman finally broke the silence, rubbing his forehead. He admitted this was awkward, but Lai Han didn't dare react, listening as the instructor asked, "Do you know how much one platform costs?" He wasn't afraid to admit it. "I know they're very expensive," Rossman elaborated, telling him he couldn't pay off that kind of debt in his entire lifetime. Lai Han was getting annoyed. "Didn't you call me here to talk about my strategy?" Rossman looked utterly defeated, putting his head in his hands. "Technically, it doesn't break any rules, but don't you see how controversial this is? Some coaches might praise you for finding a creative way around the rules, but not me. Next time you pull a stunt like this, you better let me know beforehand." Lai Han obediently agrees. "Understood. Can I ask you one more thing, sir?" Rossman quickly replies. "Go ahead." Lai Han speaks with pure determination. "If we were fighting dragons, would this strategy be controversial, or would you ask me the price of a hoverboard? We have to win at all costs. Isn't that the point of training?" Hearing this, Rossman wasn't angry at all. In fact, he burst out laughing. "Haha, you've got me figured out. You talk just like someone I used to know. That's a good attitude to have, Lai Han. I'm looking forward to your future matches. You can go now." The moment Captain Lai Han steps out the door, he runs right into an absolutely furious Kato. Flashing back to the match, a fired-up Kato charged straight for Lai Han. A hoverboard shot out from Lai Han's side, but Kato didn't hesitate for a second and kept rushing forward. And just like that, another explosion. Lai Han saw his opponent get close but showed zero fear as Kato was suddenly grabbed by the waist. "This bastard, he was planning to go down with him," Kato sneered. "Even if you win with that cheap strategy, nobody's going to praise you for it." But Lai Han's reaction was completely unfazed. "We'll see about that. Did you stand here waiting just to tell me that?" Caught off guard, Kato got a little embarrassed. "I was just passing by. Who would wait for a jerk like you?" Then he made a declaration. "I will crush you. Don't you dare lose to anyone else before then." Lai Han just calmly walks away. All right. Soon, he arrives back at his room, where the whole team is waiting. "Welcome back, Captain." Li Han gives them a wave. Kuro happily announces, "They ruled in our favor. We're the winners." Jose finally lets out a sigh of relief. "I was worried that was against the rules." Canute adds with a sigh, "If it wasn't against the rules, it was definitely close." Just then, Jose glances at his watch and Kuro asks, "What is it, Jose?" He voices his concern. "No, it's just. Doesn't this always happen when we're celebrating? This right here." And yeah, he was right on the money. But when the notification came through, everyone's face went completely pale. Match schedule, 7 days. Capture the flag, Squad 5 versus Squad 13. After a direct challenge, they put us against the strongest team in that event. Classic Grossman. It just never stops. Meanwhile, Dichi is still training hard down on the field. So refreshing. It's hot. Gotta go take a shower. But just then, someone approaches him. It's the former captain of Squad 5. Dichi suddenly calls out to him. "Huh? Wait. Captain, I mean, former captain. Since I'm the captain now, you just gonna ignore me now that you're a third year? Squad 5 is doing great, you know, because I'm the captain now." But right then, Dichi realizes his predecessor is looking absolutely furious. The former captain of Squad 5 radiates pure killing intent. "Get lost, before I kill you." Dichi is completely bewildered. "What's wrong with you? What happened?" "No, you can't. Tell me the details. After we fight." The scene cuts to Lai Han, now in a fierce battle, and this time he seems to be struggling. He's gasping for air, thinking to himself, "What's wrong with this guy? He's way too strong." That opponent was none other than Silence. One moment, she's standing right in front of Lai Han, the next, she vanishes with a zip. Before he knows it, Silence rushes in and lands a clean sword strike. He cries out in pain and collapses to the ground. Flashing back 6 days earlier, Lai Han stares at Grossman in disbelief. "What? For real?" The man nods hesitantly. "It's true. I can't go into detail right now." Turns out Dichi had been seriously injured by the former captain of Squad 5. Roseman had to announce that Dichi was suddenly injured and couldn't participate in the upcoming match. The match, however, would proceed as scheduled. Immediately, Lai Han's mind races without Dichi. Squad 5 is like a headless chicken. This is a free win. But then Grossman slides a stack of papers over. This is the real reason I called you in. Lai Han takes them, confused. What is this? The man finally explains. These are transfer requests to your squad. You're famous for being able to make use of any team member. Kato from Squad 7 apparently got chewed out. Lai Han wasn't too surprised by this. I knew this was going to happen. I bet most of the second years want to transfer. If they join my team, they get to fight right away. Rosman gives him some advice. Think it over carefully. You don't have to decide right now. Lai Han, however, doesn't even hesitate. No need. I'll take them all. We can't afford to be picky. And just like that, several new members joined the team. Welcome to Squad 13. Domingo, Kim, Andy, and Zhang Jijo. We'll start preparing for tomorrow's match. In the meantime, I'll be observing your special abilities and assigning roles. Any objections? Suddenly, someone calls out, Captain Lai Han. Lai Han recognizes the voice instantly. It's the Korean kid. He quickly asks, You want to say something? Dong Jijo speaks up hesitantly. No, I just wanted to ask you to look after me, your fellow Korean. Lai Han makes a formal announcement. In the Corps, there are no nationalities. If you want special treatment, prove you deserve it first. The boy says, embarrassed. All right, please treat me well. Lai Han coldly turns and leaves, dismissed for today. Inside, Jijo can't help but feel a little indignant. This bastard is such a stiff. C-ball. Andy asks curiously, What does C mean? Kim quickly explains, I know this one. It's a swear word in Korean. I heard it watching a K-drama. Time flies by. 1 hour before the match. Squad 5 versus Squad 13. Capture the flag. A buzz goes through the crowd. What's going on? Why are they closing the dome? Are they trying to create a nighttime environment? Jose looks at the situation and can't hide his anger. They're trying to make us lose at any cost. So cheap. Lai Han calmly advises him. Don't get so worked up. The enemy is in the same environment we are. Just let your eyes adjust to the dark. He immediately calms down. Okay. The small teams were now clearly divided. Lai Han assigned the roles again. Newt's team will take the lead, and Jose's team will provide support. Jiho, Kuro, and I will attack from the flank. Without Dichi, Squad 5 is the weakest opponent we've ever faced. But don't get cocky. Give it your all to win. 10 minutes before the match, Lai Han is still directing the team seamlessly. Lead team, move in. All right, support team, advance. We're going in too. As the match goes on, 5 minutes before, everything is still going smoothly. Good work. We're almost there. Lai Han asks for a status update. Has Squad 5 been completely eliminated? Newt scans the area. Not yet. Wait. Over by the flag. He points, and they see him. A lone figure. The one and only. Silence. Jijo is stunned. Is that the only one left? Did he just stand there while his own team got wiped out? But then, Silence calmly walks over and dismantles 4 members of Team 13. Lai Han can't believe his eyes. What the? Kuro shoves him, snapping him out of it before he gets sent flying too. Lai Han could only watch his teammates get taken apart. It's then he finally realized the opponent's terrifying skill teleportation. Damn, no time to be shocked, Lai Han thinks, raising his sword. Beside him, Jijo fumes. We can't even get close to the guy? He recklessly charges forward to fight. Jijo swings his blade with confidence, but Silence just effortlessly leaps high into the air to dodge. The miss only fuels Jijo's rage. But in his distraction, a single kick from Silence takes him down. And just like that, Jijo is out cold on the ground. The crowd outside erupts. Team 13 got completely wiped out? But who's the kid in the bone mask? That bastard. Isn't that the rumored Silence? Silence? The name echoes through the stands. Is it really him? Simon is just as shocked as everyone else. Silence. If that's the real Silence, his central nervous system was damaged in training. He completely lost his ability to speak. But after that accident, his fighting prowess grew at an unnatural rate, and he became a test subject. A level 3 that powerful? Isn't putting a level 3 in a level 2 match against the rules? Lai Han is trembling, but he forces himself to stand. The sound makes Silence turn to face him directly. Lai Han stares him down without fear. I don't know who you are, but I have no intention of losing to you, Bone Mask. Energy begins to radiate from his sword. His eyes shift to a piercing ocean blue as his power returns. But Silence doesn't seem worried in the slightest. She's ready for battle. The two warriors prepare to clash. Watching from the monitor, Simon can't contain his rage. So that was her secret. She's on a completely different level from the other rank 2s. Looking at the situation now, There's just no way to win this. So what's your move, Lai-Han? Inside, he knows if he can't block her next attack, it's over. But he refuses to go down that easily. He analyzes the facts. She can teleport about 15 meters in the blink of an eye. Considering the energy drain, she can probably do it twice in a row. The goal isn't to beat her, it's to capture the flag. If I can just stall her for a moment, I can win. And that's his only chance. Just then, silence begins her approach. Lai-Han's mind races, calculating the perfect strategy. He sees it, the space around her begins to blur as she activates her power. Suddenly, the space before him is empty. He counts in his head, 1, 2, and on the third beat, he drops, perfectly dodging the attack. Silence is caught off guard. Lai-Han seizes the opening and lands a clean counterpunch. She saw it coming, but too late. The blow connects. But Lai-Han is the one left stunned by her impossible recovery. He's floored. In a single instant, Silence has completely turned the tables on him. She pins Lai-Han to the ground, sword raised for the finishing blow. But Silence hesitates, confused. Lai-Han is clearly beaten. So why is he smiling like that? Turns out, a sword was hovering right above her head. The next second, it plunges straight down towards her. Silence freezes, the impact stunning her completely. Her head spins, but she recovers with terrifying speed. But it was too late. Lai-Han already has the flag, recovering in 3 seconds. Incredible. But it was all the time I needed. This is our victory, Skeleton Mask. While the crowd is still processing what happened, one person is furious. Unbelievable. Lai-Han actually beat a level 3. I should have joined Team 13. Simon's face darkens as he stares at the screen, grinding his teeth in rage. A while later, Kuro appears with a bowl of food. Here you go, little one. A small cat obediently trots over. Kuro gently strokes its head. Good kitty, you've got a great appetite. There was a cat just like you near my old orphanage. Back then, I didn't have any friends, wasn't good at anything, and always stood out. But now I have my own talent. And I have friends too. From a distance, Jijo scoffs. What a weirdo, talking to a cat. Such a pathetic loser. And his rank is even lower than mine. He then shouts, Hey Kuro, what are you doing over here? Kuro turns around, startled. Jiho? Jiho gets straight to the point. I think we have some things to discuss during our break. Kuro is confused. Discuss? That's right, Jijo says, his ambition clear. As you know, our team currently doesn't have a vice captain. I believe I should nominate myself for the position, and it would be very helpful if I had your support. Just then, he notices the cat approaching him. Get away from me, you filthy stray. You'll ruin my clothes. Without a second thought, he brutally kicks the cat away. I'm having an important conversation here. Scram. Kuro watches, completely stunned. Jiho just continues talking as if nothing happened. So anyway, but Kuro isn't listening anymore. Move. The atmosphere instantly becomes heavy. A terrifying aura explodes from Kuro, enveloping his entire body. Jijo is speechless, completely baffled. What? A nearby trash can begins to shake violently before being crushed into a tiny metal ball. Jijo stares at the spectacle in utter shock. Kuro roars, Don't you ever do something like that again. Terrified, Jijo can only nod. Okay, I get it. Just then, the little cat darts away, eventually passing by Dichi's hospital room. Inside, he's questioning Lai-Han directly. You didn't just come here for a social visit, did you? So, what really brings you here? Lai-Han just stares back, understanding the question. After a moment, he speaks. I could only speculate before, since it seems our enemy is still hiding something. But seeing you now, everything suddenly makes perfect sense. So the one who left him in this state was a Tier 3, wasn't he? Dichi let out a defeated sigh. Yes, his former squad leader. Tier 3 was a completely different league. No, it wasn't just a difference in rank, he couldn't even move an inch before he was taken down. Damn it all. Lai-Han watched Dichi tremble, a flicker of worry in his eyes. He'd never seen him this broken before. Then, something clicked in his memory. That's right, that bastard wasn't himself. He was like a man possessed. Lai-Han's mind raced, connecting the dots. If he wasn't like that from the start, then something was seriously wrong with the Tier 3 operatives. He thought about it, the gear for Tier 3 users at ARC was scarce, and actually meeting one was incredibly rare. They still had a long way to go before even completing their Tier 2 training. This meant they'd be thrown into real combat long before ever reaching Tier 3. Lai-Han was floored. What? Was something like that even possible? Meanwhile, in a dark corner, a figure in heavy iron armor took booming steps forward. A massive door groaned open, revealing the path ahead. Just then, Kuro's cat decided to wander by. Oblivious to everything, he immediately gave chase, completely distracted. Found you, Kuro cooed. Are you hurt, little guy? Let's go back. I'll give you plenty of good food. But as he scooped up the cat, he froze, sensing another presence. The armored figure slowly approached him, his voice a low rumble. Who are you? Hearing him speak, Kuro felt a strange sense of suspicion. That voice. As the helmet's faceplate retracted, Kuro's eyes widened in shock. Sergeant Red? He stammered. The man grinned, happy to see him. Oh, it's you, Kuro. You look different. I almost didn't recognize you. They were at the Arc Development Center, and Red's tone was surprisingly gentle. Are you lost? You've wandered pretty far. 2 cans of soda dropped from a machine nearby. Red tossed one to Kuro. A transport's coming to take you back to the dorms. Drink this while you wait. Kuro politely took it. Ah, thank you, sir, Kuro said, frowning in confusion. Aren't you angry about me being here? Red just shrugged. Nah, this second-generation psychic armor is getting announced soon anyway. So, he explained. It wasn't a big deal for Kuro to see it a little early, since Tier 2s like him couldn't leave Arc on their own. Kuro sighed and nodded. Right. Our reinforced bodies can't leave this place until we can't fight anymore. We're property of Arc. Red's face grew serious. That's right. And the ones who suddenly snap, Red continued, are always the ones with twisted personalities. They're psychopaths. Don't you agree? Kuro panicked internally, realizing Sergeant Red had no idea he was talking about himself. Just then, another voice cut in, making Kuro turn. How'd the test go? Red Joe immediately replied, Exactly what I expected from you, old man, he said. The psychic response rate is incredibly high, but I think you should reduce the dragon material in the system. More power is important, but if it's this sensitive, it's impossible to control. Unlike us first-gens, these kids can summon their powers as easy as breathing. The old man then introduced himself. A pleasure to meet you. I'm the leader of Squad 1, Charles Smith. Kuro quickly replied, Hello, my name is Kuro. Red chimed in from the side. This old man is a living legend in psychic armor design, but Charles was incredibly humble. The first generation was rushed, so it's still pretty crude. But the second generation is a vast improvement. It will become the greatest gear there is. Red added another reveal. It's designed for you kids. I can barely control it myself. Hearing this, Kuro was filled with a new determination. He would wear that armor and fight in real battles. As time passed, they prepared to part ways. See you around, Kuro. But just as they were leaving, Kuro's curiosity got the better of him. What will happen to the armor I saw tested today? He asked. Charles answered honestly that it would be disassembled and recycled, part by part. They were always short on dragon materials due to their rarity. Kuro couldn't help but wonder. Why not just leave it intact? You never know. Maybe someone could actually pilot it. The scene shifts to Lai Han, already awake and deep in his training. Arc's official schedule starts at 5 in the morning, but Lai Han is always up at 4, sketching out battle strategies and logging his team's special abilities. Naturally, he also records his own skills, grading them with cold, hard objectivity. His psychic power is still below average. In other words, its output is pathetic. He can't even use the basic telekinesis skills their instructor, W, had taught them. But he had discovered one ability that was unique to him among all the kids there: absolute, pinpoint precision when using his psychic energy. Kuro and Simon could use their power to turn a pencil into dust, but they couldn't write a single word with it. In terms of sheer control, Lai Han was in a league of his own, and he knew he had to train harder to perfect that precision. Lai Han glanced at the clock and confirmed it was time to head out. Outside, the sound of jogging filled the courtyard as the daily count began. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Even Dichi was taking part in the run today. 1, 2, 1, 2, he chanted, running up to his friend. Lai Han, he called. Lai Han immediately shot back a question. Dichi, that spatial rift you saw yesterday, what was it like? Dichi just grinned. Not much to see. It's super sparkly though. Would be a great spot for a date. These spatial rifts are the scars left behind from when the Dragon Legions attacked and the gates closed. Under Grossman's command, the Tier 2s were split into 2 groups to go observe the fissures. Roseman had explained to them that the rifts are a direct connection between Earth and other worlds. There's even a theory that they influence the emergence of psychics. He assured them it would be a good experience, and that there was absolutely no danger. This specific rift had formed over 10 years ago but had shown zero activity since then. Li Han pressed for more info. I heard that psychics get a weird feeling when they're near it. Is that true? Dichi didn't give much away. Maybe a little dizzy, but it's hard to explain. You're going to see it today, so you can feel it for yourself. Now let's give it our all. After a long and exhausting training session, Lai Han announced the itinerary. We assemble at the helipad at 1000 hours. After you eat and shower, you can enjoy some free time. Rose, though tired, couldn't hide his excitement. It felt like they were going on a field trip. A moment later, the squad was dismissed. Just then, Joe approached Lai Han. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Lai Han. If you don't mind, I'd like to invite you to breakfast." Lai Han recognized him immediately. "You're Joe, the captain of Squad 10. Joe smiled, clearly pleased. "I'm honored you remember me." After their squad was quietly beaten, Rossman had stopped openly trying to make them lose. But they had still lost a few times, and Squad 10 was one of the few teams that had defeated them. Lai Han's face lit up. "I've always wanted to learn more about your strategies, so I'd be happy to talk." John looked completely flustered. "I'm nothing compared to you." On the airfield, countless helicopters were already lined up and waiting. Moments later, their chopper was airborne. "All right, let's set the scene." Their guide gets dead serious. "Shinuiju, our destination," he says, "was one of 6 gate locations during the first invasion. From there, a summoned dragon legion split into 2 forces, one heading for Korea, the other for China. North Korea's response was nuclear weapons, but it was useless. The blasts only turned their own land into a dead zone, wiping out their government and forcing survivors to flee south. South Korea took in the refugees, all while fighting off the invaders themselves. They still haven't fully recovered from the social and economic chaos of that dark time. It then dawned on Kim that this was Lee Hana's homeland. She confirmed it without hesitation. "That's right," she said. "Go Yoon and I were born there." Finally, they arrived. "We've reached Shinuiju." A system alert announced their approach to the rift. Suddenly, a wave of immense power slammed into them, leaving everyone stunned. Even Lee Han struggled, gritting his teeth against the force. What was this pressure? A monster was waiting below, its maw wide open, ready to swallow them whole. The entire team was completely bewildered. A moment later, the plane landed safely, but Kasim couldn't shake a bad feeling. A wave of exhaustion washed over them. "I'm so tired for no reason," Kuro muttered, feeling the same way. Jose just groaned. "I want to go home, shower, and sleep." Lee Han silently watched the sky outside when he spotted something. Another plane. He realized it was Team 10, flying in formation right beside them. Z spotted it too and shot Lee Han a quick thumbs up. Lee Han smiled back. But a second later, an unseen force slammed into the other aircraft. Lee Han could only watch, his jaw hanging open, as it erupted into a massive fireball. Just like that. He was completely stunned, unable to process what just happened. Team 10 was gone. He'd just met that pilot this morning. Suddenly, a sharp voice shattered his daze, snapping him back to reality. "Lee Han!" the guide yelled, his voice urgent. "This is an emergency. Your team is jumping now. This bird is gonna blow. I'm sending intel to headquarters. Now move." Lee Han snapped into action, guiding everyone to the exit. One by one, they leaped from the chopper, parachutes deploying to safety. The guide did one last check. "Everyone ready? Let's go." Lee Han's confirmation was immediate and clear. "Yes, sir." The guide shouted a final order over the chaos. "Once you land, regroup your team and wait for rescue. If the primary guide doesn't make it, you're in charge." Lee Han nodded. "Understood." Just then, another wave of raw energy surged through the helicopter. Lee Han felt the blast hit him. He jumped. In that same instant, the helicopter exploded behind him. He landed hard, still gasping for air from the shock. He grieved for the guide who had just sacrificed himself. As for Lee Han, his landing was rough. His parachute snagged, leaving him dangling helplessly from a tree branch. He took a deep, shaky breath, trying to slow his heart. He had to stay calm. He had to focus. "We trained for this," he thought. Some teammates were probably hurt, maybe panicking. I have to find them. First, head for the smoke. Is that the chopper crash? He wondered. No, it could be Jose's signal. Without hesitating, he pulled out his combat knife. In a few quick motions, he sliced through the parachute cords and dropped to the ground. He moved cautiously, scanning the area. Suddenly, a sound from behind. A figure was approaching. Lee Han instantly drew his knife, ready for a fight. But then he saw who it was and sighed in relief. "Dong Jiho, what are you doing here?" Jiho quickly explained himself. "I was watching the chopper as I fell. I saw you were the last one to jump. In a situation like this, the priority is finding the captain." Lee Han looked at him with new respect. To make such a clear-headed call right now was impressive. "He's better than I thought," Lee Han mused. "Come on," he said aloud. "We need to regroup with the others." Now. Jiho nodded in agreement. Li Han took the lead. Break some branches as we go. Use your dagger to mark the trees. A short while later, they found it. The burning wreck of a helicopter. After a quick look, Li Han confirmed it was Squad 2's wreckage. That meant Squad 8 had to be on their way. They crept closer to inspect the inside. Jiho's face went pale. He couldn't hold it in, doubling over and vomiting. If we hadn't escaped, this would have been us. But Li Han remained silent, observing the scene with a chilling calm. Jiho stared at him. Is he emotionless? He wondered. Aren't you affected by this? Li Han finally spoke. This isn't the first time seeing a corpse. Back in Ark, people died all the time, but there was no time to dwell on it. Hurry up, Li Han pushed, before anyone else dies. But then, Li Han froze. And you can see why. A massive monster stood right in front of them. He recognized it instantly. A dire wolf. He raised his knife, his calm returning. Jiho, search the chopper for anything useful. I'll draw its attention. But Jiho was already frozen, shaking too hard to even speak. Can't we just run away? He stammered. But Li Han stood his ground. If we turn our backs on this thing, we're dead. This thing's reach is longer than it looks. We have to kill it. Here and now. But the wolf's tentacles shot out, wrapping tightly around Li Han's arm. Seeing how bad this was, he yelled again. Go, Jiho, go. This time, Jiho ran. Li Han was left to fight, his body trembling from the strain. Jiho glanced back, his mind racing. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I should just keep running. But Li Han wasn't done yet. With a flash of his dagger, he severed the creature's tentacle, finally freeing himself from its grip. Li Han yelled, Good, now get inside. But the wolf went berserk, lunging straight for him and pinning him against a massive tree. It roared, swiping its massive claws right at him. But Li Han was faster, dodging just in time. Jiho watched from outside the wreck, trembling. Damn it. I can't go in there, he thought. We'll die if we fight. But what if I use Li Han as bait and run? The thought made him slap himself hard across the face. Jij kept running forward, refusing to be the coward who abandoned his comrades. All the while, the direwolf's assault on Li Han was absolutely relentless. Jij searched frantically for anything he could use. Damn it, not a single bullet left for the R2. He decided to keep it anyway. At the same time, Li Han noticed something was off. A massive plank was suddenly flying right at him. He reacted in a split second. Jij was using his powers, officially joining the fight. Sorry I'm late, he called out, and immediately, the direwolf shifted its attention to him. Even under Jij's psychic assault, the beast didn't back down. Jij knew what he had to do, he just had to trust Li Han to read his moves and react. After all, he knew Li Han was brilliant. A spear flew from his hand, but it deliberately missed the direwolf. Now, Jero was facing the beast alone. Li Han quickly noticed the spear's position, but the direwolf had already slammed Jero to the ground, pinning him down. Its massive jaws were inches away from Jiho's face. But then, something impossible happened. A dagger blade burst out from inside the direwolf's mouth. Jij was completely frozen, still processing the near-death experience he'd just survived. In the final, critical moment, Li Han had dealt the killing blow. It took him a long moment to get his bearings. At the brink of death, Li Han had somehow managed to finish off the direwolf. Jij shoved the massive beast's body off of him. Damn it. Is it dead? Li Han was already there, helping his teammate up. Yeah. You did good, Jij. He groaned, feeling like his entire body was completely shattered. Li Han helped Jero to a safer place. The rescue team will be here soon. Just hang on. Meanwhile, over on the other side, the remaining team members lit a signal fire, confident that Li Han would spot the smoke and come find them. Kuro had complete faith. If Li Han were here, he'd handle it, no matter what. Jose agreed. Yeah, he always makes the most brilliant decisions. A member from another team couldn't help but comment on it. I see Team 13 really trusts their captain, huh? But after seeing Li Han's combat abilities, they understood why. Kuro heard a sound and turned around instantly. Li Han? But he was mistaken. Wait, aren't you guys from Team 9? Newt asked, seeing the 6 of them. Did your helicopter crash too? One of the members just shook his head. No, we were assassinated, he said. Our guide and our captain are both dead. Hearing this, CL couldn't hide her fear, and Rose didn't look so good either. Kuro's face went pale. Are we the only ones who survived? Just then, 2 figures appeared. Did you guys run into a direwolf? They turned around, overjoyed to see who it was. Li Han explained the situation. There are 3 types of monster tribes, and they use direwolves as their hunting dogs. The other team members began to panic. What do we do? We don't have any weapons or gear. Are we just going to die? Li Han's voice cut through the noise. Focus. I have a plan, so I'm going to need everyone's help. Even if the rescue team is on its way, it'll take them at least 5 hours. We have to build a fortress to hold out until then. 2 hours later, all the preparations were finished. For normal people, it would be impossible without weapons. But because they were Psykers, anything was possible. Arguments quickly broke out. Is it really okay to make the fire this bright? After all, direwolves have a keen sense of smell and incredible night vision. For now, all they could do was wait. Newt hesitated before asking Li Han, "It's just us two, so I'll ask. Even if the rescue team comes, what if the signal gets lost again? Will they know what's happening here?" Li Han was perfectly calm in his reply. "Right now, we need to survive. Let's focus on executing the strategy." Canute watched him from the side. As expected, he realized Li Han knew everything. This battle was no joke. Now, all their ambitions and competition seemed like a complete waste of time. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed through the area. Glue and Li Han were instantly on alert. Kuro and the others were no exception, raising their weapons. As soon as Li Han gave the order, Kuro activated his psychic powers. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped by a powerful energy shield. The others were shocked. "Kuro, is that strong? Since when?" Li Han quickly relayed the new information. "A monster is approaching from 6 o'clock. Spear team, focus your attack on the target, charging in." Everyone got into position. Launch them with as much intense energy as you can. Don't think of this as a defensive move, because that will just slow the spear's flight. Then, Li Han yelled out, "Launch!" Gut focused all his strength. The direwolf was quickly impaled by their attack, but its violent struggling sent Canute flying. "Canute!" Li Han yelled worriedly. He trembled in pain but reassured them, "Don't worry." The direwolf went completely insane, lashing out with its claws. But in the next second, it fell into the trap they had set up beforehand. Li Han shouted for Kuro. The next position. Kuro immediately used his powers to sense it. 12 o'clock, there are 2 monsters. Li Han immediately deployed his plan. Jose launched a wall of fire, and the direwolves stopped in fear. Li Han noticed the change. They've stopped. Let's start with the trapped monsters first, but the direwolves suddenly charged toward them. Forward. In an instant, the spears flew, piercing straight through the monsters' bodies. The direwolf's howls echoed through the area. At this point, only the last one remained. Li Han quickly gave the order. "Spear team," but this direwolf was smarter, and their plan didn't go as expected. "Damn it, it's using its back to block the attack. It's trying to hold out until we run out of spears. Yeah, it seems like this one has some intelligence. Follow me, Gij." Li Han leaped up to stab the direwolf. "I'll tear your mouth apart." He quickly found a spot to attack its claws. Li Han didn't hesitate, stabbing with all his might. The direwolf immediately let out a ferocious roar. At that moment, a spear shot straight through its throat. It was Gij who had landed the finishing blow. "Shut up and die, you bastard." Kuro's voice suddenly cut in, shouting a warning. "Gij!" Li Han quickly ran over and pulled him away. "That was dangerous." Gij looked at the direwolf on the ground, completely bewildered. "Damn it, it's dead." But just then, a wave of energy washed over them. Luckily, only my clothes got torn. In the next second, Jijo collapsed, shocking Li Han. "Gij!" Kuro couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt. He apologizes, unable to control everything, saying getting shot is still better than being mauled by these wolves. Li Han immediately gives out orders. If there are archers, Kuro's job is to pinpoint their location for a surprise attack. This was his ace in the hole, a 3-man strike team. Everyone readies their weapons. Just when they think the fight's over, the hunters use their psychic powers to ride planks through the air as if they're flying. Once Kuro locks onto the hunters' positions, he's tasked with escorting the team right to them. The command is given: take them all out before they establish a defensive line. One team member takes down his target, but the effort completely drains Kuro. His entire body trembles uncontrollably. He can't use his powers anymore. Clue is wounded and needs support, with only 2 spears left. Jay is still unconscious on the ground. Li Han can't hide his anxiety. They've truly used up all their strength. If more enemies show up, they have to run, but the sounds around them don't stop. Of course not. Another pack of dire wolves appears right next to them. The new pack charges in like starving tigers. Squad 13 groups up, ready for another desperate fight. Li Han quickly realizes their plan. They're being surrounded. Their leader has to be somewhere nearby. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto something terrifying. White Fang, a much more intelligent type of werewolf. The beast snarls, its teeth bared in fury. At the same time, black energy begins to swirl around Lai Han's feet. He can't help but shudder. The killing intent is freezing him solid. More and more dire wolves keep appearing until they are completely encircled. Lai Han finds himself almost totally paralyzed. What is he supposed to do now? In this moment of crisis, he sees a flicker of hope. Turns out, rescue has arrived just in the nick of time. Lai Han immediately forces himself to focus. He uses every last ounce of strength to break free from the paralysis. "We're saved," he yells, turning to his team. "Grab your spears. We just need to hold on a little longer." Kuro, despite his body screaming in protest, pushes his psychic abilities one more time. Just a little more. He trembles violently as the dire wolves and White Fang charge. Lai Han and Jose fight back to back, a perfect combat duo. The roars of their saviors get closer, and Lai Han knows this is it. "They're here," he shouts. But right at that moment, a massive energy blast shoots down from the sky, creating a heaven-shaking explosion upon impact. Lai Han's group is caught in the shockwave. He squints, trying desperately to see what just happened. A figure slowly descends from above. Clad in iron armor, looking like a giant, he sees the survivors and remarks, "It's a miracle you all managed to last this long." Sometime later, they finally make it back to base. Jose stares in disbelief at their surroundings. "It really was a miracle," he says. Newt, his hand bandaged, is less impressed. "Yeah, a miracle. Half the Corps was wiped out that day, but we're still alive." Rose, however, is still in awe of their savior. "That was so cool, right? That spirit armor?" Newt, having witnessed it firsthand, has to agree. "Yeah, the werewolves we struggled to kill, it cut through them like butter. But you know what? Even though it was terrifying, everyone was just so happy to be alive." But Newt had noticed something off about Lai Han. He was suspicious. Lai Han seemed to be lost deep in thought about something. Since their return from the spatial rift, all the petty rivalries and competitions between the squads suddenly felt meaningless. Over at the infirmary, a somber Kuro speaks up. "Lai Han, I used to hate you, but I'm glad you're alive. Like you said, I wasn't ready to kill anyone, or watch anyone die. I finally realize who our true enemy is." As he speaks, Lai Han's own hand begins to shake uncontrollably. "The enemy's forces are on a different level. We have to get stronger." But at that exact moment, the wall is shattered inward by a powerful punch, shocking Lai Han. The intruder gets straight to the point. "Li Han, you've been summoned. Get moving now. It's an emergency meeting." Just like that, Lai Han follows the stranger, patching the hole in the wall with a piece of paper. "That should hold for now," he mutters. But who punches through a wall? It turns out, the person leading him is none other than Silence. This girl is insane. After a while, he hesitantly asks, can I ask who called this meeting?" She remains completely silent, true to her name, just tapping away at her watch. "Sergeant Red, stop bothering me," she mutters, before flipping Lai Han the middle finger. He is completely taken aback by the gesture. "Okay," he thinks, "so she still dislikes me because of our last match, huh?" Soon, they arrive at their destination. The room is enormous. A voice calls out to Zoe, who quickly responds, "You called for me, sir?" Sergeant Red is sitting there, along with one other person. Lai Han is stunned to see who it is. Simon Joe impatiently barks, "Stop wandering around like a lost puppy and sit down. This is going to take a while." In the meeting room, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. A quarter of the sophomores died in the incident, and it wasn't even in a real battle, it was during training. Alexander Reck, the chief of staff, proposes they interrogate the commander-in-chief and reveal the truth about this massive loss. But that's the High Committee's final decision. Head coach Rosman will take full responsibility for everything. Now, let's talk about the incident itself, using the plane's dashcam footage. The attack is suspected to be the work of elf mages, but feel free to share your thoughts. They've always eliminated werewolves and low-level warriors like elf hunters. But this time, they attacked first, and the elf mages even revealed themselves. This is the first time that's happened since the war began. It also means the elf mages have the ability to open gates. The war might be starting far sooner than prophesied. Should we awaken the prophet? Zoe finally offers a choice. The only letter left in the team codes is W. Choose between W and whiskey. Lai, Han, Simon, and Silence all sit without saying a word. Simon glances over, clearly annoyed. A temporary squad for a special mission. Lai Han can hardly believe it either. We're on the same team? The only one to speak is Silence. Why? The other two immediately agree. I'll choose Y too, me too. But Zoe's decision leaves them all speechless. All right then. This squad's code name will be Whiskey. During the briefing, Alexander laid out their new objective. A prophet would be great right now, he said. But there will be a time we need them even more. What's your take, Sergeant Red? But another soldier had a different idea. Forget the prophet. Just authorize me to form my own squad. Alexander was stunned by his sheer intensity. We'll capture them alive and torture them, the man declared. It's the easiest way to get enemy intel. The mission: capture the Aolu mages in Shinu. Arriving at the armory, Oktusu greeted them with a grin. Welcome, second years. Grab your basic dragon weapons. They've got serial numbers, so bring them back. Li Han examined the weapon in his hand, impressed. So this is a dragon weapon. He looked closer, feeling a little unnerved. Oktusu walked over, smiling. The dragon material is absorbing your spirit power. That's normal. Simon, however, was far more demanding. Got anything else? Something with a longer, narrower blade? Oktusu snapped back. You get custom orders at level 3, kid. Think I make one of these a day? Simon just nodded. Okay, fine. Oktusu then pulled out their next item. Take it. They stared at the orb, completely confused. Li Han hesitated before guessing. A flight board? Oktusu was quick to explain its function. It's a compact version of a flight board. I stripped out every function except movement. With that, Li Han was fully equipped and ready for battle. As they finally departed, Oktusu sent them off with a simple good luck. The squad reached the Sunuzu space rift, gathering nearby to avoid an ambush. From here, John announced, we move to the operational area on foot. Mission is codenamed Mage Hunt. Capture the Mage Eolu alive and return. Formation will be silence. Me, Li Han, then Simon. Li Han said nothing. Earlier, Li Han had questioned John. Why me? There are much stronger third-year students. John's reply had been brutally honest. If I wanted pure fighting skill, I would agree. But strategically, it's a different story. Your team survived against those monsters without any equipment. And that's not your only strength, he continued. Most agents who return from a rift suffer from severe psychological trauma. In a harsh environment like a battlefield, normal people eventually break. From that perspective, you're a monster. I even thought you were completely insane. The only thing you're missing is real combat experience. That was why Red chose him and Simon looked anything but pleased. It all went back to a duel he'd seen before. Absolutely insane. Li Han had actually defeated a third-year student. Simon had been furious back then. Silence. Li Han. I'll show both of you who's the best. John continued dividing the tasks. We'll rotate rest. Silence and Li Han, and Simon and I will be the other team. The arrangements were set. Simon and John took watch, while Silence and Li Han rested. He quietly scanned the forest ahead. Thinking back on everything, Li Han felt a sudden surge of sadness. He remembered his teammates, the ones who never returned. He knew the odds were low, but he hoped they were still out there somewhere. Just then, a noise from his side drew Li Han's attention. It was Silence, loosening her helmet because of the heat. Noticing him looking, she quickly secured it again. The air grew quiet. Li Han understood. I'll look away. Why don't you take it off? But Silence made no move to remove her helmet. Instead, she simply tapped something on her watch. A message lit up her visor. I'm not hot. Li Han was speechless. Ah, okay. A moment later, John's voice came over the comms. From this point, normal communication channels are down. We're switching to the squad's private network. Almost immediately, Silence detected something. She reported in. 2 Eolu scouts ahead. She quickly ducked behind a large tree as they got closer. Over the comms, John gave the order. Take them down. Silence. Using her blink skill, she took them out instantly, then sent a confirmation message. John couldn't help but be impressed. She even had the message pre-typed. Simon was stunned, unable to believe what he just saw. Even Li Han was thinking it. Insane, her skills are perfect for assassination. Suddenly, another sound made Silence duck. There were 2 more hostiles nearby. Silence raised her sword to finish the job, but a message flashed on her comms, stopping her cold. Wait. Silence. Li Han suggested. I think it's better if we follow them instead of killing them. John, intrigued, immediately asked for his reasoning. They're heading toward the rift, and their guard is down. Most likely, they're returning from a patrol. John sounded pleased with the analysis. Smart. Excellent observation skills. Li Han, Silence, you follow them. The rest of us will trail behind you. Beside them, Simon ground his teeth in pure frustration, seething. I only thought of killing them. Li Han. Just wait. I will surpass you. Silence activated her stealth gear and began to tail the 2 hostiles. The path led them to what looked like a ritual altar. The mage Aolu was completely focused on his task. John spoke over the comms. You see the stone on that staff? It's pure spirit power, just like in the textbooks. Li Han and Simon realized it at once. A spirit stone. It's a gem capable of storing a massive amount of spirit power. They definitely use that to shoot down the plane. It's charging now. But it looks bright enough to fire at least one more shot. 1 Ialu mage, 6 warriors, total of 7. No werewolves. Good. John quickly issued the command. Everyone regroup on Silence's position. Begin mage hunt. The mage can teleport, so we have to grab him before he sees us. Move out. Silence will capture the mage. We'll eliminate the rest. From now on, no mistakes allowed. Li Han scanned the site, but felt a growing unease. What were those shapes on the ground? Suddenly, his eyes widened in absolute horror. Below the altar lay the dried-out corpses of other teams, including his own teammate, Qasim. Seeing him, Li Han's voice cracked. Qasim! It was his own teammate. Pure, uncontrollable rage erupted from him as his spirit power flared to life. Zoe desperately calls his name over and over. Li Han! Li Han! He watches in confusion, as Li Han's spiritual energy just pours out of him. Why is this happening? If this leak continues, the entire squad is in grave danger. Mage Elu can definitely sense that kind of power. Zoe tries to calm himself down. No, it'll be fine. He barks an order to everyone. Don't move. Whiskey team, fall back now. Both Tin Lang and Simon, though stunned, immediately begin to retreat. Zoe looks at the panicking Li Han with utter frustration. It seems he'll have to handle this mess himself. That small leak isn't enough to get them caught as long as it stops right now. But the moment he thinks it, a massive burst of energy erupts into the open, coming directly from Li Han. Joy curses under his breath. Damn it. Mage Elu has definitely noticed something is wrong. Zoe leaps into action, but at that exact moment, the mage unleashes his attack, a massive force hurtling towards Li Han. Zoe manages to shove him out of the way just in time, but it means he's the one taking the full force of the blast. Li Han watches it happen right before his eyes as Zoe is sent flying backwards. The power behind that single attack was absolutely devastating. In a panic, Li Han screams out, Sergeant Red, but somehow Zoe manages to ask, You snapped out of it yet? The question shocks Li Han back to his senses as Zoe grits out an order. If I'm down, you're in command. Now go. Following the order, a trembling Li Han takes charge. We're falling back. Cover me. Simon raises his weapon, and Tin Lang rushes to assist. But then, on the path ahead, the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps appears. Li Han supports the badly wounded Zoe as they move, cursing inwardly. Damn it all, that mage, Elu. A strange sound echoes, and instantly, a horde of warriors charges in. Tin Lang fearlessly engages them. Her sword strikes landing with deadly precision. The warriors quickly turn their attention to the others. Simon immediately lays down cover fire, but they effortlessly dodge every single bullet. A wave of tension hits him hard. Simon unleashes his full power. He uses his spiritual energy to lift a massive boulder, then teleports it right on top of the enemy. He puts everything into the attack, and the boulder slams into the warriors. But somehow, they spotted it at the last second. He was too slow. Simon curses himself. Just as a warrior raises its weapon for the final blow, Tin Lang arrives in the nick of time, rescuing him from certain death. Simon is completely stunned by the sudden turn of events, barely believing his eyes. Tin Lang. Wait a minute, how did Li Han take that thing down? Mage Elu issues another command, and the warriors suddenly cease their attack, turning back one by one. Simon watches in deep suspicion. They're giving up the chase? Sometime later, Li Han is still blaming himself. It's my fault, because of me, the plan. Without a moment's hesitation, Tin Lang walks over and slugs him. Caught completely off guard, Li Han is sent sprawling. Seeing Tin Lang losing her composure, Simon steps in, placing a calming hand on her shoulder. That's enough. We can't proceed with the plan anymore. Forcing it will only make it worse. Simon suggests a full retreat, but Li Han stubbornly refuses. No, we're sticking to the plan. At that, Tin Lang finally snaps. She shoves Simon's hand away and kicks Li Han straight in the face. Simon rushes to intervene. Tin Lang, I know you're furious, but Li Han is our commander now. If you do that again, I won't just stand here and watch. After hearing his words, Tin Lang seems to calm down, just a little bit. She lets out a long, frustrated sigh. Simon then turns to Li Han. But listen, you realize all of this is your fault, right? If you pitch another half-baked plan, I'll kill you myself before we're forced to retreat. I'll decide what to do after I hear your plan. I hate to admit it, but you're the best strategist among all the second levels. Li Han is genuinely surprised by the comment. He immediately pulls himself together. Okay, stop being angry and listen up. All things considered, the situation really isn't that bad. Hearing this, Tin Long's clenched fists begin to tremble with rage. Simon is just as confused. Not bad? He asks. Lai Han just nods confidently. That's right. Why did we need to handle this mission so quickly? Because of Mage Elu's fire, spiritual power, and his teleportation. But we don't have to worry about that anymore. Simon slowly nods in agreement. You're right about his firepower. He used up his remaining charges. But what makes you think he can't teleport? Lai Han begins to break it down. For 10 years, these things have hidden because they're cautious and cunning. But right now, even with their lives on the line, they refuse to break formation. That mage was trying to drain the last bit of spiritual power from the crystal. He even had his warriors fall back to protect him instead of finishing them off. He wouldn't need to do any of that if he could still teleport. There must be a reason he's stuck there. The entire area falls completely silent. Tin Lang gives a slight nod. And only then does Simon speak. All right, Lai Han. Let's hear the plan. In his hand, Lai Han holds a teleportation sphere. Lai Han lays out the plan with confidence. I'm going to capture Mage Elu. I'll ambush them from inside a spatial rift while you two create a diversion. Even if the mage can sense spiritual power, a spatial rift is already overflowing with energy. He'll never be able to detect us through that interference. Plus, his vision will be completely obscured by the light from the rift. But Simon quickly interjects with a worried tone. But so will yours. Besides being blinded, you'll be under immense pressure from the rift, right? Can you maintain control like that? One mistake and you are dead. But Lai Han isn't worried at all. He is confident in his control over his power. This isn't about making up for his mistakes, it's because he is the only one who can do it. Lai Han's eyes become more determined than ever. Simon realizes he must have seen his old comrades among the bodies. The kid acts like a machine, like a cold-blooded bastard. But if he saw that scene and felt absolutely nothing, he wouldn't even be human. But even when everything went wrong because of his own mistake, he still calmly analyzed the enemy and planned the next move. It's actually incredible, and that must be why Squad 13 trusts him so much. Lai Han breathes a sigh of relief as he arrives. Just in time. He begins tossing his equipment into the rift. Lai Han looks at the orb in his hand, one wrong move and it's all over. On the other side, Simon starts the timer. 15 minutes on the clock, and the countdown begins. That's Lai Han's cue. He launches his plan, tossing out teleportation orbs and diving right after them. With perfect precision, he uses one as a stepping stone. Silence and Simon charge toward the mage. Maju spots them immediately. Simon tenses, their numbers just grew. The patrol must be back. But Silence is a blur, teleporting instantly to take out the warriors. Simon follows right behind, guns blazing. The warriors scream in agony as the bullets tear through them. Silence doesn't stop, taking down one after another. She and Simon regroup, standing back to back. Suddenly, Simon raises his gun and fires. The bullet zips right past Silence. Turns out, a warrior was sneaking up for an ambush, and Simon just took care of it. He gives a slight nod, and Silence immediately understands. All Simon can do now is pray. Come on, Lai Han. You can't fail your very first mission. Meanwhile, Lai Han is deep inside the crevice when a wave of nausea hits him. He grits his teeth. Damn it, this feeling again. This has to be dragon fear. Lai Han tries to calm himself. It's just an illusion, don't hesitate. He bites down hard on his own thumb. Bright red blood flows, but his determination never wavers. But right in front of him looms a gigantic dragon. Back on the surface, Simon is still fighting, exhausted as he recounts the remaining warriors. Just 2 left, only 2 warriors and Maju remain. Simon quickly realizes they're protecting the mage and won't advance. He sees their weakness and immediately raises his gun. Mage starts to chant, summoning some kind of power. A protective shield instantly appears around them. The 2 warriors get one, too. Simon gets it now. They saw the bullet trajectory and used a force shield to defend. Not bad, but then, a figure appears from behind them. No, from below them. It's Lai Han, erupting from the crevice. He lunges forward to restrain Mage Yu. The 2 warriors turn in shock, but they never expected Silence to be right there. In the blink of an eye, she takes them both down with a single slash. A syringe is pressed against Mage Yu's neck. The creature struggles, trying to break free from Lai Han's grip, but Lai Han has no intention of letting go. Come on, go in, he mutters. First, this guy will teleport. He finishes injecting the solution into Maj Yu, and its body begins to dissolve. No, Li Han yells, watching in horror as it disappears right before his very eyes. A blinding flash of light erupts. Lai Han's jaw drops. He looks down at the now limp Maju in his arms. Did it work? Sometime later, The team has returned to base. The steady sound of typing echoes. Lee Han quietly observes John, realizing that after the incident, he had lost a leg. John speaks up, a little impatient. Don't just stand there staring. I can wear a prosthetic. Plus, I get disability benefits. I can finally retire. So stop apologizing. Lee Han hesitates for a moment, then says, Yes, sir. John even adds a word of praise. Going with the plan was the right call. If you had retreated, Lee Han, my leg would have cried in sadness. Good job. Thanks to you, I've finished the strategic report. Now we just need the details from our prisoner. Lee Han looks a bit worried and clears his throat. Can you even interrogate a creature from another world? Someone from Akron who can read minds pulls out a cigarette. He's the only one who can. Lee Han glares at the cigarette with annoyance. This is a hospital room. Just then, someone walks in from outside. It's Silence. Seeing Lee Han, she gets the hint and starts to leave, but John calls her back. We're done talking, Silence. Come in. She quickly asks, Are you okay, sir? John laughs. I was thinking of going on a diet, but I guess I don't need to now that I'm much lighter. Lee Han glances at Silence, confused. Is he smiling? Silence just looks at John, but yes, he was actually smiling cheerfully. Lee Han just stares, completely bewildered. He's seeing it with his own eyes, but it's hard to believe. Someone like Sergeant Red is actually joking around with Silence. After a while, John shoos them away. Get out, you little old man and fake ninja. I need to reminisce about my lost leg and be dramatic. Silence then speaks up guiltily. Sorry for hitting you. If it were me, I would have acted the same way. Lee Han quickly explains. No, I deserved it. I put everyone in danger. But Silence encourages him. But you overcame it. I can see now why Sergeant Red has such high expectations for you. On the way back, Lee Han shares his doubts. I didn't think Sergeant Red was the type to talk about his likes and dislikes, but I guess he just bullies people either way. Well, we're here. See you, Silence. Lee Han waves cheerfully. Silence immediately responds. She starts typing something, then tosses a small object at Lee Han's head. He gets the message and turns back. Lee Han just smiles and nods when he sees her message. Study hard and get to level 3 soon, kid. She walks away, giving him the middle finger. Lee Han remembers what Simon asked during the fight. You can feel the pressure from the rift, can't you? Can you control the hoverboard in that state? If you make one mistake, we all die. But even then, he was resolute. I'm confident in my psionic abilities. I'm doing this not to make up for my mistake, but because I have the highest chance of success. Back then, Lee Han stood before the crevice with unshakable confidence. Now, a plane lands, and a crowd of well-dressed people disembarks. The one leading them is Inspector Du of Visit, Genzu, and UA. Inspector Du sighs, annoyed. It's so hot. The whole group slowly makes its way inside. An announcement is made. The inspection council has arrived. A line of cars was already waiting for them. Alexander immediately gives an order. Escort them to the Grand Conference Hall safely. The soldiers salute sharply. Thank you for making the long journey. We will escort you to the conference hall immediately. In case you get lost, we've equipped you with these short-range communication devices, as well as a map. Inspector Du looks happily at the watch on his wrist. This is all I need. At that moment, someone proposes. Inspector Du, allow me to escort you, but the man flatly refuses. It's fine, I can manage on my own. An inspector has that right, don't they? The soldier just nods. Yes, sir. But inside, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. Damn it. He's one of those difficult types. Inspector Du had his own thoughts. After all, the information you're about to show us is just for show anyway. He let out a weary sigh, which only confused the soldier next to him. Inspector Du suddenly spun around, demanding, Where is that punk, Lee Han? Sometime later, the members of Team 13 found their hands full of snacks. Inspector Du greeted them with a huge smile. Go on, there's plenty more. Just stuff it in your pockets for now. You kids are like my own nephews, so I'll be sure to treat you well. But Lee Han immediately shut it down. Inspector, we need to continue our training. The man nodded awkwardly. Right. I won't bother you anymore. Lee Han quickly refocused his team. Everyone, get ready. We're heading to the shooting range. Inspector Du watched from the sidelines. So that must be Lee Han. According to his level 1 file, there was nothing special about him, but during the competition, he became famous for his performance in the Space Gorge. Inspector Du waited in a corner of the field, stretching his tired body. He couldn't stop yawning. These stubborn kids there hadn't been any competitions since the Space Rift incident. All the other teams were already on break, so why were these guys still training so hard? Just then, a noise caught his attention. Seeing the soldiers walk out, he wondered, are they finally done? But reality had other plans. Lai Han issued another command. Everyone, we're heading to the armory. The inspector could only sigh, incredibly stubborn. Later, at the practice field, he watched Lai Han from a high vantage point. Kuro, you're sparring with me today. The offer made Kuro's face drain of all color. Lai Han, however, was pumped. Get into your stance. Kuro was trembling with fear. Why did Lai Han want to partner with him? This felt like anything but a normal training session. Just then, Lai Han recalled a crucial lesson he learned in the space rift: you can't fight in the real world relying on mental power alone. Kuro had to become an all-around fighter. He might be weak at level 1, but their bodies were already superhuman. Now, it was just a matter of mental ability. Lai Han launched himself towards Kuro. Here I come. The immense power terrified the boy, and he was knocked down in a single instant. However, Kuro refused to give up. He frantically moved his staff, trying to parry the blows. It was clear Lai Han had no intention of holding back. Sweat was now pouring down Kuro's forehead. He couldn't breathe, thinking he was about to die. In a flash, Lai Han swatted the weapon out of his hands. A staff was now pointed directly at Kuro's throat. Even if you can see the near future, you can't win if you only defend. Lai Han wasn't finished yet. Try to attack me. Kuro couldn't believe it. Me? He quickly regulated his breathing to get back into the fight, but he was way too tense. He squeezed his eyes shut and charged forward with all his might. Lai Han stood perfectly still. In an instant, Kuro's staff vanished. Lai Han immediately corrected his form. Open your eyes when you attack, and hold your spear steady. The criticism made Kuro hang his head in shame. I'm sorry. Lai Han seemed to realize he'd been too harsh. He softened his tone. Kuro, this time, try to attack me with everything you've got. Kuro was stunned to hear this, and the others couldn't believe it either. What did you say? The entire training yard suddenly fell silent. Lai Han's voice stayed dead serious. Kuro, from this moment on, I will attack you with everything I have. So you better do the same. Jose couldn't help but worry. In terms of weapon skill, Lai Han had this one. But Glut saw it differently. If mental power was involved, the outcome wasn't so certain. Seeing Kuro's silence, Lai Han provoked him. What's wrong, Kuro? Are you afraid you might hurt me? The boy lowered his head, looking miserable. I honestly don't know why you're doing this. I'm sorry. But you must have a reason. I trust you completely. Jose and the others were absolutely floored. Immediately, Kuro activated his mental power. Then I'll do whatever you ask. I trust you. At that moment, Lai Han was being invited for tea. All right. Lai Han, what brings you here today? Wen Chen cheerfully offered him a cup. This is oolong tea. Try it. Lai Han put on a pained expression and praised it. It's delicious. Thank you, sir. Inside, his mind was screaming. This tastes so weird. Wen Chen saw right through him and pouted. Look at him. What a child. Lai Han decided to get straight to the point. The truth is, I'm here because of Kuro. Hearing the name, the man paused for a second. He laid out Kuro's situation. Kuro lacks too many attack methods. He hesitates in battle. I'm afraid that one day, it's going to get him killed. Wen calmly explained that people undergo psychological shifts based on the dangers they face. Lai Han was taken aback. Psychological shifts? The man then explained it was the refusal to harm another person. Even the most courageous soldiers can hesitate when they have to kill someone. But once they go through that psychological shift, they will finally be able to take action. It was cruel to force Kuro to fight, but he needed an opportunity like that time in the desert when he was pushed past his limits because he completely trusted Lai Han. Back in the present, Kuro was using his mental power to activate his fighting ability. Lai Han finally understood what Wen Chen meant. So this was a person's psychological shift. Jose, on the other hand, was furious. That damn Kuro, he won't listen to a thing. Glut was hesitant. Should we stop them? From his high perch, Inspector Du was shocked. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Is this the power of a rank A? Lai Han didn't seem worried at all. In fact, he looked more than ready to face it. This is unbelievable. How should I handle this? Do I do what Kuro's doing? Jose suddenly realized. Kuro can now see all of Lai Han's moves and dodge them easily. Glut, standing nearby, agreed. It's going to be extremely difficult for him to attack now. Kuro quickly used his power to control his staff, but Lai Han wasn't about to lose. He successfully caught the staff Kuro threw. Still, he had to admit even thrown with psychokinesis, it was as powerful as his own physical strength. Both Jose and Glut were speechless. Wait, so he just has to catch it instead of dodging? It sounds simple, but how many people could actually do it? Lai Han started taunting him again. Is one spear all you've got? Are you looking down on me? You have to do better, Kuro. Hearing his words, Kuro's grip on his spear tightened. Kuro, in the end, you're going to have to attack me. Stop trying to avoid it. Come on, hit me with that spear. Laihan charges in, dodging every single strike as Kuro desperately tries to land a blow. He's warned that he's almost out of weapons, so Kuro decides to risk it all on one final, powerful attack. Laihan senses the shift in energy. He quickly whips off his jacket, using it to absorb and successfully redirect the force of Kuro's ability. The impact still makes Laihan's feet falter for a second, but he keeps pushing forward as Clud and Joss cheer him on from the side. He channels power into the jacket, batting the spears away. Raise your spear and fight, Kuro. But meeting Laihan's intense gaze, Kuro actually hesitates. A second later, he shakes it off and charges. Without even flinching, Laihan shatters Kuro's weapon into pieces. They're now face to face. But then Laihan just reaches out and flicks Kuro hard on the forehead. He praises him. Good. You managed to keep your eyes open while attacking. He even pats Kuro's head with a grin. Joss just screams, "That's so cruel," while Clud yells that Kuro needs to try harder against a true fighting machine. Laihan then offers some genuine criticism. Kuro, you're still way too green. When you threw all those spears at once, why did you aim them all at the same spot on my body? If you had spread them out, they would have been way harder to dodge. You might have even hit my arm or leg. Kuro nervously explains. I was afraid I'd actually hit you. Plus, he adds, I never expected you to use your jacket to block them like that. All Laihan can do is sigh. Are you for real? Meanwhile, Inspector Du is developing a new opinion of Laihan. He's way more than just a rumor. He's sure this kid will bring something incredible to their organization in the future. This is something they never told me. He slowly approaches Laihan and makes his request. Could you spare me a few moments of your time? But Laihan remains completely silent. After a long pause, the two are finally speaking in private. Laihan asks, what exactly happened at that spatial rift? I've already put everything I know in my report to the council, Inspector Du says honestly. I just wanted to hear it from you directly. Now, just sit down and relax. The inspector is incredibly confident. His special skill has been honed over dozens of negotiations, super empathy, not to be confused with telepathy. His plan is simple. If he agrees with Laihan at just the right moment, showing incredible understanding for one of his actions, it'll be amazing. The kid will feel comfortable and unconsciously say something he never meant to reveal. A brilliant plan, he thinks. I've almost got him. So what happened next? Laihan just looks confused. What do you mean, next? Inspector Du asks a bit awkwardly. Is that really all the information that's been reported so far? There's nothing else to the story? Laihan just nods. Yes. All the details are in the report. Not a single flicker of emotion. This kid is incredibly sly. Finally, Laihan just bows. I'm going to go train more now. Inspector Du can only agree. Very well. Laihan smirks to himself. I was ordered to keep this a secret, no matter what happens, he thinks. You're not getting any information out of me, Inspector Du. Just then, Inspector Du pulls out his phone. He glances around cautiously, then makes a call. I want you to investigate Laihan, starting from the spatial rift incident until now. Report everything you find to me immediately. Early the next morning, Laihan is back to his usual training. 1, 2, 1, 2. The other teams are out there training with them. 1, 2, 1, 2. Dichi is also training with everything he's got. He comes over to talk to Laihan, who happily replies, working hard as always, huh? Dichi then reveals something. I have to give it my all, no matter what. You see that guy over there? He's an inspector from Russia, and he's been following us for days. It's getting really annoying. All he does is drone on about fighting for the motherland, even after the war with the dragons. Laihan is completely baffled. After the war with the dragons? He thought the organization was supposed to be disbanded after that fight. The two teams just keep on running. Dichi suddenly lowers his voice. Laihan. The higher-ups want to start a war to take over the world. After the dragons are defeated. Hearing this, Laihan freezes in his tracks. Elsewhere, Rose is training hard. Her opponent today is Kuro. Laihan just stands in a corner, watching them. He's silent, but his mind is in absolute chaos. It's hard to understand. Even after defeating the strongest enemy humanity has ever faced, peace still isn't on the horizon. Suddenly, the door flies open and Inspector Du strides in, looking smug. Laihan, I finally found you. Let's discuss that period you were missing after the Sinu incident. It's obvious you were involved in a secret mission during that time. Every single member of Team 13 immediately stops to watch. Inspector Du is brimming with confidence. I'm going to turn that rumor into fact today, even if it scares you. At first, Team 13 is just confused, but a second later, they receive some kind of notification, and their attitudes change in an instant. Inspector Du is completely baffled by this sudden shift. He sees Lai Han glaring daggers at him. Lai Han, what's the meaning of this? The guards behind him draw their guns, but Kuro's psychic powers stop them dead. Their hands are twisted at unnatural angles, and they all scream out in pain. Lai Han speaks in a grim tone. We have to protect you, immediately. Inspector Du trembles. Why didn't you explain anything first? Lai Han continues like a machine. We have received our orders. Please cooperate. The inspector is still lost. But why? Suddenly, a loud crash echoes from above. A moment later, the ceiling begins to collapse. Lai Han immediately gives the alert. Enemy attack. I repeat, enemy attack. Protect all surrounding inspectors immediately. Inspector Du can't believe it. Why are they targeting the inspectors? Could there be an insider? Lai Han starts giving out assignments. Joss, you're in charge of the inspectors. Ji Jinganu, grab your weapons. Kuro curiously asks, who's the enemy? The EU? Li Han thinks for a moment before answering. They're probably human. Right now, Inspector Du and his 2 bodyguards are tied up and sitting on the ground. Each of them is given 2 ammo clips, for a total of 60 shots. Lai Han and his team check their weapons. He quickly asks, how many people does each team have to protect? Team 1 immediately reports back. 4. Dichi is next. 2. And then Simon. 6. Inspector Du watches from a corner, silently impressed. The other team captains completely accept Lai Han as their leader. Right. His experience and track record were undeniably top tier. Lai Han quickly assessed the terrain, ordering the team to gear up and assemble at simulated arena number 4. They moved out fast, weapons raised to protect the inspector. Lai Han suddenly asked, do you know anything about our enemy? Inspector Du remained silent. After a moment, Lai Han pressed on. You seem to recognize something when you read that message. Plus, he added, I don't think you're a mole. The inspector just smirked. Purebloods. That's what they call themselves. The name sparked Jose's curiosity. Purebloods. Inspector Du finally explained that there's a group of people who don't consider psychics human and want to exterminate them. They're basically a cult, feeding on religious fear of what the new humans can do. Klut suddenly shouted, dragons are going to invade in 3 years and they still want to kill us? Inspector Du added, they believe the psychics are what caused the dragons to invade. They think if they kill every last psychic, the dragons will just disappear. It's all a lie, of course. Psychics only appeared after the gate opened. Just then, a helicopter arrived. A man with a scarred face looked down at them, his expression one of pure ecstasy. Found them! The monsters who defy God. The choppers immediately opened fire, and the team on the ground instantly fired back. In a heartbeat, the whole area exploded into chaos. Gunfire echoed from everywhere as the purebloods began to close in. Lai Han's group raised their guard. They're getting closer. He focused intensely, smoke and fire swirling all around them. They had to move with extreme caution. An enemy chopper had just crashed nearby. Lai Han asked, high chance they survived, right? Did you get a count on them? Klut immediately responded. About 4 of them. Lai Han had a reason for this route. My plan was to cut through this simulated battlefield to avoid a fight as much as possible. Lai Han closed his eyes, sensing his surroundings, and quickly got a read on the situation. With cold resolve, Li Han gave the order. Everyone, get ready. Our job right now is to slaughter them. The words barely left his mouth before guns started blazing. The purebloods were hit again and again as the soldiers gave it their all. Their leader ducked, narrowly dodging the gunfire as one of his men fell to the ground. He then dragged his comrade's corpse up, using the body as a human shield as he returned fire, wounding one of the soldiers. The leader screamed, Earth belongs to humans. You monsters have no place here. Lai Han's face darkened. The only thing we need to do now is kill. Jose said nothing. Jiro was just as silent. Inspector Du observed them all. Right now, most of them were useless. Except for maybe one kid only. Klut remained resolute. Then, Li Han called out, Klut, let's go. Inspector Du watched the 2 of them leave, thinking that those bastards were far stronger than any conventionally trained soldier. But there was still a critical difference. When it came to the act of killing, their enemies were hardened veterans. Just then, something metal on his hand began to glow. Elsewhere, Lai Han and Klut were scouting ahead. He asked one more time, Can you do this? Lai Han turned to his partner, his eyes filled with trust. Klut seemed to draw strength from the look. I'll just pretend they're deer and shoot them. It's kill or be killed, right? But Li Han's expression grew heavy. This whole situation was digging up a terrible memory. Back then, in Korea, the sound of someone chasing him was relentless. "Stop right there, you mutt." A heavy rain poured down from the sky. His small legs pumped as fast as they could. Li Han clutched a bundle of fruit, refusing to drop it as the man behind him gained ground. Just then, the crosswalk light turned red. But Li Han didn't even think about stopping. A child's strength was no match for an adult's. He was caught in an instant. Even so, Li Han struggled, desperately trying to break free. At that very moment, a train was approaching. He unleashed a powerful kick, straight to the man's face. The man was sent flying backward onto the tracks. The train roared past right in front of Li Han. And just like that, the man's life was gone. Seeing that horrific scene, Li Han froze in terror. That bag of apples became a memory he could never erase. Back in the present, he was still leading the way. After confirming their position, he raised a hand, signaling for a halt. They both stopped. Li Han then took out the teleportation sphere, leaving only a set of moving clothes in a corner. Gunfire erupted, but the bullets seemed to pass right through the clothes. The pureblood soldier stood there, completely baffled. What in the world? He never realized Klut had already circled around behind him. Now, the sphere's effect was clear. Klut burst from cover, unloading his weapon on them. In seconds, one pureblood was down. The other one saw it and roared in fury. "Damn it!" But as he charged forward, he took a clean shot to the head. It was Li Han. He'd been hiding in a nearby corner the whole time, his aim perfect. But then, Klut began to tremble uncontrollably. He tried to steady himself. "Damn it, I have to aim." The wounded pureblood writhed on the ground in agony. "You bastard!" Klut was so terrified he couldn't open his eyes, while the enemy soldier trembled before him. But Klut forced himself. He opened his eyes, facing the soldier's terrified gaze. He finally pulled the trigger. Li Han approached him and called out softly, "Klut." He just nodded. "I'm okay." But over with the others, Inspector Du was now shaking violently. The inspector realized the kid was having a full-blown panic attack. He probably couldn't even kill an ant right now. But wait, what was he looking at? Somehow, the inspector had managed to untie his hands. Just then, a panicked voice cried out, They're here." Inspector Du was totally lost. "What's here?" Kuro fought to control his shaking. If he missed this shot. At that moment, Inspector Du heard a noise. A pureblood soldier had appeared right beside them. Kuro screamed, "Everyone, get down!" Zeus reacted instantly. Someone snatched the gun from Jiro's hands. It was none other than Inspector Du himself. He fired relentlessly at the pureblood soldier, taking him down in seconds. Suddenly, Kuro noticed his own gun was also missing. Inspector Du had taken care of it. But then another enemy appeared from a corner. In that critical second, Kuro used his psychic power to slam a metal door shut, blocking the bullets for the inspector. He returned fire with pinpoint accuracy. The heavy door crashed to the ground. The inspector immediately asked, "Is that all of them?" Kuro, still stunned, simply nodded. The man offered some praise, noting that while he couldn't shoot, his mental power was incredible. Just then, Li Han returned, asking if everyone was all right. The inspector returned the gun to Kuro. He was a smart kid, so he surely understood the current situation, right? Li Han gave a slight nod, quickly ordering everyone to move out. But moments later, a massive explosion ripped through the area. They had walked right into an ambush. The pureblood leader stared ahead as smoke cleared from a blasted bunker door. He gave the order. The last rat's nest was open. Time to clean them out. The leader declared that AC was deceiving the entire world, claiming dragons would no longer invade the Earth. It had been 10 years since they vanished. He revealed that after training the psychics, AC planned to use them to dominate humanity, a new species to rule the old one. The purge was about to begin. Meanwhile, back at mock training ground number 4, Li Han and his squad had already assembled all the Tier 2 S-rank soldiers. One of the captive inspectors was furious. "You bastards, who do you think we are? You think you'll face no consequences for treating us like this?" Before he could finish, Simon grabbed him by the collar without a hint of mercy. "Shut your mouth before I kill you. Still don't get why you're tied up, old man. A traitor among you set this all up. A damned traitor, and because of him, I have to kill someone. I've never felt so disgusted in my entire life." The threat left the inspector trembling from head to toe. Li Han quickly stepped in to calm the situation. "That's enough, Simon. Our mission is just to guard these inspectors." Hearing Li Han's command, Simon finally let the man go. After a moment's thought, he turned and walked away. Jose watched him, finding it strange. Why would that foul-mouthed Simon obey Li Han so easily? At the same time, Inside the Tier 1 weapons training facility, the floors were slick with fresh blood. W. Chen had just finished off a pureblood, sweat dripping from his brow. The training ground was already littered with the bodies of countless purebloods. Behind him, the cadets were screaming in terror as W. Chen made a call on his watch. The sound of frantic footsteps echoed outside. Lai Han led the charge, racing forward because he knew those bastards were targeting the Tier 1 S-rank headquarters. W. Chen had already reported that the enemy had breached the shelter. Given the distance, only the Tier 2 S-ranks had any chance of intercepting them in time. "I'm entrusting this to you," his teacher had said. Lai Han pushed himself harder, feeling the urgency. Besides the instructors, the base was full of trainees. If they were late, it was over. Back at the headquarters, gunfire erupted non-stop. Another soldier fell at the hands of the purebloods. The leader grumbled, "So annoying. This place is a maze. There's a door over there." He got on the comms. "Delta, Alpha, do you have anything?" The reports came back quick. "This is Delta, still searching. This is Alpha, we've breached the shelter but have encountered hostiles approaching from behind. Engaging now." Lai Han's squad was almost there. He raised his gun and rallied the team. "We're out of time. We have to hit them head on. None of them are using heavy weapons," he noted. "Simong, can you block them?" Simong nodded in agreement. "Let me show them what I can do." "Fire on my signal," Lai Han ordered, then turned to the others. "Simong will take the lead. Everyone else, get behind him." And just like that, the battle began. "Fire!" Simong at the front unleashed his power, timing his command perfectly. Immense blasts of energy erupted from their position. The purebloods were thrown into chaos. What the hell is this? They were hit again and again, cursing even as they lay wounded on the ground. "You freaks! You should all be wiped from this world!" Clud gritted his teeth in rage, yelling back, "You're the real monsters." Lai Han put a hand on his shoulder. "Calm down, Clud. We still have enemies inside." At those words, Clud snapped back to his senses. Lai Han turned to the rest. "And you, I'm forming a temporary combat team. We're all similar, so burn this one thing into your minds." His expression turned ice cold. He thought to himself, the price of letting emotions take over was carved into his very bones. He wouldn't make that same mistake again. Li Han's voice was grim. "From this moment on, you suppress all emotion. If you can't, this entire squad will be wiped out." Lai Han had already planned this out. He knew this terrain better than they did, so setting up troop positions here wouldn't be a problem at all. "Captains, move out with your teams." The squads immediately began to assemble, but suddenly, Dichi hesitated. He approached Lai Han. "I have something urgent to do. It'll be quick. Can I go now?" "I'll hand my duties over to my vice captain. I just need to confirm something." Li Han nodded. "Go ahead, Dichi. Do what you need to do." Meanwhile, in another room, a body lay on the floor. Dimichi's face darkened as he stormed in. "Hey, what the hell are you doing in here?" The former captain of Team 5 looked up, surprised. "You're grabbing one of our own by the neck," Dichi yelled. "Snap out of it." But the man didn't seem to listen. "Our own? You think AC is on our side? I don't know if you've realized it yet, but once you hit your 3rd year, you'll be sent out to fight for real." Dichi said nothing. The former captain was becoming completely unhinged. "On one mission, I was terrified, utterly hopeless. My instincts, my gut, everything was screaming that I couldn't beat it." Dimichi's brow furrowed. "Afraid of a dragon?" The former captain finally released his victim. "And yet, AC ordered me to take that thing down. They see us as pawns, and I was a defective one. But I was too valuable to just throw away. So, what do you think they did? They recycled me. They wanted to restrain me and inject my brain with neuro-controlled drugs. You think AC is the only place like this? Our homeland, the invaders, they're all the same. Their only goal is to either use us or kill us. Protecting humanity in a world like this? It's not worth it." Dichi just let out a short laugh. The captain stared, completely baffled by his reaction. Dichi bluntly dropped his gun. "I don't like AC either, but I have a family back home to protect, understand? So my first priority is to beat that dragon to a pulp. And after that, I'll take down any other damn lizard who gets in my way." The pureblood leader is monitoring closely, and it looks like Alpha Team is done for. A panic transmission comes in Easy Delta. The enemy is heading right for them. But one man just calmly reloads his weapon. He plans to use this gun to take them all out in one go. The signal shows the hostiles are getting closer. Meanwhile, Lai Han's team enters the new area, and they're completely stunned. How could the enemy possess a place like this? And why did they know about it when his own side didn't? The conclusion was obvious. There had to be a traitor among the ranks. But just then, Lai Han noticed something. Right beneath their feet, someone had already set up a trap. Lai Han immediately stops his team. Wait, it's a trap. A wave of regret washes over him. Should he have let Kuro come with them after all? From a hidden corner, the pureblood leader had been watching. His men quickly burst through the door. Found them. Now finish them all. One of the soldiers hesitated. But they're just kids, he thought. They aren't even armed. The leader's expression, however, remained absolutely firm. I know. Private, he commanded. Get rid of your compassion. One day, those monsters will be trying to dominate our children. The kids, meanwhile, were terrified, crying non-stop. The soldier clutched his head in anguish. This was madness. It was nothing short of a massacre, but his hesitation got him executed on the spot by the leader himself. Killing children? That's what a leader does. With his last breath, the soldier wept for a future that would judge their actions. I only do what must be done. Suddenly, Lai Han's group is ambushed. Clue is hit, and Lai Han's eyes widen with worry. Clue! The two of them immediately drag him to a safer spot. Then Li Han turns back to the fight. Simong, let's go. Together, they charge the purebloods. The sheer difference in numbers is staggering. Li Han is horrified when he recognizes the weapon in their hands. It's a grenade launcher. Jimong is just as shocked. There's not enough time to form a shield. Lai Han desperately throws up a psychic barrier to block the projectile, but even he is struggling. He forces himself to imagine grabbing the grenade with his bare hands. Then, with every ounce of strength he has, Lai Han hurls it right back at the enemy. The purebloods are completely stunned for a split second. Then, the explosion rocks the corridor. Lai Han's team uses the opportunity to charge, guns blazing. In moments, the purebloods were all down. On one of their wrists, a watch suddenly beeped, grabbing Lai Han's attention. Delta team, this is EZ team. Lai Han's face darkened as he heard the report from the other side. The center has been completely wiped out. Continuing with Sector D, Dichi is sent flying. He's no match for the former captain of Squad 5. Dichi is given absolutely no chance to counterattack. The former captain shows no mercy, tossing him around like a sandbag before slamming him hard into the ground. He immediately spits up a mouthful of blood. The ex-captain grabs a nearby iron bar, ready to finish the job. You still don't get it after all this, do you? Each of us has an opponent that we can never defeat, no matter how hard we try. Dichi, at this point, had already lost consciousness. The man swings with all his might, but Dichi seems eerily calm. The former captain freezes in shock. Dichi is now protected by a field of energy. I still don't get how I could lose to a coward like you. Elsewhere, Clue was sitting in a corner, tending to his wounds. He found himself drifting back, recalling memories from before. Back then, Joss had pointed someone out. Lai Han, you know that guy, right? He's the one who came over from Class B. Lai Han simply nodded. Of course. He's the talent our squadron has been looking for. Expectations. He felt he didn't deserve any of it. How shameful. A voice came over the comms. Sorry, we can't send a team to help you evacuate. Wait for us here. After that, they had left to continue the fight. In the present, Clue's guilt only intensified. Back at Simulated Battlefield 4, the purebloods were still on the offensive. They fired relentlessly, while the remaining team members held their ground with intense focus. Suddenly, a pureblood soldier prepared to throw a grenade. Someone immediately shouted a warning. Grenade at 12 o'clock! One of them instantly used their psychic power to take control of it, thankfully causing it to detonate harmlessly in mid-air. The purebloods started to panic. Our weapons are useless against them. Damn it, where's the air support? We don't have any more time. The frontline squadron is about to get wiped out, and more of their members will be here soon. If we can just get an airstrike on them, we can kill all of those monsters. On the other side, Lai Han's group was ecstatic. The plan was working perfectly. They barely even had to aim at the enemy. If they could just calmly stop their advance and hold out like this, reinforcements would arrive soon. In a hidden corner, a door creaked open as a subordinate rushed in. It's an emergency. The enemy is rapidly approaching via the shortest route. It seems they use Delta. The leader, however, remained perfectly confident. They may be young, but their bodies are nothing like a normal person's. Still, he just thought of them as a bunch of scared kids, but it was clear they hadn't panicked when the area was cleared by Delta. Lai Han's team was charging toward them, and every single one of them was on high alert. Lai Han checked his watch again, then gave the signal to halt. Right now, only a single wall separated them from the enemy Squadron EZ versus Squadron Lai Han. Li Han spoke as quietly as possible. I'll explain the plan. Outside, their planes were taking heavy fire, and explosions echoed everywhere. The entire sky was engulfed in smoke and flames. An alert came through. The first automated bomber was now moving towards simulated Battlefield 4. Jimong heard the plan and questioned it. You're going to crawl through the ventilation shaft? Lai Han nodded in confirmation. These ducts are all connected to the inside of that room. I'll get in before those doors open, through the vents, and hit them from behind. Jimong was still hesitant. We don't even know if the metal plates in there are bulletproof, and if you attack from behind to distract them, the chance of you dying is still incredibly high. But Lai Han was out of options. We really don't have any more time. But just then, someone else approached them. I only heard half the plan, but I think I can help. Lai Han was completely surprised. Clue, your leg. Clue just gave a wry smile. As you can see. It was then that Jimong realized what happened. Is that the effect of the healing element? That ability really suits you. Clue happily accepted the compliment. Thanks for the praise. He quickly crawled into the vent, which was wider than he thought, his expression turning serious. Outside, Lai Han laid out the final plan. Jimong and I will go first. Once Clue creates a distraction, we'll all attack at once. Lai Han then quickly peeked his head around the corner to observe. A sound in the vent draws attention and it's getting louder. The leader immediately barks an order. Something's up there. Open fire. Clus panics, scrambling to dodge the bullets. Below, Lai Han urges them on. Faster, they're about to rush us. Gunfire keeps ripping through the ventilation shaft. Lai Han takes his chance and returns fire. The purebloods go down one by one, but their leader is still pushing the attack like a madman. Just in time, Simon unleashes his psychic power, creating a protective barrier in front of them. An explosion rings out, and Clus is thrown to the ground. The leader shouts, "We got him! Open the door now!" Lai Han sees the situation turning bad and screams, "Don't let them in! Everyone move!" But then Clus stands back up. "Where do you bastards think you're going?" Lai Han and Simon freeze in disbelief. The purebloods are just as stunned. Clus's regeneration ability had kicked in at the perfect moment. "Do you have any idea how frustrating this is?" he yells. Always getting hurt at the most critical time, making him feel useless like a burden to everyone. But this is amazing. That's right. A healing factor should be at least this strong. Just then, the sound of helicopters fills the air outside. Kuro clutches his head in agony, causing Jose to panic beside him. Kuro, his eyes suddenly glow with a brilliant light as fragmented visions flash before him. Directly above them, a bomb. Kuro barely has time to look up. Lai Han, I'm glad you're not here. An instant later, a horrific explosion erupts as a giant aircraft unloads its payload. What is that? Panic screams echo everywhere. Bombs? They're deploying missiles. The cries for help grow louder, making the air feel heavy with dread. Do something. We're all going to die. Suddenly, a single thought cuts through the chaos. Life in this hellscape is brutal, but he'd rather be here than go back to his old life. Kuro gives a silent, heartfelt thanks. Thank you, Lai Han. This is for you. He was so lucky that Lai Han wasn't here right now. He shouldn't die in a place like this. Kuro's eyes widen as he stares up at the sky. If Lai Han were here now, Kuro knew with absolute certainty he wouldn't give up. And with that final thought, his power erupts, blinding everyone behind him with a brilliant light. One of the men stares, his jaw hanging open in utter shock. What is that? A gigantic hand has suddenly appeared in the sky. A massive hand spreading wide to catch the bombs as they fall. The warheads hit an invisible barrier projected from Kuro's power and stop dead. In the next second, a devastating explosion rocks the heavens, threatening to annihilate everything as the people below can only scream in terror. One of the survivors trembles, thinking to himself that he's never heard of anyone who could wield psychic power on such an unimaginable scale. Another man's face twists with malice, thinking they're all just cruel monsters who don't deserve to exist. His eyes fill with hatred, and a selfish thought emerges. If I can just get out of this alive. A moment later, he pulls a pistol from his jacket, aiming the barrel directly at Kuro, who is straining to hold back the attack. In another room, Lai Han's group is trying to wake someone up. Clus, wake up! After a moment, Klus's eyes flutter open, dazed from his injuries. Lai Han looks at his confused face and can't help but ask, Klus, can you hear me? What's my name? Klus sits up quickly and answers, You're Lai Han. I'm fine. Lai Han gives him a worried look. Klus. He immediately starts questioning the reckless actions that Klus had just taken. Everything ended well, but he was far too reckless. Even if he had discovered a new power, it didn't excuse putting himself in that much danger. Klus just sighs. I told you. I'm fine. Are you lecturing me again? Lai Han helplessly pulls him to his feet and announces, All right, whatever. With this, the first level migration area is cleared. Right on cue, status reports begin flooding in. First level migration area cleared. Sector A cleared. And the good news keeps coming from all over the battlefield. Sector B cleared. Gym neutralized. Simulated Battlefield 4 cleared. 3 days later, on a skyscraper rooftop, Inspector Du walks up from behind. "What's on your mind, Captain Lihan?" He replies grimly. "Nothing. It's just, I couldn't sleep the first 2 nights without meds." Inspector Du lights a cigarette, listening as Lihan continues to speak. Some of the survivors are still in bad shape, smashing windows and furniture for no reason. Lihan remarks, "It's impossible to stop the evil inside people's hearts." During the mission, they saw countless bodies from the lower levels. They had no power to protect themselves, just like his team a few months ago. His eyes flash with a fierce light. "Those bastards treated us like livestock and slaughtered us without a second thought. But it seems they're only human, just like us. They say they're afraid of being oppressed by psychics? This situation is probably why." Inspector Du freezes, the cigarette nearly burning his lips. Lihan's expression returns to normal. He looks down and says quietly, "But I don't want to become a monster like them." Against the backdrop of the clear blue sky, his voice is steady. "People shouldn't kill each other. No matter the reason, it just shouldn't happen." The inspector is stunned by Lihan's words, while the young man's expression remains completely unreadable after his declaration. After a long moment, Inspector Du finally speaks. "I don't know. To think the person standing behind me is really just a teenager." He lets out a strange smile. "I was terrified when I saw Kuro's power. I don't even remember flicking away my cigarette butt. But you're scary in a completely different way." Lihan seems to ponder this for a moment. Inspector Du breaks the silence again. "Thank you for saving Kuro." Lihan dismisses it. "It was nothing." So there really was a traitor among the inspectors. Remembering the chaos of the attack gives Inspector Du a headache. He never thought they could cause so much damage by attacking on the day the department was least active. He rubs his chin. "Well, the higher-ups won't be saying anything about this anymore." He starts, then stops, as if realizing something. Inspector Du stands before Lihan and offers his assessment of the young man. "You must dislike adults because they only care about their own interests and their scores. But all of that becomes meaningless if we lose to the dragons." He lets out a long sigh and poses a question. "Humans are supposed to be logical and wise. Yet we repeat the same mistakes over and over, even when we know the consequences. Where do you think we can get weapons without the dragons?" Lihan's face tensed as he listened to the answer. On top of each other, Inspector Du then turned to leave, but not without one last remark. "I'm acting for the country's future, too. I know it's difficult, but one day you'll understand." He didn't stay long, leaving Lihan with just a wave. Lihan lowered his eyes, deep in thought, his gaze settling on a single point with an unreadable expression. Then Lihan spoke up, causing Inspector Du's group to go pale. "What a cowardly excuse. If you knew it was a mistake, you shouldn't have repeated it." They turned back around, but could only manage to force out a few words. "You are truly terrifying." In a dark room, a projector displayed an image of one person and 3 children, 2 disasters from the crackdown that left a horrifying scar. The device sat in a bag on the floor. Lihan calmly slung it over his shoulder and started walking. Most of the ranks were dead. Only half had survived. A car sped past the building, the sun glinting off its windows. He walked through the building's empty corridor with slow, measured steps. All surviving 2S ranks were now scheduled for routine psychological therapy, but his steps were halted by someone else. A mysterious man wearing a skull mask was standing right in front of him. Lihan locked eyes with him, his mind reeling. And now, he was the only one who had reached level 3. The masked man just stared silently at him. He looked back, puzzled by the quiet tension. Finally, Lihan broke the silence himself. "Is something wrong?" Lihan watched the masked man's movements and realized, was he measuring his height? Come to think of it, when had he gotten this tall? Their faces drew close, and just as their eyes met, they both froze. The masked man suddenly spun around and walked off without a word. Lihan, caught off guard, raised a hand to call after him. "Wait." But the masked man didn't stop. His figure just grew smaller in the distance. The scene shifts to level 3, Area 8, where Lihan noticed a figure moving ahead, his eyes drawn to nearby text. "Divine Power Troops." Joni appeared from out of nowhere, suddenly speaking up. "Exactly. Here, we don't distinguish between first or second generation espers. We call all of them Divine Power Troops." He generously extended a hand. "I'm Johnny W. And you are?" Lihan politely replied. "I'm..." Joni struggled to pronounce it. "Richard," he had to repeat slowly. "It's Lihan." The man just brushed it off as if it were nothing. Right, Richard. A pleasure to meet you. Johnny quickly noticed the masked man waiting not far off. Your senior is waiting. Well then, good luck, rookie. Yes, sir. A hard pat on the shoulder forced Lai Han to reply. Thank you. He then followed the masked man to another room. A look inside left Lai Han completely stunned. It's huge. His mind was immediately lost in his own thoughts. This room had to be twice the size of his old dorm at level 2. The masked man spoke plainly. Just leave your luggage in the room, then let's get breakfast. A short while later, they arrived at the dining hall. Chefs were concentrating on preparing delicious-looking food. The kitchen seemed crowded and busy. The two of them grabbed trays, following the masked man's instructions. As long as it suits your taste, you can eat whatever you want here. Japanese, Chinese, they have everything. Lai Han, looking a bit flustered, told the masked man. I'm Korean. We don't have to queue for food here. I'm just not used to it. The atmosphere is so different from the strict level 2. The man quickly loaded his plate with food, not forgetting to ask, I don't know anything about Korean food, but they eat white rice, right? Li Han offered a gentle correction and a reminder. It's not that I'm craving Korean food, it's just that I rarely get to eat a proper meal these days. Also, it seems like you're eating a lot of sweets. But the masked man gave a perfectly reasonable explanation. Psychics need to consume a lot of sugar, especially since psychic powers demand constant brain activity from the user. I have to eat all of this just to have enough energy. Lai Han sat stunned for a moment, but after hearing that, he understood. He looked down at his steaming bowl of rice. A simple meal like this really reminded him of the old days. His mind began to drift again, lost in deep thought. Seeing the masked man's sparkling eyes, Lai Han couldn't help but ask, What is it? What followed was a quick back and forth between the two. You know how to use chopsticks? Yes, I heard chopsticks are considered a world mystery in the West. They say people can even catch flies with them. Hearing that made Lai Han freeze in place. Huh? The masked man quickly explained. In Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, there's a scene where a character catches a fly with a pair of chopsticks. I've probably seen that movie more than 10 times. Hearing that, Li Han couldn't help but get curious. So, your mask is from a movie too, right? The man replied with a sudden burst of passionate energy. Exactly. This mask is the face of a C3 model cyborg from the movie Terminator Salvation. But I had it tweaked a little bit before I got it fitted. Lai Han seemed unimpressed, flatly responding, I see. After the meal, the two of them quickly got moving. Just then, a man recognized Lai Han and asked, You're the new rookie who just leveled up, aren't you? The man didn't hesitate to introduce himself first. The name's Lao Cha. It's a pleasure to be working with you, rookie. Li Han quickly snapped a military-style salute in response. Li Han, sir. He seemed to recognize the man's rank. Sergeant Major Lao Cha. The man offered a few words of praise in return. Good observation. I'm not a PF, so I still hold a military rank. But, Lai Han. He suddenly asked a question. You're the one who blew off Sergeant Red's leg, right? As he finished speaking, Lao Cha's face hardened. This seriousness made Lai Han feel a bit worried. Lai Han didn't make the man wait long for an answer. Yes, sir, but I wish I had been the one hit by that bomb. It would have been better if it were me. That response made Lao Cha burst into laughter. Oh, my God. Lai Han was completely confused as the man suddenly made a comment. You're no house cat. You're a jungle tiger. Suddenly, Lao Cha looked up, his eyes burning as he gave an order. You're not busy this afternoon, right? Then be at the physical training center. Lai Han thought to himself, is he planning to spar with me? He's giving off the same aura as those two. This man is incredibly strong. Time passed quickly, and by afternoon they were at the physical training center. Lao Cha, now shirtless, issued his challenge. Let's test your skills a bit, rookie. Lai Han got into his stance, not forgetting to add a little warning. If you get hurt, I'm not taking responsibility for it. But to Lao Cha, this was all just a joke. Ooh, I'm so scared. All Lai Han could hear were the whispers spreading through the crowd. He's actually fighting. Good luck, rookie. Li Han knew exactly what those words meant. They were cheering out of pity. Did they really think he was going to lose? While Li Han was distracted, Lao Cha lunged forward with a vicious strike. Don't lose focus, kid. He felt the undeniable power in that blow. The old man was getting serious now. Then they clashed, lunging at each other like hungry tigers with a basic attack combo. Lao Cha couldn't help but quietly size him up. Simple, but powerful. It proved this kid wasn't just relying on his enhanced body. He had real, structured training. But then came the counter, a punch stronger than anything before. It landed square on Lai Han's face just as the old man spoke. That enhanced body of yours still has a weakness. The hit was painful. Before Lai Han could even breathe, Lao Cha landed another one, leaving him completely stunned. His mind raced. One more hit like that and he was done for. He had to find a way to take the old man down. Now, his fists clenched tight. In a sudden move, he threw his body into a grapple, wrapping up Lao Cha completely. Good thinking, the old man praised. But that praise was also a farewell. This is where it ends, kid. He then effortlessly broke free from Li Han's hold, leaving the boy utterly stunned and amazed. Li Han's own momentum sent him hurtling straight into the wall as Lao Cha watched, completely unfazed. Lao Cha calmly sat down, slightly out of breath. He knew a normal person would be seriously injured by that. Getting up, he walked over to Li Han. "You okay, kid?" But Li Han's response was a sudden surprise attack. For some reason, Lao Cha just laughed as the strike stopped inches from his neck. "That's enough." Lao Cha blocked his staff with a single hand, ending the fight. Li Han immediately bowed low, shouting, "I'm sorry." Lao Cha, however, didn't seem to think it was a big deal. "Don't worry, that fighting spirit is good." He handed the boy a towel and began his critique. "You might not notice when training alone, but pure physical enhancement has a weakness." Li Han wiped his face. "I see," he said, hesitating before asking his question. "Do you mean my body gets heavier when my physical strength increases?" The old man didn't hesitate to explain. "Exactly. To adapt to that mental power, your body becomes as hard as iron, but you also have to carry that extra weight." Recalling the grapple Li Han used, he continued, "That was an excellent move to instantly change your attack pattern, but if you'd realized I was strong against physical damage, you should have started with that hold from the beginning." Before leaving, Lao Cha gave him one last piece of advice. "The cause is your inexperience. You still have a ton to learn, kid. That's enough for today. See you here, same time tomorrow." Li Han stood there for a moment, processing everything. Time flew by, and the next day, Lao Cha greeted him with a smile. "Welcome back, kid." He replied naturally, "Hello, teacher." Lao Cha then pointed behind him and asked, "See that idiot over there?" A man was training with insane, aggressive energy. Li Han racked his brain for a moment before he finally realized who it was. "Johnny SW, Lao Cha confirmed, explaining a bit more about him. "Yep, he's a first-generation Esper, focused entirely on close combat physical enhancement. He's fought in 2 wars against dragons, and even caught a werewolf with his bare hands." Then, Li Han heard the old man's unexpected order. "Go and take Johnny down." Lao Cha didn't stop there, immediately taunting him. "What, are you scared?" Li Han's mind raced. There had to be a purpose behind this test. He walked over, replying, "I'll try." Once he was close enough, Li Han spoke. "Mr. Skew, would you be willing to spar with me?" Johnny recognized him instantly. The rookie, Richin, right? Li Han helplessly corrected him. "It's Li Han." But the man clearly didn't care. "Got any experience using mental powers?" Li Han already knew a bit about the man before him. His specialty was physical enhancement. Finally, Li Han gave his answer. "I won't be using any mental powers." Johnny's reply was clear and simple. "All right." And just like that, the fight was on. "Let's begin." As he put on his gloves, Richard, no. Li Han corrected him again. "It's Li Han." Johnny just charged forward. Same difference. At this, Li Han quickly adopted a defensive stance. From the sidelines, Lao Cha watched calmly as the gym filled with the sounds of their brutal clash. And just like that, Li Han was on the ground with a look of pure shock on his face. Johnny looked up at Lao Cha. "This kid's not good enough to fight me." Li Han quickly sat up, composing himself. "One more time, please." Lao Cha didn't want to stop now either, so he gave his order. "Keep beating him until he gets it." Johnny seemed to think it over for a moment, looking at the determined kid in front of him before agreeing. "All right, fine." Time flew by. By afternoon, the lights were still on in the training room, where Li Han looked utterly defeated. Lao Cha walked over with a bag. Still upset about losing? He immediately denied it. "No. I fought him 3 times and I still lost." Lao Cha's reply was matter of fact. "Of course you did. You have 0 experience in hand-to-hand combat. Your specialty, armed combat, has absolutely nothing to do with fighting barehanded." As Li Han stared at him, the old man continued. "It's not the same as using a Boston crab against dragons." Suddenly, an image of Dichi flashed through his mind. "Are you planning to kill a dragon with Sambo? I guess I could try to choke one out if things get bad." Lao Cha noticed his distraction. "What is it?" Li Han quickly hid his emotions. "It's nothing." He then voiced his confusion. "If that's the case, then this hand-to-hand training seems pretty useless for me." He was completely baffled by the recent training. So why did you make me do it? Lao Cha didn't answer directly. Think carefully, and you'll understand. Instead, he posed a question. What would you do if I told you to take Johnny down again? Lai Han answered instantly, without a moment of hesitation. I'd switch to armed combat. Lao Cha's face lit up. Exactly. We aren't athletes. You just have to beat your opponent using whatever conditions favor you. Those words made everything click for Li Han. He finally understood. Lao Cha and his team hadn't just trained him. They treated him like family. A few days pass, and we find Lai Han's group deep in conversation. Turns out, they're discussing a movie based on a true story. The chatter doesn't stop. Apparently, Lao Cha really did take down 2 American soldiers with nothing but a machete. He's a national hero in Thailand, so of course they made it into a movie. Lao Cha looks at Li Han and asks enthusiastically, So? Pretty cool, right? Lai Han plays along, admitting the actor was incredibly handsome. This catches Lao Cha by surprise. What? You know how to joke now? They say he's the most famous actor in Thailand. The group quickly decides their next move. With time to kill, Lao Cha immediately tries to rope Lai Han into grabbing drinks with them. Come on, Lai Han. But Lai Han instantly refuses the invitation, saying he doesn't drink. The scene shifts to Lai Han walking alone inside the building, where something suddenly catches his attention. It's the mysterious figure from before Silence. Lai Han immediately walks over to greet him. Is your mission over? It's been 3 days, right? The masked man can't help but ask. What were you doing? Why are you just getting back? Lai Han replies instantly. I just watched a movie, Lao Cha, the Jungle Hunter. The scene flashes back to them watching the film, where the actor on screen is taunting a horde of monsters. Come on, you pig brains. Instantly, the monsters swarm him, but the actor single-handedly holds them all off. I wanted to see the movie version of Lao Cha. Lai Han finally explains his reason for going. To see how different he is in real life. The masked man fumbles for something, then says, If you want a movie, I can show you one. Lai Han watches in confusion as the man opposite him messes with something. A moment later, the masked man turns and leaves with a single phrase. Good night. Lai Han is stunned by how abruptly the conversation ended. Hey, Silence. He watches him leave, thinking he's in such a rush, before a relieved smile crosses his face. He recalls their first meeting, remembering the absolutely terrifying pressure Silence gave off back then. But watching his goofy walk now, Lai Han thinks that maybe Silence is just a kid like him. Soon, he and Lao Cha arrive at their destination, where Lao Cha greets him with a smirk. He asks if Lai Han wants a rematch. Lai Han looks at Johnny, buzzing with excitement. It's been 3 days since their last fight. He feels he's ready to finally beat Johnny. He watches Johnny puffing away on a cigarette and smiles to himself. The man is like a giant bear, and he's even more terrifying with a weapon in his hands. Johnny summons his courage and yells, Hey, over here! Richard Lon immediately charges forward to correct him. It's Lai Han. He stares down the aggressively swung sword without a hint of fear. Over the past 3 days, Lai Han has figured out Johnny's attack patterns. He easily dodges the first strike. He's memorized every one of Johnny SW's moves and fighting habits. Johnny unleashes a flurry of slashes, but in Lai Han's eyes, it's all in slow motion. He can predict every single one of his master's moves. This allows him to slip right past Johnny's guard, as if he can see into the future. The staff in Lai Han's hand shoots forward, jabbing Johnny square in the stomach. The pain is blinding, leaving Johnny gasping for air. Johnny clutches his stomach, staring at the boy in disbelief. This is a level 3 fighter? Before he can react, Lai Han strikes again, this time aiming for his shin. The moment Johnny stumbles, Lai Han pulls his staff back. His opponent is stunned. Is it over? Lai Han stares at his weapon, thinking he should stop here. But as soon as Johnny regains his footing, Lai Han presses the tip of the staff against him, giving his master an affectionate look before the final blow. Johnny breaks out in a cold sweat. He braces for the attack, but at the last second, his powerful hand shoots up and blocks the staff. Lai Han looks at Johnny and smiles. I lose. While blocking the strike, Johnny had cleverly placed his sword on Lai Han's shoulder. He tilts his head with a mocking grin. He tells Richin he's strong but made one mistake. If he hadn't hesitated at the very end. Lai Han holds up his name tag, clearly annoyed. Seems like he'll never get my name right. It's Lai Han. Who cares? Johnny casually turns away. Let's go eat. I'll introduce you to my friends. As Johnny urges him to hurry, Lao Cha quietly walks over and pats Lai Han's shoulder. You did well, he says with a comforting smile. Winning isn't always the best outcome. You finally understood what that means. He adds, Kid, you preserved his dignity and created a chance for you two to get closer. Lai Han quickly understands the lesson. You mean I don't need to defeat my own comrades just to prove my strength? Because there's still so much more he can learn from Master Johnny. Later, he and Silence head to the exit and run into a man named Octo. Hurry, over here, Lai Han. Lai Han politely says hello. The man shakes his hand with a friendly smile. Let me reintroduce myself, now that you've reached Class 3. I'm the chief engineer of Team Beg Sumaker. Li Han introduces himself as well, guessing that Octo is probably just a nickname as he eyes the bald man. He was right. Octo proudly puffs out his stomach. I work so fast. It's like I have 8 arms. That's why they call me that. Octo equals 8. Li Han is a little baffled by the logic. Yeah, he quickly realizes the guy is just showing off. Unaware he's being judged, Octo focuses on the machine. The equipment you're about to use requires at least a C+ mental power. But B is best. He tells Lai Han he's the first A-rank user to ever control it. A blue light glows, and Lai Han stares in shock. Huh? Octo just pushes up his glasses. That's right, you see? He points to a giant robot, talking a mile a minute. Look closely. This is a veteran from the final battle. Lai Han recognizes it instantly. A mental power armor. He looks at the giant robot with some hesitation as it begins to power up. It looks more like a bare metal skeleton. Octo gazes at the machine and explains, This is Old Man 3. I rebuilt what was left. Now he's just for training. Lai Han will have to train every day to become fully compatible with the armor. With that, Octo gets to work on some final repairs for the machine. Sparks fly from Octo's welding tool. Watching it get closer, Lai Han panics slightly. I guess I can't put that on by myself, can I? To snapped as Lai Han shifted. That's why you need engineers and machines. Don't move, he warned. Unless you want another hole punched through your shoulder. But whatever he was about to say died on his lips. Right in the middle of this tense moment, Lai Han asked the strangest question. What if I have to use the bathroom? The man just snapped his fingers in disgust. You think that's a major concern when you're heading into a life or death battle? I can't factor in such pointless conveniences. Though he looked a little scared, Lai Han bravely answered back. I guess in a way, I'm kind of disillusioned. Octo ignored him and continued with the instructions. Once you're stabilized inside, we'll open the cylinder to connect you with the armor's control unit. It'll be like holding an extremely powerful weapon in your hands, and you'll need to master it. With that said, he immediately began flooding the glass chamber with gas. Today, we're going to see the maximum time you can last inside the spirit power armor. Begin. High in the sky, a helicopter was on a mission. Its destination, the Spirit Power Research Facility in northern Qinghai, China. Joni sported a new pair of glasses for the report. They're paralyzed, and all operations have been halted by an attack from you. The base officially requested military support from China. Har looked at him with a bit of hesitation. What's the size of the enemy force? The answer he got back was 2 chilling words. Just one. Joni instantly remembered a ferocious monster. That's what they told us. There's only one, but its combat ability is off the charts. They sent 2 special forces teams as backup, and both were wiped out. Ji, looking worried, made a suggestion. Do we need to call for more manpower? This situation seems more dangerous than we thought. The man quickly analyzed its power. There's a high probability you is a soul shield user. A regular soldier wouldn't be able to fight it. If it uses that shield in a tight tunnel, it will be extremely difficult to damage. At this, the smile on Joni's face grew wider than ever. But we're different. We are spirit power warriors. All we need to do is smash that soul shield and everything will be resolved. He turned excitedly to look at Lai Han. Right, Richin? The boy could only sigh and agree. Yes. As soon as the word left his lips, John jumped to his feet. Huh? That's not right. Shouldn't you call him Li Han? Lai Han shot back bluntly. You don't even bother correcting my name yourself. The 2 men next to him burst out laughing, and Joni just laughed along with them. In a flash, they were flying over a barren wasteland. He looked down at the scene with a heavy silence. It's been a month since I was promoted to Class 3. This is my first mission, and it's in you. Lai Han's mind unconsciously conjured an image from his very first mission. It was bringing back some horrible memories. The you from his memory was playing with pools of blood. It had been ecstatic looking at the red liquid on its hands. When the helicopter landed, a soldier rushed over to direct them. This is the Spirit Power Research Center? The people getting off the helicopter were muttering among themselves. Why does it look so deserted? Many countries conduct spirit power research, but most of it is top secret. Joni explained in a low voice, because if they're discovered, they might be attacked by the pure human faction. He suddenly froze, as if he saw something. Joni quickly glanced back at Lai Han. Did I say something wrong? Before he could speak, a hand grabbed his shoulder. We usually wouldn't order you kids to kill people. The leader of the purebloods suddenly glared, his eyes wide. What happened at Ak was regrettable, but we couldn't do anything. We had no choice. A second later, his expression softened. But you must not get used to killing. The man couldn't stand the tension and spoke up. Please. Joni's voice trailed off. In response, he got a hostile glare from Lai Han. Were you about to call me Richin again? Hearing that, Joni let out a huge laugh. It's just that saying that name gives me serious goosebumps. Very quickly, a car was sent to their location. It was followed by 5 other vehicles and an announcement that the area's leader had arrived. Special Forces soldiers got out of the cars, followed by a group of people in lab coats. Johanni's group was immediately on guard around these strangers. However, the newcomers spoke first. Welcome. All of them bowed to greet their guests. Thank you for coming all this way. He glanced past them at the people in black and recognized the research team from China's research center. Are the people behind them the military? As if reading Lai Han's mind, the group of men quickly fell into a neat line. Saluting the hero of China, Ji and his brothers immediately returned the salute. He stepped forward to give instructions. Ji and I will talk to them. You kids wait over there. The younger group knew better than to stay and pulled him away. He hadn't gotten far before his shoulder was grabbed yet again. So you're the kid from Ak, huh? He looked back with eyes full of killing intent. Lai Han didn't hesitate for a second, twisting the researcher's arm with a sharp crack. Don't touch me, the man screamed in agony. I get it. As he walked away, he made the mistake of looking back, only to get 2 more glares like bullets. Damn, that hurt. He's intense. But he didn't realize Har had already noticed something was off. What's gotten into him? In a flash, the newcomers were led to the base. Joni led his juniors into the elevator. This elevator only goes up to the 1st floor. The other routes are restricted, so this is our only way. In that short time, he had already figured out the basic 3-story layout. Let's confirm the map and the route we're taking. Joni held up 2 fingers. We have 2 objectives. First, to retrieve the research data, and second, to check if there are any survivors. He quickly laid out a perfect plan. If you don't encounter the enemy, just ignore them, because after we complete the mission, we're just going to come back up and blow this research center to bits. Finally, Joni finished with 1 word. Done. Lai Han suddenly had a question. Do we have any other information on the research data? The man quickly brushed past the topic. The research team is keeping a tight lip. Ji then started to complain. The military is also really frustrated about that. They said their comrades died for nothing. Hearing that, he suddenly looked at the boy with a serious expression. Don't you forget this, Richard. Even if the 3 of us die on this mission, Johnny pointed a finger straight at Lai Han. You are not to get revenge for any of us. Just retreat. Gifted people like you are a precious and irreplaceable resource. You cannot die. The boy just smiled a strange, twisted smile. So, in other words, if I'm so weak that I die on this ridiculously easy mission, it's better if I just die early, right? The man didn't reply, just let out a sigh and a smile. The red number on screen flips to 1 as a sound echoes. Joni marches to the elevator door and yells, Victor Squad, mission start! Their eyes are already scanning the 1st floor corridor. After confirming the area was clear, he waved his team forward. With guns raised and senses on high alert, the group cautiously stepped into the empty research lab. After a quick sweep, the 4 men reached the stairwell connecting the 2 floors. So far, the 1st floor was completely clear. Lai Han followed his squad into the 2nd floor hallway, but a deep sense of unease settled in his gut. Something was off, like he'd forgotten something critical. Within minutes, they arrived at the 2nd floor door. Joni carefully turned the handle. A smell. He turned back to his team, describing it as the coppery scent of blood. Just hearing that single word made Lai Han's expression change in a heartbeat, and just like that, it clicked for Lai Han. That was the source of his strange feeling. He immediately reported his thoughts to Joni. There were no signs of a struggle anywhere from the 1st floor to this deep into the 2nd. The sharp-witted Lai Han offered a chilling theory this probably wasn't an attack from the outside. Joni gave a slight smile, pushing up his glasses. I get it. I know exactly what you mean. I felt something was weird, too. He suddenly recalled the layout of the research facility from memory. For example, why was the 3rd floor the only one without direct elevator access? Because they had to maintain strict control over everything on that level. With that thought, he realized the danger and barked an order to his team. Turn around. We're aborting this mission. The researcher gave us false intel. They were the ones who had to answer for this mess. But before they could even think of escaping, the entire area plunged into darkness. Joni quickly slapped on his infrared goggles, muttering how the power cut was too perfect, almost like they were being listened to. That word made Li Han freeze, suddenly remembering the hand that had patted his shoulder earlier. So that kid was one of them? He glanced behind him with a wary look. An eavesdropping device. Li Han had finally pinpointed what was so strange about that researcher. He immediately reached for his left shoulder, confusing his teammates. What is it? Through his infrared vision, Li Han could clearly see the small, round object in his hand. His face darkened in grim realization. It was a bug, for real. Just as I thought, Joni agreed instantly. He then froze, staring at a red alert on his watch. All communications were blocked. He made a split-second decision. If they wanted to get out, they had to find the generator room and restart the power manually. There was no other choice but to push forward. Driven by cold logic, Joni shoved open the stairwell door. The sight before him made his world go dark. The entire team froze at the scene. Strewn across the hallway in front of them was a mountain of dead bodies. Har bit his lip to stifle a scream, and even the composed Li Han was visibly stunned. Joni, however, spoke without a hint of hesitation. Horrifying. What is this? Some kind of art installation? Absolutely disgusting. He then glanced at his youngest member and his professional calm shattered. Li Han, are you okay? Joni shouted his name over and over. Richin, are you okay? He yelled until the boy's head was spinning. A moment later, Li Han finally managed to take a sip of water. Har, keeping watch, quietly asked if he'd calmed down. Li Han pulled himself together and nodded. Yes, sir. I'm sorry. As they took a few steps forward, Har tried to comfort him. It's all right. None of us have ever seen anything quite that horrible before. The fact you didn't pass out is amazing enough. You're about the same age as my youngest brother. Li Han looked up, surprised by the sudden confession. You have a brother, sir? I have one back home, too. Har nodded, sharing a piece of his past without hesitation. I had 2 younger siblings. My entire family was killed during an attack. The horrifying memory resurfaced in his mind. I just ran at them, screaming my head off. A much younger Har had been unbelievably brave, facing down massive beasts with nothing but a farming tool. I knew it was pointless, but I wanted to die right then and there. The beast had him, ready to tear him apart, but for some reason, death simply wouldn't take him. Har quickly found himself facing a massive machine. After that, I enlisted. I've been selling my life on the battlefield ever since. He recounted his entire story with an unnerving calmness. It's like death itself is mocking me. No matter what, I just don't die. My reputation just keeps getting bigger. Hearing these words, a heavy weight settled in Li Han's chest. To think that Sergeant Haro had endured something so terrible. He quickly shook off the feeling and put his goggles back on. What must it feel like, losing your family like that? He tried to stop thinking. Just then, a teammate came over to check on him. You good? Richard Har signaled to the ground. Second floor is clear. No signs of survivors, and no sign of that bastard. Then it's down to the 3rd floor. Unease filled all of them, but they had no choice but to keep moving. Something was very wrong. Only the entrance to the 3rd floor could be controlled remotely. Joni studied the crack in the door. Power's out, so it should be completely sealed. But then, a sly grin spread across his face. That doesn't matter. Just watch. Suddenly, his eyes blazed with light, and his body seemed to swell, stimulated by some internal power. Li Han watched in awe. So this was a physical enhancement ability. Before him, Joni's massive frame strained to pry the heavy steel doors apart. The second a crack large enough for a person appeared, a figure materialized in front of Joni. Its body was exactly like the Eolu from his memories, holding a long rifle at the ready. Joni's eyes couldn't quite make out the figure. A soldier? A survivor? But as the rifle glinted, Joni saw its face clearly, the face of Yu, twisted in a savage, almost ecstatic grin. Without a second thought, Joni roared, "Get down!" Yu didn't hesitate for a second, unleashing a hail of bullets. Nearly every single round slammed into Joni's body. The creature just laughed, rocking its gun back and forth. By now, Joni's uniform was in tatters, but he paid it no mind, bracing himself and pushing even harder. Finally, Joni ripped off his helmet and charged straight for Yu, but the creature was ready. It waited for his charge, then coolly pulled the pin on a grenade. Joni's glowing eyes froze for a split second. A grenade? Before he could even lay a hand on Yu, it vanished in a ball of fire. Now, Joni was left standing alone in a cloud of smoke. He scanned the area, then turned to his team. Is it gone? A blood-curdling scream was the only reply. Joni, Li Han and the others rushed to their teammate's side, forming a defensive circle. Was that an Eolu? It was unthinkable, an Eolu using human weapons and gear. Nothing like this had ever been recorded before. For Li Han, the battle had been absolutely terrifying. Not only that, it had used tactics, luring a man away from the group for the kill. It fought exactly like a human. At the thought, the fire of rage in Joni's eyes roared to life. At first, I just wanted to get to the generator room and leave. But now, we have to find out exactly what's going on here. Laihan watched his leader's back, his own resolve wavering. It had found a foe that couldn't be killed with firearms, so it knew not to attack rashly again. But where did it go? And how? Elsewhere, Yu's gaunt legs reappeared. It struggled to cling to a wall, dragging itself step by agonizing step. As its hands slid past the number 2, its thoughts began to churn. What in the world was that bastard? Human weapons were useless against him. It knew it had to become stronger. It wanted nothing more than to tear them all to shreds. In the wake of its power, surge were bodies completely drained of life force. The humans all turned black as their vitality faded. Meanwhile, Yu was reveling in the bliss of absorbing their energy. All of that life force flowed in a stream straight into its forehead. It threw its head back and laughed, having absorbed human knowledge as its eyes began to glow with a sinister light. Next, tendrils of purple energy started to swirl around Yu's entire body. An alarm sounded, and Laihan immediately took off his infrared goggles as the lights returned. The emergency power was kicking in, and the others quickly removed their goggles too. John, however, simply swapped his for a pair of sunglasses. All right, let's move. Har found the sight a little funny. Sunglasses, at a time like this? He then took point, leading the group forward. Just as I suspected, a place that isn't marked on the map. Let's see what they were hiding. Johnny gritted his teeth as he spoke. Even the intel from the 2 survivors was completely wrong. They tried to retrieve the real data after we handled things. A thought suddenly struck him and he spoke up. Sounds like it was a trap. He could only speculate at this point. Close enough. I'm sure they're trying to train it for military purposes. They're doing this behind the backs of their superiors. They continued walking until they reached a dark intersection. We're at a fork, Laihan suggested. Should we split up? But Johnny immediately shot him down. No. He led them all to a corner where a body was lying. There's a marker here. This must be the research team that died while trying to escape. They quickly entered a horrific scene, with the bodies of researchers scattered everywhere. Just as I thought, Johnny saw the shattered glass cage and knew instantly. After capturing it, they tried to break new ground through research and modification, but they only made it uncontrollably powerful. He skillfully began typing on a nearby keyboard. Countries participating in the project are responsible for reporting any research related to spirit energy to their superiors, but that's basically just in name only. I bet the other countries are doing the same thing. They just haven't been caught. Beside him, Lihan couldn't help but feel disgusted. Another war between humans. I'm so sick of it. Johnny kept accessing the data. I'm sure the higher-ups don't plan on letting us leave here easily. Damn it, it's all in Chinese. Check these documents. Copy only what's important and then we're leaving immediately. The moment he finished speaking, he sensed something was wrong and yelled out a warning. Enemy spotted. 6 o'clock. They quickly prepared for battle against Yu's new form. On command, 2 of them opened fire, but no one expected it to use a basic skill, the soul shield. Unwilling to back down, Laihan immediately grabbed his spear. To disable it, I have to use the spear, but as he prepared to move, he was stopped. Richard, stand back. Let me. Johnny powerfully drew his sword and leaped forward. Looks like you're not planning on running this time, huh? The blade drew an arc through the air as he moved. I'm going to break you in 2. With that, a single slash cut right through Yu's body. But in an instant, its body dissolved into nothing. Johnny froze, completely thunderstruck by the sight. Laihan gritted his teeth in shock. A flash step. In a blink, it appeared behind Har. Seeing him threatened, Laihan screamed, Har! Haro didn't hesitate, ordering Laihan to attack. Even though his hands were trembling from holding the sword, the urgent command echoed in Laihan's ears. Quick, attack it! He had imagined this moment, running Yu straight through. He knew it was what he had to do. But Laihan remembered Kuro's face. He was threatened by a creature just like this. I can't attack him. Snapping back to reality, he fired a shot without hesitation. The bullet tore through the bandages on its head. At the same time, Har had already collapsed, motionless. Seeing this, Joni urged Laihan to focus. Red Chan. He stared intently at Yu. Laihan spotted something blue in the middle of its forehead, a spirit stone. But before he could act, Yu had already fled. He looked at his 2 comrades and couldn't help but curse. Damn it, how's Haro? Jai held him, slowly shaking her head. Seeing this, the fire in Johnny's eyes ignited once more. His expression suddenly shifted. Laihan then shut his eyes, coldly stating, We have to chase it and finish this now. Johnny was a bit surprised by his words. Are you trying to get revenge, Ran? Han looked up and analyzed. No, sir. It's just the best time to pursue it. It's wounded in several places, and its spirit energy seems to be running low, but he was cut off by Johnny. Red Chan, I agree. Let the hunt begin. And with that, the three of them stood up to track it down. After walking for a bit, Johnny spoke up. Han, what did you learn from that last situation? He voiced the suspicion that had been in his mind for a while. It can't use Flash Step repeatedly, and it can't use Flash Step and Soul Shield at the same time. Han once again recalled the scene of Haro being threatened by you. That's why it used Officer Haro as a shield back there. That ambush was a gamble, but it paid off. Johnny let out a long sigh. Luckily, we managed to wound it. Like you said, this is probably our only chance. When they reached a fork in the road, he suggested they split up. Before they parted, Johnny gave them one last order. Each of you takes a path. Whoever finds it, don't die. Han didn't respond and simply walked away. Han remained on high alert, scanning his surroundings constantly. Then, for a moment, his eyes widened in horror. The path ahead was lined with human bodies pinned to the walls. Han's steps faltered for a second, but his grip on his weapon remained firm. He bit his lip, reassuring himself. It's okay. He continued down that grotesque path. Han quickly made it out of the dark hallway, but he had no idea that behind him, a pair of glowing red eyes on the wall was watching. Yu had been hiding, waiting for the perfect moment to appear behind him. Han continued walking down the path lined with corpses. Based on his experience in the rift, this display wasn't to provoke or intimidate an enemy. As he walked, he recalled the sorcerer Yu using the blue gem. It was to charge the spirit stone, a power of the mind. Just then, an image of Yu's face and its chilling smile flashed in his mind. It relived the memories, the searing hatred of its human captors, and the pure satisfaction of making them suffer. And with that, its psychic power began to surge. Han was lost in thought, completely unaware of the creature appearing behind him. Unable to win a direct fight, Yu lunged forward, knife flashing in a sneak attack. But he sensed it just in time, dodging with impossible speed. Though pain shot through his body, Han twisted around, gun ready, and fired a single shot directly at it. Han saw his opening while Yu was off balance and rushed in, sword held high. Driven by instinct, he focused every last ounce of his power into the tip of the blade. He had to end this. Now. Without hesitation, Han drove the blade deep into its chest. A second later, Yu's twisted form started to dissolve into thin air. It became a stream of blue energy, trying to escape in a flash. But that didn't stop him from raising his sword again. Han aimed for that wisp of power and threw his blade. Yu instantly rematerialized, collapsing in a heap on the ground before him. Han just stood there, stunned, gasping for air. Soon after, Har's body was placed in a sleeping bag. Ji quickly zipped it closed, hiding the pale face from view. But Han was still drowning in pure, unadulterated rage. These people should not have died. Johnny immediately chimed in. They wouldn't be dead if the people in charge had handled the situation with an ounce of wisdom. But they never cared about the lives of soldiers. The kind of men who can command hundreds with a word won't do that if they actually understand the value of a single human life. He didn't preach, just offered a quiet reminder. In the end, Han's feelings became numb. He was getting used to all this. Hearing that, a question popped into Han's head. Getting used to it? Han recalled his own expression during the fight and wanted to argue. It was tragic, but it's human nature. Any horrible experience will dull if it happens enough. Johnny saw him spiraling and clapped him on the shoulder. Red Chan, if your heart becomes so numb that you can't even feel it in your chest, he said, pointing to his own head. At least remember that all life is precious. Han understood the lesson perfectly. I will never forget anyone who has died by my side, and I don't plan on forgetting them in the future. The scene cuts to an elevator door in the middle of the desert. Johnny walked. He slammed the massive rock onto the ground without any ceremony, and the two men behind him gave off an equally intimidating presence. Facing them was a group of soldiers, clearly an ambush. Johnny hesitated and asked Jai, should we try to break through the encirclement like we planned? He grits his teeth, offering to go himself. Let me negotiate with them. He watched the man's back with worry. Are you sure you'll be okay? But Jai cut off Johnny's next words. I doubt they'll open fire in front of so many soldiers when I'm unarmed. As he approached, the snipers recognized him instantly. That's Jai Run. Jai walked forward, shouting, my comrades, the research center has lied to the military. He directly exposed the very researchers the army was supposed to be protecting. They created monsters through inhuman acts and caused needless sacrifices among our soldiers just to hide the truth. One of the researchers, not wanting his secret out, quickly gave an order to the army. Ridiculous! Shoot him now! But the soldiers immediately cut him off. Shut your mouth! Can't you see Jai Run is speaking? The man was furious but powerless. What? Jai, fueled by their support, roared with even more passion. You are not slaves. You volunteered to carry those guns, but can't you see you're pointing them at the wrong people? The moment he said it, the soldiers realized something was wrong. The mission orders hadn't made any sense from the start. Why were they ordered to shoot their own soldiers the second they left the research center? He continued his speech, his voice ringing with conviction. Soldiers are the source of the army's strength, and because of that, we have a duty to question and refuse to follow baseless orders. Because the men behind GI were strong enough to protect him, and just then, a military rifle pointed straight up at the sky. The other soldiers couldn't believe what the sniper was doing. A moment later, a bullet flew straight toward the lead researcher. The commanding officer watched, calmly adjusting his cap, just as he'd expected. It would end like this, not surprising at all. He'd always held a deep admiration for GI, remembering his past heroic deeds. GI Run, the national hero of China, who single-handedly contributed the most during the First Great War. Many of the soldiers here had signed up after hearing stories of GI Run. Meanwhile, the researcher desperately lunged for a gun. What are you all doing standing there? He screamed like a madman. This is treason. Order them to fire. He then resorted to threatening the soldiers' families. If you don't kill them, not only you, but your entire family. Before he could finish, a single gunshot rang out. Johnny, Lai Han, and their companion all stared with wide-eyed shock. In front of them, a soldier held a smoking rifle he had just fired. After that single shot, the researcher dropped to the ground. By the time everything was handled, it was dark. The three didn't stick around and were escorted to a helicopter. GI was still worried. Is this really going to be all right? The officer didn't hide his grim reality. We are preparing to face disciplinary action for disobeying a direct order. But he accepted it, a true soldier's conviction in his eyes. Besides, what happened at the research center will eventually reach the top brass. So, to prevent this situation from escalating throughout Northeast Asia, all the blame will have to fall on the research staff. GI could do nothing but offer his thanks. Thank you for your courage. The officer smiled humbly. It was all thanks to my brave subordinates. He also didn't miss the chance to flatter GI. Besides, even if they discipline me, the worst that can happen is I won't get promoted. You're the truly brave one. You gave up all your glory to fight for us. At last, the officer watched the hero he so admired get on the helicopter. Lai Han, absolutely drained from the fight, was already fast asleep. GI walked by and saw everything. Johnny pointed at Lai Han but looked at GI. That's the first time I've ever seen someone sleep so crudely. Jai, however, completely understood Lai Han's exhaustion. It's not that strange, considering everything he has just been through. Hearing that, Johnny fell silent and pouted a bit. Johnny looked at Lai Han's face, finally at peace in a deep slumber. The helicopter flew on through the sky as always. In the bright sunlight, a line of soldiers raised their rifles and began to fire. All the other soldiers stood below, their heads bowed in silent respect. They gathered around a makeshift memorial, a row of rifles plunged into a stone slab. Lai Han stood there too, his gaze fixed solemnly on the monument, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. After the ceremony, Lai Han spoke as they walked. I was really worried when you were negotiating. He glanced at Jia, who had been silent the whole time. If his words had no weight, they would have been captured before he even spoke. But Jia's mind was far away, consumed by thoughts of Harrow and Laocha, so his reply was barely a whisper. All AC soldiers, including Harrow and Laocha, would return to their hometowns as heroes. But not him. His only job was to recruit more soldiers. As they were talking, a figure approached them. Don't be so modest. You're a hero for all you've contributed since joining AC. Johnny stood at attention before them, saying he needed them to come with him. Lai Han was confused. Right now? Johnny extended a hand, confirming he was being summoned. Follow me. Soon, Johnny had led him into a luxurious room. His duty done, the man waved a quick goodbye and left Lai Han behind. Wait here, they'll be here soon. Lai Han, completely bewildered, spun around to Johnny's retreating back and asked who, but Johnny just walked away, leaving him all alone. A screen on the wall was still on. It showed images of Jose and Ganut, their faces tense as they prepared for an upcoming battle. Lai Han rushed toward the TV, his shock obvious when he saw them. Team 13. The 2S rank match was about to begin again. Who could their opponent be? As the fight started, Jose unleashed a massive burst of flame, launching himself high into the air and charging straight for Simon. Clue. I'll hold him off. Simon's expression was unreadable. As Jose attacked, he swiftly conjured a shield to protect himself from the blast. Jose yelled for Clue to move. On command, Clue dashed behind Simon, aiming for a surprise attack. But Simon simply used his telekinesis to control the flames. The fire grew larger and larger, chasing after Clue. He tried to run, but it was too late. The inferno quickly closed in and swallowed him whole. Flames blazed furiously, consuming Ganut entirely as he screamed in agony. Watching it all, Lihan thought to himself that Simon had gotten much stronger. Rose, he thought, you have to avoid fighting Simon head-on. He suddenly paused, realizing something, but a voice from behind made him freeze. Where is Kuro? It was Alexander. I called you here because of Kuro. You are Lihan. The man stepped forward. I am Alexander Rico, the army chief. Lihan respectfully saluted, a wave of anxiety washing over him. The army chief was a direct subordinate of headquarters. This was someone with real power in AC. Alexander sat down solemnly in front of Lihan. Sit down. Would you like a cup of tea? A moment later, they were seated at a table. This was clearly a decisive turning point in his life. Lihan gently lifted his cup, sipping as he listened to Alexander speak. I'm debating whether to report to my superiors that Kuro is unrecoverable. He remained silent, his expression unreadable as he processed the words. But Alexander's next sentence made Lihan look up in complete confusion. I think you might be the only one who can persuade Kuro. In the end, Lihan agreed to meet with Kuro. His mind immediately went back to the reason Kuro had given up training. During the Purus ambush, Kuro's immense power had erupted, awakening his S-rank ability. But he lost control, and Kato had to aim a gun right at him. Dimichi's team arrived quickly to subdue him, but the events that followed left Kuro utterly broken. As things calmed down, Rose suddenly looked over and shouted, Damn it, they're back again. At that moment, Kuro's unstable power flared violently, completely out of his control. Seeing his transformation, everyone on site froze in pure shock. Kuro's body twisted and deformed, his eyes blazing as he let out a roar of raw power. Tendrils of energy shot straight into the sky, ensnaring a small aircraft above them. The craft was dragged down, hurtling towards the soldiers below in an instant. Then it suddenly changed course, crashing into the distance and triggering a thunderous explosion. Horrified screams filled the air. What was that? A massive blast erupted far from Kuro's group. Believing his power had killed innocent people, he refused to train ever again. Thinking back, Lihan bowed his head slightly. Please, convince Kuro to return to training. We cannot let an S-rank Esper just walk away. Suddenly, a voice broke his train of thought. Lihan is here. He was standing before the door. A soldier stationed there simply said, Go in. He stepped slowly into the sealed-off area, nodding to the guard as he passed. Kuro was being held under heavy guard, confined deep inside. Lihan pushed the door open to his friend's room. The moment Kuro spoke, Lihan's entire expression changed. Long time no see, Lihan. He couldn't believe this was the same person he knew. Kuro continued, Have you been well? A moment later, he sat down across from Kuro. It wasn't your fault, he said. It was an accident. Kuro just smiled bitterly, his face a mask of self-loathing. You didn't see it all. For all I know, my subconscious wanted to kill them. Lihan stared straight at him, his gaze firm and unwavering. Even so, you did it to protect your friends. No one blames you. Kuro asked quietly. Is that what everyone says? He wouldn't let Lihan explain. Kuro was trapped in a cycle of self-torment. I'm sorry, I don't think I can do this anymore. It should end here. Lihan looked at his friend with pity. Kuro, you're just too kind in your own mind. Sympathizing with the enemy is a true luxury. Lihan couldn't help but remember their past together. Unlike the other kids who had their own motivations, Kuro simply wanted to follow him. He remembered the danger when you had captured him. If this continued, he would lose a precious friend. He refused to experience that despair ever again. Lihan's resolve hardened. Fine, Kuro. He suddenly spoke up, and the words made his friend freeze in shock. Then give up. Kuro looked up in disbelief, but Lihan continued calmly. Maybe you really aren't cut out for combat after all. Lihan lowered his gaze to meet the boys, saying, So what's wrong with giving up? Kuro's expression instantly darkened, his mood plummeting into an abyss at Lihan's words. So what's wrong with giving up? Kuro repeated, his voice dangerously serious. If anyone puts you in danger, I'll kill every last one of them to protect you. Lihan's words still echoed in his mind, a tempting whisper to quit this war. He didn't have to do this. He could just walk away. With his skills, he could easily find a job in any other field. Outside the interrogation room, The two guards sensed something was wrong. One of them muttered that he was telling Kuro to quit, and that he should probably pull him out of there. But just as they were about to step inside, Li-Han shot up from his chair. His hands slammed onto the table as a massive surge of power erupted from his body. Without a second's hesitation, he hurled the table across the room, stunning Kuro. Just then, the two guards began to yell, "Damn it! The door won't open! Li-Han, open this door right now!" They pounded on the glass, barking orders. "Open the door now!" One of them continued, threatening, but before he could finish, Li-Han roared, "Shut up! I'm talking here." Despite the warning, the soldier on the other side didn't back down, his voice still echoing through the door. "We're breaking it down! Bring the breaching tools!" Hearing this, Li-Han shot a quick glance over at Kuro. With both hands, Li-Han grabbed the table again, explaining, "By all rights, I should be listening to them and trying to persuade you, but in this situation, I'm not sure you'll even survive until the war ends." His eyes were firm, warning that the rest of his life would be lived in misery. Kuro hesitated slightly, looking up at him. "Li-Han." Kuro mumbled, a worried look on his face. "You'll be punished for this." But Li-Han was completely unfazed, calmly replying, "Who knows? I'm a soldier ready for the battlefield at any moment. The punishment will be light." Kuro's face was filled with frustration. He was smart enough to see the consequences of this little stunt. In a flash, the door began to buckle and warp. Hearing the noise, Kuro shot another worried look at his friend. Finally, under immense pressure, the two guards smashed through the door. One of them immediately charged in and tackled Li-Han to the ground. Seeing him pinned down by the two soldiers made Kuro tremble with fury. He tried to hold it back, but then something in his eyes ignited. "Don't you dare bully him," Kuro snarled through gritted teeth. Just then, an authoritative voice cut through the tension, making them all freeze and look over. "Stop." In that instant, a terrifying power exploded from Kuro. The two guards were instantly decapitated. A moment later, Li-Han was rubbing his bruised wrist. He walked in silence, processing what had just happened. Suddenly, Li-Han stopped and looked up. Approaching him was none other than Alexander. Soon, the man stood directly in front of Li-Han, the two facing each other. Alexander was the first to speak. "You did that on purpose, didn't you?" "I can't believe it. I was almost fooled," he continued. "You should have given me a heads up, you know." Li-Han remained silent, a small smile playing on his lips as he replayed the moment Kuro's power flared. He remembered the guards, clutching their necks in agony. "My neck! My neck!" they had gasped. It wasn't a physical attack. It was an illusion born from pure, unadulterated fear. Kuro's face had been a mask of fury, his glowing eyes radiating a terrifying power. Even restrained, he could have killed everyone in that room. The two soldiers trembled uncontrollably at the sight. His eyes narrowed, killing intent pouring out of him. Then, Kuro's eyes flew wide open, releasing a final wave of pressure before he slowly calmed down. "Han successfully convinced me," Kuro had declared. "I will continue my training and reach level 3. Kuro had looked at Li-Han struggling on the floor and ordered, "So please, let Han go now." The man on the ground looked towards Kuro, then quickly averted his gaze. Seeing Li-Han's reaction made Kuro pause. He looked down at his friend, still tied up on the floor, thinking that even someone as confident and strong as him could have moments of weakness. Kuro stood motionless, watching as the guards helped Li-Han to his feet. He finally had the strength to help him now. For so long, Li-Han had been the one protecting him. Kuro thought with absolute certainty as his friend walked past. But things were different now. He would stand as his equal. Back in the present, Li-Han pressed his lips together, walking away without saying another word to Alexander. The man simply watched him go, turning his head to follow his retreating figure. Alexander stood there for a moment before confirming, "Just as you said, that kid really has a certain charisma." Johnny appeared right in front of him as Alexander continued muttering, "But that charisma, it feels a little dangerous." Soon after, Li-Han was back training his stamina with Lao Cha. He struggled to block a blow as Johnny charged straight in. The man lifted Li-Han's entire body into the air before slamming him backward onto the ground with a sickening thud. As darkness fell outside the massive building, Richin called out, "See you tomorrow." Li-Han clutched his aching neck while the other two just laughed and waved goodbye. Li-Han walked with Jing Lang, his legs trembling as he grumbled, "I never should have said I wanted to learn from them." The memory of Lao Cha and Johnny's faces made Li-Han shudder. They were a little too enthusiastic with their teaching methods. "Did you see their expressions?" Jing Lang replied while staring at a monitor in his hand. "Why are you learning martial arts anyway? It's not like you need it." Li-Han glanced over and calmly answered, "Who knows? I might need it someday. Prepare for the worst, and you can win in any situation, he said. Hearing that, Jinglang stopped and stared at Li Han, completely silent. Johnny, however, had looked utterly surprised. That kid, he thought, really needs to learn how to relax a little. He remembered how Lao Cha had relentlessly helped him train earlier. Can you feel it yet? Good, why so quiet? The old man had teased. A little more. Just a little more. Li Han had cried out as his muscles were forced to stretch. It hurts so much. But the old man just said that unexpected situations don't happen often. Remembering this, Li Han instinctively bent down and hugged Hong. Jinglang chuckled and pointed to himself. Want me to carry you? You're good at saving face, but I can still tell you're exhausted. Suddenly, Zhou kicked the door to the room open with a loud bang. He announced with a grin, I have returned. With that, Zhou strode confidently into the room as everyone watched. Li Han was in the middle of training, panting heavily. Sergeant Red Johnny smiled and pointed down, complimenting. Those new shoes look good. He stepped forward, showing off his own boots. You want a new pair or something? Another soldier then approached Han, asking, Sir, will the teacher be returning to his post now? Z calmly looked at Li Han, explaining, I'll be taking over as the 1S level instructor for a little while. We need to recruit more 2S levels, and frankly, I still need to recover my strength. Z let out a confident little laugh. I heard you did exceptionally well on your first mission as a 3rd level. Your head must be in the clouds from all the praise, right? Li Han immediately bowed his head, denying it. Not at all, sir. A bit later, the two of them stepped outside, Li Han silently watching Zhou's every move. He looked over at him, speaking casually. You really don't care about no smoking zones, do you, sir? Zhou froze, a cigarette halfway to his lips. Shut it, Zhou grumbled, blowing out a cloud of smoke. Where the hell is there even a smoking area on this entire base? I bring it up at every single meeting, but they have zero intention of changing a thing. Li Han just stood there, feeling a familiar sense of helplessness. This shouldn't even be surprising anymore. Z then turned his attention to him. Anyway, Li Han, you remember that Yu Maj you captured, don't you? The image of the attack flashed in Li Han's mind as he replied. Of course. Did you manage to get any new information from its interrogation? Z's gaze became terrifyingly intense, his face set in a grim expression that radiated pure killing intent. The war starts in 3 years. That's when the main force will attack. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of a grim, materializing prophecy. What's more, their vanguard is almost fully prepared. An initial attack could happen at any moment. A look of pure shock spread across Li Han's face. Zhou lowered his cigarette, continuing in a slow, somber voice. The prophecy of a 10-year wait wasn't wrong. But with a vanguard, the war is coming much, much sooner. The second he finished that sentence, a cold wind cut through the silence between them. Time passed. Later, Johnny knocked on a door, calling out, Hey, Li Han! The door creaked open, and Li Han stepped out, looking confused. What is it? Johnny suddenly held out an item, pressing it into his hand. A present for you. Li Han stared at it blankly. A memory card? Johnny couldn't help but chuckle at his confused expression. It's a video from a competition between 2nd levels yesterday. Team 13's match. You'll be their captain soon, won't you? Li Han was absolutely floored, Johnny said confidently. Besides, what are you doing cooped up in your room on your day off? Isn't it more fun to hang out with us old guys? Li Han leaned in, whispering, I wouldn't call it fun. Exactly. All you guys ever do is talk about dirty jokes. I didn't even know there were that many crude words to describe women. Hearing this, Johnny absolutely burst out laughing. Well, what can I say? We're all just guys here. But man, now I'm a little embarrassed. After a bit more talk, he started to leave. All right, I'm heading out. Make sure you watch that video. Li Han snapped to attention with a salute. Thank you, sir. Johnny just waved over his shoulder. And stop moping in your room over useless things. Johnny suddenly paused, turning his head back slightly. But Li Han had already ducked back inside and flicked on the television. On the screen was Simon with his team. Team 3 is our opponent again. Across from them, Jiho, Jose, and Canute watch the trio intently. Perhaps it's because they have fewer 2nd levels than before the last attack. After watching some of the footage, something clicked for Li Han. The moment he saw Jijo on screen, he was completely shocked. Jiho is the vice captain? He wondered. Why would Jose and Canute just step aside for him so easily? He let out a small sigh, muttering, well, Jijo's personality isn't his best trait, but he is pretty smart. As he continued watching, Li Han finally exclaimed, Good grief, this is a complete mess. A little later, The screen showed an enraged Simon grabbing Jijo by the collar. A message appeared. Team 13 won, all thanks to Jijo. Lee Han was stunned as he listened to the commentary. To think he could single-handedly isolate Simon and stall him until sunset, it was exactly the kind of stunt Jiho would pull. By the time the video was over, night had already fallen. Lee Han quickly collapsed onto his bed. He lay there, hands behind his head, lost in thought. Someone is bound to reach a higher level soon. His expression shifted. He wondered who the next person would be. Simon Dmitri, or Canute. Outside, the night was dark and quiet when a strange realization hit him. Wait, am I lonely? Elsewhere, Jijo grimaced and declared, I'll handle Simon myself. Hearing this, Jose and Canute, who were facing each other, both turned to stare at him. Then they exchanged a long, calculating look. An image of a flustered Jiho flashed in Jose's mind. He remembered how Jiho had been whispering frantically with Canute just moments before. If you're going to make me deal with him, you might as well just kill me. Jijo, who had overheard them from a distance, turned bright red and yelled, Hey, you idiots! Jijo, regaining his composure, pointed directly at him. That's because your plan last time was a direct frontal assault. If the three of us attack him head-on, we'll just get slaughtered. Jose's fist clenched in anger. I really don't like your tone. Suddenly, Jijo's face darkened, and a cunning glint appeared in his eyes. I'm not planning to just charge in and fight him, he said. Simon is incredibly weak when it comes to teamwork. He's better than before, but if I challenge him, his ego won't let him back down. Jose just stared blankly at him. Didn't you just say you weren't going to fight him directly? Jiho calmly replied, I'm not, but I will make him think that I am. I'll handle Simon myself. You two can take care of the rest. Once the three of them were in position, an announcement echoed. Team 3 versus Team 13. Capture the flag round, begin. Jijo slung the flag over one shoulder, gesturing with his free hand. If you've got the guts, come at me. The great Simon will face you. Simon quietly tilted his head, watching from a distance as Jiho stood just outside of his attack range, a standard safe distance for Jiho. Then, all of a sudden, Simon turned and bolted deeper into the arena, making Jijo yell out. Was I being too careful? Sweat poured down his face. I really hate doing this, he thought, but I guess I have to play the villain again. Not being able to stand it, Jijo called out, making Simon freeze. Hey, you fake genius. Simon's face darkens as he turns, but the kid doesn't stop the verbal assault. How can you even call yourself a genius? Lee Han is a better fighter than you, and Kuro has way more spiritual power. Jiro shouts right at Simon without a second thought. I'm pretty sure Lee Han is taller than you, too. I heard he's almost 6 feet tall now, definitely taller than you. After a long moment, the noise finally stops, leaving only the sight of Simon's back. Jiro hesitates, looking ahead nervously. Suddenly, Simon slowly turns around, and Jiro immediately puts his guard up, watching him closely. Just as predicted, Simon snaps and unleashes his power. Their duel would be recorded as the longest in the Academy's history. Meanwhile, in a small alley, John calmly approaches. 7 years ago. He stops directly behind Wei Chen, who's standing nearby. Wei Chen glances back slightly. I thought I told you not to follow me. John just grins, pulling out a cigarette. Well, it's my job to bring you back. Wei Chen turns to face him directly. I understand your situation, but I couldn't care less about your training center. His face twists with disgust. Especially when you're teaching children how to kill. In that instant, a haunting memory flashes through Wei Chen's mind. When I was young, I was taken in by a cult that the old man I respected founded. It was called the Serenity Order, just one of many that popped up during the war. From childhood, he was forced to train relentlessly until he collapsed. I acted as a member of the organization, enduring inhuman training every single day. Soon, Wei Chen was forced into action. First, I started with small animals, then dogs, pigs, cows, monkeys, and even people. It wasn't long before I could kill them without hesitation. He bows his head, filled with regret. I can't let children suffer the way I did. If you understand, then go back. Hearing this, John can't help but scowl. A moment later, he drops the cigarette, crushing it under his boot as he declares, if we can't win the coming war, humanity will cease to exist. You can talk about justice after we survive. John's expression is now unreadable, his voice low. I won't make you kill anyone. At least accept the coaching position before you go. Wei Chen is baffled by his words. Didn't you hear me? No matter what, I have no intention of cooperating. John sighs, unbothered. Man, what are we going to do? I need to leave with you, and you refuse to come with me, no matter what I say. He smirks, staring Wei Chen down. Or should I just use force? Wei Chen lowers his head slightly. Don't waste your life like that. The words barely out, John lunges forward like the wind, clutching something that glows. For a split second, Wei Chen is stunned, his eyes wide with shock as a hand swings at his face. He instinctively dodges away in a hurry. John's knife slices right past Wei Chen's face, making him cry out in pain as the blade is sent flying into the air. Wei Chen swiftly reaches out, catches the knife, and strikes back. Even after dodging, John's neck is cut and bleeding. Wei Chen's face darkens as he warns him, "I won't kill you, but you should know your limits." Before he could say more, John furiously smashes his fist down onto Wei Chen's head. The knife in Wei Chen's hand falls to the ground. John lets out a chilling laugh. "You should be thinking about killing me." Caught by the surprise attack, Wei Chen is seriously injured. In the dark alley, a massive aircraft flies overhead. The tension in the alley is palpable now. The two men stand opposite each other, neither willing to back down. John suddenly shoves his hand forward with all his strength. Wei Chen quickly raises his own to block the attack. Immediately after, Wei Chen counters with a swift elbow strike, slamming it into John's stomach. Caught off guard, John can't react in time and is sent flying back by the blow. Wei Chen raises his hands into a defensive stance, a fresh wound now visible on his face. He looks down at John, who is on the ground trembling in pain, and speaks, "You're pretty good." John glares up at him, spits out a mouthful of blood, and says nothing. Slowly, John gets to his feet, glancing at the knife lying in the distance and taunting him, "If you want to end this, you should have done a better job with that thing over there." Hearing this, Wei Chen's face hardens, but he remains silent. John smirks, a look of exhaustion on his face, but his voice is loud. "I guess I'm insulting you. Is it your martial artist's honor or something?" Wei Chen makes a gesture, holding his hand out towards him. "I'll end this between us with this move. You won't die, but you need to be careful." Wei Chen's hand clenches, and a small electric charge begins to crackle around it. John's brow furrows as he watches, slipping a hand into his pocket, thinking, is it just me? Or is his hand more dangerous than the knife? The two men face off, both braced and ready for the other's attack. High in the sky, a large plane passes by once more. As if taking it as a signal, Wei Chen charges forward without hesitation, his eyes red and filled with focus. With no wasted motion, his outstretched hand strikes directly at John's eye. John's hand, now wreathed in flames, erupts and swings straight for Wei Chen's head. A long while later, the sky has turned a quiet, reddish gold. Johnny appears, looking into the alley in silence. On the ground below lie John and Wei Chen. He mutters in confusion, "What the hell happened here? Did he kill you? Did you kill him? Or did you both kill each other?" John suddenly sits up, pushing Wei Chen off him. He's just unconscious. "I choked him out with my fireball." Johnny, hands in his pockets, casually asks, "The same fire you used to light your cigarettes?" Though injured, John is full of energy. "Yep, sorry for playing dirty. It was all thanks to this." A small, brightly shining stone appears in John's hand. "It's a mineral Otto lent me. It enhances my spiritual power. That's why I could control my flame so perfectly." He turns his head to Johnny, points at Wei Chen and says, "Guess I didn't burn his face to a crisp, huh?" Johnny sounds a little annoyed. "Seriously, your fighting style is such a pain. I should have investigated him first." John slowly gets to his feet. "Anyway, let's just bring him back." He stands opposite Johnny, arms crossed. "This is a transport request." Johnny just raises an eyebrow and reports, "Mission complete then." After a moment of silence, Johnny asks, "What was his name again?" Before John can answer, he shouts, "Richen!" John bursts out laughing. "It's Wei Chen, you idiot." Johnny grabs a can of soda and takes a long drink. Li Han, sitting next to him, silently observes Johnny's every move. Johnny let out a satisfied sigh. Before his can was even empty, he'd already cracked open another one. "Want one?" he asked. "I've got plenty," Li Han replied with a faint smile. "No." Johnny just took another swig, sighing. "Man, I just don't get it. Physically, you're an adult, but mentally you're still just a kid." He looked straight at him, his voice low. "You gotta survive, Richard. You can't just die without ever tasting alcohol, right?" His eyes suddenly welled up. He raised the can. "Don't die before you get drunk. It would be too damn sad." Li Han looked over, helpless. "Is getting drunk all you're going to talk about?" Below, everyone trained hard as afternoon arrived. 1, 2. In the courtyard, everyone jogged in unison. Johnny told him from the bench, 2 years, max. You will surpass me as a warrior." He tightened his grip on the can. By then, he thought, even AC couldn't control him. A mature Sir's turning on them. Suddenly, a tragic memory surfaced. His own face, covered in wounds. gritting his teeth, gasping for every single breath. After winning the fight, Johnny turned to leave. His voice was low. If you turn your back, humanity is over. Don't become a monster. A device suddenly launched a white ball high into the air. Lai Han, in full armor and drenched in sweat, looked right up at it. He kept reaching for the white sphere. Nearby, Otto watched his every move on a monitor, filled with a quiet pride. Incredible. So worth it for an engineer, he praised. This Lai Han kid is good. Otto watched, analyzing every single step. It was common knowledge his spirit power was low, but his distribution for controlling objects was surprisingly good. He trained non-stop, with Otto silently assessing him from afar. It meant zero spirit power was wasted. Perfect manipulation and control. If someone could split their spirit power into 10 parts, he could do 20. Lai Han. Otto adjusted his glasses, thinking hard. Good lord, what talent, he thought. If he keeps this up, he can subdivide his power even more. A moment later, the system notification finally sounded. Training complete. After the session, Lai Han collapsed flat on the ground, completely out of breath. Otto walked over, checking a data card and grinning. 25 minutes. A slight increase. Good, Lai Han replied from the ground. Nowhere near ready for a real fight, though. Otto quickly reassured him. You're just starting. No need to rush. Lai Han threw his head back, panting. I'm completely drained. Hearing that, Otto rushed over. Right, sorry. I'll get that off of you now. A moment later, the armor was finally taken off. In the lab, Lai Han chugged water relentlessly. Otto leaned on a chair, asking, Han, are you okay? He turned, rubbing his shoulder. My muscles are screaming. Otto sat beside him. That's because you used only muscle at the end. You also completely exhausted your spirit energy. You'll get used to it. Then he suddenly held up 2 fingers. The second-generation spirit armor is much more comfortable. Lai Han was shocked. Second generation? A simulation appeared, as Otto continued his explanation. That's right, it's designed to support specific roles, but there are only 80 of the second-generation suits in existence. We couldn't make more due to a shortage of dragon materials. Lai Han hesitated, asking, so the number of users is already decided? With only 50 at level 3, you need 30 more people for the rest? Otto just waved his hand, grinning slyly. I'm just part of the tech division. Item allocation isn't my business. After that, they said their goodbyes, and Lai Han slowly walked away from the lab. As Lai Han walked down the street, a familiar figure appeared. He stopped dead in his tracks and looked up. Lai Han looked at Johnny. Back from the level 3 block? He asked. Johnny grinned. Lai Han. He walked closer, hands on his hips. I just saw silence. Lai Han's face lit up. He must be back from his mission then. Johnny laughed. Guess you're pretty happy to see him, huh? Lai Han looked directly at Johnny. Yeah, he's about my age. When I don't see him around, it gets a little boring. Johnny quietly pulled a cigarette out from his pocket. He talks about you too. You two get along well. Lai Han calmly replied. I'm still asking a favor of him, and everyone at AC is good to silence. Johnny put the cigarette to his lips, thinking to himself. Not really. Smoking, he remembered the kid's younger days. Lai Han always cared for others, even when he was small. Then an image of Silence's back appeared. He kept thinking. Faking concern is easy to spot. And Lai Han was no fool. He always knew exactly what needed to be done. Acting fake only causes harm. He lowered his cigarette, his voice tight. Would you like it if I talked to you like you were some kind of freak? Lai Han hesitated before answering. Probably not. He then stared straight ahead, silent for a long moment, before suddenly speaking up and getting Johnny's attention. He looked right at the older man and asked curiously, why does Silence always wear a mask? Johnny froze at the question. His cigarette fell from his hand. You really don't know? Lai Han instantly replied, no, I don't. The mask has no special function. Johnny went silent, making Lai Han worried. Then he let out a soft sigh and gave a gentle, reassuring smile. Then, Johnny's voice, sounding perfectly normal again, echoed softly. It's just for show. A few days passed. Johnny smiled warmly, extending his hand. Welcome, rookie. I'm Johnny Squo, first generation. The other person immediately shook it. Johnny turned to lead the way. Lots of people here want to meet you. Then let's go, the other replied, following him. Simon stared seriously ahead. Johnny walked on, hands in his pockets, as Simon trailed behind. Then he suddenly asked, so, you're the rumored genius? The moment Simon heard Johnny's words, his expression went dark. I have high hopes. A memory surfaced of shadowy hands reaching out for him, a prodigy. As soon as Simon displayed his skills, Everyone around him broke into thunderous applause. That's amazing, Simon, to be able to use telekinesis at that level. The praise made him swell with pride. At this rate, he'd become the best, even at the academy. Soon enough, a crowd appeared ahead of them. They had finally arrived. His hair flew in the wind, and a thrill of excitement rose in Simon's chest. So this was the academy. With everyone watching, he strode right through the gates. Simon walked with total confidence while the other kids hesitated. But a flicker of anxiety hit him. So many people, all espers. Doesn't matter. I'll still be number one here. Then, a faint sound from far away quickly caught his attention. Simon turned his head to see Kuro, standing in the crowd and crying. That brat didn't belong here. A wave of disgust washed over him. Simon's clenched fist trembled. Kuro just stood there, sobbing endlessly. He stared, thinking, he's so annoying, and he's an esper, just like me? Simon's brow furrowed in utter disgust. Stop that pathetic crying. It was absolutely unacceptable. He stared into Kuro's terrified, tear-streaked face with pure killing intent, and without hesitation, Simon swung his fist with everything he had. The truth is, poor Kuro was just sitting on the ground, crying and clutching his wound. It was a truth Simon simply refused to accept. That, in reality, Kuro was a better esper than him. The memory of the boy's terrifying power exploding flashed through his mind. S-rank was a completely different dimension, a level unreachable through simple training. Overcome with rage, Simon slammed his fist into the wall. Damn it. What can that kid even do? He hung his head low, breathing heavily. What can he do besides cry? Simon then looked up at his own reflection, lost in the past. Since he was a kid, he had trained relentlessly to showcase his talent. I worked so hard. While the others slept, Simon trained all night to remain a genius. Elsewhere, in a silent, empty room, a meeting table sat right in the middle. Lai Han spoke in a worried whisper. An emergency meeting. What's going on? Across from him, a calm Tin Lang replied. Who knows? Since we were both called, it must be another special mission. A sudden noise made Lai Han shoot to his feet. He looked toward the door with excitement. It was Sergeant Gi. Gi stood there and waved back. Long time no see. After a short greeting, they sat at the table as Lai Han placed a hand on his chest. I am prepared to act as vice captain. Gi pointed a finger at him, confirming it with a nod. That's right. We're short on first-generation espers, which means we're short on captains. You know about the Tirana spatial rift, right? At the mention of it, Lai Han froze. The Tirana spatial rift? An image of the landmass appeared in his mind like a tactical map. Tirana, the capital of Albania, was where the second rift appeared after the First Great War. Inside the massive inferno, horrifying monsters began to emerge. At the time, humanity couldn't stop the Dragon Legion, so the entire Balkan Peninsula, including Albania and Greece, had been turned into a complete dead zone. Li Han looked up and spoke slowly. The minions must be trying to reopen the rift, just like in Sinew. The beasts there are monstrous. Ji said with dread. This situation is even worse. The entire legion stationed at the rift was wiped out by their minions. He looked directly at Lai Han with a grim announcement. Phase 2 of the war will be declared soon. The entire military needs to prepare for mobilization. Lai Han asked hesitantly. You mean there are that many minions? The Elu mages combined their power, unleashing an incredible surge of energy. A few of them had managed to open a time-space tunnel. That's how the minions were pouring through with such a massive army. And on the other side, all the beasts inside were waiting eagerly. The number of minions just kept growing, a clear declaration that this time, they would succeed in opening a massive gate. Hearing this, Lai Han looked down at his own hand, which he was clenching uncontrollably. He slowly opened his palm, thinking to himself that this was all moving way faster than anticipated. Lai Han looked up, calculating. This time, the dragons themselves might actually appear. Suddenly, another noise drew the attention of all three of them as footsteps began to enter the room. Sorry, I'm a bit late. Johnny walked in, leading Simon and pointing at him. This is the last member of the team. Simon stepped forward, his face serious and vigilant. He stood near Gi and gave a light greeting. I'm sure you don't need introductions. After all, you two have fought together before. Li Han and Simon both unconsciously shot a hostile glare at each other. He fell silent, clearly annoyed. Right, it was this damn bastard. Always. The image of a young Kuro being beaten by Simon flashed through his mind. In that moment, Lai Han had rushed forward to shield the boy. Blocking his path as if to challenge him, Lai Han had fearlessly picked up a rock as a weapon. His eyes never left Simon as he quickly pulled out a chair to sit. If it wasn't for me, he would have been expelled. I'll surpass him, whatever it takes. Johnny moved to the center of the room. All right, since everyone is gathered, I'll get right to the briefing. He got straight to the main point. The mission is to prevent the spatial rift from opening. You'll all be equipped with assault armor. 7 first-generation legions will provide support with their psychic armor. Johnny held up 3 fingers. However, we can only give you a maximum of 3 air support units. We don't have any more. To stop the massive, hostile monsters from attacking, he had already devised a plan. If the plan fails and the dragons invade, we will stop them using the psychic armor. Everyone was completely silent. Lihan's hand was clenched so tight it was shaking violently. He raised his fist with pure determination. I'm ready. This is exactly what I've been training for. Just then, Lihan lifted his gaze and looked straight ahead. He stared at Johnny, his voice serious as he asked, "When do we move out?" Johnny sat silently for a long moment. He calmly pushes up his glasses and makes the announcement. Right now, everything in the military sector is prepared. The location, Tirana Crevice. 20 kilometers from the crevice, Major Kang begins the briefing, pointing to a satellite image. They've already found a significant number of supernatural barriers in the region. An immense power is constantly radiating from within that zone. He continues his analysis, stating a dragon summoning ritual is happening inside one of them. The problem is, they have absolutely no clue which specific barrier is hosting the summoning ritual. Major Kang looks down from the podium at the assembled forces. While an all-out airstrike would be ideal, he explains those barriers won't break, not even for a nuclear bomb. After a moment, he lets out a short laugh, asserting, "Based on my long years of combat experience, I can guarantee airstrikes won't solve this. The terrain is urban, and those grants will just burrow straight into the ground." After the Major's grim assessment, the room falls silent. He loosens his tie, sensing the tension, and just says, "Let's proceed." Outside the aging building, soldiers emerge from their tents. Lihan's squad quickly gathers around him as he says, "I'll summarize this operation." One by one, armored tanks roll out from the military base, carrying soldiers with grim expressions on their faces. On the other side, a massive enemy horde is already in position, waiting to attack. The battle plan, however, shows several different routes. While the main combined forces fight the smaller monsters, a special team will locate a barrier and take out the Elu mages. High above, military jets slice through the sky. As everyone knows, 7 psionic armors are on standby in the air, and they can request support from a maximum of 3 of them. Lihan's face is dead serious as he speaks. But that's a last resort, and despite the inevitable losses, they need to hold on as long as possible. After all, those bastards want to chew through their military strength, forcing them to activate the psionic armors early. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, sending everyone flying. Tanks unload with advanced weapons, relentlessly firing into the charging. Grants hitting their mark. A giant Grant roars, bearing its razor-sharp teeth. Bullets seem to do nothing to it. Against the smaller ones, though, the advanced weapons are enough. The real terror is their frenzied swarming effect. It opens its massive jaw, casually swallowing the incoming volley of bullets. Seeing their chance, other large Grants surge forward, quickly overwhelming and climbing onto a single tank. The grinding sound of their teeth only drives them into a deeper frenzy. 30 to 40 of them will die just to take out a single tank. If they didn't breed so fast, they'd be extinct. Explosions just keep echoing through the ruins. More soldiers in advanced suits of armor rush onto the scene. Lihan, already suited up, reports, "Enemy spotted directly ahead." Massive Grants suddenly appear, completely blocking his team's path. 4 of them. But before they can act, a huge explosion erupts nearby. A colossal monster emerges from the smoke, blocking their path. Lihan grips his weapon tightly as the beast roars directly at his squad. It's an ogre. Immediately, Lihan and Stillness glance behind them. Corporal Ti remains completely silent. They turn to the others, saying, "Please handle the Grants." Standing behind Simon, Lihan raises his weapon and calls out his name. His voice is steady, encouraging. "Let's take down this ogre together." Simon just cracks a slight smile as Stillness and Jai charge forward. The massive beast swings its arm high with a roar, startling them. Luckily, a shot hits, knocking it sideways. Lihan stands firm as the white smoke clears. He waves an arm, yelling to get its attention. "Over here, you beast!" The monster immediately turns. Angrily, it bares its sharp fangs. Then it smashes the ground hard, sending debris flying everywhere. Lihan leaps high, readying his spear. "I'm aiming for its head." "Simon, clear a path." Simon raises a hand in reply. Got it. With Simon's power, rocks lift from the ground. He doesn't hesitate, yelling to Lihan. "Go now, Lihan." He flies high, spear aimed at the beast. While Simon provides covering fire from behind, Lai Han pours everything he has into the charge, rocketing straight towards the massive beast. Lai Han leaps forward with his weapon, gritting his teeth from the sheer effort. He gets right up in its face, lands a solid stab, then quickly pulls the pin on a bomb. The beast opens its mouth, and Lai Han raises the grenade, ready. He tosses the small bomb perfectly into the monster's open mouth. At the same moment, Simon makes his move from behind. The massive explosion throws Lai Han backward. Fortunately, a shield created by Simon materializes to protect him. And just like that, the huge beast is blown apart by that single bomb. It collapses, lifeless, as Lai Han pants, weapon in hand. Let's go. Stillness and Jai already took care of those 4 grants. He smiles, proud. Damn. Is that even the same kid I used to know? Lai Han takes the lead, weapon at the ready, as the team presses forward. The soldier thought to himself that he'd always found Lai Han impressive, with a strong, unwavering presence. But now, even after a lifetime on the battlefield, he felt like he was following a truly reliable commander. The city is now just desolate ruins. Li Han's team enters cautiously, as he takes the lead and signals them forward. Entering another alley, they find bodies scattered everywhere. Li Han stops, kneeling to inspect one. He sees a mark on its hand and reports, "They've been dead a long time." While 2 members stand guard, Jai also kneels down. He finds something and calls out. "Lai Han," he says, holding up a strand of fur. "There's wolf fur here." Jai sounds certain, making Lai Han raise his weapon. "I'm sure the Elu hunters are here." And just like that, a strange energy started pouring out from deep within the alley. Li Han quietly used his system voice to warn the 2 guards standing watch. Shimeng stayed completely still. The guards heard the alert and readied their melee weapons. Li Han quickly grabbed a rock, thinking that if these were werewolves, taking off their heads would be way more effective than just shooting them. Without a second of hesitation, he launched the stone with all his might into the dark alley. The small rock hit the ground, making a sharp noise. Then, silence fell once again, as if nothing had happened at all. Li Han quickly grabbed his weapon. His team was poised and ready. Wasting no time, Li Han pulled the pin from the grenade. He started to run. The second those ferocious direwolves charged out, Li Han let it fly. After throwing the grenade right at their feet, he dove to the side, covering his head. The instant Li Han hit the ground, a massive explosion ripped through the area. A blinding light flashed through the thick smoke, giving him and his team the perfect chance to strike. Inside the cloud of smoke, Li Han's team raised their swords to fight. They gave the direwolves no time to recover, landing powerful, decisive blows. In a flash, 2 of the direwolves were dead. But as Li Han turned to look outside, he felt something was off. On the opposite building, a mage Elu was already there, bow drawn and aimed at his group. Li Han screamed a warning, "Get down!" Just as the words left his mouth, it fired an arrow straight at them. But then, the body that was on the ground earlier suddenly shot into the air, blocking the attack. Shimeng had used his power, lifting it up to shield everyone. After it was over, he let out a huge sigh of relief. Jinglang watched Shimeng's actions in silence before screaming at him in pure rage. "What was that? Our lives are more important." Li Han wasted no time pulling out another grenade and yanking the pin. "We need to take that bastard down." Jia immediately rushed over to stop him. "A grenade can't reach that far." Behind them, the other 2 squad members had the exact same thought, completely shocked by his actions. He'll dodge it easily, it won't hit. But completely contrary to what everyone thought, Li Han began to channel an immense source of power. The grenade was thrown with so much force it flew straight as a bullet. The mage Elu saw it coming and quickly got up, preparing to dodge the bomb. Below, Li Han gritted his teeth in anticipation. Incredibly, as the grenade flew, it suddenly changed course, locking onto the mage Elu. The mage had no time to dodge this time, and was blown to pieces in the sky. Jinglang walked over to Li Han, placing a hand on his shoulder in praise. Shimeng stood silently to the side, while Jia sighed in relief. I don't know much about psychic abilities, but he pulled that off like it was nothing. He was a little stunned, thinking it was an incredibly difficult technique. It was on par with scoring a 3-pointer from mid-court while spinning. Just then, a huge explosion erupted at the barrier, where countless grand monsters were gathered, blasting them away from the perimeter. A huge circle formed where the blast hit. Point 9. The psychic barrier was open, and the order was given to exterminate. All available soldiers began running there as fast as they could. Li Han was running and reporting at the same time. IS team, approaching point 9, just 1 kilometer out. Will be finished within 5 minutes. Everyone else followed behind him in silence, weapons in hand. Jia ran the closest, not saying a word. At that moment, Jia's mind was still reeling from Li Han's earlier request to have Sergeant Sanji detonate a charge and lure them over with more grenades. Li Han had carefully explained that all the noise would draw the minions into the area, so they needed to set a trap. Jia looked up, certain that the kid was becoming a warrior faster than anyone. Looking at Li Han's back as he ran ahead made Jia feel a bit uneasy, but that fact hurt. The kid was barely 10 years old. The sky slowly turned a deep reddish gold. The grand monsters were gathering in huge numbers outside the circle. An ambush team sat on a nearby building, waiting for Li Han's signal. Everyone except for Jing Lang was tasked with clearing a path to the psychic barrier. He calmly laid out the battle plan. While we protect the retreat route, Jing Lang will slice through the barrier and eliminate the Majiu. She gave a slight nod in response, accepting the mission. He tilted his head, looking over at Jing Lang. A mysterious power seemed to be erupting from her entire body. Li Han's encouraging voice rang out, "We're counting on you, Jing Lang." In the past, an image of her as a small child appeared. She was gently reaching her finger out to turn on the television. Little Jing Lang sat in front of the TV screen, smiling with pure delight. Back in the present, she stomped on the rooftop, preparing her attack. "I am E. Jing Lang," the words repeating over and over in her head. "I am E." Just as her teammates were attacking the grands below, Jing Lang, surrounded by power, leaped right on top of them to launch her assault. And just like that, Jing Lang's clean slashes shattered the sphere, revealing the mage Ellis hiding inside. Immediately, words seemed to materialize in her mind. "Kill the monster." The second she broke through its defenses, Jing Lang didn't hesitate to swing her sword, cutting the mage Elu's head clean off. In an instant, she was surrounded by the nearby grands. The text on Jing Lang's mask flickered, changing to different characters. She moved like a skilled warrior, dodging and delivering powerful strikes to wipe out the grands. While the others were distracted, Jing Lang launched herself high into the air and dropped bombs down on them. A huge explosion erupted, blasting everything away. Hot flames raged powerfully as Jing Lang landed right next to her squad. Li Han held his weapon and yelled out the order. "Is team has secured point 9. Let's pull back before we're surrounded." "What's with all that childish talk? You're giving me the creeps." The sky had quickly turned to night. A ship took off high in the sky, and then a part of its underbelly began to glow. The ship then launched a large iron box down below. That iron box was dropped with incredible force onto the roof of a nearby building, catching Li Han's attention. He looked up, his voice tired as he made the report. "A psionic armor has been deployed for ground support. We need to move fast." Before Li Han could finish, a voice cut through. "Do you copy me? This is Alpha 1. He was a little startled, thinking to himself that if this was Alpha 1, it had to be the leader of the Alpha team. Li Han raised his hand to his earpiece to reply. "This is 1. I read you." On the other end, Derek was running while talking to him. "Your next target is point 8. We're nearby, so we figured we'd join up with you." Hearing that voice, Li Han couldn't help but shout into the comms. He'd already cleared his designated position. That was faster than expected. They were fast. Derek's voice crackled back, but luckily, so were we. His transmission was a bit choppy, but then he added, "There is one problem." "A problem?" Li Han felt a knot of unease. Were they being followed? Derek's voice came back, heavy with hesitation. "Well, we kinda just bypassed the U-mages, ignored everything, and bolted." The look on Derek's face was pure anxiety. "So yeah, we're being chased by a pretty massive army." His whole squad was now running for their lives from an overwhelming force. They were in deep trouble. A massive power barrier sliced the city in two. On his wrist, Li Han pulled up a small display, watching the situation unfold in silence. Alpha Team's leader, Alpha 1. Name, Dick. His special ability was electricity. Li Han's expression hardened as he thought if only there was a place he could actually use that power. Li Han's voice immediately cut through the static on the other end. "Alpha 1, can you hear me?" Derek, running at full sprint, managed to gasp out a reply. "Loud and clear." "You said wait, but then went silent." "I thought you abandoned us." Li Han started giving directions. "If you turn left for 500 meters and then go straight for another 200. The moment he heard that, Derek's eyes went wide. "You'll find a large outdoor swimming pool. I'm sure it's got some rainwater in it, even with the power out." Derek's face went grim as the dire wolves closed in behind him. I think I know what you're getting at." Derek couldn't hide his surprise. In just a few seconds, Li Han had devised a perfect strategy for his unique ability. He gave a faint smile when Li Han said, "We'll be there waiting for you." "Li Han," Derek suddenly called out, his voice startling him. "What now?" Derek gritted his teeth, a strange grin on his face. If we survive this, if we actually get back, let's be friends. Lai Han, holding his rifle, gave a short, simple reply. Okay. Meanwhile, Derek's team was still desperately trying to outrun the pack of dire wolves. One of the beasts lunged, its claws swiping wildly, making a team member cry out in terror. The monsters had them outmatched and outgunned. How much farther do we have to go? Derek, leading the pack, glanced back to reassure them. We're almost there. Suddenly, a corner came into view. There it is. He began to channel his power. The second we get around that corner, I'm frying every last one of them. But over on Lai Han's side, he was shocked into silence. It was empty. His team had reached the pool, only to find it completely, impossibly dry. A section of the pool wall was completely shattered, with smoke still rising from the rubble. Xmong looked down, assessing the damage. The floor and walls are broken. That's why there's no water. Seeing this, Lai Han could only clench his jaw in silence, his hand trembling uncontrollably as he tried to keep his rage in check. Jai quickly noticed Lai Han's distress, bowing his head in shame. A voice echoed in his mind, "This is all my fault. I've put everyone in danger." Just as he was about to lose it, a voice cut through his despair. "Lai Han." Jai rushed forward, grabbing his shoulders to steady him. "Calm down. It's going to be okay. No one is going to die." Hearing this, Li Han snapped his head around in disbelief, but Jai just nodded, his eyes filled with absolute certainty. Fueled by Jai's encouragement, Li Han's gaze hardened with new determination. And just like that, all four of them raised their weapons, aiming toward the growing chaos up ahead. Lai Han's brow furrowed as his own power began to flare. "They're coming. Get ready." In the distance, the silhouettes of Derek's team were sprinting at full speed. The IS team stood ready in front of them, not wasting a single second. Derek turned and yelled at his squad, "Run faster!" Right on their heels, a horde of dire wolves snarled, claws extended. Up ahead, Lai Han's team charged forward, weapons at the ready. He roared, "Prioritize protecting Alpha Team." As the wolves leaped, Lai Han's squad met them head-on. They formed a moving barrier, protecting Derek's team while laying down a constant stream of fire against the monsters. Lai Han quickly glanced at his teammates. "Fall back! Only kill the ones that get too close." Hundreds of dire wolves were swarming them, forcing the squad into a defensive retreat. Just then, Jai yelled out in alarm, "Lai Han, we can't fall back any further. We need to request a psychic armor." Lai Han went quiet. This was a critical decision, and everyone's life was riding on it. If he requested ground support like Corporal T.I. suggested, they could probably escape. But that would leave only one support unit for all the other teams. As the monsters charged, they bought time with what little explosives they had left. Lai Han's mind raced, filled with turmoil. No, they had to get out of this on their own. Think. After a long moment, Lai Han's eyes darted to the side. He saw it. A massive water tank perched nearby. Looking at the old, rusted tank, Lai Han thought he was seeing things. Was that really a water cistern? Over there, Tin Lang was still fighting off the wolves. Xmong was blocking another attack when he heard Lai Han's call. "Simong, get to the other side of that tank." Hearing the order, both of them leaped towards it. Lai Han turned and ordered the other Alpha teams to hold the defensive line. "Lure them to the tank." Tin Lang and Simong were already flying into position. He carefully assessed the plan. "Tin Lang, there's a water tank behind that tree in front of you. Check inside, now." Tin Lang pointed her sword as instructed. Lai Han added, "Even half full is more than enough." He began to channel his own power. "Simong, get ready to destroy the support system." All the while, the dire wolves continued their relentless assault. Lai Han had just taken down another beast when a short message flashed on his display. "Okay." Signal received. He yelled to everyone up front, "All forces, fall back." Derek saw his opening, a grin spreading across his face. Alpha 1 is ready. Over by the tank, its support legs were suddenly shattered. The massive container teetered for a moment before crashing down, unleashing a devastating wave of water. Their mission complete, both Tin Lang and Simong were drenched in sweat, completely exhausted. The tank had unleashed a colossal flood. The monsters were lured down, but even as they sank into the water, they showed no fear. Suddenly, a man stepped onto the ledge right in front of them. "Time to restore my reputation," he thought. Derek slammed his fists together, his body tensing as a terrifying power began to radiate from him. A smirk played on his lips. "Looks like Rotus were on the menu tonight." The second he spoke, Derek unleashed a powerful current straight into the water below, zapping the monsters. They thrashed around, writhing in agony from the electric shock. He held the charge, lighting up the sky over the desolate city. When it was over, the charred bodies of the monsters were scattered everywhere. Leaning for support, Derek cheered for his overwhelming victory. He couldn't stop himself from laughing, even as blood streamed from his nose. The strain was too much. Derek collapsed on the spot, but Lee Han rushed in to catch him. "Sorry," Derek said with a weak smile. "I'm all out of power." Lee Han stared at him, completely silent. "I'm leaving Alpha Team in your hands." "I know you're tired," Lee Han urged, "but we have to go. Right now." A helpless look crossed Derek's face. This stubborn kid. Far from the city, in a barren wasteland, a horde of monsters was suddenly struck by a massive force from above. Seizing the opportunity, everyone charged forward, weapons ready. All psionic armor support units had already been dispatched to the front lines. Lee Han took the lead, his face grim. "We have the upper hand. This is the last location." They marched confidently past the piles of monster corpses. They couldn't help but be amazed. Had they really defeated all the minions? There must have been a ton of them. In the distance, they could see a huge, glowing sphere surrounded by hundreds of monsters. Just one final place. Near a shield, the army continued its relentless assault. The battle raged on without stopping. Lee Han's group finally arrived on the scene, where he immediately shouted for his teammate, "Silence." On Lee Han's command, she flew straight through the monsters, piercing the shield ahead. A single slash shattered the defense, and everyone followed as Silence dove straight down. With the shield now cracked wide open, the team wasted no time rushing inside. The sight before them left them absolutely speechless. The monsters inside were all reaching their hands toward a brilliant light. What in the world was wrong with them? Something in there was radiating immense power. Lee Han rushed forward, shouting, "No time to waste. We have to kill Mage Elu immediately." Outside the wall, countless monsters were still swarming the area. Suddenly, the shield exploded violently, the shockwave blasting away everything nearby. The monsters all dropped to their knees, making a strange noise. Mage Elu lay motionless, and a single metal helmet clattered to the ground. Lee Han gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the light as it flared and collapsed into a black vortex. His eyes went wide with horror as a massive hand emerged. Everyone was stunned. What kind of monster was this? The creature's giant form solidified right in front of Lee Han, who stood completely frozen. He could only see its front claw, but there was no mistaking it. A classification chart of beasts flashed in his mind as he made the terrifying comparison. Compared to the dragons they studied at the academy, this thing was at least twice the size. He stood there, petrified, as the dark entity slowly approached. The creature continued its slow, menacing advance on Lee Han. Seeing the danger, Silence dashed in from the side as fast as she could. She ran without a second thought, afraid he'd fall into the fissure. The scene flashes back to before the battle. Lee Han sees Silence approaching, her fingers flying across a data screen. Silence's sudden warning startles him. "Don't you dare die." Lee Han looked at her, his expression serious. Courage wasn't the absence of fear, but overcoming it. Hearing her worry, he let out a soft sigh and smiled gently. In the present, she tackles him, wrapping him in an embrace. Her words echo in his mind. "I don't plan on dying either." "Where'd you even hear that line?" "From the movie, Moon-Slaying Samurai. I'll show it to you when we get back." And with that, Silence launched them both out of danger. As immense power radiated from the portal, the two managed to get some distance. From the rift, the monster known as Bahamut emerged, revealing its razor-sharp teeth. Hundreds of bats poured from its mouth, swarming the sky before everyone's eyes. Lee Han lay face down, trembling in pain as Silence struggled to her feet. Bahamut was now halfway through the portal, raising its head with terrifying majesty. Lee Han could only stare in absolute terror. Bahamut was eating its own followers, slaughtering them without pause, their filth coating its massive teeth. Witnessing this horrifying display, everyone on the ground was paralyzed with fear. Even the veteran Simon couldn't stop himself from shaking. Jay's mouth hung open, completely speechless. After a moment, the beast's massive foot slammed down, obliterating all the monsters around it. Bahamut slowly stepped out from the gate. It was enormous, its glowing red eyes a clear threat. Lee Han just couldn't believe what he was seeing. Sweat poured down his face as he frantically tapped his device. The rift was too small, only its head and front legs were through. They needed to call for psionic armor backup now. Just then, Bahamut let out a deafening roar, its sonic waves powerful enough to shatter everything around it. Bahamut threw its head back and roared at the sky. The sonic blast was too much for Silence, knocking her straight to the ground. Lee Han's eyes rolled back. He was frozen, shaking violently as a strange change came over him. Red electricity crackled around his body, and soon, everyone else showed the same signs. They fell to their knees, screaming and writhing in agony, as if some immense power was trying to seize control of their bodies. One soldier lost control, raising his gun to his own head and firing. After its roar, Bahamut fell silent, its red eyes glowing before a strange sound echoed out. "So these are the disgusting pests who disturbed me?" As the words rang out, the corners of Li Han's eyes began to glow a strange, sinister red. He couldn't take it anymore. Li Han collapsed to his knees, clutching his head as Bahamut's murderous voice echoed relentlessly in his mind. "Model. Once the rift is opened, I will end everything on the surface." Everyone clutched their heads, begging it to stop. Simon wasn't looking so good, either. "Damn it, get out of my head," the voice declared with absolute power. "First, I will eliminate these things." A plane passed overhead as Bahamut's hateful voice echoed. "Things you created from the flesh of my kind." Hearing this, Li Han quickly jerked his head towards the sky. "It's aiming for the cargo plane, I have to stop it." Li Han struggled to his feet, pushing himself up. But then, the beast opened its massive jaw, a vortex of power swirling within. Simon watched helplessly. "We're all going to die." The colossal Bahamut showed absolutely no mercy. Li Han's head hung low, a single thought echoing in his mind. "Everyone will die." His expression darkened, unless he suddenly looked up, eyes filled with pure determination. "Unless I do something." While Bahamut was busy charging its attack, Li Han made his move, leaping forward. He reached out for his staff, the gap closing as he strained to grab it. Though his head was still pounding from the psychic attack, he got the weapon in hand, let out a massive roar, and charged. With bloodshot eyes, Li Han rushed to attack Bahamut. Simon tried to raise his gun too, but a strange voice echoed in his head, making him go limp. "Die." Those words kept replaying, trapping Simon's mind. It felt like something inside of him was being crushed. Finally, Simon couldn't take it anymore and collapsed to the ground. His face contorted in agony as veins started popping out on his forehead. Sweat poured down his face, his bloodshot eyes rolling back in pain. Simon looked over at Li Han, stunned. "How are you even doing that?" He watched Li Han's back, wondering how he was the only one unaffected. Just as Bahamut charged its power, Simon saw Li Han rushing forward with his weapon. How is he the only one still okay? We flash back to the day the files came in. This is what he requested. Joe tossed the file on the table, then leaned back casually. "Anyway, what's your plan for this list of third rankers?" Johnny studied the file, flipping through the pages. "I'm thinking of assigning one of them to the Tirana mission, as part of Richard's team." Hearing that, Joe immediately cut him off. "Richard." Johnny calmly lowered the paper and explained. "Li Han. Richin is just a nickname I gave him." Joe sighed, pulling out a cigarette. "Is that supposed to be funny?" He tapped it on his lips, muttering the name Li Han Richin over and over. Then Joe turned to Johnny and said, "That's as dumb as the name you gave Juan. Have you even matured?" Johnny shot back, "What about you smoking in a non-smoking area?" Suddenly, after flipping through more pages, Johnny spoke up. "Wait a minute, Glutmayer, a medic?" He used to be on Richard's team. He then turned the paper for Joe to see and stated flatly, "I like this kid. He looks just like me." Joe was silent. He stood up, walked over to Johnny, and made a suggestion. "This guy's better than the other one." He glanced at the file and teased, "John, I don't know, he seems more like you." Joe didn't say much else, just conjured a flame to light his cigarette. "Just do as I say, they'll be a perfect pair." Johnny closed the file, curious. "Do they have a good relationship?" Joe answered calmly, "Not at all." He turned to explain as Johnny stood beside him with a hand on his hip. "Honestly, their relationship is terrible, but they've never let that affect a mission. He hates to lose more than anything in this world." Back in the present, Simon's power suddenly erupted. That sheer will was the only thing forcing him forward. He slowly rose to his feet, his eyes glowing white with power. "Li Han, if you can do it, then so can I." The charging Li Han felt something from afar. He quickly glanced back, then crouched low, bracing his body for what was next. Bahamut held its head high as Li Han launched himself into the air. He soared past the beast's head, raising his weapon high for a strike. Li Han glanced down, worried. Below, Simon was still trembling, raising a hand, his bloodshot eyes fixed ahead as he muttered a curse. "Damn it!" Simon refused to give up, his eyes turning completely white. But after a wave of incredible pressure, he couldn't hold on and pitched forward. Meanwhile, Li Han swung his weapon right at Bahamut's massive eye. But even as he attacked, a part of him was still worried. "I don't think this will do much damage." His spear flared with power as he aimed it down. With all his might, Li Han plunged the weapon straight into Bahamut's eye. "I just hope I can change the trajectory of its death breath." He pushed the spear deeper and deeper, and just then, a beam of energy erupted from its mouth. Bahamut trembled uncontrollably, while Lai Han was blown back, falling from the sky in shock. As the energy beam shot upwards, it clipped the side of the airship. A moment later, the blast stopped. And just like that, Lai Han smashed hard into the ground below. Bahamut's terrifying voice roared, but Lai Han ignored it, trying to get up. "Your efforts were meaningless, you fool. There is no one left to hope for." Lai Han gritted his teeth, struggling to move. He couldn't feel his left arm or his legs anymore. Its eyes mocked him from above, but somehow, Lai Han met its gaze without fear. "You still think you have a chance?" Bahamut taunted. "That look in your eyes is starting to piss me off. You really think you can win?" With that, Bahamut swung its massive claw, trying to snatch Lai Han. Facing certain death, he just sat there clutching his wound. But then, the claw stopped midair, held back by some invisible force. Bahamut couldn't believe it. "Am I?" Trembling. As it said that, it braced itself, suddenly getting dragged across the ground. Lai Han, still clutching his arm, heard the beast cry and looked up. The rift. Why is it closing? The rift Bahamut crawled from was closing fast, and the beast thrashed wildly, trying to escape. With a furious roar, Bahamut slashed its massive claws straight down at Lai Han, ready to crush him. Seeing the dire situation, Lai Han glanced down, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, my leg." The sharp claw was closing in, but he was completely trapped. In that desperate moment, something suddenly flashed right in front of Lai Han. The sudden impact created a small explosion, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. He raised a hand to shield his face, then slowly lowered it. A suit of armor was standing there defiantly, using its own body to block Bahamut's lethal claws. A psychic-powered armor? Lai Han stared in confusion, wondering did it deploy on its own, without an activation command? He gritted his teeth, looking up in horror. The only person who could do that, but before he could finish the thought, a voice rang out. "Looks like I made it just in time, huh?" Lai Han was stunned, recognizing that familiar tone. He thought he was the only one who had managed to survive this nightmare. The armored suit tilted its head down, as if gently looking at Lai Han. Then he saw its leg, being crushed by Bahamut's claws. "Your leg," he stammered. A calm, deep voice replied, making him jolt. "Live a long life." As soon as the words were spoken, Bahamut's massive foot came down, crushing the entire suit. Just like that, Richard's armor was dragged into a spatial rift. Bahamut thrashed, trying to pull itself out, but failed. Lai Han couldn't hold back his tears, trying desperately to move, but he couldn't do a thing. The spatial rift slowly sealed itself shut right in front of him. The sky began to brighten. He sat collapsed on the ground, crying uncontrollably as sunlight revealed the vast, devastated city around him. Later, Bahamut's image appeared on a screen during a debriefing. It was the codename for the 8th dragon from the Tirana mission. Alexander watched the monitor with a grim look. "Bahamut. Quite the grand name you gave it," Ray remarked from a distance. "That damn thing was unlike any dragon we've ever encountered. It was significantly larger and stronger." Everyone listened in silence. The destruction of the 4th team and their psychic armor was a devastating blow to their forces. Even if they received increased funding, it would be nearly impossible to re-equip all their troops in such a short amount of time. The presenter turned and used the remote to change the slide. The good news was, thanks to the dragon's appearance, many other nations had shown a keen interest in joining the Ares Protocol. A man sitting below mused that even for the well-intentioned nations among them, Bahamut's arrival had put them in a very difficult position. Lost in thought, Alexander suddenly noticed something. He quickly interrupted. "Wait, pause the screen for a moment." On the display was an image of an injured Bahamut. "Who was it that damaged its eye?" he asked urgently. The scene shifts to Lai Han and Johnny locked in a fierce training battle. Sometimes, he really did seem emotionless. His opponent looked at him, panting as Lai Han held his defense. "You act as if that's an excuse for how cold you are." Without warning, Johnny unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes. "Even if it's a path that leads straight to your death, if you think it's the right choice." Lai Han gritted his teeth, struggling to block the powerful blows. "I'm sure you'd take that chance without a second of hesitation." Johnny then lunged forward, grabbing Lai Han around the waist and lifting him off his feet. He then prepared to slam him into the ground. A loud crash echoed through the training room as Lai Han hit the floor hard, gasping for air. "Don't you dare die. You have to survive, no matter what." Lai Han's eyes were wide open, his gaze unfaltering. He remained completely silent. Johnny knelt beside him, grinning triumphantly. For Lai Han, Johnny's towering figure slowly blurred and faded away. Back in the present, Joe sat quietly by Lai Han's hospital bed. The second he saw him stir, he asked, "Are you awake?" Lai Han struggled to form words. "Sergeant Red." After a moment, he pushed himself up. How long was I unconscious? Joe quickly replied. You've been out cold for 2 days straight. Lihan's face darkened, his eyes losing their light. A man named Z from across the room cut in. Yes, he vanished along with that bastard. He's been reported as missing in action, not killed. Lihan's soft voice suddenly cut through, startling the man. Could you? Lihan's hand, resting on the bed, tightened its grip on the blanket. Please, could you just give me some time alone? Z didn't press the issue and simply opened the door to leave. Once outside, he let out a long sigh. Rai and 2 others were waiting for him. What do you think this is? A nursery? Joe closed his eyes, sighing again. Lihan just woke up. I think he needs a moment to himself. Inside the room, Lihan sat in a daze, saying nothing. Light from the window illuminated half his face as he unconsciously clenched his fist, his gaze slowly hardening with resolve. Back at headquarters, the meeting was still in full swing. Contact had been lost with the forces from many other nations. The consensus was that most of them had perished in the Tirana battle. Alexander wearily took off his glasses. What a relief. At least this buys us some time. Is that all for today? Just then, Otto suddenly raised his hand. Wait a minute. There's something I need you to look at. He leaned on the table, looking right at Otto. With a determined expression, he made his proposal. I recommend the 2nd-generation prototype currently under review for the 1st team be transferred to us. The 3rd platoon. Someone else at the meeting immediately objected. What the hell are you even talking about? Otto shot back, his voice rising. The prototype has the potential for immediate activation. The other man got in his face angrily. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Even that kid, Red, can barely control it, and he's exceptionally sensitive to psychic power manipulation. The compatibility rate is too high. Otto leaned in with a smirk. Just say you want it for yourself instead of making up pathetic excuses. Besides, you're just going to disassemble it and send it back to the factory anyway. Alexander's face had grown dark. The other man grabbed Otto by the collar. Even so, I would never let you have it. What kind of stunt are you trying to pull now? Otto quickly pointed away from himself. There is someone with a perfect compatibility for this template. Trust me, Chief. Alexander slowly looked up, his voice low and serious as he demanded the plan be sent to him. Brother Otto, I think I'm going to lose my mind if I stay here any longer. Time flew by, and soon, Lihan was fully recovered and walking normally again. 3 days later, while walking down a hall, he saw Simon coming from the other direction. They met face to face, but without a single word, they simply walked right past each other. Suddenly, Lihan's voice broke the silence. Thanks. Hearing this, Simon couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. He turned to look at Simon, saying sincerely, for your cooperation on the last mission. But the words just annoyed Simon, whose mind was stuck on the image of Lihan dominating Bahamut. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling with suppressed rage. Simon bowed his head slightly, letting out a few mocking words. Don't make me laugh. You think you can look down on me just because you were team leader a few times? His voice suddenly grew harsh. And don't treat me like one of your little childhood friends. At the mention of that, Lihan's eyes instantly darkened. The air between them crackled with killing intent. Lihan didn't hesitate, pointing a finger right at Simon's chest. Oh yeah? Then how many times have you actually beaten my childhood friends? I forgot. Didn't you just lose pathetically to Jiro recently? Simon was completely triggered, confidently pointing at himself as he shot back a threat. If you've got the guts, follow me to the training room. Let's see how I break your other arm. Lihan accepted the challenge without a second thought. Fine by me, I accept. After their exchange, the two moved out quickly. Simon walked ahead proudly, while Lihan followed behind, seemingly unfazed. Damn it! Both were lost in their own thoughts. Lihan was annoyed by Simon's pride, wondering, did I just make everything worse? Simon felt no different, realizing he had just exposed his own insecurities. He was frustrated with his own actions. What the hell am I doing with a cripple like this? Meanwhile, Lihan followed behind, questioning if he had just said something way too serious. But despite their thoughts, neither was willing to back down. After all, he wasn't about to be turned into a joke, especially not by him. As the two neared their destination, 2 other figures appeared in the distance. They quickly called out both of their names, causing Lihan and Simon to stop in their tracks. It was Dichi and Clue, who cheerfully ran up to them. Long time no see. Did you guys hear? Clue and I got promoted to rank 3. At the appearance of these two, Lihan and Simon instinctively glanced at each other. Lihan narrowed his eyes slightly. I think we both need to cool off a bit, don't you think? Simon reluctantly nodded. Then just stop showing your face around me. Even if I calm down, I can't guarantee I won't get pissed off again. The other two just grinned, so happy they could barely stand still. Right after, Dichi and Clue ran over with their backpacks, waving their hands high in the air. Everywhere Laihan went, he was greeted with this kind of warmth. They saw him and immediately started showering him with praise. Laihan, Laihan, I heard you took it on with just one spear, so cool. Morning, Laihan. Clue teased from the side. How's it feel to be hailed as a hero? Laihan, feeling a bit overwhelmed, calmly replied that it wasn't so bad. Just then, another figure appeared, catching their attention. That accident would be easier to handle if you just kept it in your head. Derek approached, holding a tray of food with a smile. Laihan, you remember your promise to be my friend if we survived, right? The words instantly triggered a memory for Laihan, back to the Battle of Alpha 1D, where Derek had looked at him with pure shock. You already know my name? That's awesome. Nice to meet you, Laihan. A while later, the crowd had dispersed, and the noise died down. But then, everyone suddenly turned to look. Derek let out a weary smile. There she goes again. Ting Larng was walking towards Laihan's table with a tray piled mountain high with food. Laihan called out her name in surprise. Ting Larng. Derek quickly added on, it's been 5 days. In Laihan's mind, the image of Ting Larng sitting perfectly still and disciplined reappeared. According to the rumors, whenever she needed to think, she would stare at a wall for days on end without even a sip of water. She called it wall training. In any case, the amount of food she consumed after training was insane. Laihan looked on, exasperated. I've noticed she eats even more than I do. Clue, standing nearby, worriedly added, I bet that's pushing the limits of the human stomach. Just as they were talking, Ting Larng reached the table and slammed her plate down in front of Laihan. Laihan felt a bit startled and looked at her. You changed your mask? Ting Larng replied softly, I just forgot to charge the battery. Hearing this, a question popped into Laihan's head. Then how does she eat without it? He then asked her, why were you doing wall training? She immediately recalled the battle with Bahamut, remembering how she had trembled on the ground, useless. I was thinking about how cowardly I was, unable to do anything but watch you fight alone. After a moment, she noticed the person sitting next to Laihan. Who's that beside you? Laihan glanced over and made the introduction. This is Clue Mayer. You've met him before. Clue cheerfully waved at Ting Larng. Nice to meet you, though I'm not sure if you remember me. She responded calmly. I will try to remember you. Suddenly, Clue went completely silent, his eyes wide as he stared at her, frozen in place. Clue's gaze was locked on her, unblinking. He was watching as Ting Larng slowly lifted her mask, preparing to eat. The moment he saw half of her face, Clue's own face turned beet red. Time passed quickly, and after the meal, everyone headed to the training room. Clue was sitting alone, furiously working out his muscles. Sweat poured from his forehead as his face strained with the immense effort, but his eyes never left Ting Larng's figure jogging on the opposite side of the room. There's no way there are girls in AK, he thought. If not, does that mean I'm into guys? Clue gritted his teeth, his determination renewed. To shake this awkward feeling, he just had to check. Cludmayer was proud. Growing up seeing the North Norwegian Sea taught him to confront the unknown, not fear it. The image of Silence's mask flashed in Clud's mind. He breathed heavily, thinking this was his one big chance. There was no guessing what was under that mechanical mask. After training, Clud casually whistled, walking past Silence's spot. Rumor had it, there was a scar under there. He nervously figured if the rumor was true, he could just apologize. Without hesitation, Clud lunged, swiping his hand toward the mask, but she reacted in a flash. Silence threw out a leg, kicking him square in the chest and sending him flying. Then, she slowly walked toward him. She arrogantly wagged her finger, her voice dripping with authority. Never let your guard down, not anywhere. This was the way of a nin soldier. Clud sat on the ground, glaring furiously at her retreating back. Just you wait. What the hell's a nin soldier anyway? Suddenly, Laihan approached from behind with a warning. I think you should just stop, but there was no way Clud was giving up. Unlike you, once I get curious about something, I can't stop. Derek then came up, clapping a hand on Clud's shoulder. Clud, you magnificent bastard. I know exactly how you feel, he said with a sly grin. Meet me on the dorm roof at noon. We'll discuss this in detail. Clud, having found a kindred spirit, eagerly asked, You got a good idea? Laihan could only watch the two of them with a worried expression. Derek and Clud shook hands, ecstatic. All right, see you later. But from a distance, Silence was watching every move, a calm hand rubbing her neck. The training ground behind the facility was vast, an enormous open space. Up on the rooftop, Derek's cheerful voice rang out. All right, Clud, allow me to introduce you. We are the secret organization of A. Secretly unmasking silence. He spread his arms wide, flanked by his two teammates. S.M.O. for short. We gathered to see Silence's face, they declared, dropping something into Clud's hand. Welcome, Comrade Clud. In his hand was a small, glowing badge. A badge made from a bottle cap. Clud's face fell instantly, and Derek's voice piped up again. You seem disappointed, he probed. Clud held up the bottle cap. You couldn't do any better than this? This thing looks like a piece of trash. A secret club this shabby must be as useless as its badge, right? But Derek didn't get angry, he just grinned even wider. Ah, that's exactly what we're aiming for. It's one of the reasons we've been able to keep our identities a secret. Derek puffed out his chest. Going after Silence alone is impossible. But if you join us, there will be 4 of us. And what is the minimum number of people required for a mission here? Clud clenched his fist, looking hesitant. 4. Hearing that, Derek excitedly grabbed both of Clud's arms. Exactly. So we'll be a real force with 4 people. The last empty seat in SMO will finally be filled. Though he wasn't thrilled, Clud caved. All right, what's the plan? Derek smiled, his goal achieved. The group moved to the edge of the roof. In 20 minutes, he said, his gaze fixed on the training grounds below. At Section 7, Silence's flashbang competency training will begin. And just as Derek predicted, Silence appeared on the field below, stretching. She won't be able to blink. That's when we'll surround and ambush her. Clud looked at him, confused. Doesn't that sound a little cowardly? Derek's face turned serious as he shot back. You don't know anything about Silence, do you? Below, she crouched down to begin her training. Though he didn't elaborate, Derek's tone was cautious. Just watch. Then you'll understand. Silence settled into her stance, muttering, Okay, Silence, let's begin. She scanned the equipment laid out on the field, analyzing the course. 6 flashbangs, each with a 35-meter range. And as always, the last one was set up vertically. The air was dusty as she got ready, staring straight ahead. The moment the signal blared, her figure vanished. She moved like a hurricane, turning every target on the field green in an instant. Blue electricity crackled around her entire body. She pushed her speed to its absolute limit faster, and then even faster. But Silence wasn't done yet. As if gaining momentum, Silence launched herself high into the sky, before plummeting straight back down to the ground. Even if I blink, I won't lose acceleration, she thought. All kinetic force will be released on impact. The second she hit the ground, a massive explosion of purple energy erupted. Luckily, just as she landed, a protective mat deployed from the ground, catching her body and absorbing the shock. Up on the roof, Derek was watching with deadly seriousness. See? As long as she can blink, you can't catch her. Clud was visibly worried after that display. That bastard is way scarier than I thought. As Silence prepared to go again, Derek looked down. She's going to do 2 more sets like that. No hesitation. Get ready. The 2 leaned in close, sharing a wicked grin. Today, they would finally uncover the Academy's greatest secret. Elsewhere, a door opened, and Lai Han walked in, carrying a tall stack of books. He couldn't stop thinking about how excited the other 2 were, and it made him nervous. Lai Han quietly prayed for them to be all right. Back on the field, Clud, Derek, and their teammates were closing in. The 4 of them surrounded Silence under the glaring sun. But the aftermath was a failure. You guys are too weak, Clud complained. Derek shot back. Or maybe our opponent is just too strong. Besides, Derek added, it seems like my special ability to electrocute her didn't even work. Clud jumped up in frustration. This isn't working, he said, getting serious. We need a brain for this operation. Someone to oversee strategy and give us orders. Suddenly, a knock came from the door. Lai Han opened it. Clud and Derek were sitting there, waiting for him. Lai Han looked uncomfortable. I don't want to do something that she doesn't like. Lai Han, come on, Clud pressed. Aren't you even a little bit curious about the face behind that mask? Lai Han quickly replied. No, Clud sighed, holding his head. Man, I thought he'd at least hesitate a little. He paused. Okay, this reminds me of something from way back. When I first joined Squad 13, Lai Han stopped him right there. Even if I hadn't been there, I'm sure you would have found a way to put together your own team somehow. With that, Clue stood up to leave. I'm heading out now, he said. Baotrong urged him to hurry up, while Lai Han quietly apologized to Tin Lang. He called Clue back over, saying I'll only help you this one time, but if you fail again, just give it up. Clue just grinned and gave a thumbs up. With the area under maintenance, Lai Han lays out the plan. He'll lure Silence to the roof, using various traps set up throughout the building to ensure she gets there. He taps a device, sharing the trap data with the team. Their jaws drop when they see just how many traps he's laid out. There were a ton of them, so they'd have to move carefully. Everyone wondered how he managed to create such a detailed map in so little time. He even knew exactly where to place every single trap. "See?" someone said. "Just leave it all to Lai Han." He then warned them, "Move in pairs when I'm not around. Also, stay at least 20 meters away from Silence. Get any closer, and she'll spot you in the blink of an eye. If she vanishes up close, lunge forward. With any luck, you might just dodge her." They all listened, completely hooked. "Okay, you're a damn genius." Lai Han clapped his hands, giving the order. "All right, team, let's move out." They all raised their fists and cheered. With that, Lai Han was on the roof, double-checking his traps. He ran a quick comms check with the team. Everyone responded loud and clear, confirming contact. SMO 1, 2, 3, and 4, all clear. From his perch on the roof, Lai Han watched through his device. He updated the team. The target will appear in front of Group 1 any second now. SMO 1, lure her towards SMO 2. Go. Close excitedly chased Silence down an alley. Suddenly, Derek jumped out to ambush her, but Silence dodged his attack with lightning speed. The update went out to the whole team. The target has entered the building. With Close and Derek hurting her, Lai Han gave the command. SMO 1 and 2, fall back to the roof. Now it was SMO 3 and B's turn. The moment Silence stepped inside, she tripped a trap. A soda can bonked right off her head. Stunned for a second, Silence scanned her surroundings and thought to herself, "Traps? This feels way more organized than before." She glanced back at her pursuers. No way they got this smart overnight. It meant someone intelligent had joined them, someone pulling the strings. In a flash, she knew exactly who it was and muttered a curse. That bastard. A sudden scream over the radio put Lai Han on high alert. The target had just... The two teammates watched in horror as Silence breezed past the first trap, then elegantly dodged all the others at an insane speed. Lai Han spoke, "I don't think we can catch her." The important thing was that she now knew about the traps. On the rooftop, Silence scoffed at the flimsy setup. Pathetic. There's no way I'm getting caught by something like this. But as Silence raced up the stairs, she felt it. Something was wrong. It was a strange feeling, like that damn commander was playing her like a fiddle. The team reported from behind. The target's heading for the roof. In no time, Silence burst onto the rooftop, and there he was. Lai Han, waiting for her. Seeing him confirmed everything she had suspected. "So it was you." The two faced off on the rooftop. Silence thought it was absurd. She looked at the traps laid out for her and wondered, does he think I'm some kind of monster? Her teammates had just caught up behind her. She quickly calculated her next move. Just jump over the first trap, and after vaulting the second, she would be on Lai Han in an instant. But Lai Han seemed to read her mind. That's exactly what she'll think. Silence leaped towards the second trap, but it suddenly sprang shut. She was baffled. But I didn't touch anything. Turns out, everything was under Lai Han's direct control. He had tied the trigger wire for the net right to his own index finger. He could activate the second trap himself. Silence and Lai Han stared each other down. With no other choice, she unleashed her power, only for Lai Han to slap a bucket over her head, instantly neutralizing it. Sorry about that. Lai Han quickly backed away as the others swarmed in to surround Silence. Now's our chance. Everybody, attack! Lai Han watched with grim fascination. He thought movements like these were only possible in movies, never imagining he'd see them in real life. Even surrounded and with her vision blocked, Silence effortlessly dismantled the entire team. But, he thought, Silence is an exception. Her physical skills are just unbelievable. She walked right up to him. She pulled the bucket off her head, looked Lai Han dead in the eyes, and said, "You are the absolute worst." The words left him completely stunned. Silence turned and left without another word. Lai Han just watched her go, thinking to himself that he'd really made her mad. Then, a voice called his name. Close walked over, frustrated. "If you had time to put a bucket on her head, why didn't you just take off her mask?" Hearing this, Lai Han just stared at him. "We were supposed to attack together. Why did you just stand there?" Lai Han replied coldly, "I'm not a member of your team." Later, a knock came at a door. Lai Han stood outside, calling her name. "Silence?" Silence stood just on the other side of the door, saying nothing. Lai Han spoke again. "I came here to apologize." He just stood there, waiting. "I'm sorry." Still nothing. Then, a message popped up on his wrist device. It was from Silence. "Why did you do that to me?" Lai Han replied grimly, I couldn't refuse close. He's made some big decisions for me in the past. He lowered his eyes, then corrected himself. No. It's all my fault. Honestly, he admitted, I thought it would be fun. Another message came through. What part of that was fun? Lai-Han explained. I wanted to see if I could actually catch you with my own abilities. He scratched his face, adding, and I was also a little curious about the face under that mask. Silence watched him through a device on the door. She let out a sigh and slowly opened it, much to Lai-Han's surprise. He stared, seeing she was still wearing her mask. Lai-Han looked at her and said, So, it's finished charging. Silence stood before him but sent another message. Don't ever do that again. Seeing this, Lai-Han nodded in agreement. He figured she must have her reasons. He had no intention of exposing her face if she hated it that much. He told her, I'll make sure clothes backs off. Should I make him come and apologize? Silence sent her reply. It's fine. I only wanted you to apologize. Hearing this, Lai-Han turned to leave. All right then, I'll see you later. But Silence suddenly grabbed his hand. Startled by the action, Lai-Han was pulled into the room before he could react, leaving the hallway completely empty. Elsewhere, the entire team was boarding a combat aircraft. The speakers crackled to life with an announcement. Today is the final day of our operation to suppress the Puristas. Two figures stood leaning against a wall, watching everyone. So how do we find their headquarters? They had the dragon, Bahamut, to thank for all of this. Lao Cha explained that a Puristas executive had traded their location for his own safety. Lai-Han replied with mixed feelings. It's both sad and happy, isn't it? With that, they boarded the fighter jet, ready to fight for humanity's future. The jet soared through the sky, flying right over the school where students were still jogging on the track below. Lai-Han asked Gut, Did you apologize to Tin Lang? Gut nodded. I dropped by. He said it was fine. I really like his chill attitude. As they were talking, a classmate sped past them from behind. So you gave up, huh? He shouted without stopping. Just like I promised. Smo. By the way, Clue, Li-Han asked, you want to watch a movie tonight? A movie? Oh, Tin Lang lent me one last night. Flashing back to yesterday, Tin Lang had pulled Lai-Han into his room, quickly sending him a message. Remember I said I'd show you a movie? Lai-Han finally remembered. The samurai, Cat and Guyette, right? Tin Lang flipped on the light. Hold on, let me find the file. Lai-Han looked around, thinking, wow, this is all movie posters? The walls were covered in posters, from ancient classics to modern blockbusters, from documentaries to TV series. Looking around, Li-Han said, You really must love movies. Tin Lang replied, It's the only way I can see the outside world. The outside world? Li-Han was stunned. Tin Lang was still busy searching while Lai-Han's mind raced. He said he'd been at ARC for a long time. He must have come here when he was 7 or 8, maybe even younger. Tin Lang held up the movie file for him to see, but Lai-Han was still completely lost in his own thoughts. The only world Tin Lang had ever known was from movies or this artificial island. Tin Lang handed him the file. I know these movies are fake, but I can't help but admire them. They're just too awesome. He handed it over, wishing him a good time. Back at the track, everyone who finished their run was happily chatting with their teammates. Lai-Han looked around, noticing it was quieter than usual. He scanned the area. It's only the 3rd years here. Where did all the soldiers go? A major was waiting up ahead for Lai-Han. I have orders for you, he called out. This is an emergency. I'll give you time to change. Get dressed and meet me back down here. After changing, Lai-Han found the major waiting for him in a vehicle, holding out a helmet. Get in, the major said bluntly. I won't be answering any questions on the way. Understood. The vehicle then sped off into the distance. As they drove, Lai-Han wondered what kind of emergency would require a major to personally pick up a regular soldier. What if ARC was really in trouble? The major led him inside a facility. Inside, Lai-Han was shocked. The military hardware laid out before him was far beyond anything he could have imagined. As they stood there, a man approached them. It was Alexander, the chief of staff at ARC. I'll take him from here, he said. Lai-Han acknowledged him, Chief. The chief walked over to a scanner, confirming his identity with a fingerprint and facial scan. Lai-Han watched from behind as access was granted, and the heavy door slowly swung open. They walked down the long corridor together. So, what's going on? Lai-Han asked. I don't think I'm even allowed in this area. Alexander replied. You're right, but someone insisted on seeing you, even if it meant bending the rules, and he doesn't have much time. They stopped in front of a grand, impressive door. Alexander turned to him. We're here. Lai-Han, the person you are about to meet is the current vice commander. Hearing the name June hit Lai-Han like a bolt of lightning. They stepped into the beautifully decorated room. The vice commander beckoned him forward. Are you Lai Han? He asked, extending one hand. Lai Han noticed his other arm was hooked up to an IV drip. Come closer. Lai Han nervously eyed the IV needle in the old man's arm. On top of that, he had red marks on his wrist. Juan reassured him, there's nothing to worry about. Lai Han extended his hand. The moment they shook, a red cage of light erupted around them, trapping them both. He stared in disbelief. What is this? His body suddenly felt smaller. This was his inner self, his true form. Juan observed him. You regained your composure quickly, just as I was told you would. Still holding his hand, Wen knelt on one knee. Truly, talent knows no age. Did your environment shape you into the person you are today? The old man reached out with his other hand, a sinister look on his face. Will you let me see inside of you? As his bony fingers were about to touch him, Lai Han shoved his hand away, breaking free. Lai Han staggered backward, crashing into a bookshelf behind him. Alexander yelled out in concern, Lai Han! Panting. Lai Han stared at June. What did you do to me? Alexander shouted angrily. How dare you? But June stopped him. It's all right, Chief. His reaction is perfectly normal. The old man looked at the wary Lai Han. He's sensitive, and his mind is surrounded by walls so thick that even I cannot see through them. Li Han voiced his suspicion. Sir, does that mean you're the only telepath at Ark, and the one who interrogated the mage, you? Juan just gave him a cunning smile, avoiding the question. Meeting you in person has confirmed it for me. I can entrust this to you. Lai Han was stunned to hear the name. The second-generation psychic armor. Generation 2? Juan rubbed his temples. I'm tired now. You may both leave. On the way back, Lai Han asked Alexander, does the commander have 2 mental problems? Alexander just clicked his tongue. That's none of your business. You will keep your mouth shut about what you saw. Of course, Lai Han replied. I was just asking to be sure. He analyzed the situation. The commander had marks on his wrist from being restrained, and his door was locked from the outside. It seems the periods of time when the commander is lucid are quite short. That must be why his wrists are frequently shackled. Alexander cut him off abruptly. Stop. Don't say another word. Are you trying to show off how clever you are? But then Alexander paused, realizing he'd said too much. He held his head. It's just as you say. He has been tormented for a very long time. Du is strapped to a chair with his wrists locked, surrounded by medical equipment, doctors, and soldiers. The commander's moments of consciousness are dangerously brief, and in those fleeting moments of clarity, he analyzes documents, charting Alexander's every move. Pointing at the boy, he said, Today, he's giving that precious time to you. Do you realize what that means? Second-generation psychic armor, he stated grimly, allows an enhanced soldier to go toe-to-toe with a dragon, but Lai Han understood the terrifying implication. If a soldier could match a dragon, they were just as much a threat to humanity itself. He finally understood Genian's test. Was he destined to be a savior or a destroyer? Alexander turned back, adding that it was a difficult choice. I'm sure it was, Lai Han replied, his words stunning Alexander. Leaving everything in the hands of a 10-year-old kid, Alexander took a moment before answering. You're rubbing salt in the wound now. Brave warriors are on the battlefield, fighting dragons to protect us all. Even I, their commander, sometimes forget how shameful it is that we're letting children carry the future of humanity on their shoulders. But Alexander kept one thought to himself. Perhaps they had been searching for a child just like him, a prodigy they could burden without feeling any guilt. Come on, let's go, he said. Out in the barren desert, the team was camped in a deep ravine. Clute just groaned about the unbelievable heat. Everyone had a job, so no one paid him any attention. He could only complain to his teammate. I can't even stand in the shade, it's that hot. Simon furiously grabbed Clute by the collar. You are so annoying, just sit still. But Clute whined back. Sitting still is so boring. Or I'll throw you off this cliff myself. While they argued, Li Han was lost in thought. This was North Africa, the exact spot the fourth dragon had appeared. He remembered Alexander's tale of the fourth dragon, a creature that could unleash beams of pure, destructive energy. Those attacks carved countless canyons into the land. The locals called them Dragon's Ravines, and now, a supposed fossil had been found in one of them. A flashlight shone on the discovery. It was the fossilized leg of a dragon. This thing was older than human history itself. Clute turned to the fully armored Stillness and asked, Hey Stillness, you're not hot? You're wearing a full helmet in this furnace. She confidently replied through her comm system, I had the research division install an internal temperature control unit before we left. Clute's jaw dropped. What? He tried to lunge for it, but 2 teammates held him back. Let me borrow it. Annoyed by the commotion, Stillness simply kicked him away. Lai Han just held his head, thinking he desperately wanted to go back. A group in white coats approached them. Their leader spoke. "Pretty hot, huh? Does anyone want to head down there with us?" she asked. Nobody moved a muscle, not even Clute, who was panting from the heat. Seeing everyone looking away, Lai Han stepped up. "I'll go." He walked over to join the research team members. Stillness raised her hand too. "I will go as well. There should be 2 people in each group anyway. I'm not hot." They all boarded a transport platform to descend. 5 researchers, Lai Han, Stillness, and 3 security guards. The deeper they went, the darker it became. "It's over there," someone called out. Li Han froze. They had reached the fossil. "Look at the sheer size of it," a researcher whispered. "If this was really a dragon's," Li Han assessed, "it would be on the same level as Bahamut." "Can you confirm it?" the lead researcher asked. He reached out to touch the fossil. He used his power to examine it. Everyone stared in awe. My God, his power was spreading across the entire fossil. Just as he was about to be completely overwhelmed, looking like the fossil was pulling him in, Stillness lunged forward and yanked his hand away, catching him. "Thanks," he panted. The team leader was thrilled. "It's absolutely incredible. It's a real dragon skeleton. We can handle the rest from here. Great work." Stillness helped Lai Han back to the transport. He couldn't shake the thought. If that was really a dragon fossil, he was terrified of his own conclusion. Did that mean dragons existed before humanity? Suddenly, a researcher stumbled over something. His teammate walked over to ask, "Hey, what's wrong?" "I just stepped on something." The researcher reached down to touch the strange object. "What in the world is this?" Lai Han and Stillness were walking, when a blood-curdling scream echoed through the cave. 2 researchers and a guard immediately ran towards the sound. A strange creature had latched onto the researcher's arm and was consuming it. "Someone, please, get this thing off of me," he shrieked. The thing oozed a green fluid as it ate. The researcher was still thrashing. "Help me, do something," another scientist yelled, pointing at the creature. "It's getting bigger." The 3 guards opened fire as the researcher was quickly swallowed by the organism. It was too late. The creature had devoured him whole. Lai Han arrived and immediately took charge. "Everyone, get to the elevator, right now." "Damn it, it's a corpse worm. How the hell is that thing still alive?" Lai Han was completely stunned. He remembered what he'd learned. The corpse worm would soon form a chrysalis to transform. "We have to get back to the surface immediately." Lai Han activated his comms to contact the surface team. "IS team, respond." The lift doors sealed, and they started their ascent. He sent out an urgent alert. "All units, prepare for combat formation. The enemy is a corpse worm, and it's about to enter its second form." Incredibly fast, the chrysalis shattered, shocking Lai Han. "So quick, it's already hatched." The creature immediately shot towards their elevator. "It's heading right for us." The corpse worm let out a deafening screech, making everyone, even Lai Han and Stillness, recoil in shock. "Help me!" The creature latched onto the moving elevator, trying to crawl up with them, sending everyone into a panic. It lunged with its massive mouth aimed at Lai Han, but it was blocked by the elevator's cage. Only its razor-sharp teeth could slip through the gaps, unable to harm anyone inside. Seeing this, the team screamed in terror, forcing Lai Han to shout, "Please, stay calm, we are almost to the surface." Lai Han calmly gets on the comms, his voice steady. "All right, team, listen carefully," he says, initiating the plan. "We have to predict its movements and take its head off fast. We cannot lose. If anyone dies, that thing's evolution speed will skyrocket." The elevator hits the surface, bringing them face to face with the death worm. "Targets in sight," Lai Han yells. Clue and his team charge forward, guns blazing. Researchers scatter in every direction while Clue lays down heavy fire on the creature. "Over here, you bastard." The bullets hit dead on, but it's no use. Clue tosses his gun aside, realizing firepower is useless. He's going in close, using his own abilities now. He grabs its massive jaw, gritting his teeth. "Damn, this hurts." "Dichi, get the tail." Dichi springs into action, wrestling the creature's tail into his grasp. The 2 hold the beast with everything they've got. A teammate screams, "Jump!" Derek soars upwards on a flight disc, then dives, spear glowing with raw power. A direct hit, the spear punches right through the creature's body. Lai Han and Tin Lang arrive. Clue signals him. "It's paralyzed. Lai Han, now's our chance." Lai Han turns to Tin Lang. "He's all yours." Tin Lang simply gives a thumbs up in reply. Tin Lang vaults into the air as Lai Han pulls a grenade pin with his teeth, tossing it right into the monster's mouth. Boom! As it explodes, Tin Lang dives straight for the wreckage. 2 swords in hand, Tin Lang uses flash step and gravity to slice the monster's head clean off. He leaps back just as Lai Han notices something terrifying. He screams a warning to the team. The core, it's moving to the head. Don't let them reconnect. Suddenly, a security guard floors it in a massive truck. I got this. I'll push it off the cliff. He slams the vehicle right into the creature's body, shoving it toward the edge. The body tumbles over the edge. Die, you insect. Another guard approaches the severed head, gun raised, muttering disgusting bugs. Lai-Han screams, "Get away from it." Too late. The guard opens fire, yelling, "I'll shred you." Bullets hammer the head, but they do absolutely nothing. A disembodied head. Still, the guard screams in pure terror as it lunges at him. The team rushes to help, but they're too late. The guard is gone. One of Lai-Han's teammates curses, "Damn it! These amateurs should have stayed out of it." After consuming the guard, the head begins to shift, entering its next stage of evolution. Lai-Han sees it and shouts orders. It's Phase 3. Simon, Tin Lang, get ready for an air battle. The creature rapidly completes its third form. The newly evolved monster shoots into the sky. It lets out a piercing shriek as they all watch, stunned. And just like that, it flies away. It's escaping. Lai-Han knows if they lose it now, the casualties will be huge. He immediately barks an order. Simon, prepare the hoverboards. Simon quickly preps a board, sending Lai-Han shooting after the creature. Once he's in range, Lai-Han raises a grappling hook, takes careful aim, and fires. The hook hits its tail, pulling him along for the ride. He immediately charges his spear with power. The ground is a better place for bugs like you. One powerful thrust pierces its head, spraying fluid everywhere. Below, his teammates run toward the crash site, calling his name. Lai-Han. Back in a lab, a figure in a blue mask sits while researchers analyze their stats. A researcher studies the results. He's special, even for an A rank. A true phenom. Another scientist chimes in with a question. How hard would it be to get him to S rank? I think a little external stimulus is all he needs. He's got to be an unawakened S rank. A mechanical voice announces the test is complete. A young woman from the lab approaches. Good job, Kuro. Are you hungry? Want to get something to eat? Kuro just shakes his head. No, I only want to rest. She nods awkwardly. Oh, all right, let's get back to your dorm. He watches her, thinking her kindness is completely fake. He follows, thinking that her friendly attitude will disappear the moment he becomes useless. She starts talking about his next schedule. The tests are almost over. You'll hit level 3 soon. Kuro looks up at the light, thinking to himself, Level 3. Kuro's resolve solidifies. I can protect you now. I finally have the power. Meanwhile, the death worm is falling as the team runs below, shouting for Lai-Han. As they fall, he lands one final, devastating blow to its head. They crash into the ground, sending dust everywhere. When it finally settles, the creature is dead. Lai-Han is covered in the creature's slime. As the dust settles around him, he sees something glowing nearby Simon's hoverboard. His teammates rush over, calling his name. Lai-Han picks up the board, realizing Simon saved him. Are you all right? They ask frantically. I'm fine. Lai-Han turns to Simon. Thanks. Simon just scoffs angrily. Damn these branch soldiers. He turns away. I won't let them get away with this. He stalks off, still fuming. They dared to revive the monster we nearly killed. Are they even soldiers? Clue watches him go, completely confused. Why is he always so mad? Tin Long adds, it's one of his worst traits. Meanwhile, at headquarters, a presentation on the Kronos dragon fossil is underway. A scientist presents his findings. It appears to be from the Cretaceous period, leading to countless new theories on the origin of dragons, but he's cut off. Alexander interrupts from above. You can research whatever you want after we've survived the dragon invasion. Why is that fossil so important anyway? We can already mass-produce plenty of dragon gear and spirit armor. Let's skip this and move on to the Prophet. They announce a plan to awaken her, and Red immediately objects. Is that a commander's order? He demands. Isn't it way too soon? His teammate tries to restrain him. Hey, Red, calm down. Show some respect. Shut up. We haven't even been treated yet. Alexander looks on, annoyed. Damn it, get him under control. Now, hold him down. Red roars, get off me, unleashing a blast of fire. Everyone recoils in fear. Alexander dives down and floors him with a single punch. Alexander shot Red, a furious look, and ordered, get a grip. Red's anger flared right back. Are your feelings more important than our mission against Bahamut and Kronos? Everything we've faced has been completely unpredictable. What if the dragons attack before we're ready? What do we do then? Red closed his eyes, taking a deep breath before opening them again, looking much calmer. He held out his cuffed hands. I'll reflect on my actions in a holding cell. No need for that, Alexander said, turning away. It's not like I don't get how you feel. As Red watched him leave, His thoughts drifted to Catherine. A few days later, a soldier named Clud leans in to share some news at the mess hall. "You guys hear the latest rumor going around the barracks? I heard the prophet's finally awake," he says. Derek's interest is piqued. "The one who can see the future?" Clud nods. "Yep. Heard they just woke her up." "Hey, Silent, ever met her?" But Silent, busy devouring a mountain of cake, just shakes her head. Michi stares in disbelief. "Good grief, how can you eat all that?" Just then, a girl approaches the entrance. The automatic doors slide open, and as she steps inside, the whole room erupts in hushed whispers. "The prophet. It's really the prophet." Hearing the commotion, Clud turns around. "What's all the fuss about?" he wonders. Katharina just coolly brushes back her hair. "What are you all staring at?" she asks, annoyed. "Never seen a human before?" Clud nudges Derek. "That's gotta be her." "I never expected the prophet to be a girl." Derek nods. "Yeah, most psychics in our generation are guys." Hearing this, Silent freezes, glancing over at a stunned Lai Han, whose own thoughts are now racing. He can't believe how young she looks. Was she really from the first generation? In his mind, the first-gen soldiers were all huge, battle-hardened brutes. The girl in front of him couldn't be older than 20. He wondered just how old she was when she first went into battle. Silent watches Katharina with a clear look of dislike. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the whispers and all eyes snap towards the source. It's Red, marching right up to Katharina. A dangerous aura rolls off of him as he confronts her. "What the hell do you think you're doing here?" Katharina, taking a drag from her cigarette, glares right back. She points a finger right at his face. "I have permission to be out here," she yells. "So why don't you mind your own business?" Red just fires back. "Permission was for a casual walk." "You idiot," Red growls, snatching the cigarette from her lips. "You're out for 5 minutes and you're already smoking? Are you insane? If you want to die, just say so." He uses his powers to incinerate the cigarette in an instant, then grabs her arm. "Shut up and come with me." But Katharina digs in her heels, shouting, "Let go of me." "Who do you think you are?" she screams, trying to pull away. The entire cafeteria just stares, completely stunned by the scene. Clud can't help but comment on the drama. "Wow, those two are both seriously aggressive. What did she do to get Sergeant Red on her case?" But Lai Han has a different theory. No, Red wasn't catching her, he had lost her. Elsewhere, Red is searching frantically. "Damn it, where is she?" All while Katharina hides in a corner, watching. In a control room, Octo speaks to an armored Lai Han below. "Ready to go, Lai Han? This is your first major training simulation." Below him, Lai Han stands clad in the second-generation psychic armor. He is more than ready. A wave of pure energy surges around him as he thinks about the power at his fingertips, the Gen 2 psychic armor. Elsewhere, Katharina is skipping down a hallway, muttering, "How dare he try to control me?" she huffs. "He's nothing but A's loyal little dog." Back in the training room, Lai Han bends over, panting, the simulation finally complete. Octo approaches, clapping with a huge grin. "That was some excellent maneuvering for a first run. I knew I picked the right guy for the job." He continues enthusiastically. "Keep this up, Lai Han, and the upcoming evaluation will be a piece of cake." Lai Han looks up, curious. "What evaluation?" "Alexander, Sasa, and Cry are the ones evaluating the results. We have to present to them soon, so be ready to show them our absolute best." As Lai Han wipes the sweat from his brow, a thought hits him. He asks Octo, "You're pretty close with Sergeant Red, right?" He follows up, "Do you know anything about the prophet?" "I heard she just woke up," Lai Han adds. Hearing this, something seems to click for Octo, right. She's not exactly in a condition to move around freely. Octo pushes up his glasses. The prophet was cryogenically frozen. The cost was about the same as building a whole new psychic armor, but her abilities are just that valuable. Lai Han is confused. Why was she frozen? Octo explains it was due to psychic overload. Some awakeners get their powers too early. Their bodies just can't handle the strain. Lai Han is shocked. Octo continues grimly. Their bodies slowly petrify, turning to stone. Eventually, they die. The prophet is on a razor's edge, she could die at any moment. Out of nowhere, Katharina appears right behind Octo. "Sounds pretty interesting, doesn't it?" she says casually, making him scream in shock. Octo whirls around. "What are you doing here?" Katharina gets straight to the point. "I need a favor." "Which is?" Her request is deadpan. "Get me a handheld gaming console. I'm bored." "In the Ark? Where would I find one of those?" Hearing his refusal, she instantly gets angry and grabs him by the collar. "You're a technician, aren't you? If you can't find one, then make one. Are you serious?" But suddenly, Katharina freezes, her eyes locking onto Lai Han. Still holding Octo's collar, she just says, "Oh my." A second later, she's excitedly bouncing over to Lai Han, grabbing his arm and feeling his muscles. "You're a second gen, aren't you? So young, but so totally ripped. Wow, look at all these muscles. You grew up way too fast. It's not fair." She gives Lai Han a mischievous grin. "I've got something to tell you. Want to go somewhere more private?" Seizing his chance, the now free Octo pushes Lai Han towards her. "Sounds great, take him. He's finished training for today. Go on, Lai Han. See you tomorrow." He then leans in and whispers to Lai Han, "Just get her out of here. I can't stand stubborn brats like her." Over his shoulder, Katharina calls out, "I can hear you, you know." As she pulls Lai Han away, she yells back at Octo one last time, "And make that game console," leaving him fuming in her wake. Just outside the base, Katharina stops and faces Lai Han. He asks, "So, what did you want to talk about?" She gets right to it. "You heard what Octo was saying, right? About my condition," she clarifies, her tone suddenly somber. "It's true. I don't have much time left. My hair, it wasn't even originally this color." She turns back with a heartbreaking expression. "But I still want to be happy for the time I have left. So, do you want to run away with me, to somewhere far from all this?" Lai Han just stares at her for a few seconds before coldly turning his back. "If that's all, I'm leaving." Katharina yells out, "Wait." She scratches her head, completely frustrated. "So, you're just as humorless as Red said," Katharina states flatly. "You know me then." He realizes, as she turns to face him, activating her powers. "I know you, and there's something I have to say." Her hand, glowing with power, touches his forehead, catching Li Han by surprise. They stare at each other intensely. Katharina is the first to speak. "If you want to live, walk away from this mission. I'm only telling you this because Red cares about you." Li Han immediately questions her, "Did you see my future?" Katharina's answer is chilling. "I'm telling you this because I saw nothing at all." She lays it out for Li Han. "In most cases, that means one thing: death. A dead man has no future." Li Han meets Katharina's gaze. "Most cases? That means there's still a chance I could survive, right?" The question stuns her. "What?" Li Han just turns away. "Thanks for the warning, but I've always lived on the edge of death. I've known from the start that the probability of dying is high." He walks off, leaving Katharina completely floored by his words. She turns away, but the thought of Red makes her bite her lip in anger. She spins back around, glaring at the empty space where Li Han just left. "Fine, then go live and die like a loyal dog." Red suddenly grabs Katharina, and she yells out, "Let me go, that hurts." Red doesn't react, simply opening a door and forcefully throwing Katharina into a corner. He glares at her, radiating killing intent. Katharina, refusing to back down, glares right back as Red roars. "What is your problem?" He pins Katharina to the wall. "This isn't the first you've seen of the dragon's invasion. Why didn't you say anything before?" Katharina doesn't care, shouting back, "You already know the reason, don't you? Because I don't care about this world." Red is enraged by her words. "Stop acting like a child. Catherine, you're not the only one sacrificing yourself. Do you know how old the second-generation kids are?" An image flashes of Li Han and his friends fighting their hearts out. The oldest are only 12 or 13, and they're out there risking their lives. Katharina just asks, "So what?" Red freezes at her question. Katharina continues, "Sacrifice sounds so noble, doesn't it? So heartwarming." She breaks down, crying as she speaks. "Why do I have to sacrifice anything? I won't even live to see the next invasion. At least those kids have hope that they'll get to live in a peaceful world once the dragons are gone." Katharina continues to cry, her voice rising. "Why should I care about my ability to see the future when I don't have a future myself?" Red is silent, then says sadly, "Because." Katharina is still wiping her tears, but she freezes when she hears Red's words. "You are a good person." After that, Katharina forcefully wipes her tears and leaves, throwing one last line over her shoulder. "That's ridiculous, you fool." The scene cuts to fighter jets flying over the city. People on the street murmur that seeing the city so intact is both a joy and a strange sight. Clue looks around and says, "Everyone's been evacuated, so it looks like a ghost town." Dichi says, "This place will probably be a wasteland in 7 days, huh?" Simon replies, "Probably. According to the prophet's prediction, a space portal and a dragon will appear in Paris in 7 days. Fighter jets fill the sky, and soldiers armed to the teeth patrol the streets below. An event of this scale is about to happen in a completely new place with no precedent. A group of people stands blocking Li Han's party, attracting a lot of attention from special forces around the world. A group of massive special forces soldiers stands before Li Han's team. Those people walk toward Li Han's group. The one in the lead asks, Are you the psionicists from Ark? Mind stepping aside? Little friends? Dichi says with irritation. This road is so wide, why don't you move out of the way? The group of soldiers laughs loudly, saying, Aren't you guys magicians? Why don't you fly over our heads? Dichi angrily says, Bastards. Li Han raises his hand to signal his friends to stand down. He looks at the flag symbol on the other soldiers' uniforms and asks, Who are you? You look like you're from the United States. The leader confidently looks down on Li Han's group and says, We're the U.S. High-Rank Special Forces, also known as the Hellboys. Li Han looks at them and silently assesses them. I've heard of them. These guys are about my age. In his mind, an image of people with tubes stuck in them appears. Even without psionic powers, they've undergone physical enhancement. Their level-up score is said to be higher than Ark's. That's probably why they're even bigger than Dichi. The leader of the Special Forces group jokes, causing the whole group to laugh as if it's the funniest thing ever. Looking at your size, if you didn't have those psionic powers, you'd probably be crushed flat like a bug. Li Han walks past the group of soldiers and calmly says, That's really funny. All right, let's all go. The leader of the Special Forces group looks back with contempt. So boring. Bye, you runts. When he turns his head, he sees Dichi, who is almost as big as them, angrily approaching, causing the leader of the group of soldiers to pause for a second. Dichi angrily passes by, saying, See you later. The two groups quickly pass each other, with fighter jets still flying in the sky. Li Han's group stands in front of a luxurious hotel. Entering the luxurious room, Kuro can't help but exclaim, Wow, I've never stayed in a place like this before. Kuro jumps on the bed happily. Kuro happily rolls around on the bed and says to Li Han, Hey, Li Han, this bed is so comfortable. Li Han also touches the mattress and replies, I've never touched anything so soft either. After touching it for a while, Li Han comes to a conclusion. Is this silk? Now I know what luxury is. Kuro runs to the fridge, opens it, and exclaims, Look at this. He points inside the fridge and asks Li Han, There are so many drinks in the fridge. Want something to drink? Li Han. Li Han replies, No thanks. Kuro ravenously eats, as if he's never eaten anything so delicious. Kuro happily sits on the bed and eats. Oh my God, it melts in my mouth. What's written on this? I don't know French. Li Han replies. Well, do you think I know? Then he invites Li Han to go. All right, let's go. Li Han asks in confusion, Where are we going? Kuro points to the cake box. To steal this from the other rooms, of course. Those soldiers wouldn't eat this stuff anyway. Seeing this, Li Han speaks up to stop him. Don't go wandering around. Besides the soldiers from Ark, there are many other units. Kuro walks to the door and waves at Li Han. You're not the captain of this mission, so I don't have to listen to you. Li Han has a headache because of him. That's Kuro for you. As if suddenly remembering something, he takes out his device and opens a map of this city to look at it. He thinks he should memorize the locations of the main buildings around here while there's still time. You can't win if you don't prepare well. Before leaving, Laocha patted his shoulder and reminded Li Han, We won't use everything we've prepared when fighting, but if needed, those things will bring victory. Li Han thinks to himself, I won't forget. Hearing a sound, Li Han pauses. When there's nothing else, he looks up at the door. It's not Ganut. The person who walks in is a complete surprise. He stares at the girl blocking the doorway. Silence was trying to sneak into Li Han's room but froze when she heard another girl's voice. Hold on. Silence wasn't sure what to do. Let me just sit like this for a second. What the hell is going on? Katharina leans wearily against Li Han as Silence stands outside, baffled by the girl. Katharina is still resting against Li Han, and he has an arm around her shoulder. Silence listens for a moment, hears nothing, and decides to leave. Silence runs through the corridor, her mind racing. What is she doing with Li Han? Is Dichi so scared he can't even walk around by himself? He was ambushed by the Hellboy Special Forces. Their leader looks at Dichi and says, And you brought a friend, don't worry, it'll just be me fighting you. They're just gonna watch. Unless, of course, you try to run for your life. Dichi retorts with a smirk. Is that so? Dichi just shrugs. You don't have to worry either, I won't use that magic you're so scared of. They glare at each other. Time to begin. The elevator is moving, and Silence thinks of Katharina. She watches the floor indicator climb, her mind replaying the image of Li Han and Katharina embracing in that room. Silence presses a hand to her chest. It feels tight. She needs some air on the roof. The elevator arrives and she steps inside, just as Ganut shows up after raiding other rooms for snacks. He thinks, Silence? Where's she going? Down below, Dichi is still clashing with the Special Forces leader. He lands a solid punch, then digs into a fighting stance. The leader, living up to his title, Instantly realizes Dichi is about to unleash his full power and Dichi is already getting tired, thinking, damn it, this guy's body is ridiculous. His relentless barrage of attacks barely seems to be scratching him. Dichi throws a punch at the man's face, but it's blocked. The leader dodges the strike and prepares a devastating counter. A fist comes flying right at Dichi's face. Dichi meets the punch with his forehead, which splits open and starts bleeding. He throws his hand onto the guy's shoulder, switching tactics. If punching won't work, the leader's teammates stare in shock, a perfect joint lock. Dichi traps his wrist, his legs wrapped tightly around the man's bicep. Dichi smirks. Give up if you don't want a broken arm. But Dichi freezes when the leader uses his full strength to throw him off. He's sent flying, crying out in agony as he hits the ground. The man raises his foot to stomp Dichi into the pavement, but he manages to roll out of the way just in time. Dichi puts some distance between them and says, "That was dangerous." He rips his shirt. "Time to get serious. I'm fighting you properly now." But a door opens behind him, and Silence walks out, making him pause. The leader scoffs at Silence. "Get out of the way. You don't want to get hurt, do you? This guy really has a death wish." Silence was already on edge, and now she's pissed. She glares at him, needing to destroy something. She unleashes her power, snapping his finger with a sickening crack that makes him howl in pain. The man grits his teeth, popping his index finger back into place before yelling, "You bitch!" He throws a punch at Silence. "You want to die?" But she dodges it with ease. Her hand shoots out, targeting his ribs. She puts all her force into a single punch that makes him double over, unable to even cry out from the pain. He collapses to his knees, clutching his stomach, while Silence stands over him, unfazed. His stunned teammates finally snap out of it and rush forward to grab her. Dichi watches, completely shocked. Clue also comes up and witnesses the whole thing. He remarks that SM isn't weak, Silence is just on another level. Dichi turns to look at SM. The men who rushed forward are all left seriously injured by Silence. Dichi watches her walk past him, his mind reeling. He says, "I don't think I could have beaten her." Lihan looks at the pained Katharina. "I'll report this to my superiors." Katharina enters his room, telling him Lihan will die if he participates in this mission. Katharina leans against the door. "If I just say the word, you'll be transferred to a safe location immediately." Lihan looks at her, exhausted. "I thought we already talked about this." At that, Katharina raises her voice. "A dragon will appear. You've seen a dragon before. You'll die. You are still too young to die." Suddenly, Katharina's power erupts uncontrollably, and she collapses to the ground. A vision. Lihan rushes to catch her. "I'll get a doctor right now." Katharina puts a hand on Lihan's shoulder. "No," she pleads. "It's okay. Just let me rest for a moment." Lihan looks at her, still in pain, and wonders was that a psychic overload. The survival rate is 0. Among the ruins, a group of people hide behind a rock, waiting for their chance. In the distance, a slender figure appears. Katharina stands defiantly on a window ledge, her eyes fierce. Her courage stuns Z down below for a split second. He raises his hand, ordering his men to cease fire. "There's someone alive." But as the words leave his mouth, Katharina takes another step forward. Z's eyes fill with despair. He watches her fall, his face filled with regret. In the blinding sunlight, she closes her eyes, full of remorse. Suddenly, the dream ends. Katharina jolts awake, completely horrified. The room is now silent. She sits frozen with her chaotic thoughts. It was a dream. Then Katharina sits up, looking at Lihan with a stubborn, annoyed glare. The sight of a hard-working Lihan looks quite similar to Scarface John. As she watches him, Katharina can't help but feel suspicious. Why are they so alike? The old saying is true. Birds of a feather flock together. Hearing the movement, Lihan turns around and asks, "You're awake. Feeling better?" Seeing his serious gaze, Katharina feels a pang of guilt. "I'm better." Lihan immediately pushes her toward the door, his voice cold. "Then leave." With a sharp glare, he tells her, "Don't come see me again. You're a nuisance." Feeling insulted, Katharina is confused. What the hell? The scene changes to the main hall, where she finds John. Octo hears her yelling and breaks out in a cold sweat. "Do you want to wear the psychic armor?" Katharina is fuming, her words spilling out. "Are you insane? Do you think you have 2 lives just because you're different?" She couldn't believe his audacity. She points at her own leg in frustration. John, holding a cigar, wearily argues back. "Stop talking. This is me trying to compromise. We're low on reinforcements. If I join, that's one more person." Z's eyes darted aside, catching Otto using some kind of body language, but he couldn't make any sense of it. Katharina, standing nearby, calmly translated. "He means either shut her up or you both get out," before waving a hand. "Follow me." I know a place. At a fancy bar, John offered Katharina a beer. Here, drink up. Seeing her looking troubled, he spoke seriously. If you're so worried, just look into my future and see if I live or die. But that only enraged Katharina, who yelled back, I have absolutely no interest in your future. I just feel sorry for your ridiculous act. She quickly poured out the drink, her voice full of scorn. Now, give me the real stuff. Do you think I'm a child? Seeing this, John turned away, totally helpless. He knew drinking wasn't good for her. Katharina's eyes burned with anger as she slammed her glass down and shouted, Isn't it a little too late to worry about my health now? Seeing this, John's own patience finally snapped. I told you we're researching a cure, that's why I've been stuck in the lab, being a damn test subject. Suddenly, Katharina's voice went quiet. You already know, she whispered, catching John completely off guard. Her face was filled with sorrow as she confessed, I'm not going to live that long. The weight of her words crushed him, and he clutched his head in despair. The two of them sat in a shared, lonely silence. Damn it, Kathy. John's heart ached with pain. He was the one person who wanted her to awaken less than anyone. Using his power, he grabbed the bottle. Enough. Let's not talk about it anymore. He poured the drink, his hands steady, but his face was a storm of emotion. Fine. You want a drink, we'll drink. Katharina spoke with concern. You should have one too, right? John just sighed and agreed. The bar was packed, but everyone carried their own secret burdens. The view swept past expensive wines, Katharina's dreamy gaze, and John drinking away his worries. Katharina stared at him, completely lost in thought, before her hand suddenly reached out without warning. To his absolute shock, she touched his head. As John stared with his messy hair, Katharina complimented him. You actually look more handsome with your hair messy like this. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Katharina woke with a jolt, shooting upright with a look of pure disbelief. She looked around the strange room, her mind reeling. This was Red's room. Checking herself over and seeing the bed empty beside her, she just figured he must have slept somewhere else. His hair was a total mess and his face was annoyed. Yet he remained, as always, the flawless gentleman. The scene changed again. A scope aimed right at Katharina, whose face showed no regrets. Down below, Z gave an order. Cease fire. There's a survivor that's a distress signal. Something felt wrong. Z glanced back, wondering how anyone could be up there. In that instant, his face changed as he saw Katharina leap from the window. Z lunged forward in shock. For a split second, he nearly reached her, then everything went white. Katharina woke up in a daze, cradled in John's arms as his face was etched with pure terror. Breathing heavily, John looked down at her. Weren't you the one who sent the distress signal? What were you thinking, jumping out a window? Katharina just looked at him calmly, and then burst out laughing. I already saw it, she said. I saw that you would catch me. Back to reality, Katharina stood before a foggy mirror, looking dazed. An open cabinet was packed with countless supply bags. After staring for a while, Katharina thought he must be a hoarder. He looked like a woodpecker hiding away his stash. A fancy box was missing just one cigar. Katharina picked it up, put it between her lips, and walked out to the balcony to take in the view. Katharina looked calm, but inside, her heart was racing. She remembered how handsome John looked, and her own words. You look even more handsome with your hair down. Her face instantly flushed beet red. Katharina flailed her limbs around. You're crazy, absolutely nuts. Then, she nervously fiddled with the cigar. Realizing it wasn't helping, she put it aside and pulled on a coat. There was no lighter here anyway. She opened the door calmly, but her gaze suddenly froze. Katharina was surprised to see Silent there. You're Silent, right? He didn't answer, his own mind racing with suspicion. This was Sergeant Red's room. Seeing the fire in Silent's eyes, Katharina looked away. Before she could explain, he swiped a screen, and a notification popped up. Pervert. Katharina was stunned. A flag? When Silent turned to leave, Katharina panicked. Hey, I think there's a misunderstanding here. But he was already gone, leaving her to frown in frustration. For some reason, he really seemed to hate her. The scene cuts to the main hall, where Otto tells Lai Han, let me show you a new toy, and makes a hand sign. First up is this. Lai Han looked confused. Seeing this, Otto tried to explain. You don't know Spider-Man? He shoots webs just like this. Lai Han was completely lost. I have no idea what you're talking about. So Otto pointed to the suit. Forget it. On your left arm, you'll find a replacement for the hook blade. Lai Han quickly glanced at the new equipment. Otto's voice continued. It's detachable, so if you don't need it, just take it off. He pointed again, explaining cheerfully. There's also a power bank. which is essential for hunting those nasty flying things out there. But be careful. Don't let anything hit you from behind. If that thing explodes, you're going to get seriously hurt. The staff behind them quickly added. When the boss says hurt, he means you might actually die, so be extra careful. Hearing this, Lai Han felt a knot of fear in his stomach. He could only imagine what would happen if a device that powerful exploded. He knew he had to be extremely careful. As Lai Han stared in shock, Odo's voice turned grave. The prophecy is coming true. Lai Han, you already know this, but you'll be on the reserve team. Thinking of the massive dragon, he spoke carefully. 4 soldiers in first-generation psionic armor will face the dragon first. The ideal scenario is that they succeed in killing it. Looking at the controller in his hand, Oto paused. I can't believe we prepared all of this with our own hands. In the busy hall, he felt a deep exhaustion. After 10 years of peace, humanity had grown arrogant. If they couldn't stop that dragon today, it would be the end of the world. Lai Han looked at the large monitor, his voice solid as rock. I won't let that happen. His eyes held a strange and powerful determination. I don't fight for humanity. I fight for my friends, for my brothers. Outside, the sky was a murky, endless void when a voice crackled a sign of the gate. The scene shifted to the base, showing a monitor tracking signals from outside. Alexander watched for a moment before speaking. If this was like previous gates, the ground would crack open and hordes of minions would crawl out. But a warning flashed on screen, marking the gate's predicted location at the central point as highly dangerous. All squads were immediately deployed to their respective positions, their locations clearly marked on the main screen in relation to the gate. But then, above the central spire, lightning began to crackle from a clear sky. Clute stared up in sheer terror. Damn it, he muttered, his voice shaking with fear. This is disgusting. I feel sick. Looking at the swirling vortex of magical energy, a new announcement came over the comms. All the psychic energy was converging on a single area, specifically, the space directly above the predicted location. Alexander's face was grim as he gave the order. All right, all units prepare for battle. Below the churning sky, the entire force stood ready, with cannons lining the fortress walls, bracing for the fight. Still, one soldier couldn't shake a terrible feeling, as if his gut was screaming at him that something was wrong. Meanwhile, the American troops saw the calm and got cocky. So where's the party? You think they got stuck in traffic? Suddenly, a soldier screamed, Up there! All eyes shot to the sky, where the energy ring was swelling to a blindingly brilliant size. This was far beyond their predictions. Alexander was stunned. Even Lai Han and Otto, watching remotely, could only shout in disbelief. It's in the sky. And in a flash, monsters began pouring out from the white light itself, a torrent of creatures breaking free and charging forward. Hundreds, then thousands of them, dove from the sky down onto the forces below. It was an instant bloodbath. The soldiers could only stare up in absolute horror. Clute's eyes narrowed in exhaustion. What the hell are they trying to do? Gunshots and screams erupted everywhere. What is going on? Li Han watched the chaos unfold on screen, completely shocked. A gate opening up in the sky? Seeing the crowd frozen in shock, he gritted his teeth. Everyone just stood there, stunned into silence. Even the commanders must have been speechless. After all, their entire defense system was built for a ground war. Amidst the chaos, a new system message flashed across their vision. The survivors of the apocalypse had officially been confirmed. He had a chilling thought. The ones who died first were just a meat shield. With so many different kinds of monsters descending, their hunger was palpable. It was time to get ready for the worst. With a powerful voice announcing the start of the operation, the cannons opened fire, blasting directly into the heart of the monster swarm. Each shot vaporized them before they even got close. The American troops laughed. This is like a video game, right? An easy win, and we get paid. Nearby, another soldier holding a rifle thought bitterly. Damn those arrogant fools. If only it were that simple. For every wave they destroyed, another one descended. As the battle raged on, a soldier yelled, Damn it, there's no end to them. Are they trying to make us waste all our ammo? The portal continued to spawn endless monsters. But then, strange new figures appeared. A soldier below screamed in terror. There's another type. Flying monsters are coming out. An alert immediately confirmed his warning as the small fortresses adjusted their aim. Flying monsters confirmed. Fixed artillery activated. The creatures dove suicidally into the flak, getting obliterated one by one in fiery explosions. But more just kept coming, seeking their own destruction. One of them slammed into a nearby tank, causing a massive explosion. Alexander, watching the screen, shot up from his chair. Are they self-destructing? Just then, waves of insect-like creatures with bloated abdomens dove down. A new series of explosions tore through the human lines, causing massive casualties as soldiers fought on in terror. Staring at the massive creatures up ahead, desperate voices cried out, "Damn it! We're completely on the defensive now." Before one horde was even dealt with, another advanced. Bullets seemed to do nothing to them. A new order flashed. Postpone the attack and detonate Sector 1. The message urged everyone to retreat, but one soldier fought on bravely. Seeing his stubbornness, Clute yelled in frustration, "You heard the order, right? Let's get out of here." His voice was strained with exhaustion. If we stay here any longer, he never finished. A monster was already on top of them. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield. Elsewhere, a fighter took down a monster with a few elegant strikes, while Simon used his powers to control the situation, erecting a shield to protect everyone from the blast. An urgent message flashed across the screen. "Keep moving." A crimson circle appeared on the map. Sector 1 was ready to be detonated. Alexander gave the grim order to hold the line. Outside, the world was a wasteland. A soldier helped his wounded comrade, urging him, "Come on, we have to get out of here." The orange-haired soldier helping his friend muttered, "This whole place could become a crater any second." His wounded teammate gave up. "Just leave me here. If you don't, you'll end up just like him." The orange-haired soldier was heartbroken. "You idiot. If we die together. Who are we?" His friend joined in the chant, "Warriors from Hell." The orange-haired man's voice was firm. "That's right." But their bravado quickly faded, though they still managed to smile through the despair. Seeing a monster charge at them, the orange-haired man said his goodbyes. "See you in hell, my brother. United," they shouted their slogan. "Who are we?" "Warriors from Hell." As a bright light began to consume their lonely figures, just when it seemed like no miracle would come, someone else jumped in. The figure was nearly swallowed by the blast. The blinding light forced the two soldiers to cover their eyes. When they looked again, they were absolutely speechless. Standing untouched inside the explosion, his eyes burning with determination, a man spoke with a teasing voice. "You guys think that slogan is a little cringy, don't you?" The orange-haired soldier and his friend could only stare in total awe. The man turned his head with a victorious smirk. "Even so, your loyalty is pretty damn commendable." In the eerie silence that followed the explosion, Clute stood in shock on another part of the battlefield, watching as bright flames consumed everything around him. His protective armor was shattered. Terrified, he looked around the ruins for his squad, only to realize he was the last one left. Clute's sorrow twisted into absolute hatred. As a new energy signature flared, he staggered forward into a blindingly brilliant light. He was changing, becoming powerful, but no longer himself. His eyes were bloodshot, his body trembling in agony. He swore to kill every last one of the bastards. As he watched the carnage on screen, a prompt appeared. "There are still soldiers alive. Should we hold our position?" Utterly defeated, Alexander could only whisper, "No, detonate." And with that single command, a chain of explosions erupted across the city. One after another, blasts painted the sky orange and red, another city reduced to rubble in mere moments. Watching the devastation from afar, a voice declared that the glorious reputation of Paris would completely collapse. Otto just frowned, his tone laced with contempt. To him, even this beautiful city was nothing more than a defensive tool. Even if they won the war, Paris would be left a barren wasteland. Hearing this, Laihan thought to himself that it was a truly massive explosion. He could only wonder if everyone had managed to evacuate in time. Back at the command center, an officer reported in. Most of the minions had been eliminated, and nothing else would be coming through the gate. Alexandro, maintaining a calm expression, weighed his options. He ordered them to deal with the remaining minions, care for the retreated soldiers, and prepare the first-generation spirit power armors. As a black circle began to widen, his voice turned grave. "It'll be here soon. After all this, I finally get to see the divine armament with my own eyes." The circle grew enormous, and 4 powerful warriors appeared around it, taking positions as if preparing for the final, desperate battle. With a fire in his eyes, Jay called out to his team, "Is everyone hearing me?" As they stared at the black hole and the strange creature within, his message was clear: "We will end this war." Without warning, a horde of intimidating noble Jupiters streamed out from the portal. The order was given immediately: "Blue team, begin the operation." A warning cry went out: "It's going to use its dragon's breath." And just as they said it, a Jupiter opened its mouth to attack. The warriors engaged, their comms buzzing with instructions. But this was a familiar attack pattern. It wasn't much different from what they had seen during the First Dragon War. In fact, its power felt even weaker than what they'd faced in the past. But watching the Jupiter surrounded by 4 soldiers, Joe felt a sense of unease. It may not be Bahamut, but they had to be careful. We're proceeding exactly as planned. The primary target is its wings. On command, the team used their spirit power to swiftly destroy one of the dragon's wings. But they knew this tactic wouldn't work once it was grounded. After all, a dragon's spirit power is fueled by sensation and imagination. Z leaped into the air using his ability, signaling to the others. He shouted his plan. I'll block its vision for a second. Climb on it from behind. He unleashed a focused attack, and the Jupiter roared in agony. The other two fighters immediately rushed in, striking while it was blinded. 2 clean slashes sent blood flying everywhere. Seeing his chance, Ron gave the clear order. We're taking its other wing. Prepare for a ground battle. But just then, the Jupiter's vision returned. Its eyes glowed a furious red, unleashing a wave of power that sent the warriors reeling. The others on the team weren't doing much better. Zoe watched in utter shock, yelling, "That's impossible." One warrior, his body trembling, held his sword steady and landed one final, determined slash. And with that last strike, his body finally gave out and collapsed. "I will not forget your perseverance." With that, 2 more figures fell to the ground. Jay, the last one standing, pushed forward, following the commander's orders to pursue the beast. "We can't give it any time to rest." Joe dove down without hesitation. As the Jupiter landed, Joe gripped his sword, but a powerful energy began to radiate from its body. Zoe was completely baffled. What in the world is it doing? His expression slowly turned grim as the Jupiter's form became more solid. Ron felt a knot of dread in his stomach. It was changing its form. As the new Jupiter approached, one of them remarked, "I guess you could call this a new species." "Our old methods aren't going to work on that monster," Joe said, still remaining calm. "But that doesn't mean we're just going to accept defeat. If this becomes a ground battle," he thought, "we still have a chance." He raised his hand and gave the signal. "Set your thrusters to max power and follow me as closely as you can. We'll attack it with a synchronized maneuver. I'll go in first and hit it with an electric charge." A teammate asked worriedly, "But what will happen to you?" Red Z considered it for a moment, then replied casually, "If I'm lucky, it'll die before I get fried." With grim determination, he shot forward, yelling, "There's no time to hesitate. Let's go." His teammate followed, swearing under his breath, "Damn it all right." The Jupiter sensed the danger, and its red eyes flared. It slammed the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. Zoe stared in disbelief at the display. Psychokinesis. The rocks shot towards Z, and at the exact same moment, the Jupiter's massive claw swiped, tearing into another teammate. It took just one hit to crack the defensive armor. Zoe endured the searing pain inside his suit, struggling to his feet just in time to see the monster tearing his comrade apart. With its mouth dripping blood, the creature turned its head and glared directly at Joe. He screamed in rage, "You monster! I've never witnessed anything like this. Damn you!" As it charged, Ron felt hopeless. He just needed to hold on a little longer, reveal its other abilities before he died. But suddenly, a new signal cut through the chaos. Lai Han, beginning operation. Zoe was in complete shock. What? Out of absolutely nowhere, Lai Han was rushing into the fight. Zoe's face was a mask of fear, still reeling from the announcement. He yelled, "No way! The commander would never give an order like that." He didn't understand. Why? Zoe watched in agony as Lai Han charged in without a hint of fear. "Why did you have to join this battle?" The scene cuts back to the command center, where Katharina storms in to confront Alexander. She looked exhausted, as if she'd been running for her life. Alexander watched her with a sharp, silent gaze. A nearby staffer moved to intercept Katharina. "Prophetess, you can't." Katharina furiously threw his arm off. "Don't touch me." But Alexander's calm voice cut through the tension. "Let her be." He addressed her, his voice low. "Prophetess, you are aware of the gravity of this situation, are you not?" He thought back to the horrific sight of the Jupiter's attack. That dragon is a new species, and we don't know the full extent of its abilities. If the second-generation reinforcement troops die to some unforeseen event, he said with crushing weight, it will spell the end of the world as we know it. Model. Katarina seems to understand, and she falls silent. A moment later, she pulls out a gun, making her threat. "If Red dies and leaves me behind, that's the end of my world too." Alexander is horrified, but Katarina doesn't flinch, pressing a syringe right to her neck. "If Red dies, I'll follow him." Her eyes are terrifyingly determined. Alexander suddenly sees a completely different side of her. Just then, a voice cuts through the hall. It's Lai Han, his voice somber over the comms. "Katarina, I'm sorry. I know I'm contradicting myself right now. After all, I warned you to stay out of this if you wanted to live." Li Han's expression shifts from surprise to stone-cold seriousness, but Katharina continues to plead, You can hate me all you want, but please. Red. She finally breaks, tears streaming down her face in a desperate sob. Please save Red. I am begging you. Over the comms, Laihan's voice turns grim. Suit me up. Octo is in disbelief. Laihan, you can't be serious. But as Katarina spirals into despair, Laihan's voice rings out, his power flaring to life on the other end of the line. Whether you asked me or not, I was going out there anyway. I don't want to see Sergeant Red die either. Seeing that look on his face, Katarina can only break down, sobbing with relief. Fully equipped, Laihan rockets onto the battlefield, appearing right behind the Jupiter monster. It whips its head around, eyes sharp. Joe immediately screams, "You idiot! What are you doing out here?" Laihan is completely unfazed. Can you burn its eyes again? As the monster's attention shifts, Joe fires back. No, I'll be the bait now. It's more effective that way. Laihan scoffs. You mean it's a guaranteed way to die? Furious at the insubordination, Joe roars back. Shut your mouth and do what I say! Since when? Before he can finish, Laihan cuts him off, his voice like steel. I'm not fighting for humanity. I just don't want to watch the people I care about die. The Jupiter monster unleashes a torrent of energy from its gaping maw. But Laihan, with the armor's incredible agility, dodges every single blast with ease. It seems Jupiter is getting angry now, using its psychic powers again to rip chunks of Earth from the ground. Joe immediately shouts a warning to Laihan. It's using its telekinesis, be careful. And just like that, Laihan ignites the thrusters on his back, blasting into the air and dodging the attack. Poised for a strike, Laihan makes a request. Please, use your fire to blind it. I'll fry its brain. Joe looks up, worried. You can't do that. But then, as if realizing something, he grits his teeth and unleashes all his remaining power in one final, desperate move. Fine, have it your way. A massive torrent of fire surges forward, slamming right into Jupiter's eyes. Seizing the opening, Laihan launches himself straight toward it. He nimbly weaves past its massive horn, and seeing his chance, his eyes begin to glow. He has to retract the laser wire as fast as possible. Pushing his thrusters to the max, he becomes a blinding flash of light in the sky. Laihan dives down with his weapon, blowing the dragon away in a single devastating blow. Watching from afar, Joe is lost in thought. What's your next move, Laihan? Just as Jupiter breaks free, Laihan charges in. His mind flashes back. Is there any way to handle its electrical current? Octo's answer was quick. Temporarily discharge all of your divine power. Laihan was confused. What? Octo simply explained. He may be a rude piece of trash, but we can't let him die. Then he revealed the plan. If you're in danger from the dragon's divine power, just release all of your own at once. Back in the life-or-death battle, Laihan charges forward with those words in mind. His new suit is made with more dragon material, letting him fly straight at Jupiter's weak point. It'll neutralize other divine powers if I use my own. And right at the point of impact, a massive explosion erupts. As the smoke slowly clears, Joe reappears. To his absolute shock, Jupiter has been defeated, and Laihan is completely unharmed. He looks exhausted, breathing heavily as he stares at the lifeless dragon. Then, a blue current of energy begins to coil around him, and Joe can only watch in disbelief. Looking at Laihan's determined face, Joe hesitates. Maybe. This is the kid I chose. His gaze shifts to the vanishing remains of Jupiter. He allows himself a small spark of hope for this world. The armor falls away, but Laihan's body remains strangely resilient. He stares ahead, unable to believe his eyes. A blinding light suddenly passes right through him. Laihan's eyes flutter open, and he frowns, trying to adjust. Before him lies a bizarrely peaceful landscape. He simply can't believe what he's seeing. Strange creatures approach him. He walks aimlessly past them, towards towering rock formations covered in a vibrant, living blue. His pupils shrink as his gaze locks onto a beast resting high on a slab of rock. It looks so peaceful, but then it opens its sharp eyes. A dragon. It stands, spreads its massive wings, and then, in a flash, it's right in front of him. Laihan is frozen in shock as the immense creature gets closer. Its face is calm, but its voice is a wave of pure pressure. Human. I shall test the nature of your free will. Suddenly, the dream vanishes. Laihan's eyes snap open to a white ceiling. He's confused. A hospital room? As he wakes up, Clue apologizes. Sorry, did I wake you? Laihan is stunned to see Clue. He composes himself and asks, how long was I out? Clue replies quickly, 3 days. Laihan remains calm. Why are you wearing a hospital gown? Clue clutches a tissue tightly and replies, I had a psych evaluation. They said I need to be admitted for a while. Klu's face is filled with sorrow. He remembers the past, the explosions, the sight of his comrades' bodies, his own powerlessness, and his own desperate, final charge. In that moment of pure agony, a light had erupted from within him as his power awakened. He screamed with absolute hatred, "You bastards! I'll kill every last one of you." He charged forward without a second thought, his eyes a mix of pain and resolve. A nearby monster tried to ambush him, but Klu dispatched it before it even got close. It was a single, almost casual slash, but it was filled with vengeance for his fallen team. His spear glowed with a green light, his arm fueled by a power that let him push forward. He continued to carve through the horde, but then a monster sliced his leg clean off, only for it to regenerate instantly. This only made Klu bolder. He shoved his spear straight through a monster's head, its blood splashing across his face as he let out a raw, anguished scream. Another one lunged, claws aimed right for him. But out of nowhere, a massive explosion simply vaporized the creature. On the other side, similar explosions were going off. Back in the moment, Glud spoke calmly. "Lai Han, you always said you'd fight to protect the ones you love." His hand opened a water bottle, his voice trembling. "I'm going to fight to protect my friends, too." Instantly, his eyes blazed with pure determination. "Anyone who hurts my friends will die by my hand, even if I have to follow them to hell itself." Lai Han watched his back, completely in awe. "Glud!" A sound broke the silence as Katarina's figure appeared in a flash. Glud smiled and said, "I'll give you two some space. We can continue this later." Katarina looked exhausted as she approached and asked, "How are you feeling?" Lai Han calmly raised a hand. "I'm fine. I heal up pretty fast." Seeing her hesitant expression, Lai Han grew curious. It seemed she'd finally decided to cooperate properly. Katarina looked at him calmly. "It's because I overrode the high command and sent you." Overcome with emotion, she bit her lip, her body trembling again. She recounted the sacrifices of her fallen comrades. They train 10-year-old kids like it's normal. Soldiers who are ready to die call it their duty. I hate every single one of them. Then she recalled Lai Han charging out so bravely. Katarina choked up. "But even so, I still told you to go save Red. And when you left, I felt so relieved." The confession made her break down completely, tears streaming down her face. "I'm no different from them." Through the gloom, small rays of light began to peek through. After a moment, Katarina regained her composure and wiped her eyes. "I'm sorry. I came here to thank you, and now look at this." Lai Han watched her with a look of sympathy. "She's too soft." Suddenly, a watch beeped with an urgent signal. Katarina quickly grabbed her coat. "I have to go. The funeral is starting soon. Please, take care of yourself." Lai Han looked stunned at her lonely retreating figure, calling out to comfort her, "You don't need to feel guilty. You were just doing your job." He sat up as he explained, "This might have seemed crazy before, but now it's just normal, protecting the people you care about." Fearing she wouldn't believe him, Lai Han stared with fierce determination. "I will keep fighting until every last dragon is dead." Once again, Katarina bit her lip, holding back a fresh wave of tears. Without turning back, she replied softly, "I understand." Finally, the hospital room door closed, leaving Lai Han all alone. The scene shifts to the main hall, where Simon stands opposite Kuro. Seeing Simon, Kuro looked a little surprised. "Simon? What are you doing here? Where are Lai Han and Glud?" Simon's face was grim as he answered, "They're both hospitalized." "Why else do you think I'd be here? Use your brain for once." The shocking news sent Kuro into a panic. "What? Are they okay?" Annoyed, Simon snarled back, "Who cares? If you want to know so badly, go drag yourself over there and visit them." He then shot a threatening glare over his shoulder. "Try to keep up. If you fall behind, I couldn't care less." Getting lectured like that left Kuro feeling resentful. He guessed Simon still couldn't stand him, but he replied helplessly, "Fine." Simon's face was now full of rage. "Just seeing that stupid face of yours pisses me off. That bastard will only wake up when a friend dies in battle." With resolve, he made a promise to himself. He would never trust that guy with his back, not even in the most desperate situation. Despite their mutual dislike, Simon and Kuro walked towards the elevator. 3 days later, in the tea room, Alexander was beaming. "It's good to see you've been discharged." He looked at Li Han and gestured. "Drink up while it's still hot." Following his advice, Li Han took a sip of the tea. He set the cup down, impressed. "This tastes amazing." Alexander sighed. "So you know how to flatter people now?" Next, he picked up a sugar cube. "It'll be even better with a little sugar." 3 cubes sat in the fragrant liquid. Seeing him beat around the bush, Lai Han lost his patience. I'm sure you didn't call me here just to drink tea, did you? From Alexander's expression, Lihan guessed the situation. Is this about Kuro? His weak spot exposed, Alexander made his proposal. Yes, please guide Kuro so he can join the battle, because he'll be fighting in a second-generation mental force mech unit too. When Lihan didn't object, he continued laying out the plan. We've decided to train 11 additional units. There will be 3 teams of 4 members each, and one of them will be yours. Holding his tea, Alexander's voice remained clear. We killed all the dragons that appeared outside Vanamu. We used to be able to kill them with just a 4-person, first-generation mech team. Thinking of the Jupiter, he hesitated slightly. But that's impossible now with the new dragon species. They're evolving to counter us. Right now, our future depends entirely on the second-generation mental force mech teams. Outside, Lihan walked down the long hallway, his silhouette heavy with thought. Right now, he held 2 trump cards in his hand, his armor and Kuro's ability. Unless they reassemble the prototype, he's the only one who can operate it. Besides, Kuro is strongest when he's by his side. Thinking of the stakes, Lihan's eyes glowed red. He needs me. At this moment, every advantage was on his side. Elsewhere, Simon was angrily kicking a wall. Hey, can't you walk any faster? He was losing patience, constantly cursing. What's with the snail's pace? Kuro seemed a bit dazed. Sorry. Simon calmed himself down, then spoke with a grim tone. They've requested everyone ranked A and above to meet at the lab. We're already late. Let's hurry up. Kuro followed behind, his mind racing. He had sworn he wouldn't be weak anymore. But no matter how hard he tried, his expression grew more and more dejected. Without Lihan by my side, I feel like I'm reverting back to my old self. Arriving at the lab, a few people were already there. Simon, arriving late, asked what was going on. What's this? A teammate answered cheerfully. It's the new mental force assessment machine. It's obviously here to measure our mental force levels or something like that. A nearby scientist smiled and spoke up. This device will synthesize your mental force limit index based on your expression level. You just need to sit down, put on this helmet, and use as much of your mental force as you possibly can. Just then, the person being tested finished, and a notification popped up. Assessment complete. 80%. Simon looked at the result with a bit of disdain. He then stepped forward. All right, move aside. The person beside him looked stunned. Huh? Okay. Without a second's hesitation, Simon jumped in and put on the experimental helmet. The preparations were complete, and the system announced the start of the evaluation. All around them, the crowd cheered with excitement. Just what kind of score would he get? He was the genius of Britain, after all. Inside his own mental world, Simon took a long, deep breath. Then, like a madman, he unleashed his power to its absolute limit. Outside, his face was drenched in sweat and determination as the progress bar shot up, completing the test. 10,000. The experiment was over, leaving Simon panting. The crowd's cheering erupted once again. Absolutely wild. Isn't that the highest record to date? No one had ever managed to break 9,000 before. But Simon ignored it all. His gaze sharpened, locking directly onto Kuro. Seeing the boy's dazed expression, Simon called out, Hey, you're up. Go get evaluated. Kuro nervously refused. There's no need. I've already been tested. Feeling disrespected, Simon's expression soured with dissatisfaction. He then walked over to Zasa's disciple and asked, What is it? What's Kuro's mental force level? The girl looked startled and hesitated. Suddenly, Zasa appeared out of nowhere to answer. 12,000. And that's just his average. Her expression was grim as she threw the taunt directly at Simon. Simon wasn't happy either, gritting his teeth in frustration. He went silent for a moment before turning to leave, stunning everyone. This isn't fair. Seeing this, the twin-tailed girl spoke up. Doctor, did we really have to? Zasa cut her off. With a stubborn personality like his, he would never have let it go until he got the answer he wanted. Kuro was now a mess of conflicting emotions. Outside, under a blazing red sunset, a voice inside the aircraft asked a skeptical question. Method? Kuro pointed and explained. It's a system that assigns a numerical value to a person's mental force. Think of it like a stat you'd see in a video game. Lihan seemed curious. I haven't tried it, but I think I get what you're saying. He then fell into deep thought. AC wouldn't build something like this without a reason. They were probably planning to use it in the war somehow. At that moment, Clue hesitantly spoke up. So, Captain, what's our mission this time? Lihan glanced over as Jing gave a slight nod. Determination flared in his eyes as his voice echoed through the cabin. We'll begin discussing it right now. The scene flashes to the past as a contemptuous voice rings out. Hey, you pathetic failure. Ren appeared, and at the same time, Jing raised her sword, shouting, Let's fight. I'm gonna beat you to a pulp. The blade pointed straight at Rebin, a clear challenge. He met her challenging gaze, asking for the reason behind this fight. Jing answered without a hint of fear. I just don't like that our names sound so similar, that's all. Seeing this, Rebin just let out a small smile. He immediately got into his stance, urging her on. All right then. I think that's reason enough. Come at me. The memory suddenly cut off, returning Jing to the present with a look of pure shock. She raised a hand to her helmet, thinking, what was that just now? Was that a piece of memory I lost after my injury? Just then, the group arrived at their destination, Utu, a small village nestled in the Pyrenees Mountains. Clue looked at the massive crowd of people with curiosity. Are all these soldiers who fled the battlefield in France? When no one answered, he continued his thought. It seemed pretty unusual considering their normal behavior and intelligence. Thinking of the monstrous Yu, Lai Han loaded his gun and spoke up. There must be something manipulating those bastards. Probably one of the Ilu. Let's search this village a little more. After a while, he found a body covered in injuries. Lai Han paused, observing it carefully. Based on the climate and the body's condition, it had only been about 2 days, and there were no other bodies around. So where is everyone else? Suddenly, Clue's voice came over the comms. Lai Han, someone is approaching from the front line. On high alert, every member of the squad raised their weapons. Ahead of them was the silhouette of a massive figure carrying a car. Lai Han's face was serious as he called out, Please confirm your identity. The man in front of them set the car down. It was Jack, and his eyes were grave as he explained. You're AC soldiers, right? As you can see, he said, I'm just a farmer from this village. But sensing something was off, Lai Han remained vigilant, carefully studying every detail about the man before questioning him. That skull with the diving helmet on your arm, it's a common tattoo for the Marine Corps. Lai Han followed up with a soft threat. If you don't tell us yourself, we'll have to do this another way. The gear on his arm signaled, AC database preparing to scan. Looking defeated, Jack brushed his hands off and introduced himself. Jack. Just call me Jack. Lai Han didn't lower his guard. What's your full name? Jack frowned slightly. How rude. Lai Han shot back bluntly. I'd rather be rude than ignore a potential risk factor. Tired, the man put his hat back on and gave his full name Jack Z. Guller. Fearing they wouldn't understand, he even spelled it out. JACQUESDEGAULLE. The system found his info, and Lai Han spoke. You retired 6 years ago, and you were a member of the former PF. Jack didn't deny it, answering directly. Yes. I decided to meet you after all these years of running. Lai Han was still suspicious. But you're not a deserter. So what's the problem? Remembering his past, Jack explained that psychic soldiers are monitored constantly. Even after retirement, they have no freedom at all. They're always afraid we'll use our powers to commit crimes. As if hitting a sore spot, his face darkened. He approached the badly injured man's body and turned back, proposing, Will you help me? I can't bury every single one of them, but I want to at least give them some dignity. Under the flickering firelight, a line of people stood around in a makeshift ceremony. Jack watched the bright flames and recounted. Although I originally settled here to avoid being watched, I gradually grew to love this place. I wanted to spend the rest of my life here. But for a moment, he fell silent. Suddenly, Jack looked up and asked, I'm guessing you're hunting the bastards who did this, right? I'm in. Lai Han couldn't believe his eyes. Just then, Jack looked at his own arm and quietly explained, I could only stand by and watch as every single person died. Because of this power, I decided to live like a coward. A mysterious power seemed to swirl in his eyes, and Jack's body gradually vanished, completely shocking Lai Han. Invisibility. Seeing it, he thought nonstop even if he didn't know the man's combat abilities, this power would be incredibly useful for reconnaissance. Seizing the opportunity, he offered a gun to Jack and introduced himself. A pleasure, Jack Guller. My name is Lai Han. I'll be hiring you on a temporary basis. Taking the rifle and the sword, Jack's expression became grimmer than ever. A second later, he seriously asked for their cooperation. Captain Lai Han led them away from the village. The group continued on into the deep forest, with their new member seeming to move a bit slower than the rest. Seeing him gasping for air, Lai Han spoke up, Rest. We'll take turns on watch. After a moment, Jack opened a water bottle, frustrated. Damn it. Are you guys even human? I can't believe I'm this out of shape. He sighed, full of self-pity. There's no way I can keep up with a bunch of fully equipped soldiers like you. Lai Han sits nearby, completely unfazed. We're spirit enhancers, Jack can barely believe it. What? You mean, you're the next generation? They're still running that project? Seeing no answer, he takes a closer look. They're just kids, 13, maybe 14 years old at most. Stronger than the first gens, sure, but so young. Suddenly, Li-Han speaks up. Why did you leave Ark? His gaze is dead serious, his hand tightening on a water bottle. Jack just sighs, looking skyward. Because Ark became just as evil as the monsters we fight. Hearing this, Serene can't help but stare. Her mind races 6 years ago. That was the same time as the incident. She remembers the lights, the pain, the chaos. Then, a hand reaching out. Come with me. Through her terrified eyes, she sees Reuben, gun in hand, blood everywhere. We weren't born to be raised like cattle. He smiles. All mystery. Everyone out there is our enemy. Ignoring the corpse, Reuben offers his hand. Come with me. His eyes are pure madness, his voice a demonic whisper. Back at the base, 2 figures walk the halls. Katerina is lost in thought, followed by a perfectly unharmed Joe. They arrive at a room. Katerina, unusually serious, gives an order. Don't just stand there. Open it. Inside are shelves stacked with countless files. A voice rings out. Most records are digitized on the server now. Katerina's brow furrows. Don't treat me like an idiot. For the 10 years I was asleep, records covering a 6-year period were altered. I'm going to find out exactly what happened. Back with Li-Han's crew, he presses Jack. Is his hatred for Ark because they recruit and train kids like them? Jack falls silent. He closes his eyes, offering a warning. Don't put too much faith in the people who took you. He's cut off by a signal. This is easy too. We're tracking a low-level target. Ahead, a creature struggles, too injured to even move from its spot. It looks like it was left behind, growing weaker. Li-Han hoods up. Let's go. He notices Serene is frozen in place. Serene? She's fumbling with her own hood now, struggling. Li-Han hesitates, then turns to Kuro. Kuro, you take care of this one. Fear flashes across Kuro's face. His whole body goes rigid. Li-Han repeats the order. Kill it. Claude watches, worried. This whole mission is for Kuro's combat training. He has to get used to this. And with that, Claude walks away. Finish it, Kuro. Alone now, the boy is terrified. The monster just stares, watching as Kuro fails to make a move. Finally, meeting the creature's blank gaze, Kuro musters his courage. I'll kill you, but his hand shakes, unable to pull the trigger. Because if I don't kill you, he flashes back to the burning bodies, the pain. His friends would end up the same way. The memory gives him strength. His grip tightens. A gunshot echoes, then silence. Meanwhile, Li-Han tries desperately to calm Serene down. Serene battles through the pain, trying to think clearly. Calm down. I'm not wrong. The world is what's wrong. Her face is a mask of despair. She remembers someone riddled with bullets. That kid. Serene. Li-Han's voice cuts through, grabbing her. She finally stops struggling. Suddenly, Li-Han's expression changes to alarm as Serene starts gasping, unable to breathe. But she calms down, reassuring him through tears. I'm okay. Just then, Claude and Kuro return. Time to switch shifts. Li-Han calls his name. Kuro. He walks over, placing a hand on the kid's shoulder. You did good. The simple praise nearly breaks him. Watching the kids work, Jack grows suspicious. So, this is the second generation. He studies them intently. They're nothing like the Gen 2s I knew. They aren't kids forced into a role. They're soldiers who grew into it naturally. Elsewhere, a scream echoes through a storm of paper. Damn it! It's not here either. Katerina is furious, all composure gone. She turns and confronts Joe directly. You knew. You let me waste my time. Joe's reply is serious. Restricting you is against my principles. Katerina explodes. Why don't you just go die? She takes a breath, calming herself. I'm not moving until I find the truth. Tell me why those records were changed. Defeated? Joe lets out a sigh. He holds up a key, reluctantly revealing the truth. Between the first and second generation of sires, there was another. He turns away, his expression grim. 50 children with the highest potential. They were all selected. He grabs a framed picture, his face a dark storm. But we lost control of them, right at the very beginning. The entire plan was a failure. He opens a safe, pulling out a folder stamped top secret. The moment Katerina reads it, her face drains of color. Don't tell me. Back in the forest, the monsters appear. Finally. We found them. Li-Han calmly turns his head. Jack, you're our scout. Report their numbers, equipment, and identify the leader. Jack just removes his cap, his eyes ice cold. No problem at all. He moves silently through the trees, spotting the pack up ahead. They're completely unaware. Using his stealth ability, Jack slips right past them, unnoticed. He counts them up. 17 low-level grunts. He scoffs. This is so easy, even the old first-gen could handle it. He presses on, searching. Still no sign of the leader. Where could it be? It has to be close. Meanwhile, Li Han calls in, sounding worried. His voice is tense. Jack, you've been gone too long. Get back to base. If there's a mage type in that group, you'll be spotted. Jack looks worried but keeps searching. Just a little longer. It's fine. They're all just low-level grunts. Then he feels it. A presence right behind him. A glowing-eyed monster strikes from the shadows. A heavy silence falls over the group. Li Han is the one to break it. I've lost contact with Jack. Claude's voice is grim. We have no choice. We press on. Li Han cuts them off. Jack's safety is the top priority. He quickly gives the order for everyone to split up. With that, Li Han walks off alone, a solitary figure heading deep into the forest. From a distance, a powerful energy follows, tainting every footprint he leaves behind. It seems his conscience had been compromised in the past. Jack's hat falls as he lets out a curse. Are you people serious about this? He protests, all alone. You're planning to kill those kids. His teammate casually puffs a cigar and replies, not kill, control. Although, some might die in the process. Unbelieving his comrade's casual tone, Jack yells, that's basically the same as murder. I can't follow orders like that. He then looks down at his own hands, declaring loud and clear, I'm leaving AK. I won't let the blood of those kids stain my hands. And now, those very same hands are holding a sharp knife, pressing it right to a teammate's throat. With a swift movement, Jack slashes, and blood sprays as his former comrade falls. His body lies motionless on the ground, a victim of Jack's manipulated frenzy. On one side, there's Jack and his fallen teammate. On the other, Tin Lang is rushing toward a monster. With every swing of her blade, she cuts down legions of them. The corpses of the Lu litter the ground. Meanwhile, Li Han issues orders on the run. Move up. Kuro, support me with your psychic energy. Kuro doesn't hesitate to respond. Yes. A surge of determination flows through him, causing him to clench his fists. I have to do this right. His eyes glow with fierce resolve. I will protect Han, no matter the cost. His gaze brightens as energy starts to flow around his body, and sparks of lightning awaken, surrounding Kuro. A mix of anger and psychic power creates an explosive force. He aims at a group of monsters, crushing them with just a squeeze of his hands. Rocks and dirt explode, stunning Li Han, as another hand rises to grab the remaining Lu Boom. Nothing but fragments left. It's over. Kuro breathes heavily, clearly exhausted from the effort. Li Han watches the scene, marveling to himself. So this is the power of an S rank. I see why AK was so desperate to keep him. He then calls out with praise. Impressive, Kuro, but you should save your strength. You don't need to go all out on a low-level monster. Kuro looks a bit awkward. Sorry. Suddenly, Clu's voice comes over the comms. This is Easy Thori. Everyone is shocked by the strange tone in his voice. Can everyone hear me clearly? As they see Jack's retreating figure, Clu's voice continues. I don't know why. And as if sensing something, Jack turns his head. Behind him, Clu quickly gets up, his sharp gaze revealing the truth. But Jack is now our enemy. His cap falls to the ground, but his voice doesn't stop. I don't know your reasons for doing this, old man, but come on. The old man responds to the challenge with a decision to fight. The two are truly polar opposites. Receiving the bad news, footsteps echo as Team Y is called. At Tin Lang's position, Li Han calmly orders everyone to regroup at Easy Thori's location. Over here, Clu is still risking his life against Jack. He thrusts his weapon forward, but with incredible agility, Jack easily dodges the attack. But he's no slouch either, launching a powerful counter that clashes hard with Clu's weapon. A direct hit gravely injures Clu. Another slash sends blood flying as Clu stops fighting back, his weapon falling from his grasp. The very moment Jack is about to strike again, a sharp blade gets even closer to Clu. But just then, his eyes flare up, power surging within him. Jack looks on, astonished. With his recovery ability, Clu darts away, dodging Jack's fatal blow. Sorry about this, old man. Grabbing his weapon, he takes aim at Jack's leg, and in an instant, the man collapses in agony. Sitting to the side, Clu tiredly runs a hand through his hair. Just because you can regenerate doesn't mean you can't feel pain. Just then, Li Han and Kuro arrive in a hurry. What happened here? Clu explains, annoyed. He attacked me out of nowhere. But from the look in his eyes, it seems like he's being controlled in this silent forest. His voice rings out clearly. Don't get too close to him yet. He's still dangerous. Looking at Jack's severe wounds, Lai Han hesitates. But he'll die if we just leave him like this. Suddenly, Jack seems to sense them and looks up. His eyes are filled with pure, unadulterated hatred, and like a puppet, he lets out a soulless roar. As everyone watches in shock, a wave of energy radiates from him. Lai Han senses something is wrong. What is that? In front of them, a bizarre spirit emerges from Jack's body. Then, a ghost crawls out of Jack's mouth, a truly grotesque sight. Looking closer, they see a struggling human form, shocking everyone. What is that thing? Kuro's pupils shrink in disbelief. Li Han watches cautiously from the side. No, that's psychic energy. Watching the massive spirit devour Jack, Lai Han quickly explains, because it exists and it can breathe. The phantom floats around them. Clue speaks up warily. Is it controlling Jack? Lai Han's tone turns grim. If he's being controlled by psychic energy, then he'll be vulnerable to weapons made from dragon parts. Now that they have a plan, Clue suggests they work together to take it down. Li Han calmly refuses. No, I'll handle this myself. He thinks about the powers of Kuro and Tin Lang. If it can invade and manipulate human minds, we can't let it get a hold of Kuro or Tin Lang. Compared to them, my combat skills are weaker, so it's best if I'm the one affected by that power. Then Lai Han makes a firm proposal. While I hold it off, you guys save Jack. He immediately takes off his helmet and gear, tossing them aside. All alone, Lai Han charges forward to face the phantom head-on. Seizing the opportunity, it rushes toward him. An attack flies at Li Han, but luckily he dodges. He continuously evades a flurry of attacks from both sides. Then, as if enraged, Li Han unleashes his own power, and with one slash, the phantom seems to weaken slightly. But seeing the spirit take no real damage, Lai Han is a bit stunned. Is this even working? Unsure, he still gives the order. Right now, go save Jack. Clue responds with a clear, got it, as Lai Han continues to strike, trying to dissipate the phantom. But he's suddenly trapped by its power. Everyone watches in horror as Lai Han is slowly consumed by the phantom. Seeing them about to move, Lai Han shouts in fear, "Stay back!" Deep down, he thinks to himself, I need to drain more of its energy. For some unknown reason, Lai Han throws his weapon far away. The phantom seems determined to possess him completely. In one move, it dives into his body as everyone watches, stunned. Fused with its host, the phantom's power explodes. Li Han's eyes fly open, filled with demonic energy as he lets out a terrible scream. In the dark forest, a red light glows amidst the screams. Lai Han's body seems to hit its limit as he roars, his blazing red eyes held in check by the other three. He writhes continuously in agony. Once he's a bit more stable, Kuro speaks up. What do we do now? If this keeps up, with a look of pure exhaustion, Klaus spoke. We've already reported back to base. We may have to bring him back like this. Realizing something, he asked, Kuro, can't you use your ability to get inside his head? Kuro was skeptical. Me? You honestly think I can do that? Klaus's voice was urgent. We have to try everything we can right now. Kuro reluctantly agreed. Immediately, Kuro forced his power into Lai Han's body, causing him to let out a soul-tearing scream. Inside his mind, Lai Han's consciousness confronted a dark shadow. Lai Han was on edge, but also curious. He observed the malevolent energy and the twisted scenery around him, trying to place it before a distant memory surfaced. This was his own mindscape. It seemed this time, he had gone much deeper than before. A thought struck him, and his gaze sharpened on the massive, powerful shadow looming ahead. Out of the darkness, it began to take the shape of Li Han's current form. It was unbelievable that he had managed to hold on to his consciousness for this long. This was a first. The shadow then appeared directly behind Lai Han. Then, it materialized in front of him, a perfect doppelganger, its expression full of provocation. I'm going to destroy you, once and for all. Unfazed, Lai Han just scoffed in disdain. You sound exactly like me, you know? Then, Lai Han called out, Can you see anything? Kuro's voice broke the tension. Sensing the situation, he spoke up. I think Han is fighting it as we speak. If Han can push that thing out of his body. He looked down at his hands, hesitating. I might be able to capture it, but I can't promise anything. Klus gritted his teeth in agony. He roared out an order. Damn it, take it down. Inside, the scene was brutal. The shadow was stomping on Lai Han, pinning him with a recreated weapon aimed right at him. This is the end for you. Die. Watching him suffer, the shadow sneered. Don't be sad. All your friends and family will be joining you soon enough. A fateful slash came with its words. This is the only thing you can be proud of. As pain seared through his body, the shadow laughed like a maniac. You're the only human to have lasted this long. Suddenly, a brilliant white light burst from nowhere, and the shadow's expression turned to shock. A hand vanished. What the hell is this? Its limbs were dissolving one by one. With nothing to support it, the shadow collapsed, screaming helplessly. My power, my spiritual energy is being rejected? Laihan was shocked. Rejected? He seemed to recall a past conversation, a voice saying, Han, we have never encountered a case like yours. We've never seen anyone whose own spirit energy rejects psychic power like this. Watching the shadow struggle, Laihan finally understood and calmed down. Could it be because of my unique condition? The shadow's hesitation was all he needed. In that instant, Laihan lunged, grabbing it with one hand as he drew back a fist, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. Stop impersonating me, right now. Laihan gripped the shadow tightly, issuing a final warning. The impersonation stops here. In a flash, he swung his arm and roared, "Get lost!" His body was small and his strength was limited, but the blow was enough to injure the shadow badly, sending it flying back from a powerful, unseen force. A closer look revealed a face twisted in pain. The shadow glared, unable to bear the attack. This little brat. Meanwhile, Laihan was already thinking ahead. I have to get out of here. His power is too dangerous. Then, right out of Laihan's mouth, the shadow erupted in a black torrent. Kuro, Klus, and a silent teammate watched in utter amazement as it shot upwards, radiating pure fury. Klus pointed to the sky and commanded, "It's up there. Kuro, can you do it?" Kuro unleashed his power in response. "I'll try." In an instant, energy surged through his body, reaching its absolute limit. Just like that, the shadow was completely trapped in Kuro's grasp. Seeing his success, he shouted, "I got it!" Looking at the shield wall before it, the shadow fell silent. A moment later, a massive explosion erupted from within, sending a shockwave of panic through the team. It was trying to escape by turning into smoke. At that moment, Laihan, now back to normal, spoke up. "Let me give it a try." Seeing him covered in wounds, his team asked, "Han, are you okay?" Laihan pushed through the pain. "I'm fine for now." He noticed a pair of metal gauntlets and remarked, "I honestly didn't think I would ever actually use these in a real battle." Laihan shot his hand toward the sky. Power from the gauntlet surged straight up in a beam. In that split second, the shadow was torn into agonizing pieces. Its life was finally ended by the explosion. With the threat gone, Laihan leaned on his hands, exhausted. Klus stood behind him, buzzing with excitement. What in the world just happened? Han Lihan seemed a little dazed himself, the professor's latest experiment. He then remembered the skeleton of the golden dragon and the professor's excited face. He secretly took some bone and skin when they were excavating the golden dragon's remains. Finally, Laihan raised the gauntlets with a bit of hesitation. "I wasn't comfortable using this in a fight because it wasn't officially approved. But after trying it, maybe it's perfect for someone like me, who has no special strengths." The group then rushed over to Jack. "Jack," Laihan called out, his voice filled with worry. "Jack, can you hear me?" At the call, the critically wounded Jack finally stirred, whispering Han's name. Laihan quickly tried to reassure him. "Hold on. HQ sent a bird and a medical team." Jack's grim voice cut him off. "No, it's already too late for me." His body was failing, but his spirit was clear. "Even if I die right now, I have no regrets. Thank you for avenging those bastards for me." He remembered happy times with the villagers, a life he longed for. "It won't be long before I get to see my friends again, so you don't need to feel guilty about my death." Klus was filled with a silent, painful shame, turning his head away in regret. It was clear Jack was nearing the end. His faltering voice came out clearly. "I suppose I should get some rest now, shouldn't I?" And as the first light of dawn broke, his breathing finally stopped. Back at the base, everyone was discussing the shadow. "That's what we're calling this spiritual parasite. It seems to use the host's own consciousness and skills." A manager spoke up. "You could say they're even more difficult to deal with than dragons. We need to run a full diagnostic on Laihan." Then another added with deep regret. "Jagunar, the veteran soldier, is dead." Katarina's face was a mask of unspeakable grief. The scene flashed back to her confronting Joe, her eyes filled with contempt. "Those children from the initial plan. Did you kill all of them?" Joe seemed to be hiding a huge secret, the memory of those children an indescribable weight on his soul. "We tried to capture them alive, but they were stronger than us. And in the final battles, we had to use the spirit-powered mechs to eliminate them." Katarina stared in disbelief. "How could you do that?" Joe, full of regret, answered calmly. "We had no other choice. There were some casualties in the process, but most were captured alive. As for where they are now, I really don't know." Hearing this, Katerina's hope seemed to drain away. You don't know. You expect me to believe that? John tried to defend himself. I would never lie to you, especially not about this. Back in the meeting room, Katerina's heart was heavy, a secret known only to the chief of staff and her inner circle. Maybe they really are dead. Her gaze then sharpened, landing on Alexander with a flash of suspicion. What did they do with the children? The scene shifts to a bathroom, water spraying from a shower head. The quiet moment, a small release from the overwhelming tension. She steps out, fully dressed, and collapses onto the bed with a weary sigh, holding her head in her hands, completely helpless. Why did that have to surface in my mind? Then, as if hit by a sudden realization, she remembered Ren reaching his hand out to her. His calm demeanor and wisdom far surpassed his age, his persuasive ability making others agree without even realizing it, but his emotions seemed a little unstable. Li Han's friendly smile only made her feel more conflicted. He reminds me of Han. The scene cuts to a closet filled with nothing but black t-shirts. The door swings open, flooding the space with light. And with a flick of his power, Li Han was instantly dressed in a t-shirt and jacket. He then used his ability to make a pen float, calmly thinking about what he needed to write. Words materialized, recounting the past. After the spatial gate appeared in Paris, they received deployment requests from other nations all across Europe. This is Team E. We've spotted fleeing minions. The targets were confirmed as 5 LLU-class fighters. Take them down. And Li Han shouts out a single name, Kuro. Kuro instantly responded. With one swipe of his hand, massive stone walls erupted from the ground, completely blocking the LLU's path, leaving them trapped with nowhere to run. In that desperate moment, the cornered beasts lashed out. Li Han charged forward, shouting the order for Clue to attack. Clue immediately slammed his golden gauntlet forward, a single punch completely dominating the creatures. He followed up with a relentless barrage of gunfire, while Silence moved like a flash, leaping into the air. With her small frame, she sliced their heads and bodies into pieces, landing with an insanely cool final slash. The battlefield once again fell into a deathly quiet. With the mission complete, the others could only stare at Silence in awe. You're seriously a monster. How can you slice them up so cleanly like that? Silence calmly explained. The real monsters are the ones that can create things that rise up from the ground like this. Clue glanced at her and had to agree. You have a point. Nearby, Li Han smiled, praising his teammate. You did great, Kuro. Your ability to assess a situation has improved by leaps and bounds. Suddenly, Silence gently tapped Li Han's shoulder. He turned around, looking puzzled. What's up? She pointed to his gauntlet and made her demand. Give that to me. Li Han just smiled and explained. This wouldn't be any use to you. You just waste the psionic energy you should be using for teleportation. But Silence remained stubborn and insistent. Give it to me anyway. Seeing how curious she was, Li Han made a playful offer. All right, if you agree to take off your mask. Clue shot up in total shock. What? Without a moment's hesitation, Silence raised her hand to her mask. As Clue and Kuro waited anxiously, she continued to lift it, with Li Han watching in anticipation. After a long moment, looking completely dejected, Silence lowered her hand. I don't think I can. This is just who I am. Li Han gave a silent, knowing chuckle. That's exactly why I said it. He then spoke in a friendly tone. Don't be too discouraged. I'll let you borrow it next time. Hearing that promise, a happy silence punched Li Han's arm. You promised, okay? Li Han winced. Okay, that hurts. Silence. Just then, a helicopter arrived amidst Clue's cheerful shouts. What? Han, what about me? Kuro also chimed in shyly. I want to try it too. Li Han, totally overwhelmed, just yelled, All right, fine. The journal entry continued to write itself. During their 2-week mission, they had managed to control most of the chaos that had originated in Paris. It had only been 2 weeks, but it felt like they'd gone through years of training. Suddenly, a notification popped up. A message, accompanied by Octo's triumphant face. And when he arrived at the lab, the man was proudly showing off his new invention. Behold, 11 new second-generation psionic mechs. They all contain your prototype data. Getting closer to observe, Li Han cut straight to the chase. So you called me here to test them. Octo pointed at him, impressed. Exactly. We can't release any defective products. He then put on a headset and gave the order. You'd better save your strength to deal with all 11 of these mechs. Li Han complied, gearing up in the brand new, powerful-looking armor and preparing his weapons for the test. With the notification that his body training was beginning, the test officially started. Cut to Katerina, standing up in the briefing room, 30 days from now. Her voice echoed with power. The location is the northern region of Arizona. USA, the Grand Canyon. She then looked up at Alexander, declaring that is where the dragons will appear. Alexander looked grim. So the countdown begins again. He pictured Li Han and his new armor. There are 11 second-generation psionic mechs in this new batch. Thanks to Li Han, who nearly single-handedly defeated the entire dragon swarm with the prototype, our weapons are now better prepared than ever. In front of everyone, Alexander stood up. He gave the command to prepare 2 teams of the new mechs within 10 days, and to select suitable candidates for the mission from the Academy cadets. John was stunned. 2 teams, not 3? The scene fades to sunset outside the base, where Jose and Gio appear, with Jose calling out his name. Jose pointed and praised him. "You're more talented than you think." Gio was immediately suspicious. "Why are you suddenly saying that?" Jose didn't answer, instead listing off his strengths. "You're smart, and you know when to stab people in the back." Gio's patience was wearing thin. "What?" Jose continued. "And you can make up for your shortcomings with your cunning, just like Han." Gio, now furious, snapped, "Just spit it out." With a calm face, Jose finally got to the point. "It's time for you to advance to level 3. The scene then shifts to a mysterious room, where John's voice is heard. This is completely unprecedented. He spoke with a serious expression. "If you want to be evaluated for promotion, I can only assume you're ready for the test, correct?" Jose looked slightly annoyed. A moment later, his hand clenched into a determined fist. On the news, an anchor smiles warmly into the camera. "Does your child have psychic abilities? The TV ad is alluring, promising government-funded benefits if you sign up today." But a man's voice cuts in, bitter. "None of our kids have psychic powers? If just one did, we'd be set for life." Suddenly, a hand smacks his arm, and he yelps in pain. It's Jose's mother, her face furious. "Instead of rambling nonsense, go watch the kids." His father looks helpless. All right. Then, his mother's expression softens as she turns with a smile. "Jose, are you going out to play?" she asks. He calmly replies, "Yes." Overjoyed, she asks a favor. "Could you do something for me on your way back?" "Pick up a few things for dinner." Heading out into the Old Town district, Jose's lanky figure pedals down the wide street, passing the small, old houses with a strange sense of urgency pushing him forward. He rides past a billboard with the faces of famous psychics, then meets up with his friends near the center of town. A few kids are kicking a ball around, talking about the super-powered people, a lively scene filled with innocent curiosity. "I heard the government pays a fortune," one says. "You'd be richer than a soccer player." Jose, catching his breath, is skeptical. "Really?" But then a man carrying fruit refutes it all. "All lies," the shopkeeper mutters under his breath with a grim look. "Those bastards just want to use kids as cannon fodder against the monsters." He then warns Jose directly. "If you have some kind of special ability, make sure nobody ever finds out." His voice is chilling. "If they discover you, you'll die." Jose walks his bike home alone. Staring at an orange in his hand, he wonders if the shopkeeper was right, and in that instant, his power erupts, making the orange float. He realizes something. He stares intently at the orange, now surrounded by a blue aura of power in the quiet street. In the end, he chooses to let it go. Don't tell anyone. After all, he has no desire to fight monsters. Arriving home, he calls out, "I'm back." Inside, his mother greets him happily. "You're back?" Perfect timing. Seeing his siblings roughhousing, Jose scolds them. "Stop messing around." But his mother just smiles gently. "You can just leave that there." Jose puts the fruit on the table. "Okay." But suddenly, one sibling shoves another one hard, and a frustrated scream fills the air. "You troublemakers, I told you to stop." He ignores his crying brother, his eyes suddenly fixed on a wobbling kettle. It was about to fall. To Jose's horror, the kettle tumbles from the shelf right towards his baby brother sleeping in his crib. In a desperate flash, he uses his power. A bright glow shocks everyone. His father and his brothers can only stare, completely stunned. Jose watches intently as the kettle hovers in midair, a sight that delights his baby brother. The whole scene is surreal. Back in the present, a man named Joe hands Jose a list and sighs. "You're always on the list of potential candidates for promotion. There's only one reason you were cut from the final test roster." He says it coldly, then turns away. "Your psychic output is too low. But I don't think you've shown us your full potential." Looking Jose straight in the eye, Joe speaks again. "Now is the time to show me everything you've got." Jose understands immediately. Power surges from him, flooding the entire room. The other 2 men are shocked. But Jose doesn't stop, expertly manipulating flames that have suddenly appeared from nowhere. As the fire grows, a colleague shouts, "Hey Red, isn't this getting dangerous?" but Joe calmly lights a cigar and explains. It's a psychic flame. He can even choose specific targets to burn, but Joe hesitates, his eyes glinting as he stares at Jose. That's assuming he has perfect control over it. With a roar, the fire intensifies, forcing the other man back. A memory flashes the shopkeeper's grim warning. It's all a scam. He remembers the man's stern face, his repeated words. If you have some kind of special ability, make sure nobody ever finds out. If they find you, you'll die. Back in the present, Jose thinks to himself, old man, I don't have to hide anymore. The flame licks past Joe's cigar as the other men tremble. I'm fine. Joe stands tall, impressed. Now that's a hell of a way to light my cigar. This ability far exceeds the requirements for the evaluation. His expression turns dead serious. Jose, as of tomorrow, you're promoted to Class 3. Jose accepts the order. Later, he leaves. A solitary figure. There's no turning back now. I'll use everything I have to destroy them. He thinks of the family he was forced to leave behind. Meanwhile, as Jose is promoted, the lights flicker somewhere else, and a desk flies into the air. The crash grabs everyone's attention. A man is grinding his teeth in pure rage. He's throwing another tantrum, all because he was rejected from the second-generation reinforcement soldiers. Dichi adds, I heard they only pick third-year cadets who've been at this level for at least 1 year. He's just mad because Han was the only exception. The scene cuts to a forest at night, where a squad in mechs has assembled. This is our first job. The mission is to wipe out the minions. But our real objective is to get familiar with our psychic mechs and learn to function as a team. As someone starts to talk about formation, another voice cuts in. I think I could handle this mission just fine by myself. Lai Han watches him, thinking. Mus, an A-class psychic from South Africa. Another pilot scoffs. I mean, we don't need these suits just to take down a few minions. It's a piece of cake. Do we really need formations for something like this? Mus, are you listening? Our main goal is not just killing minions. Amiya sounds annoyed. We need to get used to the psychic mechs and working as a team. Mus tries to calm her down. All right, don't be so serious. Amiya, I was just joking. As the others laugh, Li Han observes them quietly. In terms of skill, he notes, Mus and Amiya are as good as Simon and Kurt, but someone else is watching Han, who clearly has a lot on his mind. The heavy thud of footsteps echoes as the team readies their weapons and moves out. Li Han reports. Silent minions confirmed. I'll approach first. Mus grins, excited. Great, time to get to work. Let's find something interesting. Seeing him charge ahead, someone calls out, Mus, slow down. Li Han then addresses the team. Everyone, stay close to him. Model. Mus charges forward at full speed, his face lit with pure excitement. Well, look what we have here, a pack of werewolves. He had no idea there were so many. But was he scared? Not a chance. I'm gonna wipe every last one of you out. As the words leave his lips, fire erupts, and a wild grin spreads across his face. The wolves are taken down one by one, their howls lost in the flames. His teammates run up from behind, but a voice stops them cold. All units provide fire support. A set of massive, sharp teeth appear as heavy footsteps shake the ground. Everyone freezes in place. A dragon? Lai is the first one to spot it. No, that's not a dragon, he shouts. We have a basilisk on our flank. Basilisks are huge minions, capable of crushing a tank like a soda can. A normal soldier couldn't possibly take this thing down. But for a second-generation Psy-frame, that's a whole different story. Orders are given out instantly. Silent, mark the basilisk. Amiya, cover Silent. Everyone else, spread out. I'll go help Mus. Roger that. Amiya unleashes a volley of orbs, aiming straight for its head. The goal is to take it down in one shot. Lai Han is impressed. Is he using 3 Ebis units for a distraction and 4 more to move it? This guy is seriously skilled. Then, with a single piercing blow, the massive creature collapses. The other 2 handle the last of the smaller wolves. They don't finish until the sun comes up, having wiped everything out. Power down the Psy-frames and rest until the transport arrives. Everyone sits down in the grass. Mus and Amiya remove their helmets, and Mus has a mysterious look on his face as he fiddles with his gun. Seeing this, Amiya immediately stops him. Mus, are you pretending you can't hear him again? But Mus pleads. Come on, just a little longer. The mission's already over. Mus is completely fascinated by this new weapon. I mean, seriously, this thing is amazing. These weapons are perfectly scaled for the Psy-frames. I love watching the minions just melt like ice cream from a single blast of fire. This time, Lai Han speaks up to remind him. Mus finally backs down. I hear you loud and clear. The captain quietly reviews the fight. Even though the Gen 2 Psy frames have less dragon material, everyone adapted to them fast. When it comes to battlefield experience, these soldiers are clearly hardened veterans. Lai Han looks up at the sky, wind blowing through his hair, thinking he needs them under control before the Grand Canyon attack. Out of nowhere, an enemy scout screams a signal. A horde of berserker wolves charges, an unstoppable wave heading right for Li Han and Silent. Lai Han quickly raises his massive gun. A loud boom, and a monster's corpse hits the ground, screaming. Silent moves in, decapitating another with a flurry of slashes. Just then, Mus jumps in with his sword ready. "This one's mine." The creature summons a shield, but with a single leap, Mus slices right through both the shield and the monster. After finishing it, Mus takes off his mask with a smug look, hiding the contempt in his eyes. This is getting to be a problem. This is too easy. It's not even fun. After clearing the wave, they all gather to debrief. Lai Han calmly taps his comms and says, "Mission complete. I've notified transport. Everyone get some rest." That's when Mus quietly speaks up. "Hey, are you bored of just being my support? Next time, let's make a bet on who can kill the most minions." Amiya's response is a cold no. Seeing the rejection, a dissatisfied Mus pushes back. "What? Why not?" Amiya then calmly explains, "You're only asking me because you know you can't beat Silent." Mus starts to argue. "What nonsense is that? Who do you think I am?" So the topic shifts to Silent. "Hey, Silent, how about a bet?" Lai Han listens to their chatter, annoyed. He gets why they act this way, but it just reminds him of fighting monsters all alone. Right now, the team's power completely overwhelms the minions. Slaughtering them has become nothing more than a game for them, never mind a threat to their lives. It's like his own desperate battles against werewolves on the brink of death were just a figment of his imagination. A new determination rises in Li Han's eyes, and he suddenly speaks up. "Mus, Amiya." He begins with sincerity. "You two are the best of the best, but that's precisely why you don't trust me completely." Seeing their curiosity, Lai Han says frankly, "I expect that during battle, you will put your egos aside and listen to my commands." His presence is that of a true leader, full of authority and unwavering resolve. "And you will not doubt my judgment for a single second, under any circumstances. Because even 1 second of hesitation is enough to get us all killed." Back in the present, Mus and Amiya are walking down a corridor. "Right," Mus says with his hands in his pockets. "What do we even have to worry about? We have 8 second-generation Psy frames out there. Even 3 or 4 dragons would be a piece of cake." Thinking of Lai Han, his expression turns annoyed and sarcastic, and the way he treats us like his subordinates is getting on my nerves. I mean, skill-wise, he's not any better than we are. Amiya calmly disagrees. "But Han is our captain. Technically, he isn't wrong." Mus growls in anger. "I know." His complaints echo as they walk side by side. "But I have my limits, you know. He should be aware of that." From a distance, Silent suddenly rushes towards them, and to Mus's shock, a single blow knocks him flat on his back. Afterwards, she looks almost guilty about it. "I probably shouldn't kill him, right?" But that was all in her imagination. In reality, Silent thinks, "We can't switch teammates now, and we can't fight with a 3-person team." She turns, hands in her pockets, and walks off. "I'm only sparing you for Han's sake," she thinks. The scene changes to a massive canyon, where bases are scattered across the desert wasteland. From inside a tent, a surprised voice calls out, "Nuclear weapons?" Inside, a group is discussing their plan. No need for close-quarters combat. They intend to just wipe out the minions with nukes. Dirk looks utterly baffled. "Won't that kill us too?" Dichi calmly replies, "They'll give us protective gear." Clue cries out, looking worried. "What if we become mutated monsters? Am I going to grow horns on my head and a bushy tail?" Kuro finds this hilarious and retorts, "You're already a monster." From across the way, a blonde guy interrupts, annoyed. "Stop talking nonsense and get back to your post. You're starting to get on my nerves." But Clue, enraged, stepped forward to confront him. "I don't like the way you're talking to me. Why are you taking this out on us?" The other guy shot back without missing a beat. "It's not our fault you failed to become a 2nd-generation enhanced soldier." At those words, the blonde's anger finally boiled over. "What? I dare you to say that again." He stepped forward, radiating pure killing intent. Outside. Now. Clue wasn't backing down. If he wanted a fight, he'd get one. The two of them walked away, stepping out of the tent, clearly ready for a battle. Dirk felt a pit in his stomach. Should I try and stop them? But Dichi was practically vibrating with excitement. "Let's go watch." Feeling helpless, Dirk just stared at him. The scene shifts to a hospital, where Katharina was waking up in utter shock. Her face was pale and exhausted as she murmured in a weary voice, Did I pass out from a seizure again? As she sat up on the sterile white bed, a heavy despair washed over her. The time between her seizures was getting shorter and shorter. Maybe it would be better to just die. But right then, her eyes flashed red as a horrific vision appeared. The silver-white dragon. A twisted purple circle surrounded by countless monsters, and even that silver-white wolf that had shattered her into pieces. Realizing the danger, she scrambled to run. The prophecy is breaking. She had to warn someone, and fast. The force of her movement was so strong it ripped the IV needle right out of her arm. Katharina didn't hesitate and just kept running. Suddenly, a massive red rift tore open the sky as an emergency alert blared. Red alert. A space gate was forming. Everyone froze, their hearts stopping as they watched the portal grow, and from the very center of the swirling vortex, a single eye stared back. Elsewhere, Alexander slammed his fist on a table, his face a mask of desperation and fury as he yelled. It's 5 days earlier than the prophecy foretold. Meanwhile, Lai Han was gearing up. His equipment was being upgraded, forming a supersuit piece by piece until it was complete, finished with those signature golden gauntlets. With a determined look, he clenched his fist. And back at the red portal, something was slithering through. At the base, a desperate Katharina finally arrived. An announcement crackled through the comms. Alpha Team and Blue Team, stand by for orders. Shaking, Katharina stared ahead, a dawning horror in her eyes. It wasn't just the timing that had changed, it was the entire prophecy. But how was that possible? As the monster pulled itself from the portal, Katharina's body went rigid. Was it because of that silver-white dragon? But in a shocking twist, the newly emerged monster was instantly torn to shreds. Watching the brutal scene, Alexander and Katharina could only gape in disbelief. Before them stood a colossal black dragon, chewing on the remains of the first creature. Its eyes were razor-sharp, like the gaze of death itself. Data flashed across the tactical screen. It was the grave black dragon, and it was consuming its own kind. It appeared to be absorbing the spirit core of the silver-white dragon. On the field, Mus was completely stunned. What the hell is happening? Why are these dragons killing each other? After a moment of silence, Lai Han spoke up. Everyone calm down. This could actually work in our favor. Now there's one less dragon we have to fight. Beside him, Tin Lang watched him closely. Just then, the black dragon swallowed the green spirit stone from its fallen kin, and in an instant, its power level skyrocketed. As they faced the newly empowered black dragon, a new report came in. The gate had closed. A soldier nearby confirmed it. Only one dragon remained, with no sign of any minions. Alexander's expression remained grim as he issued the command. Alpha Team, Blue Team, you're up. At his words, the black dragon let out a guttural roar and launched itself into the sky, unleashing a torrent of dark power. It spread its massive wings, sending ripples of pure energy through the air. A notification confirmed all units were battle-ready. As small blue weapons were deployed, the plan was relayed. We'll target its left wing first. Then Blue Team will destroy the right wing, and we'll proceed to Phase 2. Li Han calmly gave out the orders. I'll support Tin Lang as an attacker. Mus, you'll go with Blue Team and draw the dragon's attention. And Amiya, you'll support us from the rear. Watching from the command center, things seemed under control. An operator even remarked, looks like we have nothing to worry about. Han will probably take that dragon down himself. Alexander watched with a dark, expectant expression. This time we have 8 other second-generation fighters. As long as this thing isn't as strong as Jupiter, we'll win for sure. Katharina flinched at the name. Jupiter. That was the nickname of the golden dragon, the one Han captured before. She immediately clasped her hands together and began to pray. The screen lit up with a barrage of attacks as Lai Han gave the command. All right, we've got its attention. Attack. Destroy its wings. Receiving the signal, Tin Lang appeared directly beneath the black dragon. In a flash, she shot upwards and swung with all her might, but her sword passed right through the black dragon, doing absolutely no damage. Thrown off balance, Tin Lang fell helplessly, until Lai Han swiftly caught her hand. A flash of pain crossed his face, and Tin Lang seemed to notice it. Han! After a brief, silent moment, Tin Lang used her power to launch herself off him, slicing clean through the black dragon's wing as she said, "Thanks." Seizing the opportunity, Lai Han pointed and yelled, "Now, everyone attack!" 4 fighters swarmed from all sides, pinning the dragon's wings and limbs, and leaving it completely immobilized. Another powerful strike, and its second wing was severed. Watching on the monitors, the command crew couldn't help but erupt in cheers. Unable to fly, the black dragon's massive body plummeted to the ground. In the ruins, with the beast weakened, The other teams rushed in to claim the kill. Awesome. Let's clean it up. Over with blue team, Samu was furious. Damn it, those bastards are trying to take all the credit for this. Seeing Lai Han motionless, he urged him on impatiently. Han, what are you waiting for? We have to go. As the other teams surrounded the downed black dragon, Lai Han's squad landed with their own signal. We still have time. Mus charged forward confidently. Let's cut its throat before blue team gets here. But just then, Lai Han suddenly froze in place. His body went completely rigid as a chilling thought echoed in his mind. Something's not right. Why would they send a dragon this weak? As the scene began to feel distorted, Lai Han screamed, "There has to be more to this. Everyone, fall back." But watching it all on the monitor, Alexander just threw his head back and laughed like a madman. It was a perfect, undeniable victory. The man's eyes burned with pure ambition as he clenched his fist, declaring their evil project a complete success. But Katerina felt a knot of dread, desperately hoping this was finally the end. Elsewhere, the blue team made an announcement their dragon-infused sword was ready for battle. One command, and the whole team moves as one to attack. They inch closer to the massive black dragon. But then Lai Han dashes past everyone. "Everyone, hold on a second. Green team, you too, fall back immediately." Mus just screams back as if it's a joke. "What? What the hell is your problem, Han?" Lai Han calms everyone down and quietly explains. "When things are going too smoothly for us, that's when we have to be the most careful. This could be a trap. Let's take our time and calmly assess the situation." He then makes a serious bet on his life. "If I'm wrong, you can all laugh at me however you want. But if something is really wrong here, it could mean our deaths. This isn't just some simple game." The green team leader then raises his hands in protest. "So what do you want us to do? Just wait until it wakes up? Alpha team, you guys can do whatever you want." Then the guy makes his demand. "Just leave the dragon's head for us." Hearing this, Mus gets furious and curses under his breath. Behind them, Tin Lang quietly observes the whole scene. A second later, Mus shoots back. "That's a good one." Amiya gently tries to calm him down, but his competitive spirit is raging. "Don't try and stop me, Amiya. I just want to finish this quickly and get some rest." In the next moment, he turns and questions someone else. "Make sure you've thought this through. You don't want to become just another nameless hero, do you?" Amiya rushes forward to intervene. "Why are you doing this?" From behind, Lai Han's serious voice cuts through. "Amiya, get back into ready position, now." Amiya still doesn't turn her head as she replies. "Sorry, Han, but I think Mus is right this time." Lai Han just watches his shadow walk away, his face a mask of indescribable helplessness. He can only hope he's worrying for nothing. At this point, the group is closing in on the black dragon. The leader checks in. "Is everyone ready?" "On my command, raise your swords and we'll count to 3, everybody. 1, 2. On the final count of 3, both Mus and Amiya swing down with determination, swiftly moving in on the black dragon. But out of nowhere, blood splatters everywhere as Mus gets pierced straight through his armor and his body. He stares at the strange object impaling him in total shock. What is this? Where did it come from? On the other side, an Alpha Team member is instantly decapitated, while another takes several fatal blows. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, Lai Han yells out, "Tin Lang, fall back now." He was both terrified and trying to figure out what was going on. What was that? What is attacking them? Suddenly, a figure appears right next to Mus. Lai Han watches closely, and a realization dawns on him. Are they all using some kind of invisibility technique? And then, as if on cue, Knight Yu and his group of hunters appear all at once. Knight Yu stands there radiating an extreme, oppressive aura. He raises his sword, and his minions receive their orders. Without hesitation, they charge forward. Lai Han looks tense. They're here. As the hunters rush in with cloaks covering their faces, Lai Han can't believe his eyes. He scoffs at their hidden forms, at their invisibility technique. Lai Han is exhausted, but he quietly senses his surroundings, already forming a plan in his mind. They're using cloaks to turn invisible. I can only guess their direction based on their speed. And with his sharp eyes able to see every single footprint, he predicts they must be right here. Without waiting another second, Lai Han activates his golden gauntlets. His speed increases in a flash, gliding over the ground and kicking up electric sparks. With his accurate prediction, several of the hunters are burned to a crackling crisp. Lai Han yells out, "Tin Lang!" And with a series of quick, clean movements, she swiftly wipes out all the rest. Looking at the defeated monsters, with only Knight Yu left, Lai Han is a bit suspicious. Where is the last one? Sensing something, he ducks his head low, and in that instant his protective helmet is shattered by something. Lai Han looks at the tattered headgear and grits his teeth. I knew it. Then he remembers the hunter. There's only one weapon that can destroy his psionic armor. He thinks about that sharp, serrated blade with its mysterious power. A weapon made from a part of a dragon. They are all equipped with weapons made from dragon parts. As this thought crosses his mind, a hunter appears from nowhere behind Lai Han, making him panic. Damn it, I don't have time to dodge it. A slash comes straight for Lai Han. But the hunter's arm is immediately chopped off by Tin Lang. Using the opening, Lai Han aims his weapon directly at the hunter, causing a huge explosion. The body disintegrates, and Lai Han turns to her. Thanks, Tin Lang. Then his eyes move up to their leader. Now the only one remaining is Knight Yu, with his resilient armor. Seeing him, Lai Han's heart seems to tighten a little. The knight and the now awakened black dragon give off an oppressive pressure. The black dragon lets out a powerful roar, while Lai Han's pupils shrink with fear. Dragon's fear. His body seems unable to take it and begins to tremble. But instantly, faced with that immense pressure, Lai Han calms himself. No, I'm not making the same mistake twice. Seeing an opening, Knight Yu immediately turns invisible and charges, making Lai Han shout a warning. He's coming! The black dragon stomps its massive claws down on their position, forcing Tin Lang to leap away to dodge while Lai Han quickly activates the jet boosters on his back. He barely dodges the attack, his body nimble and sweat pouring down his face as he makes a decision. It seems safer to approach it from below. Lai Han immediately dives straight under the black dragon. Meanwhile, Tin Lang is scouting from above. She immediately uses her ability, hurling two swords straight down to attack the black dragon. Boom! A shocking blast of light explodes on impact, and Lai Han doesn't wait either, launching a swift jab straight forward. But unfortunately, Knight Yu rushes out from nowhere to block the fatal blow. Lai Han stares at his severed weapon, completely stunned. Before he can even react, Knight Yu follows up with a powerful kick. Lai Han is sent flying in pain, and as the black dragon's massive hand moves to grab him, he uses a special ability to instantly escape danger. The smoke clears to reveal an afterimage of Tin Lang stabbing straight into the black dragon. But after a moment, she's shocked. The sword didn't go in deep enough. Now it's Lai Han's turn to make a series of death-defying dodges. After so many close calls, Lai Han's body seems to have a problem and freezes up. The utter frustration is clear in his eyes. Just as a killing blow is about to come down, Lai Han snaps out of it and prepares himself. One powerful swing comes down as Lai Han runs to dodge it. He slides, and with a whoosh from his own attack, he waits for the right moment. He uses an ability to shoot a stream of sparks straight at his opponent. With the knight stunned, Lai Han seizes the chance to charge, his face showing he's ready to take his enemy's life. In that very instant, his body slams into Knight Yu, and everything seems to freeze. After a moment, both of them stumble and fall. Knight Yu seems to be dead, but he's completely unharmed. His sharp gaze locks forward, the scene showing Lai Han climbing on top of him, the tip of his sword just an inch from the knight's neck. In one single thrust, Lai Han pours all his strength into piercing its chest. The blood mirror sword is incredibly sharp. Knight Yu's body collapses, but behind it, a much larger threat is waiting. The black dragon lets out a world-shaking roar against Tin Lang's relentless attacks, a sense of helplessness in the air. He silently willed it to stop, to just die already. He watched the black dragon gather its breath for an attack they needed to get out of the way, but the silence from his partner was eerie. Lai Han glanced over just as an explosion ripped across his vision. It seemed there was no escape now. Lai Han seemed to be out of options, closing his eyes in weary resignation. But then a flash of light. A beam shot from nowhere, rocketing straight toward the black dragon. A chilling whoosh echoed as Lai Han opened his eyes in utter shock. A long crack had mysteriously appeared on the ground. He looked down at himself, wondering if he was even still alive. A sudden voice snapped him out of his daze. That power, it was incredible. It came from a mysterious figure in jet black armor who spoke up from behind him. "Did you just carve a canyon in the blink of an eye?" The man revealed, much to Lai Han's shock. "You've done well. It would be a waste to let you die here." A bright light flared from the man's mask as his calm voice echoed. "From now on, my team will handle this." Before Lai Han in silence could process it, the man continued, "Omega Squad, move out." Lai Han stared up at the man in black armor, his mind reeling as a memory suddenly hit him like a ton of bricks. In the past, Lai Han had asked Joe what they would do with the leftover mechs. Joe calmly took a drag from his cigar and explained, "It's just a precaution. You trust me, don't you?" Then he turned his back, his voice turning ice cold. "Like you said, other teams exist. Don't ask any more questions. They say too much curiosity can get you into a lot of trouble." Lai Han just stared at Joe, his expression full of doubt. He pressed on, "Jack told me that 6 years ago, Ak killed the children they were training. Hearing this, Joe's face darkened. Lai Han stepped closer, his voice dead serious. So are you going to do that to us if things go south? As if provoked, Joe's aura exploded around him, his eyes glowing red while flames danced ominously around his hands. Does it look like Ak is the one with the power to eliminate you right now? Lai Han fell silent, recognizing the clear threat in Joe's words. Back in the present, his mind was tormented with worry. He had no idea how those children were treated. But maybe, just maybe, not all of them were killed. He gazed at the powerful figure's back, a chilling thought forming could they have become. Suddenly, a blast of energy incinerated the black dragon's claws, causing both its heads to roar in agony. In the next moment, both of its arms were pinned down by massive weights, completely immobilizing it. The other members of Omega Squad appeared one by one, including the warrior with the razor-sharp sword. One of them, wearing a skull mask, called out to silence. "Will you help us?" The spear wielder eyed the black dragon and laid out the strategy. "If you can focus your attacks on its neck, we'll get underneath it and aim for the core." After a tense moment, Silence gave no answer. Instead, she charged forward with the rest of them, her blade flashing as she leaped and slashed again and again. The black dragon let out a final, desperate roar, clearly at its limit. Seizing the opportunity, the spear wielder shot forward. Lai Han watched, utterly captivated by their power. Omega Squad delivered the final blow, and the massive black dragon crashed to the ground, defeated. Back at base, Silence made a request. "I want to talk to those kids." Across from her, Joe sat stiffly, clearly looking for an excuse. "They're too dangerous. They're criminals who killed not only their trainers but their own comrades. You know this better than anyone." Joe's voice was cold as he pictured Silence lying in a pool of blood. "One of them could be the one to put a bullet in your head. Are you absolutely certain you can control your anger when you finally meet them?" At that, she paused, Ren's face flashing in her mind. "It'd be a lie to say I don't hate anyone anymore," she admitted. "But I won't fight them." Hearing this, Joe closed his eyes with a sense of helplessness. A deep exhaustion showed on his face. "I'm sorry, but it's my job to convince you otherwise, starting right now." The thought of one of those kids losing control in the base forced Joe to explain further. "They are monsters now, people who have completely abandoned their humanity. I don't know how Ak controlled them." He trailed off, his expression hardening as he continued. "Whatever the method, it's not for the faint of heart." Outside the room, Silence stood alone. A moment later, she pulled a small listening device from her pocket. "Did you hear all that?" On the other end, Lai Han removed his earpiece, lost in deep thought. So, what Sergeant Red said was true after all. He recalled Jen's desperate face. This was the Chief of Staff's doing the real man in power, not the mentally unstable commander. If war broke out, the chief would be promoted, just as the greedy Alexander wanted. Omega Squad had to be a joint creation of him and the Chief of Staff. He looked down at the earpiece, his mind clouded with suspicion. But why would he create them? Elsewhere, Joe stood in a washroom, looking completely drained. The mental pressure was pushing him to the brink. "I can't believe I said those words. Monsters who've given up on being human." As if in pain, Joe covered his eyes. "It's not their fault," he told himself. He looked utterly exhausted. Trying to escape the guilt, Joe told himself it was Ak's fault. No, it was his own. But the words felt like poison. The agonizing guilt was making him sick, the obsession haunting him, the suffocating feeling clinging to him until the war's end. When the war finally did end, Lai Han stood amidst a raging inferno, his eyes filled with grim determination. A system notification chimed. Mission complete. The dragon's corpse was engulfed in blue flames. Clue surveyed the destruction and shook his head. "This place is finished," he told Lai Han. "It's completely uninhabitable now." Xmong and Silence stood observing the sea of fire. Back at headquarters, another alert sounded. "Alpha Squad has completed its mission." The Chief of Staff's voice came over the comms. "Alpha Squad's teamwork is flawless. This is the 6th skirmish they've handled since the Grand Canyon incident." Images of the 4 members appeared. Alpha 1, Alpha 2, Alpha 3, and Alpha 4. The Chief's gaze then shifted behind him. "But this is also the 3rd time." The Prophet looked at him with concern. "That the prophecy has been wrong." She quickly objected. "I believe it's because of the Silver Dragon." An image of a railway track appeared, reflecting the worry in her eyes. "I have a feeling the future changes every time the Silver Dragon appears, just like how a train changes tracks when we pull a lever." They recalled the seer's prediction about the Silver Dragon, how it was ultimately killed by other dragons. This suggested that dragons of different colors were hostile to one another. Based on that theory, Alexander Liko turned serious. It meant dragons had different traits based on their color. Still, there was a chance the silver dragon was involved with the open gate, forcing it to turn on its own kind. Just as the chief of staff finished speaking, a female doctor cut in. She said they could finally conduct in-depth research on the specimen they captured. But the hard truth was, they knew absolutely nothing about the dragon species. He paused for a moment before speaking. However, they had no other choice but to trust the predictions of the seer. Alexander continued, adding that the only thing they could change was how they respond. With the tension thick, it seemed their best bet was to deploy the Black Crow unit as soon as possible. His unreadable gaze stared into the distance. It was now time to prepare for the final battle. Under the bright lights, a massive restructuring had clearly taken place. The warriors were already heading towards the aircraft. They boarded one by one. No new recruits would be brought in, as there was no time left to train any new espers. All the espers who had been instructors were now returning to the battlefield or their hometowns. A broad-shouldered, muscular man walked confidently, his bag slung over his shoulder. A figure behind the man called out to him. He turned as the other man asked, "Are you going back to China?" A flame then sparked from his hand, lighting the cigar in his mouth. With the cigar in his mouth, John Red slowly approached the other man. He took the cigar out and spoke seriously. "I know you only agreed to join as an instructor, but I thought you would change your mind after the kids grew so fond of you." The man just chuckled and said, "Worry about yourself first," before walking off. Joe watched the plane leave, finishing his smoke with a deep, thoughtful expression. Joe felt a tinge of regret, sad to see the man go. The plane's shadow passed a window, where his assistant watched with tears welling in her eyes, although he figured there was probably someone who was even sadder. Suddenly, monsters screeched, and a frantic pack began chasing down a soldier. A calm voice came over the comms. "This is Red 2. He ran steadily as the swarm of monsters gave chase. The orders were to lure the minions to a designated area. A teammate's voice crackled through, reporting he'd lured about 200. "This is Red Bar, leading them to the target. I have about 300 over here." As another report finished, he kept running, leading the monsters into the trap. "This is Red B, same here. I'm bringing in about 500. The comms were buzzing. "All right, no more joking around, this is getting intense. Get serious." The three soldiers appeared, each pulling their massive horde. "Doesn't matter how many there are, get them to the target." The three of them arrived, and there in the middle, their captain was waiting. "Our captain will finish them all in one shot." Standing his ground, the captain's hands began to glow red. An intense flame erupted, exploding outward and incinerating every last minion in an instant. His teammate cheered with excitement. He will never stop being the absolute best. The four of them sat chatting under a tree, praising their captain. "I still can't believe it. With that much firepower, how did he manage to only burn the minions?" A man took off his helmet. It was the captain, but he just stared into space with a hazy look. Someone else asked, "Is that the captain of the red team?" The chief of staff was stunned. He wiped out all those minions with a single spark. Impressive. Three people stared at the screen where Jose's face appeared. Joe replied to him, "His pyrokinesis is especially powerful against large groups of minions. On top of that, he's the best esper there is when it comes to explosive fire abilities." Joe's face darkened, but the thing he's truly best at is hiding his own strength. He always controls his power to ensure he never stands out. He remembered how hard Jose trained for every single battle. For example, how he was placed in D class despite mastering telekinesis, or how he hid his pyrokinesis until survival training. Most of all, he chose to stay in the background as number 21, when he could have been in a much better position. Joe stared at the screen, wondering why Jose would suddenly reveal his skills like this. "I'm worried that he's in some kind of danger," the chief of staff suddenly said. "Seer, what is the status of the prophecy? Do you feel any changes?" She looked at him seriously, then bowed and shook her head. "No. The next invasion will be on Peninsula Island, an island surrounded by the sea, and by the bloody slaughter of dragons. I see a massive army of minions, and a single dragon." Alexander's face hardened as he considered who to assign to this mission. The four members of Alpha Team stood in formation, a clear contrast to Red Team. The Chief of Staff gave the command, "Alpha Team and Red Team will deploy." A golden metal arm and a hand blazing with fire. The eyes of Lai, Han, and Jose burned with fighting spirit. "I won't let anyone else die. Let's send them all to hell." At night, white snow fell to the ground while a gentle light glowed from a house. No one knew that his family name was Lai and his real name was Han. His full name was Han. A cradle was placed neatly on the steps, where a baby cried with a note attached. Lai, that was all the note said. A memory from the past surfaced. The little boy was running fast to escape from a fierce man behind him. The man's voice roared, "Stop right there!" That same boy was now on a screen, Major Baihan, being interviewed. Today we have Major Baihan Kang, head of the Korean branch, along with Korea's first esper, Jirozung. The news report continued. But outside, in the real world, the young Lai-han was still struggling to escape. When the war against the dragons ends, our military power will depend entirely on the number of espers we possess. We must increase the number of espers at any cost, the Prime Minister said through the screen. Right now, humanity has a common enemy, but the future will be a war among espers. The man stopped, gasping for air. "You damn brat," he yelled. "Next time I catch you, you're dead meat. You hear me?" The boy ducked into an empty alley, slowing down to catch his breath. But suddenly, someone yanked Lai-han out of the shadows, throwing him hard against the ground. He curled up in pain as the man stalked closer. "Finally found you, you little thief." A nasty smile twisted the man's face. "You're Lai-han, right?" He held out a grimy hand. "Give me the bag while I'm still asking nicely." But Lai-han just scooted back, his gaze defiant. "And what if I don't?" Hearing this, the man squared up. Tough kid. Not just any ordinary street rat, no wonder a boy like him could survive out here for so long. "I think I've got a way to make you useful." The world around them seemed to dim. The thug's smile was pure evil, his words chilling Lai-han to the bone. "How do you think I know your name?" His eyes glowed red as his face contorted. "I know every place you've ever lived. You can try running." Lai-han clutched the bag behind his back, taking a small step backward. "But you think your brothers and sisters can do the same?" 1 month later, we see Lai-han trailing an old man down the street. The man turned back without warning. Startling him, Lai-han quickly pulled his hood down, hiding his face. The old man reached for something, putting the boy on high alert, but it was only an apple. He called out gently, "Hey, young man, do you like apples?" This completely threw him for a loop. Lai-han stared, confused. He just wants to give it to me? But then a second thought took over. "No, don't be a fool." The old man's smile suddenly warped into something monstrous as a terrifying power pulsed from him. In a flash, Lai-han lunged, snatched the entire bag of apples, and bolted. The man stood there, completely stunned. Lai-han huddled around the corner, unable to process it. The man was just being kind. He'd never met anyone like that. That simple act made him think, "I have to live like trash." His eyes darkened. For how much longer? Just then, a voice shattered the silence. "There you are, you little rat." It was that man again. He'd found him. The thug stomped over to Lai-han, muttering under his breath. "You ran from me for a whole month without paying a single cent of protection money for your siblings." He raised his fist, his voice dripping with menace. "You know what's interesting? Maybe you'll finally learn a lesson if one of them gets hurt." Lai-han kept a calm face. He'd already moved them all to a safe place. He stood up, defiant. "You can try it. But no one lays a hand on them as long as I'm alive." Veins popped on the man's neck, his eyes bulging. "Yeah, right. You're all talk, kid." Once again, Lai-han ran for it. The man roared in frustration. "Maybe I should just end you right here." He took off after the boy. Lai-han sprinted with everything he had, the thug right on his heels. When he leaped to another building, the man could only stand there and curse. "I'm not letting you go this time, you little monster." Dark clouds gathered as rain began to fall. The gray cityscape became a blur as he ran, splashing through puddles while the man's enraged shouts echoed behind him. "Get back here, you bastard!" The thug chased him relentlessly. Lai-han gripped the bag of apples tightly when suddenly, a signal blared and a railroad crossing arm began to lower. A train was barreling down the tracks, but Lai-han didn't stop. He almost made it across, but the man lunged and grabbed him, yanking him back. The train's bright headlight bathed them both in light as they struggled. With a final, desperate kick, Lai-han sent the man stumbling onto the tracks and himself flying clear. He gasped for air, surrounded by scattered apples on the ground. The man lay still in a growing pool of blood. The boy just looked down, his eyes dark and empty, as the rain washed over the fallen fruit. Later, Lai-han sits behind bars. One officer asks another, "What's the story with this kid?" The other one answers, "He was at the scene, so I brought him in." The first officer was in disbelief. "You really think a scrawny kid like this could push a grown man onto a railroad track?" His partner hesitated. "Well, no, but the thing is, it already activated." The officer looked shocked as his partner explained about the mental power detector at the west gate. Lai-han sat there, completely numb. The first officer then turned to him. "Sorry, kid, but you're staying put for now." His words hit Lai-han like a ton of bricks. "You might be a psychic." He went on, "We've already contacted the specialist to come check you out, so just hang tight." His expression turned serious. Major Kang. Lai Han looked up, repeating the name he'd just heard. He then looked at the officers. I want to see him directly. I have nothing to say to anyone else. The officer was stunned, thinking this kid was something else. But Lai Han's mind was made up. He would protect them no matter what. He was finally ready to fight. And just like that, the scene shifts. He raises his shield, bracing himself to fight a vicious dragon. The faces of the children he protects burned into his memory. My brothers and sisters. Blue fire ignites from his armor. The memories of this world, and all of my friends. That single thought was all he needed. Lai Han charged the massive fire-breathing dragon without a shred of hesitation. I will slaughter every last one of you. Gunfire erupts as Red Team opens fire. A constant hail of bullets hammered the monstrous creatures. Overwhelming firepower incinerated them one by one. For a bunch of grunts, they were pretty smart. They were using their fallen comrades as shields. Above them, a blue warrior continued the assault. It seemed the LLU was controlling the entire horde. Bomb after bomb rained down from the blue warrior. The rest is up to you guys. Lai Han's voice echoed from within his Red Team armor. Alpha Team will engage the dragon. The beast finally emerged from a massive portal in the sky. Red lightning cracked around it as the blue warriors soared into the air to meet the threat. They advanced together as one. From below, Red Team unleashed a blinding inferno as Jose's fire magic engulfed everything on the ground. The flames below lit up the battlefield as the blue warriors closed in. Lai Han shouted, Alpha 3! Klu immediately responded, Roger, and flew above the dragon. Aiming his spear straight down at its head, he roared a challenge. Over here, you overgrown lizard! Klu plunged downwards. Green blood sprayed through the air as the dragon let out a piercing shriek of pain. His battle cry merged with the dragon's scream as he tried to drive the spear deeper. But its scales were too thick, and the impact threw him off. Before he fell, another teammate named Xmong caught him with his powers, yelling, You idiot! The furious dragon beat its massive wings, as another warrior charged in from below. Oh well. At least he was a pretty good distraction for the dragon. With a flash of purple light, she severs the monster's wings, causing the massive dragon to plummet from the sky. Jing swings her sword again, and a spray of green blood erupts. The dragon roars in agony. From below, Li Han sees his chance. Nice one. We can see its spirit core now. He launches himself into the air, weapon held tight, and drives it straight through the beast. A brilliant blue light engulfs the dragon and the entire city below. As the dragon's form fades, a data screen confirms its identity. The creature they just defeated was a Sichlong, a red dragon. It was the same type as the very first dragon they ever fought. But then another appears even larger, glowing a malevolent gold. Class 2 dragons like Jupiter possess distinct patterns on their bodies, setting them apart from the Class 1s. The monster lets out a terrifying roar. Class 3 dragons are colossal, with advanced mental abilities to match their enormous frames. It's highly likely they possess a clear sense of self. He remembers how a single sharpened leg fragment from one was still larger than a person. Behemoths like Kronos and Vahamu, whose remains they'd found, belonged to this terrifying class. Later, while showering, Li Han reflects. They can handle Class 1 dragons easily enough. He scowls at the thought, but they're appearing far more frequently now. The team had already fought 2 this month alone. At this rate, he could only imagine the horrific scale of the battles to come. By next year, they could be facing an all-out war. Stepping out of the shower, Li Han spots a letter. He picks it up slowly. It's addressed simply, to Han. He reads the note with a grim expression. We are doing just fine thanks to the government subsidies. We hope our efforts will contribute to our great nation. He suddenly crushes the paper in his fist, a wave of irritation washing over him. My family would never say something like this. You think I'm that easy to fool, Major Kang? He tosses the crumpled note into the trash. Lying on his bed, a storm of thoughts plagues his mind, a lost look in his eyes. Was he even doing the right thing anymore? The scene shifts to a serene blue beach, with jets streaking across the sky. 2 weeks later, Li Han and Claude stand ready in full military dress. The airbase tarmac is bustling with planes ready for takeoff. 12 enhanced soldiers? Claude asks. Completely overwhelmed by the scale of the operation. Isn't that a little overkill for just one-dimensional gate? But Li Han is quick with an answer. It just means they want to minimize the damages as much as possible. Every other place we've been deployed to ended up completely destroyed, he adds. Simon chimes in. Australia is the biggest financial backer for the project. They want us to protect their investment at all costs, Simon continues. After all, they're the ones footing the bill. It was clear they'd sent the entire squad to prove to the Australians their money was well spent. Claude looks at Simon, confused. Still, With 12 enhanced soldiers, one dragon should be a piece of cake. Li Han cuts in, advising the other two, we should try and get some sleep while we can. He watches them for a moment before closing his eyes. As dusk settles, the chopper flies on. Later, Li Han makes an announcement. One room per person, take your pick. There's no training tonight, so do whatever you want. The other three look at him, but Claude's face lights up with pure joy. This place was huge and packed with weapons. They were at an Australian Air Force base near a beautiful coastal city. For the most part, this nation had been spared the ravages of war. This peace had attracted a flood of intellectuals and talent seeking refuge, turning Australia into a rising global power. In her room, Jing gently runs a hand across the mattress. She lets out a sigh of relief. Not bad. It had been a long time since she'd slept on a comfortable bed. Meanwhile, Li Han silently observes his own room before finally setting down his bag. Li Han is about to hit the shower when his watch buzzes. It's Jing. What are you doing tonight? She asks. He answers seriously, I plan on meeting Dr. Octo after I'm done. Why? In that case, I'll go with you, she says. I want to get a few adjustments made to my combat suit. The plan was set without any argument. All right, I'll meet you in an hour, she confirms. Li Han's reply is simple. Okay. Elsewhere, Simon's boots hit the pavement as he wanders, lost in thought. His eyes land on a bar with a few patrons inside. Simon walks right in. The bartender, busy polishing a glass, looks up and immediately sizes him up. The kid looked too young to drink. First time here? You one of the soldiers? Simon just looks up, points at another man's drink and says, I'll have that. After the quick rattle of a shaker, a glass slides across the bar. Simon picks it up with a disgusted look. It smelled like an ashtray. Then, he downs the whole thing in one go. The bartender, Mr. Chi, starts to scold him. Hey, that's not how you're supposed to drink that. Simon, his face already red, just shoves the glass back. Who cares? Another one. Back at the barracks, Jing stands before Li Han's room. She's surprised to find the door is slightly ajar. Peeking inside, she sees Li Han, his hair soaking wet. He's only wearing a towel. Sorry, Li Han says calmly. I'm not done yet. Just give me another minute. The sight leaves Jing completely frozen before she quickly shuts the door. Jing stands outside, totally flustered. Just then, Gus walks by. Hey Jing, what are you doing here? He asks. Her reply is short. Waiting for Han. Gus gets curious. Oh? Where are you two going? Jing doesn't hide it. To the lab. Hearing this, Gus gets excited. I'll come too. I've got nothing else to do. Jing shuts him down coldly. If you have nothing to do, then go to sleep. He looks hurt. Why can't I come with you guys? She starts to reply softly. It's not that. But just then, Li Han steps out and sees them. Gus, are you heading to the lab too? Gus tries to play it cool. Yeah, I was thinking about it. But Jing here. He never gets to finish his sentence. A swift, powerful kick from Jing sends Gus crumpling to the floor in pain. Li Han looks over with concern, but Jing just turns to him calmly. Let's go. Suddenly, another soldier runs up, shouting his name. Han! You have to come quick, he pants. It's Simon. You have to stop him. They find Simon chugging a beer in the middle of a completely trashed bar. He wipes his mouth, glancing at the destruction. People are knocked out cold. The survivors whisper, he's an Esper. Oh my god, what do we do? Just then Li Han arrives, shouting his name. Simon! His voice is a warning. That's enough, we're going back. Simon just bursts out laughing, his voice slurred. Well, if it isn't our amazing captain. Li Han is shocked. He had no idea Simon had powers. I don't know what you're talking about, Li Han states firmly, but we'll discuss it when you're sober. The other soldier just screams back, why? His power flares wildly out of control. Why? Simon roars. Why is it always you, and not me? All around them, the panicked civilians are screaming. This is insane. Somebody needs to do something. An enraged Simon unleashes terrifying power. It was enough to keep anyone awake, but Li Han? He wasn't affected at all, calmly blocking the blast with a table. He scans the chaos in the bar, and the second that table shatters, he moves. Li Han doesn't hold back, landing a heavy blow that makes Simon vomit up a truly disgusting scene. Li Han appears, carrying Simon. He apologizes for the chaos. From the back, the restaurant owner finally dares to peek out. The next morning, Simon wakes up furious. He violently kicks off his blanket and slams his fist straight into the wall. He's drowning in shame, swearing to himself that one more drink will be his last. Just then, Knut appears, calling for him. They're calling an assembly. Are you even sober? What's with the wall? This just makes Simon's shame worse. He slams the door right in Knut's face, yelling, Get lost. Knut, completely bewildered, just wonders why everyone seems to push him away so easily. Thunder rolls. A storm of disaster is brewing on the horizon. Massive aircraft begin to blot out the evening sky. Lai Han gives a serious briefing. The local military will handle the small fry. We focus only on the dragon. A bald man immediately scoffs at him. You sound a little too confident, don't you think? Got some secret trick up your sleeve? Just then, a small drone scans the crater, sending back a signal. Gate formation detected. Prepare to fire. A massive rifle begins to power up, its barrel glowing with blinding light. The doctor is absolutely stunned by the sight. A rifle? He realizes with a shock that they have way more money to burn than he ever imagined. A stampede. Monsters begin pouring out of a red rift. As the gate on the horizon unleashes a powerful shockwave across the entire region, Simon and his companion are frozen, terrified by that raw power. From the portal, hideous monsters crawl out, causing Newt to shout in alarm. Beta death worms, they're massive! The one they caught before was just an infant compared to these things. He asks nervously if they should even get involved against monsters of this scale. Suddenly, the ground shakes as thousands of monsters swarm their position. The rifle fires. A beam of pure energy incinerates everything in its path. Shells slam into the swarm, triggering a horrifying chain of explosions. The doctor and his team can only watch, mouths agape, as the ground shakes violently and fires begin to rage. The sight of total annihilation leaves everyone breathless. What was that? It is incredible. Dichi is practically vibrating with excitement. Do we have any weapons like that? I bet I could handle that thing if I just flexed hard enough. But Clue brings him back to reality. Dude, the recoil alone would snap your spine. The destructive beam keeps firing from the base, one explosion after another rocking the battlefield. After a moment of calculation, Lai Han speaks. It is time. Let's focus on the fight. He signals his team. It is our turn. And right on cue, a massive dragon tears through the flames, its eyes burning with intensity. A massive black dragon emerges from the portal. The system's voice rings out. Dragon position confirmed at the gate. Type. Green dragon. Firing. Once again, the beam rips through the air, creating a massive explosion, but the dragon is completely unfazed. As the smoke clears, an invisible shield is revealed. The doctor shouts, "Just as I predicted." It did not do a thing to the dragon. It is up to you now, kids. His voice echoes over the comm system. Take it down. The warriors are ready to move. Launch the dropships now. Pods eject from the carriers, raining down directly on top of the massive beast below. The dragon looks up. It opens its maw and unleashes a torrent of destructive green fire. Lai Han realizes with horror it is aiming directly at them. No one was prepared for the breath attack. The green blast tears through the sky, shattering the pods and their occupants. Lai Han's face goes dark as he screams out one name. Simon. Black flames engulf the entire area before finally fading away. A voice crackles over the radio. The name's Alpha B, you bastards. And then Simon himself dives right through the fire. Lai Han calls out, worried. Are you okay? Below, Simon is in a total freefall amidst the lingering flames. He checks his readings and replies, I am stable. At least, for now. But yeah, I am definitely dead if I just keep falling like this. Suddenly, someone throws an energy sphere right at Simon. It slams into his gut, sending his gear flying everywhere. The force sends Simon rocketing downwards. He hits the ground with a massive crash, throwing dirt everywhere. The rest of the squad is already there waiting. Simon struggles to his feet, cursing, damn it. He is so exhausted he just collapses. A hand reaches out to him. It is Clue, cheerfully announcing. See, you survived after all. Simon just grumbles under his breath. Get lost. Lai Han simply advises him to save his energy for the real fight. But then he freezes. Something feels very, very wrong. Lai Han looks up and the dragon is right there. Its eyes glow as its massive body blots out the sky. The warriors are in chaos. Was the prophecy wrong again? Looks that way, Lai Han assesses calmly. But the good news is, just then, the green dragon roars, and in the distance, 2 more dragons answer its call, flying in to join the fight. This is a 3-on-3 now. The dragons immediately begin fighting in the blood-red sky. Li Han watches intently, guessing that the silver dragon must have done something to alter the prophecy. A warrior reports in over the comms while observing the chaos. All right, squads will engage 1 dragon each. It is time to move. Think it is a tier 1 or 2? Just assume it is a tier 2 to be safe. On his mark, everyone charges. Alpha Team immediately calls their shot. The green dragon is ours. The captain's voice cuts through the system. Brown and purple teams, You take the 2 black dragons. Another team charges forward, yelling, "Understood." Dichi moves out, absolutely beaming. "All right, let's take them all down." The massive monster ahead breathes a wave of purple energy, but the warriors charge right through it without even slowing down. He flashes a wild grin. "You know what? I have been wanting to try this for a long time." Dichi leaps high into the air, aiming right for the black dragon's head as a childhood memory resurfaces. "My spear is not the only thing you need to worry about." He remembers his duel with Lai Han. "I have been training Sambo since I was old enough to walk. You have zero chance of beating me in close quarters." Even in pain, Lai Han was defiant. "Oh, really? You plan on catching a dragon with one of your Sambo holds?" Dichi just laughed out loud at the memory. Back then, he thought he could probably choke out a few dragons. But in the present, he is starting to have some doubts. "Han, sorry to break my promise, but I do not think I can choke this thing out. Its neck is way too thick." He lands a solid blow on the dragon before dropping back down. He yells with pure excitement, his face lighting up with a wicked idea. "So instead, I will just try to break its wings." Dichi grabs onto the dragon's wing, as all around them, the warriors battle furiously in mid-air. Lai Han gives the signal. Now, his companion and Kuro unleash their weapons, tearing into the dragon. "Finish it!" Without hesitation, Lai Han flies in for the kill, his eyes glowing with power. He lands the final blow. As the dragon falls, the observers watching on screen erupt in cheers. The doctor is ecstatic. Incredible. They took down 3 dragons in the blink of an eye. At this point, a Tier 1 dragon would be no match for them at all. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently. A report comes in from the base: no minion activity near the gate. An observer confirms it. All dragons have been eliminated. Someone asks, "Is it finally over?" But his hands are still trembling. Then, another explosion rocks the area. The soldiers who were just cheering are now thrown into utter chaos. "What's happening?" the doctor asks. A man, his face covered in blood, looks up in terror. He stares at the brilliant light, trembling. A gate was opening right inside their base. Thousands of monsters pour into the sky. They swell up like balloons and then detonate in mid-air as the powerless soldiers scream in horror. What? What is that?" A terrifying explosion sends everyone flying. Those creatures were swarming everywhere, self-destructing in a storm of fire and shrapnel. They dive towards the defenseless soldiers, tearing them apart. In a flash, the entire base descends into pure chaos. The doctor makes a frantic call through the screen. "Han, can you hear me? The Air Force base is about to fall." Li Han is completely stunned as the doctor's voice crackles on. "We can't send a bus to you now." There was no way to send any reinforcements. As his men dragged him away, the doctor screamed one last command. "You have to survive, no matter the cost." His staff desperately tries to pull him to safety. "Director, we have to go." But the doctor keeps shouting his final words. "Don't die, you have to live." Then, the base erupts in a sea of flames. Lai Han grinds his teeth while Kuro just stands there, frozen. He starts trembling, muttering to himself. "Damn it, what happened over there? Did we lose?" Kuro roars in helpless frustration. Even though they had destroyed all the dragons, their burning corpses on the ground offered no comfort. Everyone was just filled with a deep, burning rage. But Lai Han saw it differently. Those 3 dragons were nothing but bait. He looks at the nearest dragon's corpse. Did that mean they weren't even the main force? A bolt of lightning suddenly cracks down right in front of them. They all look up towards the light, watching as something new emerges from the gate. Lai Han immediately orders everyone to move. "We need to fall back while we still can." But Dichi just scoffs, calling it a coward's move. He wanted to stay and fight. He stubbornly insists, "I don't think I can't handle them." But Lai Han's mind was made up. He looks down at Dichi, his voice firm. The explosions just kept coming, one after another. A shockwave sends the doctor flying through the air as the ground is torn apart. His staff rushes to his side, screaming for help. "He's injured. Carry him now." The doctor cries out in pure terror. "We're all going to die." His men desperately haul him through the chaos. "This way," a young man says, trying to calm him. "Just a little longer, we have a bus on the roof that can get us out." But the doctor just keeps screaming. "No, we need water." Back on the battlefield, the enemy had completely seized control of the skies. Then, one final, massive explosion consumes the entire base, while thousands of monsters still swarm the air. The creatures continue their chaotic, suicidal explosions. Li Han, his face tense, gives an order to Dichi's squad. Nobel Team's mission is to handle the minions. There are no dragons left here. They would have to stay alive until the rescue bridge arrived. Dichi glares back, clearly annoyed. "But if you insist on retreating, we'll buy you some time." Suddenly, humanoid monsters begin clawing their way out from under the ground. Lihan stares in shock. Their sheer size was unbelievable. He quickly makes a decision. This time, I won't just stand by and watch. But as he yells to his team to wait, a blast of power flashes past. It was Simon, shattering the front of Dimichi's helmet. Simon's face remains perfectly calm, without a trace of emotion. That energy blast, however, sends Dimichi into a blind rage. He spins around and grabs Simon. Dimichi's hand closes around Simon's throat, his own face twisted with fury. What the hell was that? Are you trying to die? Simon just gasps, his face turning purple. We die together. You bastard! Have those combat stimulants finally melted your brain? Dimichi lifts him higher, but Simon keeps talking. We are not invincible. Once our armor's energy runs out, we're all going to be finished. Lihan steps in to intervene. He's right, you know. Dimichi, if we run into another enemy like a dragon, we won't be able to handle it. Dimichi, though still furious, finally relents. He shoves Simon away and turns his back to them. I wasn't thinking clearly. I'm sorry, Simon. Simon also turns away. Lihan calls out his name worriedly, but Simon just mutters under his breath, "Shut up." The sight of Simon's broad back was a clear rejection. I don't want to talk about it right now. Just let it go. Lihan could only think of that intense power that had erupted from the base. It had brought soldiers to their knees, crying out, "My ears, what was that?" From another location, a voice replied, "We've lost contact." Team X's leader yells to his men, "This situation is bad. Let's get out of here." Clue looks down, assessing the damage. This looks just like Shinizu. The name makes Simon flinch. Everyone stares at the pulsing purple light in the distance. We're about 10 miles from the base, but it's still jamming our communications. Lihan couldn't believe it. A deep sense of dread washed over him, the unmistakable feeling of being prey that was being hunted. Dimichi finally speaks up. Let's head for the nearest town. If we're lucky, we might be able to use their communication equipment. Lihan lets out a small laugh and quickly agrees. Good idea. It'll be empty since they all evacuated after the gate warning. Dimichi looks away, slightly embarrassed. Still, Lihan knew it wasn't nearly far enough to escape the radio interference, but with their current situation, and with no food left, they had to find something to eat. He didn't hesitate for long. Let's move. In another place entirely, the lights flicker on, revealing the chief of staff standing alone. He was surrounded by glowing, holographic figures. One of them delivered the news coldly. Chief of staff, you have failed. The chief just answers quietly, we haven't failed yet. We still have the Australian army. The figures rephrase their verdict, cutting straight to the point. In other words, you failed to stop the gate from opening. The real war hasn't even begun, but Australia is already a massive disappointment. The chief thought bitterly to himself, as if we had any other choice. Red dots blossom across the projected map of the country. One official tries to find a silver lining. At least the gate opened in Australia. It should be contained from spreading to other countries for now. But another person immediately shoots that idea down. That's only a matter of time. For all we know, those bastards could use teleportation or something worse. They suddenly start arguing. We can't just sit here and believe Ak will handle this on his own. The chief of staff is furious. Their bickering is getting on his nerves. He asks them straight up, "Then what do you propose we do?" The other man thought for a moment, then suddenly suggested, "Nuclear weapons." "We'll use nuclear weapons," which left the chief of staff in utter shock. Someone on the other side shook his head. "What, sir? How could you? What are you even saying? We can't do that." The chief immediately recognized the Australian accent. It must be the Australian High Commissioner. Another person stood up, warning that Myanmar is like a cancer. To destroy cancer cells after a failed surgery, you must be prepared for bloodshed. He kept pushing his point, suggesting they hold a vote. The chief of staff was speechless. These damn fools. They're using this opportunity to try and take down Australia, their most powerful rival. This whole conflict is just insane. Nuclear weapons? It's better than the entire human race going extinct. They just kept on bickering. Many nations were already lost in the war. Just deploy the psychic mechs again after the nuclear attack. One person sat down holding his head. Please stop. We absolutely cannot use nuclear weapons. Let's keep a shred of our dignity. All of them grimly agreed it was for the sake of humanity. The chief of staff scoffed to himself, imagining their mocking expressions. Their faces began to distort, turning red like demons. He could only wonder helplessly if they could truly win the war this way. Elsewhere, a loud kick echoed as a door was busted open, clearing a path. Someone turned on a monitor, showing the group eating and relaxing. People were chatting loudly. "Did you find anything? This stuff is delicious." Every single television channel had no signal. Over by the stairs, Li Han was trying to fix some wiring. He pulled a communication line from his suit and connected it to the circuit board. Tin Lang walked over, offering him a sandwich. They both sat together in the corner of the stairway. Li Han turned to ask Tin Lang where hers was. Tin Lang, checking her suit's data, replied, "I already ate." She suddenly asked him, "Han, what do you want to do when the war is over?" Li Han was a bit stunned and stammered, "I haven't thought about it. I think I'll go see my brothers and sisters." Hearing that, Tin Lang nodded slightly. Her next words took Li Han by surprise. "I'll go with you when you see them." Li Han just smiled and let out a helpless sigh. "All right." Suddenly, his communicator lit up with a warning. They both rushed over. He picked it up and said, "ACT just sent us the mission plan." They both stared at the message. "Nearest rendezvous point. The nearest meeting point. The airspace isn't safe anymore, so we have to move on foot." Li Han reattached the comm bracelet to his suit, his tone serious. "Let's go, Tin Lang. We've been here too long." Right after he finished speaking, a massive explosion went off. Li Han and Tin Lang desperately tried to take cover. The explosion set the house ablaze as flying monsters swarmed from a distance. The soldiers below were now battle-ready. "Buddy, check and switch all comms to the internal network." The person on the other end responded quickly. "Roger that." The others watched as orders were given out. "This is Alpha 1. Can everyone hear me? Check the route I just sent. We have to take a detour to shake them off our tail." Li Han was now fully armored. He gave a serious analysis. "With our remaining energy, we can just barely make it to the assembly point, so only those with enough energy to spare can stay behind and buy time for everyone." He glanced at the person next to him. "Tin Lang and I will handle the minions." Li Han continued his orders. "The rest of you will split into 2 groups, move through points 8 and C before gathering at the objective." Dichi asked anxiously, "Are you sure you'll be okay, Han?" Simon's face was contorted with annoyance behind the smoke and dust. He yelled from behind, "I'm staying too." Cruz also volunteered to join. "We'll stay together." He grinned, pointing a finger up. "After all, we are Team Alpha." Li Han spoke seriously. "Cruz, go help Siang. Simon was injured when he fell earlier." Cruz was completely stunned. "What?" Meanwhile, Simon's face turned incredibly awkward after being found out. He tried to cover it up, flustered. "It's just a small fracture. I won't slow everyone down. Don't worry about me." The 4 of them stood in the orange glow of the flames. Simon answered honestly, "I'm not planning to sacrifice myself right now. I made this decision because I know we have what it takes to handle this." Li Han retracted his helmet, looking over the group. "So trust me. I will see all of you again after we get out of here alive." The room was slowly being consumed by fire. All 4 of them remained standing. Cruz was the first to agree. "Okay." Simon reluctantly nodded along. The monsters were approaching at an incredible speed. The house was engulfed in a massive explosion. They gathered together and roared, preparing for battle. Over here, Tin Lang and Li Han attacked at the same time. She slashed one in midair, while he shot down several others. The muzzle of Li Han's gun spat out bright red flames. He grimaced and told Tin Lang, "We need to conserve the mech's energy, so we'll have to use our guns as much as possible." Thousands of monsters swarmed toward them, but for now, the 2 were able to hold them back. Elsewhere, someone was in the water. The soldiers split up to cross the river. They couldn't help but whisper, "I didn't think there would be a river here. I think this is the best way to hide our tracks." But Cruz was not doing well at all. He unconsciously recalled what Li Han had said. Han wasn't wrong about the mech's remaining energy. There's a good chance we won't make it to the meeting point. He was panting from exhaustion, but a wave of anxiety still washed over him. But is Han really okay? That prototype absorbs even more energy. They crossed the river under the moonlight. Just then, Li Han took an explosive hit to his stomach. He was bleeding but continued to reload, following behind Tin Lang. Li Han didn't hesitate to throw his gun away, calling out, exhausted, "Tin Lang." Then suddenly Li Han pulled out a weapon and killed the monster behind her. He ordered Tin Lang to go 2.C first and wait for him there. Li Han struggled to add, "If I don't meet you within half an hour, then go straight to the rendezvous point." This made her pause. His condition was too dire. But Li Han just screamed at her to go. The order was clear, even without a word. "Go." He pushed her to keep moving, no time to stand around. Jinglan glanced up for a second, then finally walked forward. Behind her, Li Han holds the line against the swarm of mutants. As Jinglan's figure fades into the distance, she's holding everything back, whispering a silent prayer for him. Survive, no matter the cost. His feet pound the earth, kicking up dirt and stone as Li Han desperately scrambles up the towering mountain. Reaching the peak, He finally collapses against a tree, completely exhausted. Is this the extraction point? He pulls off his helmet, sweat pouring down his face. This must be it, the final rendezvous. He decides to catch his breath before heading over. Lai-Han closes his eyes, face turned to the sky, savoring a moment of rest, but that peace shatters. His eyes fly open, wide with alarm as he thrusts his sword straight into the person before him. Don't look at me like that, his voice turns to ice. You're actually starting to creep me out. With a single, brutal strike, he sends the figure flying straight into a tree. Lai-Han focuses, sensing the energies around him. He can perceive mental energy with all his senses, almost as if it's a scent or a sound that only he can detect. With his eyes glowing cold, he charges forward without hesitation. Come at me, if you're ready to die. The scene shifts to a clearing where 3 helicopters stand ready. A perimeter of soldiers guards them, when suddenly, one of them jerks his head up, spotting something in the distance. It's Lai-Han, staggering toward them. The soldier identifies him as an enhanced warrior Alpha 2. They immediately report it in, questioning why Alpha 2 has come back all alone. That's right, sir. There's no sign of Alpha 1. The orders crackle back. We can't wait any longer. But the soldier hesitates. His orders were to bring Alpha 1 back by any means necessary. But the command is final. Let's move. Alpha 2, we need to go now. Just then, Lai-Han walks up and places a hand on his shoulder. The 2 men just stare at each other in silence. The soldier finally breaks the silence with a grim reminder. They're going to level this entire area with a nuke. If we stay here any longer, we're all going to get caught in the blast. Lai-Han stands frozen, his fists clenched tight as the helicopter blades begin to whir to life, filling the air with a deafening roar. Blood from his sword drips slowly onto the ground. He takes heavy, deliberate steps forward. Walking through the clearing, Lai-Han can only think one thing. Was I too late? Suddenly, the sound of another chopper rips through the air. A voice from above calls out, "Just in time, Alpha 1. I'm dropping a rope for you now." A wave of relief washes over Lai-Han. The helicopter hovers overhead, slowly descending toward the ground. He can see 2 people waiting for him inside. Lai-Han quietly climbs aboard and sits down, clenching his fists. His eyes burn with a new determination. Ak needs me now. He can feel his power returning, but his face is full of regret. I was so wrong. He clutches his body in pain, but he knows Ak is still in control of the situation. For so long, he had taken Ak's support completely for granted. He can't believe it took losing everything for him to finally realize the truth. The helicopter suddenly shoots upward, throwing everyone inside into a state of panic. Below them, the water explodes into the air. Dimong watches with a worried expression. We should have been far enough away. Just how big was that bomb, he thinks to himself. Ak controls everything. They control who becomes an enhanced warrior, and they manage every aspect of their lives. As Lai-Han thinks it over, he realizes they even control who gets to survive. A massive explosion lights up the horizon, and he asks himself, so when this war is finally over, what's going to happen to us? The scene shifts. A few days later, someone asks, how are the kids? Z replies, they all made it back in one piece. Katarina then asks, and what about Han? Hearing her question, he glances over his shoulder. He walks over with a glass of water. You seem pretty interested in him, don't you? He's a strange one. Katarina takes the glass. No matter how many times I try to see his future, there's nothing there. And yet, he's still alive. Isn't that bizarre? Her words leave him completely speechless. It seems no matter where he goes, he's always an exception. Her expression turns sad, but at the same time, it wouldn't be strange if he just dropped dead. He could die at any moment. Her lips press into a thin, determined line. Katarina calls out to Red, making him look over in surprise. She stays quiet for another moment before finally speaking. I want to go home. One last time. Before I die. Red's expression darkens with sadness, his own lips tightening. He answers her, his voice heavy with conflict. That place was completely destroyed. There's nothing left. Katarina's hand tightens, crushing the glass she's holding. It doesn't matter. I want to draw something there. She's practically begging now. Please, can't you help me? With your position in A, you can make it happen. But Red turns away, his decision absolute. I'm sorry. She screams at him. You bastard! How could you do this to me? As he walks out, she adds, the Red I used to know would have done it for me without a second thought. Katarina hurls the shattered glass across the room. He would have done it for me. She collapses onto the hospital bed, sobbing. In another room, Shimong tells Lai-Han, I'm requesting a transfer to another team. Lai-Han just looks at him, his expression unreadable. For a long moment, they stand in silence, until Lai-Han finally speaks. I always thought we worked pretty well together. at least on the battlefield. He continues, I'm not going to force you to stay, but at least tell me why. Is this about what happened at the tavern? Did that bother you? No, it's not that. They both sit down. We're just not compatible. Shimong says, that much became perfectly clear to me during our last mission. He glances to the side. Do you honestly think your team members are people that you need to protect? What I need is a partner, not a bodyguard. Laihan cuts in. But protecting my team is part of my job. As the team leader, he's cut off as Jimong turns his can upside down, pouring the rest onto the ground. I'm not good with words like you are, he says, so just shut up. He stands, turns his back, and walks away, leaving Laihan watching in silence. Clue is shocked when he hears the news. He transferred to the red team, but that's Jose's squad. Since when did those two get so close? He clenches his fists. And now Jose is suddenly avoiding us. Seeing how calm Laihan is, Clue just gets more confused. How can you be so calm about this? Laihan remembers being a kid, back in a cave, when Jose said, you guys should all come over to my house when the war is over. He'd continued, I'm sure I didn't have it as bad as you guys, but I lived in a pretty rough shack for a while. Then he grinned. I mean, they're doing a lot better now. Thanks to me, of course. Jose had paused then, looking down for a moment. My mom is a really good cook. He looked back up, his bright smile returning. I really want you guys to try her food someday, though I'm not sure if you guys would even like Spanish food. The memory fades, leaving Laihan sitting there, lost in thought. He finally speaks up. I'm sure Jose has his reasons. Let's just give him some time, until he's ready to talk to us himself. In his room, Jose sparks a flame to light a cigarette, then looks up at the ceiling. He leans back, lost in thought, remembering Katarina's cutting words. The red I knew would have done it in a heartbeat. He wondered, what team was she talking about? Joe opened a drawer, pulling out a handful of old photos and picking one from the top. In the picture was a beautiful blonde woman, Katarine Sammy. He remembered her. She was an American tourist vacationing in Sabrine. She'd been leading survivors for days before sending a distress call. The soldiers debated it. This place was a monster hotspot. How was that even possible? But Joe remembered her explanation. She navigated the lethal safe zones by seeing into the future. Katarina takes a drag from her cigarette, the smoke curling away on the wind. They're on a bridge, water churning far below. She turns. Red, got a light? He immediately obliges. She playfully puffs her cheeks to blow the smoke out. Joe just smirks, confusing her. What are you laughing at? He turns to her. I've just never been a fan of smokers. She playfully jabs him. And when were you ever my type? They stand in silence for a moment, before Katarina asks, Red, what will you do after the war ends? His answer is instant. Leave the force. That's it. I'm sick of war. She understood completely. She slumps against the railing, defeated. Then she offers, want to come to Texas with me? And open a barbecue joint. Katarina's face instantly turns beet red. My grandfather taught me his special sauce recipe, she explains. And with your fire-starting ability, cooking will be a piece of cake. She lays out the terms. We split the profits. 70-30. Joe just bursts out laughing. Deal. He turns back to tease her. But I get the 70, you get the 30. You idiot, she retorts, getting angry. You might as well just rob me then. On the path to the future, their playful teasing on the bridge is a picture of happiness. Together, the scene shifts to a photograph in his hand, a picture of the three of them. The flashback begins. Johnny is fiddling with an old camera. Okay, he tries again. All right, this piece of junk actually works pretty well. Then he sprints over to Joe and Katarina for the shot. He dashes back into position. Countdown's over. Okay, smile. In the final photo, Katarina has the brightest smile of all. Joni looks at it and immediately starts to complain. Man, this is terrible. You guys should have done something cooler. Then why'd you want a picture? Joe asks. Joni just grins. You know why. We're almost done here, he says. We need something to remember this by. But Joe's mind is elsewhere. After the war, only the seventh dragon remains. Joe and Katarina share a look of pure happiness. The war will be over soon. After all this, it will finally end, and he just wants to live a normal life. Seeing them, Johnny's face darkens. He watches them in silence for a moment before holding out a pack of cigarettes. Have one. Both of them immediately refuse. I'll pass. Me too. The rejection clearly annoys him. Joni turns and kicks a loose stone. Fine, I'll go by myself. On a nearby table, a communicator begins to ring insistently. Joe glances at the ringing device but doesn't answer it. The scene cuts to a high-level meeting. Alexander is demanding answers. Professor Gray, what about the prophecy? The professor looks worried. She's going to have another seizure soon. Her body simply can't take any more. But, she adds, it seems she already knows this. Hearing that, Joe's expression fills with sorrow. Suddenly, Alexander stands. Is it possible to put her into hibernation again? The suggestion shocks everyone. Her ability is irreplaceable, he declares. She simply cannot be allowed to die yet. He clenches his fist, absolutely determined. We just need her power one last time for the final moments of the battle. The words send a cold panic through Joe. His mind flashes back to that day, to him running joyfully to find Katerina. We did it! He was so happy. We finally did it. We killed the last dragon. He threw open the door to find Katerina on the floor, clutching her head and screaming in agony. Joe panicked. What's wrong, Katerina? Tears streamed down her face as she gripped her head. Oh no. No, it can't be. Seeing her terror, Joe grew frantic, rushing to her side. What is it? Did you see something? He pressed her. Tell me what you saw. But Katerina, still lost in her vision, just shook her head. That wasn't it. Blue veins began to crawl across her skin as her hair shifted color. That wasn't the last dragon. This battle, it was just a scouting mission. 15 years from now, all of us are going to die. Back in the meeting, Joe slowly gets to his feet. His face is a dark thundercloud as he glares at Alexander with pure hatred. You're planning to treat the prophet like a tool? He snarls. Alexander's face twists with rage. How dare you? You really think you have the right to say that to me? A vein throbs on Joe's forehead. He's furious. But he just turns and walks out, abandoning the meeting. Alexander's cold eyes follow his every step. Alexander gives a command. Keep an eye on Red. The scene changes to later that night. Someone is working on Joe's prosthetic leg. All done. You kept it cleaner this time. The two chat while he works. I haven't been in the field for a long time, the old man chuckles. So even the mighty Red has fallen on hard times, eh? What do you know, old man? But the mechanic scoffs. He's still a long way off. All of them are still using my designs. They think they're so great just because they found a new application for my creation. Joe gets up to leave. I should go. The old man looks up. You gonna be okay? Charlie's face turns serious. This is really about the prophet. Are you sure you won't regret this for the rest of your life? Joe looks away sadly. I've already done too many things I'll regret forever. The old man sighs and walks over to a large object covered by a tarp, leaving Joe to his thoughts. This thing was supposed to be out of commission, he says. But I fixed it myself and got it working again. With one powerful tug, he rips the tarp off, revealing what's underneath. It's a massive robot. Even if they succeed in putting her into hibernation, Charlie says, there's no guarantee she'll wake up, given her physical state. Alexander is willing to bet on that small chance. But Charlie continues, she has saved countless lives already. Her days are numbered. She has the right to be happy for whatever time she has left. Don't you agree? As Joe walks, the plan echoes in his mind. You and the prophet head to Warehouse 4. I'll have a psychic dampener and a chopper waiting. He presses on, until a voice from behind stops him. Where are you going at this hour, sir? He freezes, silent. Standing behind him is Lai Han. She asks again, more seriously this time. Where are you going? Joe is stunned by the question. Sergeant Red. He clenches his fist as a cold sweat breaks out. He slowly turns his head. Damn it, Alexander. Of course, he thinks. The old man would send the most troublesome kid to tail him. Out loud, he says, I'm just taking a walk. Lai Han fires back. Wearing the military cap you never wear off duty? His eyes turn sharp as ice. I know that you know, he says, so stop the act. In response, Lai Han pulls on her gloves, and her eyes begin to glow. The kid immediately took a combat stance. He always moved with purpose, so he must have his reasons. Seeing this, but he didn't attack, simply asking, What are you planning to do? What? Li Han put on his hat. When you take the prophet, do you know how to escape from Ak? Joe just stared back, completely lost. Aren't you supposed to be following me? You're here to help, on the prophet's orders, he asked. And you just accept the prophet's orders without question? Lai Han pointed behind him. I've already taken care of the officers who were tailing you. Hanjo tensed up, instantly on guard. Be straight with me. Why are you really doing all this? The kid stepped closer to Joe. I made a deal. I help you get out of Ak safely. Lai Han walked past, but his eyes darted back in exchange for a data file with critical information on Ak. Then he just walked off. First, get the prophet. There will be guards. Joe watched him leave, completely speechless. Now, the two of them were hiding in the shadows outside the building. The prophet had to be on the second floor. Then Lai Han laid out the plan. We're going in through the third window on the right. It's the closest path to the fire escape, and there are no guards. Hearing this, Joe just stayed silent. Joe swallowed hard, thinking to himself, this damn kid, what's your real endgame? He realized Lai-Han had found every single camera blind spot to map out a safe path. This wasn't something just anyone could pull off. Joe stared intently at the kid, realizing it was as if he'd been preparing for a war where Ak was the enemy. Suddenly, the boy spoke up. I know that out of everyone here, you're the one who understands exactly why I prepared so thoroughly. Joe remembered Lao Cha's words. In a crisis, only those who prepare for the unexpected will survive. He asked, you really took Lao Cha's words to heart, didn't you? Even so, I can't believe you went this far. You're one stubborn brat. He ran a hand through his hair and chuckled. I'll give you this, Joe continued. No matter what happens to this world, I bet you'll make it out alive. Outside the door, 4 soldiers stood guard. Lai-Han pressed himself flat against the wall, observing their movements. They're changing their patrol route. Wait here a second. His eyes were calculating. Only 2 guards posted here, he thought. It means they aren't expecting anyone to break in. After all, how could they ever suspect that he, a sergeant, would betray Ak from the inside? Lai-Han remembered the old saying, Ak is always vulnerable from within. With a burst of speed, he launched forward. Joe was horrified. Don't tell me you're planning to fight them all with that glove. He moved like a bolt of lightning, unleashing a flurry of punches that took them all down in an instant. With the soldiers out cold on the floor, Joe cautiously walked inside. He glanced around the room. Are these guys all right? I'm positive. I used just enough force to knock them unconscious. I've run countless experiments on the dial to control the power surges precisely, Lai-Han replied. So don't worry. Inside the factory, the hour was getting late. Lai-Han grabbed a drill and began repairing a robot as Katerina handed him a USB. The thing you were promised, she said, grateful. Thank you, Han replied. Stay safe, always. Joe's expression softened. I never thought I would say this, but thank you. The 2 men then turned to talk with each other. So who's going to fly this chopper? There's a pilot who has already agreed to help us out. Lai-Han watched them, thinking it looked more like Joe had forced him. Lai-Han clenched his fist, then suddenly spoke up. Do you have any final advice for me? Hearing that, Joe turned his head. Lai-Han was dead serious, waiting for an answer. Joe didn't really know what to say. Advice? I'm not sure. You have more experience fighting dragons than I do. Still, Joe offered him a small piece of counsel. If I could offer just one small piece of advice, it would be this. Don't show so much of your emotions on the outside, he continued. Nobody has the right to blame you just for acting like a human being for a moment. Hearing this, Lai-Han's fist clenched so tightly it began to tremble. Is that really all you have to say to me? He asked quietly. After all the training, after I've spent all this time hardening myself. His face darkened as he gritted his teeth. Joe continued, you'll get eaten alive the second you show any weakness. Lai-Han yelled, cutting him off. I know that better than anyone. If that's your advice, then I don't need it. Seeing him like this, Joe was left speechless. He let out a soft laugh, then turned to leave. All right then. Fine. I wish you the best of luck in your fight. The 2 figures slowly faded from Lai-Han's view. In that moment, images of him and Joe flashed through his mind. As the memories faded, he could only whisper goodbye. Goodbye, Sergeant Red. The scene cuts to a mess hall, buzzing with gossip about the bastard. How could he do that just for some girl? How can a war hero be such a traitor? Everyone just kept blaming Joe for what happened. I always thought he was a heartless bastard, but it turns out he's a real romantic. The whispers were endless. Clue, completely fed up, turned away. The whole base was talking. Dichi chimed in between bites. I mean, they're not wrong. He is a pathetic bastard for running away at a time like this. The chatter just kept going. But the weirder thing is how silent the higher-ups are. There's no way Sergeant Red slipped out alone, someone else added. And they're not even looking for an accomplice? Lai-Han headed toward his bedroom, his eyes glancing at the USB drive in his hand. The hallway was completely deserted. Suddenly, a glowing screen materialized right in front of him. Startled, he looked down at the screen. It displayed a simple message. I'm sorry. The words felt like they were sent from one person in particular. I'm sorry, if I hadn't done this. The scene suddenly cuts to a man carrying a deer over his shoulder. He tosses it into the back of a truck, gets in, and turns the key. The engine rumbled to life. He drove the truck down a long, snow-covered road. By nightfall, the vehicle pulled up in front of a small house. Katharina saw him from inside and ran out, overjoyed. She was breathless. You're late. Did you sell the game? The man smiled softly. It was Joe, he replied happily. I did, and I even bought us dinner on the way back. Steaming hot food sat on the table. Katharina and Joe sat across from each other as she happily lifted her bowl. Should we just devour this all in one go? He sounded a little exasperated. Good grief, this silly girl. Joe also raised his bowl and began to eat, nice and slow. Their faces are a mess, but they're smiling. He betrayed absolutely everyone just to see that smile one more time, a stolen moment of peace. He has no regrets about his choice. Back in his room, Lee Han slams his hand on the desk, again and again, trying to make the message reappear. I'm sorry. If I hadn't done it, Red would be dead. Hanley stared at the words, lost in thought. There was clearly more to this message. Is something about to happen? A fist slammed down on the table. Alexander roared in absolute fury. Both squads of his first-generation super soldiers were completely wiped out. A soldier nervously reported that one of them had survived and returned. He continued, explaining there were no apparent wounds on the man's body, but he was unconscious and currently being treated in the infirmary. Alexander's face darkened. His eyes filled with a murderous light. He shot to his feet. I'll go see him myself. He then strode forward with intense purpose. As Alexander walked, his mind raced. He couldn't believe this happened right as Red left. Even with the second generation, they still needed the first. He stood before the soldier's room. He was in there. The door slowly creaked open. Behind that door was a man with blonde hair. Before Alexander could even process it, the man opened fire, gunning down the soldiers one by one. Alexander screamed as he watched his men fall. The gunman then aimed his weapon directly at him. Terrified, Alexander began to back away. In a flash, a sword sliced through the air, taking the attacker's head clean off. Hanley had appeared, saving Alexander, who was still reeling in shock as the body collapsed. The commander yelled, "Hanley, how we have to get out of here?" But Hanley just replied, "It's not over." A sinister red energy began to swirl around them. The red power erupted from the fallen man's corpse. Hanley desperately urged him, "Go, now." Alexander ran, but he still looked back, shouting his name. "Hanley, you're injured. I'll call for reinforcements." But Hanley refused. "No, this thing will just possess your body. I'll handle it myself." That red energy morphed into a figure that looked exactly like Hanley. He wasn't prepared. How could he possibly defeat this thing? The entity lunged, and Hanley raised his sword, ready for battle. His mind worked fast. If its goal was possession, it wouldn't risk causing any physical harm to the body it wanted to inhabit. Hanley knew there was no other choice but to fight it on a mental plane. Lightning crackled around him, veins bulging on his face as he clenched his jaw. Elsewhere, John was outside chopping firewood, the axe falling in a steady rhythm. Katerina watched, bored out of her mind. She yawned. "I'm bored. Let's go inside." John was breathing hard. "If we don't want to freeze, we need this firewood." She smiled playfully. "Or we could just keep each other warm." "You really think so?" Later that night, the two of them sat outside. With the wood finally chopped, they both just stared up at the night sky. Katerina gazed at the stars and sighed. "It's beautiful," she continued happily, "so peaceful, especially considering we almost faced the end of the world." John glanced over at her. He finally spoke up. "You're still keeping your promise, right?" He had to remind her of what she'd agreed to. "You promised you would never use your powers again." John's expression was complicated, but Katerina just kept smiling. "Yes, of course I did." He knew, statistically, her next seizure would be fatal. She was stable now only because she wasn't using her powers, but that could change at any moment. After a brief silence, Katerina turned to him. She giggled and announced, "I'm hungry." John jumped, completely startled. He let out a sigh of relief and stood. "You scared me." "Good grief, let's go eat." "But why were you so surprised?" "It's nothing." Far away, Hanley's eyes snapped open. He was in a hospital. A knock came from his door. Hanley walked into Alexander's office. The commander was standing by a window as sunlight poured in. He spoke first. "Sit down." They sat facing each other. Alexander lifted his teacup as he always did. "I want your report." His eyes darted up. "I mean," he clarified, "about the recent ghost suppression." Hanley's gaze fell to his hands. "When I received my physical enhancements, my body showed a severe rejection of all psychic abilities. They said it was completely unprecedented. They'd never seen a super soldier's body reject psychic powers before." He continued, "My body reacted the same way to the ghost, since it's made of psychic energy. It invaded to possess me, but it voluntarily terminated itself inside of me." Silence hung in the air after he finished. Alexander finally picked up his tea again. "Is that all?" "Yes, sir," Hanley replied seriously. Alexander's brow furrowed with suspicion. He knew something was being hidden. "All right, you're dismissed." Hanley stood, saluted, then turned and left. Alexander stayed in his chair thinking. If the reports were accurate, the ghost wasn't just rejected. It must have been forced out. Alexander watched him go. Hanley was definitely hiding something. If only Red were here right now. Outside, Hanley closed the door and stared at his own hand, completely baffled. The truth is, I don't know what really happened yesterday. I don't know what I was thinking. All I did was reach out my hand. Hanley walked down the corridor, thoughts swirling, because he couldn't handle psychic powers. His own psychic level was so low, he couldn't even properly pilot a psychic-controlled mech. That's why he always assumed his only special trait was his fine control over that energy. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. And yet, Hanley looked down at his hand again. Maybe this is my true self. 6 months pass. John was just about to enter his house when Katerina rushed out. "You're home early. Is everything okay?" He tried to go inside, but she blocked his path. "Wait, don't come in." John was confused. "Why not?" "Go buy some salt," she ordered with a triumphant smile. John pulled his cap down. "You need it that urgently? You won't even let me inside?" "I spilled it, and I already started making soup." She shoved him toward the street. "Go on, hurry." "Oh, for crying out loud." Katerina pushed him again. "Hurry up." He sounded defeated. All right, I'm going." He figured everything was probably fine for now. John drove down the street, but as he stepped out of the car, a loud crack made him flinch hard. John looked down at his damn prosthetic leg. He hadn't been taking proper care of it. He kept walking, but his balance was now slightly off. He made his way into a supermarket and found the salt. He grabbed a box, figuring that would be enough. But then, his eyes locked onto something. He spun around, slamming his elbow into the person next to him. They went flying with a yell. John followed up with a punch, driving them straight to the ground. He'd been followed from the parking lot. Knew it. He even took a detour. So he pulls his gun. "Who are you?" But before he gets an answer, another gun is pointed right at him. "Enough." A voice cuts through the tension. "Sergeant, drop your weapon." John immediately tosses his gun to the ground. He turns away without a care. "You're one of them. After everything that's happened, what could you possibly want from a has-been like me?" A hand swings a door open, and Alexander appears right in his path. His tone was grave. "Because the situation has become so dire, we have to call on the has-beens." But John remained perfectly calm. "Chief of Staff. Long time no see. What brings you out here?" John backed away as the man approached, then made a break for it. A soldier shouted, "Stop right there, Red!" But the chief stopped him. "Let him go. For now. Just follow him." His thoughts drifted. Catherine. The prophet. He didn't think she'd last another 6 months. John raced home, but his car suddenly swerved as he desperately fought the wheel. The car plunged off the side of a cliff, slamming into a tree and belching smoke. "Because for me, spending my days with you." John forced the door open and stumbled outside. His face was a mask of blood. He staggered forward. "Is more important than humanity's future." John gasped for air, pushing onward. When his prosthetic leg suddenly snapped, John fell flat on his face, but he somehow forced himself back up. He staggered towards his house, dragging himself up every single step before pushing the door open. He froze, his eyes widening in horror. An image of Katerina flashed in his mind, smiling. "I love you, Red." But here she was, on the floor, surrounded by a pulsing blue energy, forever. Alexander's car pulled to a stop outside John's home. A soldier looked over. "What now, sir?" His commander watched intently. "We wait." John's face darkened as he held Katerina close. Her hand was drenched in blood. Tears fell from his eyes onto her face before he let out a scream of pure, unending agony. Alexander simply watched, doing nothing. Snow melted from the trees, falling like tears. Later, John sat alone, aimlessly scooping soup into a dish. He just set the spoon down. John lifted the entire bowl to his lips. After he ate, he rose from the chair. His eyes were completely empty. "Everything is ready, Catherine." He stood, staring into the bathroom mirror. The water ran from the faucet, on and on. He picked up a razor and began to shave. John opened his closet, pulling on an old coat before walking over to the unconscious Catherine. "I thought about joining you right then and there." He walked out, slamming the door shut. "But it seems I still have some unfinished business to take care of." Resolve hardened in his eyes. John walked right through the flames to stand before Alexander. "Just wait a little longer for me, Catherine." The thought was a silent prayer. "I love you," the soldiers muttered among themselves. "Sergeant Red is back. How is that possible? I heard he was on medical leave. This is insane." Lihan turned to the group. "Ark, we don't have time to worry about that now. He's right." An announcement blared. "Prepare for landing," as the engines ejected from the ship, glowing red-hot. Kuro was panting, completely exhausted. "I don't care, I just need to sleep." But there's always one more problem. Clue just let out a tired sigh. Me too. We haven't slept in 48 hours. They were going to collapse from exhaustion before the final battle even began. Mission after mission with absolutely no rest, Li-Han thought. If this keeps up, we're all going to. Just then, a sharp whoosh cut through the air. Everyone whipped their heads around. What was that? An explosion. It came from the gate. Is that Omega Team? Kuro wondered. Are they sending them to hold the gate again? Clue thought to himself. Do they ever get a break? He couldn't help but worry. They definitely have it worse than us. Ever since their rebellion against Ark, it's like they've just become totally expendable. Li-Han watched them, realizing the cold truth. Ark was treating them like disposable parts. Startled, he looked at his hand as his mask automatically sealed. Local network engaged. This is Alpha 1. Multiple tactical displays appeared. Omega 1 requesting support from Alpha Team. Li-Han's response was cold. That's outside our mission scope. Handle it yourselves. A voice crackled over the comms. We can't destroy 2 dragons at the same time. One of them will escape while we handle the other. Request support through your superiors. Someone else muttered. Seriously? And I thought you guys were supposed to be smart. Li-Han fell silent for a moment. Another operative noticed. What's wrong? Han turned back to relay the request from Omega. I'm going. Silence, you're with me. A shimmering blue portal materialized in front of them. A voice urged them on. Let's go, Alpha 1. Ribbon just grinned. I've been looking forward to meeting you. Han and the team flew past at high speed. Monsters swarmed below. Li-Han shouted his orders. Ignore them all. Go straight for the objective. They pushed forward without a second thought. They flew past the swarming beasts, who roared in fury from below. But then, a giant hand shot out, grabbing 2 of them from the air. Let's each take one. You go first. A soldier dove in, slicing the head clean off a monster. Li-Han roared, launching a powerful kick to take down the other. They continued to cut a path through every monster in their way. The 2 leaders finally stopped before another group, slowly descending. Is everything taken care of? Ribbon stepped forward, smiling. Thanks for coming all this way, Han. It's good to meet you. Silence. Li-Han stepped up. Did you lie to get us here? He held up his hand. No, we really needed aid. You guys just got here late. He glanced away. When the dragon's core explodes, it temporarily jams all communications. Ribbon just sneered. You are a terrible liar. Omega 1. I guess I really did underestimate you, he continued. You're right, Han. It's better if we just have an honest conversation. Li-Han's suspicion grew. Don't tell me you're planning another failed rebellion. Ribbon looked right at him. We were a bit careless last time. Han shot back. I don't think much has changed. But Ribbon just spread his arms, full of confidence. The only reason we are still alive is because Ark doesn't have enough soldiers. Which means there is no guarantee they'll keep us alive after the war is over. He paused, his face turning deadly serious. However, do you really think things will be any different for you? He pressed on. I'm sure you've thought about it at least once. Hearing this, Han flinched. Ribbon stared right into his eyes. What happens to us when this war is over? He continued. The only way for us super soldiers to survive is to band together. Back then, and even now, I only do what I have to keep me and my comrades alive. Han was confused. Comrades? You were the one who killed those comrades. You are nothing but a murderer. But Li-Han is worried. We're going to lose our way in this conversation. He has to stop Team Omega from achieving their goal, so he steps forward and declares it confidently liar. The word startles him. He's lying, Li-Han insists. Stay calm, don't let him trick you. Han Riobin seems confused. Are you really denying what I just said? That doesn't sound like you at all. In response, Li-Han presses a sword to his throat. This damn fool trusts Han unconditionally, Riobin thinks. His men behind him raise their guns, but he stops them. Put your weapons down. That's not necessary. Riobin's eyes dart back to Li-Han. We're done talking for today. He continues. I look forward to seeing you again. Li-Han's feet stop, and he pivots back around. He turns his head and tells Riobin, Omega 1, there are a few things that you, and everyone else, have completely forgotten. He adds, First, we need to win this war. Everything else comes after that. And with those words, the 2 of them soar into the sky. Riobin watches their backs, thinking, what a shame. I gave this a lot of thought. That kid is just impossibly stubborn. Riobin recalls his expression. But one thing is clear, if he can beat Li-Han today, he can beat the entire 3rd-year class. Inside a building, Octo speaks up. All right, Kuro, are you ready? Kuro responds, yes, sir. Alexander is a little confused. Octo. Kuro isn't even wearing his psychic armor anymore. What are you planning to do? Octo doesn't answer, just lifts his glasses. You'll see. Suddenly, 6 hidden guns burst from the floor. What the hell? Alexander shouts, ordering them to stop. Too late, they all fire at once. In a flash, a shield materializes, blocking every shot. He is completely stunned, with no idea what just happened. An older man grins and explains that after his trial by fire, Kuro can now unleash S-rank abilities. Osto is losing his mind with excitement. By maintaining his psychic power with intense concentration, he can block physical damage without needing any psychic armor at all. Beside him, Alexander is trembling with fear. Octo shouts into the mic, ordering. And next, Kuro, destroy everything. His body suddenly begins to glow. He unleashes a single move that blocks every incoming shot. Octo continues. His power has surpassed ordinary object manipulation. In his current state, Kuro can easily walk across a battlefield completely untouched. Alexander shudders, whispering, "Oh my God, he's a monster." Then the man shouts with joy. This time, humanity will win completely. This proves the project was absolutely right. Jay, standing nearby, looks on with a worried expression. He looks at Kuro's form. Can a gentle soul really handle this kind of power? A knock echoes, and Clute cracks open the door to see him. He pushes it open, confused. Li-Han? What are you doing here at this hour? Clute's hand is trembling uncontrollably. He frowns, startled by his own body. Clute hugs himself, telling Li-Han, "I'm not feeling so well." But Li-Han suddenly shoves past him and steps into the room. On the table are countless different drugs. Li-Han picks up a bag of pills to examine it, and Clute turns away to avoid his gaze. He speaks tiredly. Yes, they're combat stimulants. He recounts facing countless near-death experiences. Clute adds, "And at some point, it just became normal for me." He explains, "If I don't do anything for a long time like this, it feels like my body is screaming." Clute's hand begins to tremble again, as if it wants to feel the rush of battle. He grits his teeth. Damn it. How did it come to this? Clute flinches and turns away. What is it? Then he offers a faint smile. If we win this war? I don't know. He starts to dream. I want to buy a really big boat. Big enough to make everyone jealous. Li-Han crushes the bag of pills in his hand. Clute looks down, feeling a little guilty. Sorry for making you worry, and thanks, Li-Han. He steps into his room and closes the door. The scene shifts to Kuro, who looks lost in thought. After we win this war? I've never thought about it. I guess I'll open an Aikido dojo in Japan. Someone says, I can't believe this is our final preparation session. Li-Han puts on his golden gloves. He clenches his fists with a serious look, then walks towards a plane. A total of 22 teams of the 88th ranked Psychic Armor Division. The planes are lined up in a long row, a culmination of all their funds and manpower. People line up to create an army of human weapons. Li-Han and his friends are all ready, and the other teams are no exception. An announcement is made for everyone to board the ship. Everyone begins to file on. Someone steps forward and calls out to them. Lee and Clute turn their heads. Joe. The three of them look at each other in silence for a moment. Z speaks up. There's something I haven't told you guys yet. He continues. So all of you, make sure you come back alive, so that I can tell you. Before leaving, Joe repeats. When we meet again, I'll tell you everything. Li-Han smiles. Deal. Clute is happy too. All right, see you later. Alexander is in the control room. They will try to invade us with multiple waves of attacks. We'll also divide our forces into 3 parts to prepare for such a case. He furrows his brow, deep in serious thought. If the invasion 15 years ago was just a reconnaissance mission, then this one will be unlike anything we've ever seen before. But he confidently thinks, I don't think we will lose. Alexander gives an order, bring up the Mongolian planes on the screen. The image appears, showing tanks rushing forward in droves. Soldiers equipped with armor follow, along with many heavy missiles. Joe exhales a puff of smoke, casually smoking a cigarette. He stands before the soldiers and declares, We don't have any psychic armor, but you are still a part of the psychic force. Joe continues seriously, Our job is to support the paratroopers and destroy their minions. All you have to do is what you've been trained for. Jia's arm is shaking. He holds his arm tightly. Damn it, he can't even hear the words his commander is saying right now. He tries to comfort himself. Ji, you fool, don't be scared. You're not going to die. You're going to come home safe. He thinks about the worst-case scenario. No matter what happens, you will survive. Joe suddenly glances over, noticing him. He turns to ask, Do you have a problem? No, sir. Joe puts on his helmet. Stay alert. He looks up at the sky. Is this really war? He clenched his jaw, his thoughts fixed on Katarina. Just a little longer, he vowed. For now, the sky was deceptively calm. A spotter scanned the horizon through binoculars. The silence was absolute. Then a flash of crimson ripped across the sky. The observer yanked the binoculars away, his face turning pale with sheer terror. What is that? In the command center, chaos erupted. It's a gate, but through the panic, Alexander remained ice cold. Yes, he confirmed, his voice low. It's happening right before our eyes, and I still can't believe it. He was stunned. So this is how their main force invades? More gates tore through reality as tanks opened fire and missiles streaked across the sky. A storm of explosions erupted. Monsters began pouring out, and the two armies slammed into each other, creating a wall of continuous fire. Tank crews unleashed hell while infantry laid down a hail of bullets, screaming, "Die, you monsters!" A lone hunter reached out, as if to grasp the chaos itself. Z's voice cut through the noise. More of them survived the barrage. Stay sharp. In the command center, Alexander slammed his fist on the console. He shot to his feet, roaring, "Call in an airstrike. I want a direct hit on their gates." Jets screamed overhead, dropping missiles that created a massive fireball. Horrific beasts crawled from the portal, a tide of darkness that blotted out the sun. A soldier yelled into his radio, "Confirm dragons. I repeat, we have dragons. Requesting backup." A blinding light washed over the battlefield, followed by a deafening, non-stop roar that shook the very ground. The dragons opened their maws, unleashing torrents of energy that tore the earth apart. An officer reported, "Their breath attacks are shredding our lines." "Do we deploy the first wave?" Alexander's brow furrowed in disappointment. "I didn't expect miracles, but..." "Is that all they've got?" "A shame," he muttered, "but we can still use them as bait for a little longer." He clasped his hands, ordering, "It's not over. Use the PF to distract them." Dragonfire blasted the spot where Jiro had been standing, but he dodged just in time. He glanced back, panting, at the earth which now sizzled and dissolved. A roar from behind caught him off guard. A massive hand swiped for him. Jiro froze, completely trapped. And then Z appeared, guns blazing. He spun around, yelling, "Snap out of it!" Gigi was panting in pure terror. A new report came in for Sergeant Red. "We've lost thousands, nearly 10,000 casualties so far." The update continued, a confirmed visual on roughly 200 individual dragons. "Sir, you must deploy the first wave now," the officer begged. Alexander considered it. "As I thought, the second-year BF squad lacks experience. Do I truly have no other choice?" With that, the jets were dispatched, dropping specialized pods directly toward the swarm of dragons. Alexander watched intently. These pods were crafted from dragon materials, specifically designed to resist any breath attacks during their descent. With another deafening blast, small combat teams emerged from the pods. This was the first wave 6 elite squads who owned the sky. They immediately swarmed the beasts, hacking away at their massive wings. The mission was simple: ground the dragons. In the control room, an analyst cheered, "It's working. On to the next one. Take them down," they yelled. One by one, the dragons fell, their massive bodies plummeting from the sky like bolts of dark lightning. Gij was at his limit, cursing as he unloaded clip after clip into a monster. Panting hard, he growled, "I am not dying here today. Not a chance." Another update came from the command center. 60% of enemy air power is eliminated. "Sir, preparing to deploy the second wave." Alexander's brow tightened. 200 dragons down by only 24 fighters. With power like this, there was no reason they should lose. Still, more dragons kept coming. "Most of these are Type 2s, an analyst reported. "They just keep pouring out. Send in the second wave. Deploy the elite forces right now." Octo's voice came over the comms. "We're counting on you, second wave." Dichi grinned. "You heard the man. It's our time to shine." Then another voice spoke. "We don't know what's waiting for us after this battle. We don't even know if we'll make it out of this alive." Every face was grim, but I refused to send any more of my friends to their graves. Laihan pulled on his gloves, his expression set like steel. "This is it. Let's finish this war for good." With a powerful roar, Clue launched himself into the air, spear held high. He landed square on a dragon's back, plunging his spear deep into its spine. At the same time, Laihan appeared behind it, sword drawn, and bellowed a command. "Silence! Dodge right!" The creature brandished a wicked, two-headed spear. Sword ready, he watched it fly past before unleashing a wave of his own power after it. A flash of purple light lit the sky as the dragon charged him. Laihan became a whirlwind, rocketing forward with a yell and thrusting his blade home. The dragon roared in agony. Down below, Dichi watched the whole thing unfold, laughing with pure, battle-crazed delight. Alpha Squad's already got 3 kills. We can't fall behind, right? He stretched, then gestured to the grounded monsters and gave his squad the order. Let's send these fallen, wingless worms back where they came from. Z's eyes blazed with killing intent as he unleashed a massive torrent of fire. Kuro's gaze was ice. A blue light flared from his hand, and in an instant, a giant spectral fist materialized to crush the monsters before him. Back in the office, Alexander watched the screens and slammed his hand on the desk, not in anger, but with a deeply satisfied smile. Everything is proceeding perfectly. Meanwhile, Lai-Han pinned a monster down, raising his blade. With all his might, he plunged it downwards, thinking, "We can do this. End this war." After the brutal fight, the ground was littered with dragon corpses. The exhausted survivors slowly rose, taking in the devastation around them. Lai-Han removed his helmet, his eyes wide as he surveyed the carnage. Sweat dripped from his brow, tracing a line down his jaw. Standing behind him, Clue wiped sweat from his face. "This isn't over yet, is it?" he asked quietly. Lai-Han grit his teeth, the words coming out strained. "Probably not. We still have titans like Bahamut to deal with, plus whatever's next." He looked up. "Because that gate, it is still wide open." He stared at the gate, his mind racing. They still had a third wave to deal with. If they could just hold the line without them, the odds might finally turn in their favor. In the observation room, Alexander watched with growing dread. And then, from the gate, the dragons appeared once again. Lai-Han's hand tightened on his sword. The sky filled with thousands upon thousands of dragons pouring from the portals. A gasp rippled through the soldiers. Impossible. A frantic report shot back to Alexander. Type, 2 dragon reinforcements were at the gate, around 100 of them. He slammed his fist on the table, roaring. What? His mind raced as he clenched his fists. Type 1s were infants compared to these, and now there were 100 of them. Without a second's hesitation, he bellowed the order to deploy the 3rd attack wave. On his command, every fighter jet scrambled into the sky. Lai-Han's face was a mask of grim determination as he issued his own command. Consolidate all squads into one platoon, with the most experienced leader in charge. The battle erupted. The first wave focused on support, using what little they had. A dragon roared, and a female warrior, dual swords at the ready, met its fiery gaze. "This is what defines my life." Her entire being flared with power as she lunged forward, cleaving the massive beast clean in 2. She fought for justice, driven to slay one more dragon to ease the burden on her comrades. As the clash subsided, the ground was littered with the bodies of the fallen. Below, an injured soldier named Dichi lay on the ground, sweat pouring down his forehead. He could hear footsteps approaching through the haze of battle. Joe stopped beside him, his voice laced with concern. "Are you still alive?" Dichi groaned, painfully sitting up and clutching his head as he looked at the man. "Sergeant Red, how am I alive? What happened to all those monsters?" The man, Sam, looked off into the distance. They scattered. All at once, out of nowhere. GJ yelled in disbelief. "What? But how?" Z stared at the horizon, his voice low. "I'm sure we'll find out soon enough, whether we like it or not." They all looked up at the portals in the sky as more dragons streamed through. Gory stared ahead, his voice a low growl. "This is starting to get on my nerves." His comrade turned, surprised. "Why's that?" Gory watched the dragons closing in, his voice dropping. "Because I can't be out there fighting alongside them." Meanwhile, a report came in for Alexander. 90% of the Type 2 dragons were down. The situation was finally tilting in their favor. And they only had 12 casualties so far. Alexander shot to his feet, a flicker of hope on his face, silently praying this was the end. But then, up in the sky, the portals began to warp, pulling towards each other. Dai could only watch, gritting her teeth in absolute shock. "The gates!" Clue screamed in terror. "They're merging!" Kuro stared, his own astonishment unconcealed, as they combined into one colossal portal. Lightning crackled from the massive new gate, as dragons swarmed around it. But Lai-Han remained unfazed, his focus locked on killing the dragons in front of him. Sword in hand, he barked his orders. "Stay focused! We're wiping out every last one of these things before the next wave hits." In the command center, alarms blared. "Anomaly at the gate. Its size is unprecedented." Alexander stared at the screen, a dreadful realization dawning. It has to be Bahamut. Elsewhere, a man named Rion was cuffed to a chair. He thrashed and screamed, completely lost in his own private madness. He laughed, his eyes glowing red, babbling in an unknown tongue. As he muttered, An explosion rocked the battlefield, and a wave of pure force blasted out, sending everyone flying. They were sent reeling, their armor cracking under the immense pressure as they cried out in agony. From within the portal, a massive claw emerged. A colossal foot slammed onto the earth, and then a monstrous head appeared, leaving the soldiers staring in utter disbelief. "It's massive," Clute stammered, turning to Li Han. "Han, is that the same one from last time?" Li Han's jaw was tight as he stared at the dragon. "Yeah, I'm sure of it." There was no mistaking the spear still embedded in the creature's eye. Bahamut fully emerged, its breath like a storm as it took heavy steps forward. "That's Bahamut," someone uttered. Its gaze swept over them, and then it spoke. Its voice wasn't heard, it was felt, a psychic assault that made them clutch their heads. "You insignificant insects. This time, I will crush you all." In command, the scan confirmed it. Match probability over 97%. It was Bahamut. Alexander's jaw dropped as he looked at the monitor. So it was true it could speak. Bahamut had barely arrived, and its psychic roar was already an agonizing weapon. Its scream brought the warriors to their knees, clutching their heads in pain. The piercing noise inside their skulls was just relentless. Kuro's fists were clenched so tight, his knuckles were white, his body trembling. We have to get out of here," he stammered, his eyes wide with terror. He gritted his teeth. Because very soon, all life on these plains will be extinguished. As Bahamut stared down with its glowing red eyes, Kuro's terrified voice hung in the air. In just a few moments, his eyes were locked on the monster. "We are all going to die." Hearing this, Li Han whipped his head around, completely shocked. "What?" Before anyone else could react, Simon walked straight up to Kuro and decked him right in the face. He angrily roared, "Then say it in a way we can understand. Don't just stand there like an idiot." Li Han slowly pieced it together, voicing what they all feared. "He means there's no way for us to get out of here alive," Li Han said with a grim smile. "Right?" Kuro simply lowered his head, his silence a clear confirmation. Bahamut tilted its head back and let out a deafening roar. With a powerful beat of its massive wings, it launched itself into the sky, soaring high above them. It opened its massive jaws, and a ball of pure energy materialized. Then, without warning, it fired the devastating blast straight down toward the ground. The beam of energy tore through the clouds. Everything in its path was instantly obliterated. A massive plume of smoke erupted, and on the monitors, the signal went to static. The command center operators cried out in shock. "It destroyed our external sensors. We have no vision on the battlefield," Alexander yelled, pointing frantically. "There's no time to waste. Get the jet prepped, now." But for a moment, another scene flashed through their minds. Simon and Li Han, sparring with smiles on their faces, a world away from this apocalyptic nightmare. A sudden flash of a memory, Jose and Li Han, smiling, watching dolphins play. Then it shatters, replaced by a darker vision. He's restrained, pinned to the ground by two men, his eyes filled with a deep sadness. And then, he's back. Right before their eyes, reality rips open. A massive crater appears, crackling with raw electricity. Li Han stared in shock at the shield now enveloping his body. What was this? The others looked on in disbelief as well, a perfect shield, not a single scratch on them. After the assault finally passed, Joe's group could only stare at the scene in absolute shock. Zoe looked back at them, stunned. Were they all completely wiped out? There was no way anyone could survive an attack like that. He glanced up at the sky, thinking even if they somehow did, it was still hitting them from an impossible distance. This was the absolute worst-case scenario. Meanwhile, Kuro was bleeding from his nose, each drop hitting the ground below as he used every ounce of his strength to block the massive attack. Zimong stared at him, taking off his hat and shouting in disbelief, "Kuro, you bastard. Why?" Kuro was using his own power to shield everyone from Bahamut's assault. His eyes were completely white as blood streamed from his nose. A look of pure panic on his face, Li Han sprinted towards him, screaming Kuro's name, but he was too late. Kuro collapsed to the ground. He barely managed to open his eyes, seeing the worried faces of Simon and Li Han looking down at him. Simon frantically jammed a syringe into Kuro's arm. At the same time, Li Han summoned lightning to his hands, pressing down on Kuro's chest as his body jolted from the shock. Li Han then began giving him rescue breaths while the others crowded around, their voices filled with panic, pleading for him to wake up. "Kuro," dripping with sweat, he yelled again. "Kuro, open your eyes." Beside him, Simon was panting, sweat pouring down his chin. "Damn it, this is not how you die." And then, in the sky, fighter jets suddenly appeared. A frantic voice, Alexander's, came over the comms. "What's our ETA?" The reply was instant. They were approaching the airspace around the gate. Alexander asked anxiously, "And Bahamut? Do we have eyes on it?" The operator typed furiously, trying to get a visual confirmation now. With a look of dread, the man reported, "High concentration of psychic energy detected. It's outside the atmosphere." He continued his urgent report. "It looks like it's preparing to fire another breath attack. According to our calculations, we have approximately 30 minutes until the next blast, sir." Alexander stared at the screen and barked his orders. "We need to get there faster. Now." Back on the battlefield, as the jet soared overhead, Kuro suddenly shot up, coughing out a mouthful of blood. Everyone stared in disbelief as he coughed up more blood. Kuro, he was awake. But just as their attention was on him, the jet swooped in closer. Lai Han immediately sensed something was up. They all heard the noise and looked to the sky as the aircraft hovered directly above them. Alexander's voice boomed out. "Selected members, get on board. There's no time to explain." His voice grew even more urgent. "We only have about 20 minutes left. We have to strike before it does." He looked at Lai Han through the monitor and yelled, "I'm counting on you." Meanwhile, inside Bahamut's dimension, the beast was preparing its next devastating attack. Lai Han, sword in hand, issued a stark warning. "They're like sea mines. Be careful not to touch a single one of them." The warriors moved like lightning, weaving through the deadly orbs. Lai Han was right there with them, sword held tight, dodging every sphere. Zimong also expertly avoided the orbs in front of him, then gripped his sword and charged straight for the massive dragon. He roared out an order, and on his command, the others unleashed their own attacks on Bahamut, who turned, visibly annoyed. "These flies are so irritating." It immediately opened its mouth, preparing to fire a blast right at Lai Han. The attack shot forward like a cannonball. Lai Han was frozen to the spot, watching the beam of energy race towards him. In that moment, Kuro's voice echoed in his mind. "We're all going to die." Just as the blast was about to hit, a hand shoved him hard out of the way. Jimong had thrown himself in front of Lai Han, a grimly determined look on his face. He had successfully pushed Lai Han clear just before Bahamut's attack made impact. In the next instant, Jimong was completely consumed by the blast. He was vaporized right before Lai Han's very eyes. A gut-wrenching scream of pure agony tore from Lai Han's throat. Losing all control, Li Han raised his sword and charged at Bahamut, but a warrior grabbed him, screaming, "Get a grip! If you lose it now, this is the end for all of us." The words hit him like ice water. Lai Han snapped back to his senses, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth as his entire body trembled with suppressed rage. He opened them again, his gaze now chillingly cold. He turned back to face Bahamut, then lunged forward, swinging his sword. The beast looked on, shocked. "You? Why?" His eyes were merciless. The old wound on Bahamut's eye began to throb. "You're the one from before?" Filled with mutual hatred, they both spoke at the same time. "At the very least, I will kill you." The second the words were out, Bahamut lunged, launching a barrage of power spheres straight at him. Lai Han swiftly parried the blasts with his sword. The beast stared him down, growling. "When you run out of that pathetic psychic energy, I'll tear you apart myself." He dodged its incoming tentacles while using his sword to block. Lai Han then shouted an order. "It's only targeting me. Now is your chance." Ren turned to the others and commanded, "Move out." Tin Lang and Im Lang immediately obeyed, charging straight for Bahamut to attack. Tin Lang instantly teleported right in front of the dragon. In the next moment, she brought her weapon crashing down from above. The sword, glowing with immense power, slammed down onto its body. Tin Lang stared it right in the eye. But as her blade made contact, absolutely nothing happened. The sword couldn't even scratch Bahamut's hide. Tin Lang shot a desperate signal to Riben, who looked on in utter disbelief before reporting to Lai Han. "Weapons forged from dragon parts have no effect." Hearing this, Lai Han froze in complete shock. The story flashes back to 30 minutes earlier, with Lai Han giving orders. "The gate's still open, so we need people on the ground. Only one team is going up." He immediately called out, "Tin Lang, Simon." He looked around, and Riben raised his hand to volunteer. "I'll take the last spot." Lai Han turned, surprised. Riben placed a hand on his chest, his voice sincere. "You're checking power levels, aren't you? I've got more than Canute or Dichi." He pressed on. "They've only ever been vanguards, but I can pull double duty as support, just like Zimong." He turns to face the other man. Ruben immediately reassures him, telling him not to worry, his eyes filled with sheer determination. "Don't worry about me getting in your way," he says. "I have no intention of dying in a place like this." With the decision made, their aircraft speeds off. On board, Lai Han lays out the grim reality. "Theoretically, we have 10 minutes. We need to move fast." He lays out his strategy with a serious tone. Instead of the wings, they'll strike its vital core directly while it's gathering energy for a massive fire attack. This could be their one and only shot. The rest of the team must hold formation and block any incoming attacks from their direction. Moments later, the plane is within striking distance of Bahamut. Alexander gives the order to open the hatch, and the four of them immediately leap out. Lai-Han grips his sword tightly and gives the command. Let's move, spread out, and use the jump kits to accelerate. Right then, the beast's mouth glows ominously. Suddenly, thousands of eyes burst open across its wings. It spreads them wide, revealing a horrifying, shifting canvas of countless eyes. The eyes flash, unleashing a storm of purple energy orbs. Lai-Han attacks relentlessly, striking the dragon with all his might, but he can't break through, sweat pouring down his face. But Lai-Han wasn't done. He decides to pour even more power into his next few strikes. He grits his teeth, frustrated by its insane defense. Then, the dragon counterattacks, and Lai-Han is suddenly trapped by a mysterious energy barrier. This thing was a serious problem, a huge obstacle. Just then, his teammate rushes forward, shattering the barrier. I'm backing you up for now, but we need another plan fast, he yells, reminding him that a dragon's psychic power is literally endless. Just then, Ro loses his cool, slamming his fist down. We have to do something. Anything. He desperately scrambles to find a way to help. Think. The determination to destroy this dragon burns inside him. What can we possibly do? Suddenly, the boy picks up a pen, clicks it, and plunges it into his own body. Meanwhile, Lai-Han is still relentlessly attacking the beast. He fights while calling for backup from his ally. Silence. Move on, my signal. Looking at the dragon, Lai-Han explains, this is our only way, if we can't inflict damage from the outside. Then, revealing the insane plan, he says they will enter through its throat and tear it apart from the inside. The massive dragon waits, its mouth wide open, watching them. His ally immediately tries to talk him out of it. It's completely unreasonable, a total suicide mission, but Lai-Han pays him no mind. However, seeing his friend's absolute confidence as he transforms gives him a different, more hopeful idea. I trust you, Han. Seeing him charge forward with such power, Lai-Han is genuinely surprised. So fast. The dragon, however, looks on with contempt. Worthless creatures, it sneers, confident it knows their exact location. It even gives chase, telling them to just disappear. But they don't back down, they charge straight towards the massive beast. Seeing this, his teammate screams a warning about its breath attack. I knew it, we don't have a chance. But Lai-Han refuses to quit. I won't let that happen. With that thought, he lunges forward, aiming a devastating strike at the dragon. As he gets closer, Lai-Han unleashes the full might of his power. The blow clearly stuns the beast, which roars out, "What is this?" But he doesn't stop, pushing deeper inside. This time, he unleashes a flurry of even more attacks. The dragon screams, writhing in pure agony from the internal assault. Lai-Han shouts a reminder, "Find the core, destroy it." Ren grits his teeth and obeys. The others watch anxiously. Did they succeed? Bahamut is in its death throes. Stunned by the internal damage, the dragon nearly plummets from the sky. The attack just makes it angrier as it roars back. You dare? You dare do this to me? As it speaks, it gathers its power, its gaze locking onto Lai-Han. This time, the dragon makes its declaration. They are a threat to it, and its entire kind. Then, its body begins to open up, preparing for one final act. In a shocking move, it reveals its own shimmering core. They realize what's happening. It's exposing its own vital point. The dragon speaks with grim resolve. Even if I shatter into pieces and disappear, it's going for mutual destruction. At least I can take you all with me. With that, the dragon crushes its own core, triggering a massive explosion. The shockwave sends everyone reeling, struggling just to stay on their feet. In the chaos, something clicks for Reuben, and he screams out Han's name. High above, Li-Han is frozen in pure panic, completely unsure of what to do. He watches in horror as a blinding light rushes toward him, then, a flash of pure white, and everything instantly plunges into darkness. Reuben stares into the dark, frantically searching for any sign of his friend. Han. All that's left above is a pile of dragon bones, but just before it vanished, the dragon's voice echoed, I will return. Ren catches the words but can't make sense of them. What? What did it just say? Down below, the soldiers are already celebrating their incredible victory. Kun joins the celebration, overcome with joy. We won. The war is over. We actually did it. Amidst the celebration, Jinglan walks up, pulling off her helmet as she calls out to Han. She looks at them, a smile finally breaking through. We did it. We took down Vaham. Lai-Han accepts the thanks, giving credit back. It was all thanks to you, Silence, because you entered its mouth. He suddenly pauses. Wait, you can speak? Since when? The scene flashes back to Lai Han deep in a forest, his eyes wide as he sheds all of his gear. Piece by piece, Lai Han's advanced armor and weapons fall to the ground below. He's completely exhausted, panting heavily as sweat drips down his face. Lai Han stretches, thinking to himself that he had to ditch his psychic armor because it was practically shattered. He looks down at his hand, a little sad. I can't use my powers anymore. Suddenly, he senses something. He spins around, on high alert. Towering above him is a massive dinosaur, leaving him completely stunned. Lai Han is in total shock, not knowing what to do. Without a second thought, he grabs a sharp rock and begins to sharpen it even more. With time running out, Lai Han frantically worked, gathering leaves and grinding away at his project. At last, he had forged a weapon for himself. Weapon in hand, Lai Han moved cautiously through the brush. He wasn't rushing, he was observing. Then, a heavy footstep slammed into the earth nearby. Lai Han froze, confused by the sudden chaos as a dinosaur crashed through the forest just meters away. He collected some fruit and sat, reflecting on the long months since he'd been stranded here. He picked up the strange fruit and took a small experimental bite, his mind clearly a million miles away. A wave of hopelessness washed over him. Survival was one thing, but getting home? He had no idea how to even start, or how long it might take. But Lai Han refused to give up, his determination hardening. He couldn't lose hope now. He knew, somehow, he would find a way back. As night fell over the forest, his spirits sank. Alone in the dark, the crushing loneliness felt suffocating. He wondered, was this really how he was going to die? He recalled that moment with absolute certainty, completely sure that Vahamu had died back then. Lai Han couldn't believe he'd discovered this special instinct so late. A thought occurred to him. Maybe he should give it a name. He certainly had the time now. Unconsciously, Lai Han continued to talk to himself, trying to make sense of his new reality. Mental force resistance shockwave, or maybe shock pressure for short? No, that sounded a little boring. When the sun rose, he began his journey east, determined to travel as far as he could. After walking for some time, Lai Han felt the exhaustion creep in and decided to stop for a quick rest. He was well prepared, pulling out some rations to refuel. As he ate, he wondered if his friends would ever believe he had tasted dried dinosaur meat. Suddenly, he was on his feet, dropping his food and staring at the sky. What in the world was that? Soaring high above the forest was a dragon. The sight filled Lai Han with immediate fear, and he dropped into a crouch to watch the terrifying creature. The dragon circled back and forth, as if searching for something on the ground. Its immense presence forced Lai Han to his knees, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. With all his might, Lai Han forced his head up, his eyes now glowing a fierce, fiery red. I'm sure of it, he strained to say. That's a dragon. The dragon now stood before him, its voice echoing in his mind. You already understand my dominant mental force. There is no way to recharge it here. Lai Han looked up, connecting the dots. Mental force is borrowed, not created. So you can't recharge, unless you're connected to your own world, right? His voice rang out with cold logic. And since your species needs that force to survive, it means you are slowly dying. The dragon finally responded. Correct. We do not normally need to consume food to live. I have been conserving my power. Suddenly, its eyes narrowed into a dangerous glare. The dragon bared its fangs, but Lai Han remained perfectly still, just watching. A small mercy, he thought, not having to say what was on his mind. So, are you interested in my proposal? For a moment, the dragon seemed stunned. Then, its voice filled Lai Han's head once more. You think that even if I cannot return, I have enough power left to send a small creature like you back? Lai Han's answer was unwavering. Yes, and you won't do it to help a human, but to help your own kind. Lai Han's hand clenched into a tight fist. You'll do it so an intelligent being doesn't become a mindless beast. The dragon seemed enraged by the words. Baseless hatred is a disgrace to the intellect. We must overcome such things to be worthy of being called gods. A bead of sweat ran down Lai Han's cheek. Had it really conquered its hatred of humanity? In that moment, the dragon spread its massive wings. I renounce the command imprinted on me. I will save humanity from the oppression of my own kind. It gazed down below. This will be the proof and the test of my free will. As Lai Han watched, a light formed, and the dragon offered him an object. Take this, Lai Han. I trust you know what to do with it. He raised his hand in response. Understood, leave it to me. As his hand touched the dragon's snout, a brilliant light erupted. As Lai Han gripped the spear, the dragon's voice explained, that is the weapon most suited for you. Use it to continue the legacy of the white silver dragon. It let out a roar. There is little time. I trust you have nothing else to say. Now, go. Li Han stared back in shock. You have to sacrifice yourself just to send me back? The dragon's reply was calm. Yes. But I feel as if I have been preserving my energy all this time, just to meet you here today. Li Han's eyes widened. Impossible. A memory of his first encounter with the dragon's power flashed in his mind. Centuries later, he'd touched a dragon's remains and then dreamed of this very creature. He realized that maybe countless coincidences had aligned to create an unavoidable destiny, a miracle. Li Han looked at the beast with newfound respect. I am truly grateful to you, white silver dragon. Hearing this, the creature seemed genuinely surprised. Humans give me a name too? It grinned, baring its teeth. Kronos. I like it. Suddenly, a massive explosion tore open a hole in the sky. A man poked his head out of a hatch, looking around before his group scrambled out. The coast was clear. 3 armed men began to move quickly. One of them raised a cross necklace, murmuring a quick prayer. Please protect us again today. His companion looked over reassuringly. We'll be fine. He suddenly pointed. Look, the weather's actually nice. It's always so gloomy when they appear. The 3 of them moved out, with their leader signaling. Let's check that building. He laughed when he saw the storefront. I found a supermarket. Let's get as much as we can carry. Soon, the 3 were hauling heavy packs, their faces covered in sweat. The man in the cap panted, leaning over. Let's go back now. I don't think I can carry anything else. But the man in the beanie shook his head. We need to get more supplies. The first man gestured to his pack. We have plenty of food. We have to think about the trip back. The man in the beanie considered his words, then nodded. All right, let's start heading back. The 3 of them fell into a single file line. But then, the beanie wearer heard a sound and raised a fist to halt the group. Tension shot through him. What was that? In front of them, lying motionless, was Li Han. The man in the cap questioned a crony in a beanie squatting beside Li Han. No, a person. He watched the man, who looked Asian, as Li Han breathed heavily. The 3 of them discussed what to do. He was still alive, so what now? If they just left him, they weren't much better off themselves. Then the man in the beanie suggested, let's take a vote. We're in America, after all. The other 2 were stunned. What? What's the use when this whole place is a wreck? The man with the gun spoke up. I say we leave him. But the one next to him raised a hand. I say we take him with us. Hearing this, the man in the beanie sighed, dropped his pack, and handed his gun to the side. Hold this for me. He stretched his muscles. I'll carry him. Li Han remained completely still. Suddenly, Li Han sat bolt upright, thinking to himself, drenched in a cold sweat of disbelief. Am I back? I have to be careful with my words. Li Han's lips began to move. Hey, you guys can relax. I have no intention of attacking you. He quickly raised both his hands. I was just really surprised. That's all. It's been a long time since I've seen another person. The man with glasses stepped forward. All right, you heard him. Stand down. He smiled at Li Han. It's a good thing you know English. We aren't going to attack, so you can relax. The man's voice was calm. I want to hear your story. Will you come with me? Li Han walked calmly through a camp of makeshift tents. He pulled back a flap to see the man, who turned his head. You look like a completely different person. The clothes are a bit old, but they look good on you. Li Han walked in slowly, eating bread as the man spoke. I see. The man with glasses broke a piece of his own bread. So you managed to survive alone because of military training? That's impressive, surviving on your own for 3 years. Li Han chewed his food and thought, has it really been 3 years since that day? The thought flashed through his mind an incredible feat, for a single person to survive that long. Just then, the man with glasses pushed his plate of bread over. You must be starving. Do you want my portion? Li Han looked surprised for a moment, then simply closed his eyes. I'm fine. He thought to himself, they definitely don't have enough food. I haven't forgotten how to be considerate. The lamp flickered as the man spoke again. I used to be a professor at a university. He rested his hands on the table. I guess that's why I was put in charge of this place. We are in desperate need of any healthy young men. His eyes were full of expectation. If you join us. Li Han listened in silence. I'm sure it would benefit you as well. He then answered frankly, I'm sorry, but I have something I must do. He heard the man speak up. Is that so? The professor smiled. Then don't worry. I won't stop you from leaving. Li Han hesitated for a moment, but then he looked straight ahead. I want to repay you for saving my life. Is there anything I can do to help? Colin turned his head to look at Li Han. You're the new guy. Then he smiled. I'm Colin. And you are? Lai Han replied. Han Lai. Colin extended his hand toward him. Nice to meet you, Han. The group was all carrying containers as Colin looked around and spoke. Today, we're going to try and find some gasoline. Everything in the city is picked clean, so we'll have to go a little further out. Not that there's any guarantee we'll find gas there. Suddenly he burst out laughing. I heard you were a soldier, Han. I guess we won't have to worry if we run into any strays. Hearing that made Lai Han think to himself. His spirits are still high, even in times like these. It reminded him of Nate. His mind felt a bit scrambled, wondering if they were still alive. Just then, the four of them stopped at a gas station. A woman swung the dead nozzle in frustration. It's empty. What about over there? The blond man looked over and reported back. Same here. Now what? The man in the hat started sweating. Should we try another station? Cindy quickly unfolded a map. We need to get back before dark. It's too far for us to go now. Lai Han then asked him. About 6 miles? At that, Colin shot him a surprised look. In that same moment, Lai Han lifted 2 gas cans. I'll go and fill these 2. I know you want to help, but I can't let you do that. He ran over to stop him. You won't make it back in time if you go that far. Let's just head home. Lai Han calmly replied. I can be back within 1 hour. He then gave a serious instruction. If I'm not back by then, head back without me. I'll catch up. Sweat poured down Lai Han's face when he returned. Colin and his partner were absolutely stunned. You're back already? Were you in the special forces or something? Army. Marines. Colin was in utter disbelief, holding his forehead. He couldn't understand how any human could possibly move that fast. The sewer hatch was opened. As the group gathered, kids ran toward Lai Han. A little blonde girl smiled, offering him a loaf of bread. Here, you can have this. Lai Han's eyes widened in surprise as he took the bread, much to the kid's delight. Thanks. A smile touched his lips. Was I this small when I first joined the Ark? At the same time, Colin pointed to himself. What about me? The little blonde girl shook her head. None for you. Why does only Han get one? The 2 girls pointed between Colin and Lai Han. You're ugly, and he's handsome. Hearing that, Colin immediately began chasing the 2 kids. Lai Han just watched them quietly, a thoughtful look in his eyes. Then Lai Han closed his eyes, remembering a photo he took with Major Kang. I hope they're all still alive. Just then, Colin pointed in Lai Han's direction. Sounds like everyone's already heard what you did today. A bead of sweat trickled down his cheek, running that fast with 2 full cans of gasoline. I mean, when I first saw you move, I figured you weren't ordinary. Colin then scratched his head awkwardly. You said you were leaving, right? Lai Han simply nodded. Yes, I was planning on leaving soon. Then Colin smiled, an idea striking him. Let me give you a going-away gift. A bike is your best option for traveling long distances. This caught Lai Han by surprise. A bicycle. He'd never even considered it, because he didn't know how to ride one. Colin cheerfully waved for him to follow. Come on, I'll take you to see the bike. It's on the surface, but it's close by, so it's safe. As they left, everyone waved to Lai Han. He raised a hand in farewell. As Colin led him away, a thought crossed Lai Han's mind. They were all good people. Part of him wanted to stay. But he shook his head, resolving to be realistic. Colin pushed the sewer cover open. He peeked his head out, scanning the area. All clear. He then pointed forward. It's right over there. That used to be my bike shop. I'll give you the best one I've got, the man says, glancing over at Lai Han. Thing's worth as much as a used car, you know? Even has a repair kit on the back, he adds. But Lai Han isn't listening. His lips tighten as he suddenly snaps an order. Quiet. Colin, get inside the store and lock the door. Now. Colin panics at the command, raising his gun. We've got company? I'll fight too. But then he hears Lai Han's sharp voice. Colin. Lai Han's eyes dart sideways. Just head that way, Lai Han says, covering Colin's escape. A glint flashes in his eyes, a realization. He can use his psychic powers. Looks like it's time for his first real welcoming party. He points his spear at the 2 monsters that have just appeared. So it's you. Meanwhile, Colin is hiding in another room, trembling. What did I just see? Colin carefully peeks through a crack in the door. The kid doesn't even have a gun, but the spear in Lai Han's hand is already dripping with blood. He took one down in a single, lightning-fast strike. Then, 2 more monsters charge him at once. Lai Han gives his spear a casual spin, and a flash of light skewers one of them instantly. Beads of cold sweat run down Colin's face. That kid, Colin thinks, watching the impossible fight. Is that some kind of superpower? Just then, Lai Han swings his spear again, pinning the last monster straight through the chest. Lai Han calmly looks down at his work, gritting his teeth as the monster thrashes and screams. Unfazed, He just pushes the spear in deeper. Lai Han looks up, silhouetted by light from the doorway. Colin gasps at the sight of him covered head to toe in blood, panting for breath. Lai Han keeps his head down as he speaks. It's safe for now. You should get back inside before more of them show up. Colin is shaking uncontrollably. Right, okay, got it. Watching the man tremble, Lai Han simply tightens his lips and turns to leave with the bike. The thought hits him hard to ordinary people. Is he now something to be feared? Too, a solitary figure, Li Han makes his way west. His destination? A military base somewhere near the coast. As the sky changes color, he pedals past ruined, leaning skyscrapers. The wheels spin faster and faster. Lai Han's brow furrows slightly. Riding a bike. A strange thought pops into his head. More interesting than I thought, he muses, casually riding along. But that calm is shattered. His eyes dart to the side. He stops, quickly stashes the bike, and moves in on foot. His hands tighten around his spear. They must have followed the scent of blood, and they caught up way faster than he expected. He looks up, meeting their gaze with a cold, hard warning. Don't touch my bike, he warns them, a grim look on his face. I've grown attached. Then he bolts, with the horde of monsters hot on his heels. He throws open a door and immediately ducks behind a cabinet, setting a trap. Right on cue, a monster smashes through the doorway. Lai Han explodes from hiding, spear raised, charging straight at it. The spear finds its mark. For a moment, the monster just stares at Lai Han as a dead silence fills the room. He slowly steps out, covered in sweat. Exhausted, he collapses to the floor, breathing heavily among the corpses. He glances down at his own trembling hands. It's getting harder. He realizes he's losing muscle mass. His enhanced body is taking a serious toll, and maybe the cost is too high. Shaking it off, Lai Han grabs his bike and rides on, into a vast, dusty desert. He finally stops for the night, spotting what looks like a gun shop. Cautiously, he pushes the door open and scans the entire interior. Of course, it's completely picked clean. He was a fool to think any guns would be left. In the darkness, he takes a long drink of water. Well, at least there's food. He pulls some food from his pack, his lone shadow stretching huge across the wall. Later, back on the bike, he's suddenly jolted by a sound. His head whips to the side that was a human voice. He grabs his spear instantly. Someone nearby is in a fight, and from the looks of it, they're facing off against a massive, drooling monster. A group of men are backing away in terror. Damn it, what are you waiting for? One screams. Open fire, now. On command, they all raise their rifles and start shooting, but the bullets are useless, bouncing right off the monster's hide as it keeps charging. The men are sweating in pure fear. Damn it, somebody, help us. And right on cue, Li Han leaps high into the air. He whips his spear sideways in a powerful arc, slamming it directly into the monster's legs. The other monsters go berserk and charge. The men in hazmat suits flinch back, but then a flash of light pierces another creature. It collapses, and Lai Han lands on its corpse, his own eyes glowing intensely. Under the silent night sky, the survivors can only stare, completely speechless. Finally, they face him. Thank you for saving us. We're only alive because of you. Their eyes fall on a fallen comrade on the ground. We lost one, but we all would have been dead without you. Lai Han just turns to look at the monster's corpse until one of the men speaks up. If you don't have anywhere else to go, you're always welcome to join us. Lai Han slowly extends a hand. Sure, the name's Han. The man firmly shakes his hand. Good to meet you. Let's talk on the move. And with that, Lai Han wheels his bike along, joining their group. After a moment, the man glances over. So, he was a superhuman too. If Lai Han wanted a promotion, the man said, he should talk to the commander. This piqued his curiosity. A commander? The man smiled, claiming there was no better unit for superhumans than theirs. Lai Han frowned, asking what he meant. The man just pointed to his backpack. Everything they were gathering, he explained, were all offerings for the superhumans. Lai Han's eyes widened in disbelief. Offerings? The man explained they risked their lives for these items because the superhumans kept their families safe. It was a simple, brutal transaction. He watched Han lie as he walked, his sales pitch beginning. It was tough work, he admitted, but he couldn't complain when his family's safety was guaranteed. Han Lai just pressed his lips together, silent. Then the man's voice cut through the quiet, asking if he'd ever heard of mental power mechs. He claimed you could kill dragons in one of those he'd seen it with his own eyes. Han Lai scowled, listening as the man insisted their base was the only safe place left on Earth. A single bead of sweat trickled down Han Li's cheek. Who were these people? Were they connected to C, friends, or enemies of his old unit? His gaze shot up, and Han Lai spoke calmly. I want to meet him. the commander you mentioned. But the man explained they were just delivery guys, only allowed at the gate. If he wanted to get into Area 1, he'd have to say the word. The man smiled, extending a hand to Han Lai. A superhuman of his level would be welcomed. He just asked that Han Lai put in a good word for them if he joined. Just then, a guard spotted their vehicle approaching and yelled for them to halt, asking if they were from Area 6. "You're late," the guard said. The driver simply replied, "We were held up." Hearing this, the guard glanced at a device in his hand. "We'll inspect the vehicle now." A sharp command rang out for everyone to get out of the car. Han Lai quickly complied as a guard ordered his men to check the cargo and bring it inside. Suddenly, Han Li's eyes widened. He could sense it mental energy. These guards were all superhumans, and they were seriously well-trained. A hand landed on Han Li's shoulder. The man from the truck whispered to the guard, pointing out that this young man was a superhuman too, and a pretty strong one at that. The guard's eyes locked onto Han Lai. "You're an outsider? What's your business here?" But Han Lai just held his head high, unafraid. "I want to see the commander of this fortress," he stated. Immediately, he was surrounded. The guards demanded to know if he was military, what unit. Guns were raised. "Identify yourself, stranger," one commanded. Han Lai lowered his head, thinking hard. Would revealing his connection to AAC actually help him here? He pressed his lips tight. Han Lai clenched his fist. "My name is Han Lai," he declared. "I belong to a superhuman training academy, AAC." The guards muttered in disbelief. "Han Lai? You're the Han Lai?" The two soldiers glanced at each other. It couldn't be him. Impossible. Han Lai himself was surprised by their reaction as one guard gestured him forward. "Follow me." The massive gate creaked open, and Han Lai followed the guard into the sprawling fortress. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. This place was bigger than he thought, a paramilitary base, just like A.C. His mind raced. Just who was the commander here? He scanned his surroundings, his eyes landing on a shocking sight. Young children sparring fiercely. "You're training young superhumans?" he asked, his voice sharp. The guard turned and gave a simple, chilling answer. "That's right." Han Li's gaze hardened. He noted that one kid looked incredibly young under his visor, but was clearly physically augmented. He thought silently, "But I knew every third-year cadet. Were these the first and second-year students who managed to survive?" Suddenly, the guard stopped at a door, pointing. "We're here. You can go in." Inside, a man named Ren was doing push-ups. Han Lai watched him with a slight frown. As Ren stood up, dripping with sweat, their eyes finally met. "What a surprise," Ren said. "You're alive?" Han Li's eyes flickered. "It's been a while," he replied coolly as Ren called him by an old name. "Omega 1. Ren walked toward him. "Are you really Alpha 1? He questioned, grabbing a water bottle. "I saw you vanish with my own eyes. How could you possibly be alive?" Han Li ignored the question entirely. "What about the other augmented soldiers? What happened to AAC? Ren's brow furrowed in annoyance. He took a long drink, then slammed the bottle down. AAC collapsed. He stepped closer, his voice low. "Why don't you answer my question first? How does a dead man suddenly show up at my doorstep?" Then, just as quickly, his demeanor shifted. He smiled and held out a hand. "Let's sit down. We can talk this over." Ren straightened his tie, a smirk playing on his lips. "So, what happened? Did you travel through time and space to another world or something?" He admitted it was a crazy story, but Han Li's disappearance was strange. He vanished without a body, without a trace of his mech. Han Li sat across from him, silent. "I lost about 3 years, Han Li finally said. Ren leaned in immediately. "I need information." He let out a long breath, crossing his legs and resting his chin on his hand. "But before we talk about that, you have a decision to make." Han Li's eyes widened at his tone. "Will you take my hand and become my comrade? Or will you choose another path?" Han Lai looked surprised. "What do you mean?" Ren simply extended his hand again. "Oh, I think you know exactly what I'm talking about. You saw it on your way here, didn't you?" Han Li's fist tightened as he remembered the brutal hierarchy, the way superhumans were ranked, a blatant structure of domination. A place where superhumans received tribute in exchange for protection. Ren replied casually, "You see things clearly, but this is just the first step before someone else beats us to it." He chuckled, placing a hand on his chest. "Think about it. We were forced to fight those dragons for nothing. We were the ones risking our lives," he continued, "but our commanders were normal humans. Does that make any sense to you? So I took like-minded comrades and left AAC. Hearing this, Han Lai shot to his feet, his voice booming with fury. Was that really necessary in a situation like this? AAC and the world are nearly destroyed. If we keep fighting among ourselves, there won't be any superhumans left. Han Lai was trembling, but Ren's voice was cold as ice. Even if we had won the war, AAC could never have controlled us. They had no intention of stopping us when we decided to rule over humanity. A sinister smile crept across Ren's face. The human race has always been afraid of us. Those bastards think normal people are the masters of the world, not superhumans. Sweat dripped down Han Li's face. He realized it then. Ren had been unhinged ever since the incident. We're all human, Han Li argued, his brow furrowed. The reason we fought the dragons is because we were soldiers, wasn't it? So now you're hiding like a rat, training children? You really think one day you'll kill all the dragons and take over the world? Do you honestly think that's possible with a fortress of this size? Ren looked up, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Funny. I was waiting for you to ask that. He rose from his chair. Follow me. I'll show you firsthand. Han Li's jaw dropped. Ren looked back at him. I'll show you our hope. Ren calmly answered the question. Why would Lai Han think he'd killed those who didn't follow him? He explained that as a child, he only recruited those who shared his views. The two of them walked and talked. Lai Han questioned his neutrality, betting that when Ren left the dark side, everyone with him was just as strong. Lai Han's brow furrowed. Was that why he couldn't use violence? Ren just smirked, saying he needed that man. And just like that, they had arrived. A flood of light poured out as the door opened, stunning Lai Han. The spiritual power was immense. Ren turned, certain that the two of them knew each other. Lai Han stared at Kuro's silhouette, completely shocked. Who was he? But then he heard Kuro's voice. Han? Is that you? He rushed forward, throwing his arms around Lai Han. Kuro gently stroked Lai Han's hair. You're still alive. I'm so happy, he whispered. I always knew you wouldn't die that easily. He smiled, adding, I missed you. Li Han stared back, his eyes wide with shock. Kuro, what happened to you? Hearing this, Kuro touched his own hair. Oh, this? It's a new thing. Then he smiled at Lai Han. Why don't they sit down? They could eat and talk. Kuro walked towards a table, gesturing for him to get comfortable. Lai Han's brow furrowed in anger. What did you do to Omega? What did he do to you? Kuro slowly turned his head, and the cold warning in his eyes made Lai Han flinch. Gritting his teeth, Kuro unleashed his power. Haven't you explained it to him? Suddenly, Ren dropped to his knees. Lai Han could only stare, his mouth hanging open in shock. Kuro's eyes were pure menace. Didn't I tell you to do a proper job? A crushing pressure forced the vice commander down. Hearing Ren's voice, Lai Han broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, sir. Ren struggled, pinned to the command room floor. Now facing Lai Han, Kuro asked, I guess you never let the commander fight on the front lines, did you? You only sent him as rear support. Kuro casually put on his jacket. But back then, we didn't think through the strategy carefully. The commander's mission was to pierce the dragon's heart. As his tie adjusted itself, a new voice explained. And that's when the miracle happened. Lai Han muttered. A miracle? What do you mean? The scene of Kuro's battle flashed by. As the commander struck the dragon's heart, he absorbed all its spirit energy, a torrent of blue light pouring into his body from the critical wound. Ren recalled Kuro screaming in agony. At that moment, everyone was certain he was dead. After all, no human body could possibly withstand such high-density energy. But the commander was a special case. Hearing this, Lai Han looked absolutely stunned. A special case, Ren continued. A spirit energy crystal formed in his heart. Kuro raised a hand, conjuring blue light, proving he could store and control that immense power. Kuro then looked up as Ren revealed the terrifying truth. He has the spirit energy of the dragon inside him. This revelation made Lai Han's blood run cold. If that was true, Kuro's power now surpassed not only other superhumans, but even the dragons themselves. He flexed the light, then tilted his head. I want to speak with Han alone now. Get out, Vice Commander. But Ren just kept glaring at Lai Han. I still haven't heard your answer. The Alpha's future depends on whether you cooperate. Without warning, Kuro sent shards of debris flying at Ren. Didn't you hear me? He roared. Get lost. Ren stood silently, listening. And don't treat Han like that. Don't come back until I call. With that, Ren finally stood up. With Ren gone, Lai Han finally asked, what happened to the others? He watched Kuro, who just smiled helplessly. I see you still care deeply about your friends. You're still the Han I cherish. Kuro's voice filled the room. I will tell you everything that I know. Later, a guard led Lai Han away. He followed quickly, his brows furrowed in thought. The guard gestured to a door. This is where you'll be staying. I hope you find it comfortable. The guard extended a hand. It's a real honor to finally meet you. Lai-Han merely glanced at him before opening the door to his room. A thought surfaced in Lai-Han's mind. It was just as Bai Yin had said, humanity would be doomed even without the dragons. He leaned his spear against the wall, recalling what Kuro said. The Ark was split into two factions. Suddenly, a face flashed through his memory, Sergeant Red, his former leader. He remembered Red's disbelief when Chief of Staff Alexander fell to the dragons. Sitting on the bed, he thought, Kuro is strong, but not strong enough to win this war. We'll have to use every resource available to win. Lai-Han's lips tightened, his eyes filled with resolve. I need to contact someone else from the Ark. Meanwhile, Kuro clutched his face, his body radiating light. I'm so happy, Han. Thank you for being alive. His eyes turned sharp. I'm strong now. I am stronger than anyone. He looked up and started to laugh. You don't have to do anything anymore. I will protect you no matter what. The citadel was quiet, the hallways empty. Ren scowled beside him. 15 days later, he watched Lai-Han. As Lai-Han finished dressing, Ren spoke up. It suits you. But he thought to himself, I don't like sending him on a mission, but he won't do anything stupid. He won't kill anyone. Just then, Yan arrived. Vice Commander. Ren crossed his arms. There you are. Then he glared at Lai-Han. This is your partner for this mission. Yan smiled cheerfully. My name's Yan. I'm looking forward to working with you. Lai-Han looked surprised. A girl? Hearing that, Yan immediately flexed a bicep. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a girl. I may look like this, but I haven't lived an ordinary life. Li-Han just walked right past her. Let's go. Eastern Kazakhstan, right? An image of ruins appeared as Yan spoke. Yes, sir. That's where the most recent trace was found. They took down a dragon and just left. A figure with a sword appeared, the one they were searching for. The person known as Silence. Chapter 123. The room grew tense. What happened to the others? Kuro looked at Li-Han, his expression somber. You're always thinking of other people. You're still the Li-Han I admire. He hesitated before speaking. I'll tell you everything I know. Kuro explained that the Ark they once knew had collapsed, but a new organization rose from its ashes, its successor. He continued, saying CL and Jos are there now. First Sergeant Red is leading them, supporting Commander Jun. Kuro added that Simon went missing during the war with Bahamut. Moonlight cast a long shadow. The moment the Ark collapsed, Silence left. Li-Han threw the file down. Ren was confused. What is this? Lai-Han replied. I've reviewed the intel collected by the Citadel. He scanned the pages. It was a 2-year tracking file on non-affiliated enhanced soldiers. An enhanced soldier using dual swords? That's not common at all. Lai-Han stared intently at Ren. It's Silence, isn't it? Ren was floored. It might not be. I'm almost certain. We've tried tracking Silence before and failed every time. We don't know why. But it seems he has no intention of coming back. Lai-Han reasoned, then stated decisively, I will track Silence down. As Lai-Han and Yan walked, people around them chanted, Hello, hello. Yan teased him. Senior, you're pretty famous around here. The hero who vanished with Bahamut, returned from the brink of death. She rolled her eyes, adding, I admire you too, but I never knew you were this handsome. Lai-Han shot her an ice-cold glare. Yan broke out in a sweat, quickly explaining, Don't get me wrong, I'm not into men. I like women. Footsteps echoed as Kuro called out his name. Lai-Han, he placed a hand over his heart. Don't go. You don't have to fight anymore. Me and the other soldiers here will handle everything, so just rest. You haven't had a single moment of peace this whole time. Lai-Han's voice was firm. Kuro, I am not a doll for display. He turned decisively. Let's go. Janny Yan could only watch, a sad expression on her face as she looked at Kuro. A gust of wind rustled the leaves around a lone cabin in the woods before a flash of light appeared. Yanni stood with her hands on her hips, impressed. You're pretty amazing, you know. For a first-timer, most people would be throwing up by now. Lai-Han was drenched in sweat. Where is this? She asked. This was one of the Citadel's designated jump points. From the outside, it looked like a normal cabin, but inside, it was a safe house stocked with everything he could possibly need. I can only teleport to places I remember, Yanni explained with a smile. This is the closest I could get to the Silent One's last known location. She gave a weak smile. We'll have to walk about 60 kilometers from here. Lai-Han thought to himself, maybe he should have brought a bicycle. He pulled up a map. I'll share the map and location. This was the very spot where their senior had slain a dragon. Lai-Han wondered, were there no other traces left behind after that? Further tracking was considered useless after that point, Yanni responded. We avoid continuous surveillance. Based on the movement patterns so far, she guessed, That person must have headed east. With a bright smile, Yanni wished him luck. Lai-Han just chopped at a tree trunk. What a strange person, he thought to himself. Since she's a girl, she doesn't belong to the evil, which means she wouldn't have gone through the enhancement process. Lai-Han wondered, do girls always just do whatever they want? Just as the prophecy mentioned, the sky turned a deep orange. Lai-Han sat and ate, his cheeks puffed out with food. Lai-Han twisted the cap off his water bottle and took a sip. We're almost out of the forest. There's probably a meadow up ahead. Suddenly, a massive shadow fell over him, and he froze, instantly on high alert. Lai-Han watched the red dragon from behind a tree as it spread its massive wings and took flight. He narrowed his eyes, wishing he had a psychic mech suit, or at the very least, a bike. As the moon rose higher, it illuminated countless bodies scattered on the ground. Lai-Han walked through the carnage, wondering if a single person was responsible for all of this. He knelt to examine the scene. Why would anyone overuse teleportation to this degree? Or maybe the Silent One had reached a level where teleporting was just that effortless. Or, he considered, maybe there was something that needed protecting, forcing them to use it so recklessly. A red beam suddenly locked onto him. Lai-Han raised his hands, quickly explaining, I don't intend to resist. I just have one question. Don't move, Simon commanded. I need to see what kind of person you are. As he walked closer, Lai-Han's eyes fixed on his leg. Was that a prosthetic? Simon's eyes began to glow. A psychic. The mysterious man's power flared to life as he materialized a weapon. With a sharp gaze, Simon launched it straight at Lai-Han, making his hair stand on end. Lai-Han gritted his teeth, bracing for impact. A smirk crossed Simon's face as he made a cool assessment. Your reaction speed is still the same, and your telekinesis has improved. Lai-Han's eyes shot wide open. It couldn't be. Simon threw off his cloak, revealing his golden hair. Simon, Lai-Han called out in total disbelief. Simon held out a hand. Lai-Han, you're still alive? I never expected to see you like this. Lai-Han calmly replied, that's my line. Simon's eyes twinkled as his prosthetic arm shot out and hit Lai-Han. What are you doing? He yelled, caught off guard. Rocket punch, Simon said casually. That's not funny at all, Lai-Han complained. The kids seem to like it, at least, he replied. Simon turned, his tone becoming serious. Don't stay here. Let's move to a safer place. Come to our shelter. Lai-Han followed Simon into the shelter, where a group of children immediately ran up to him, shouting, Simon, Simon! They all clung to him excitedly. Please do that trick. Hurry up, they begged. Simon looked flustered. Don't you see we have a guest? But the kids insisted. Just once, he sighed, giving in. All right, just once. He launched his prosthetic arm. Rocket punch. Lai-Han's jaw dropped. Seriously, is this really the Simon I knew? Simon then poured a cup of water for him. Lai-Han waved it off. No thanks. I don't drink. Simon looked confused. The Silent thought you were dead. What happened? Lai-Han replied. I just happened to survive. Same as you. Simon's expression darkened. In the end, we failed. We failed to stop the world from being destroyed. It's too soon to say we've failed, Lai-Han countered. Come with me, Simon. Simon's brow furrowed as he shot up from his seat. I can't even use my psychic mech anymore. I've lost all my limbs. Lai-Han looked at him, unimpressed. You can move your prosthetic arm and leg. Just use your telekinesis, he suggested. Move them naturally, as if they were your real limbs. It's only a little harder than moving dozens of ebits, Lai-Han pressed. You're still a talented psychic. He paused. There's a place called the Citadel. The room fell quiet. So that's what happened? Simon asked. Incredible. Wait, was this all planned? Lai-Han clasped his hands together. That's what I need your help to find out, Simon. He set his cup down. Simon fell into a deep thought, his lips barely moving. He looked at his reflection in the water. I can't leave this place. I'm sorry I can't help. His thoughts drifted to the children. I'm the only trained psychic here. I have to protect them. Lai-Han watched him, placing a hand on his own chest. You can't stop the world's destruction by staying here. It might sound arrogant, but if you don't help me, it's all over. Simon stared at the palm of his hand. If I follow you, I might be able to save thousands, even tens of thousands of people. But if I save the world and these children die, it would all be meaningless to me. The only meaningful future for me right now, Simon continued, is being with these kids. Lai-Han took a gulp of water, then slammed the cup down and yelled, You're an idiot. Stop trying to be so philosophical right now. Simon glared at him. Do you think someone else will save the world while you sit here like this? No one will, he snarled. He clenched his fist. Hoping others will save the world is what fools do. We have to act. Simon's brow furrowed. Stop kidding around, Laihan. This is my territory. Laihan's voice turned cold. You've never beaten me, not even once. Have you forgotten? His eyes flashed, and Simon glared back with equal intensity. The two were at a complete standstill. Finally, Simon let out a sharp breath. He poured a glass of water, admitting defeat. You failed to convince me. You're just worried right now, that's all, Simon said calmly. Laihan was stunned. He looked down. You really have changed, Simon. The only ones who haven't changed, he thought, are me and Omega. Let's talk about the Silent, Simon demanded. You came here for her, didn't you? I ran into the Silent about half a year ago. She took care of the minions and dragons around the shelter, took what she wanted in return, and left. She said she was heading east, Simon finished. East? You mean Japan? Laihan asked. No. The Silent hadn't said a word. She had simply turned her back and walked away. Jinglang dragged her supplies behind her. By now, she was nearly on the other side of China, with Korea just over the horizon. But when she glanced around, she realized she wasn't alone. She stopped. In a flash, they had her surrounded, and Jinglang let out a long sigh. She scanned their faces, some of these people. She had shared her own food with them not long ago. Jinglang's hands tightened into fists. No matter how terrible the world got, there were still lines a person just shouldn't cross. She lunged forward without another word. Once someone crosses that boundary, they're not human anymore. By the time night fell, bodies covered the ground. Compassion is useless here. Jinglang just grabbed her things and walked away. This wasn't about doing good deeds, it was about avoiding evil ones. She moved under the moonlight, wondering, was this really the world she had to live in? The wheels spun on the road as the rickety car rattled along, lurching up and down every single hill. Inside, Simon and Laihan sat directly across from each other. Just a few days earlier, Simon had been completely baffled. What? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, Laihan had explained. I get that you have to move because of the new dragon's nest. However, it's just too dangerous to leave things like this. You remember? I saw a red dragon on my way over here. It was burning the forest down like it was nothing. Laihan imagined the worst. If they weren't caught by it, people could still die from a surprise attack. He made his proposal. So, you and I should handle that dragon. The steering wheel was being controlled by magic. Simon was confused. Why would you risk so much for me? You got the information you wanted. You could have just left. But Laihan fired back with a question of his own. Back then, why did you push me aside and take that hit for me? Simon hesitated. I'm not sure why you think I did that. Laihan let out a breath and offered his own theory. Wasn't it because you felt bad? The same way I'm feeling right now. Simon's eyes flew open. If I leave you here like this, I'll feel awful and it'll stick with me forever. And then, Simon laughed. So what? The car kept moving until Simon finally hopped out. He turned back and said, This is good enough. But Laihan raised a flare gun, and as people saw the signal, they all started moving. Simon wondered, is that going to attract the dragon's attention? Laihan's voice was grim. Not sure, but I really hope it does. He aimed the gun at the sky and loaded another round. A flare exploded overhead, and he fired again and again. This is the last group. Everyone kept moving forward. Simon smirked. Looks like we got lucky. The dragon didn't show up. Laihan stayed serious. It's way too soon to relax. He raised his gun, his eyes widening in horror as a dragon flew toward them from the east. Simon immediately shouted, Damn it! Get to the car! Move! But Laihan yelled back, We have to go right now. That's the direction the migrating groups are heading. The red dragon swooped down, sending everyone into a panic. What is that? Look out! The car tore down the road, leaving a trail of smoke in its wake. Simon gritted his teeth. Please, God. Someone. Please. The red dragon opened its mouth, and fire consumed the entire forest. It blasted fire at the people below, who scattered in terror. As they fell, all Simon could do was scream, Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! Laihan's voice was calm. Simon, if you get too worked up, it's all over. Simon growled back, I know, and steered the car directly at the red dragon. Don't slow down, Laihan ordered, his eyes locked on the dragon. Aim for its belly. As the car charged forward, Laihan slammed his weapon straight into the ground. The car was launched into the air. Laihan's eyes glowed as he piloted the vehicle through the sky, right at the dragon. He leaped out of the car, and Simon screamed at the top of his lungs. Kill that thing, Laihan. He aimed his spear right for the dragon's soft underbelly. Of course. Laihan shot a grappling hook that sank deep into the dragon's scales. With veins bulging on his face, He pulled himself closer and, with a powerful roar, slashed deep into its body. It shrieked in pain. Nice, Simon yelled, watching as it began to fall. Li-Han shoved his spear in deeper, and suddenly, the red dragon's eyes began to glow. Li-Han's eyes went wide. Simon could only stare in horror as a new pair of wings sprouted from its back. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, it's a Type 2. How could I have forgotten that? Li-Han pursed his lips and ripped his spear free. He kicked off the dragon's body, shouting, Simon! Simon, face grim, launched another spear straight into the air. It soared high into the sky. Li-Han kept his eyes on the dragon, held out his hand, and unleashed his spiritual power. The red dragon was caught in a magical bind, losing all momentum and falling. Simon was totally lost. What the hell is going on? He drove the car forward. The red dragon lay motionless on the ground. Simon stepped out, his brow furrowed in anger. The red dragon's eyes snapped open. Simon walked right up to it and roared with pure fury. Why do you want to kill all of humanity? He thought of the children, and his entire body trembled. Do we have to die for nothing? Just for being born in this world? He asked, hesitating. If only I'd used my magic. If only you never came here. Spiritual power began to swirl around his hand. Simon charged with his spear and plunged it into the red dragon. The creature roared as a blinding light completely swallowed Simon. His eyes were wide with shock as his equipment was thrown into the air. He caught his weapon in his teeth, biting down hard. As the dragon shrieked, Simon stabbed it again and again. His own teeth shattered, and he screamed in agony. The dragon thrashed and shrieked, but he kept stabbing until its body finally began to dissolve. Then, Simon fell to his knees. Li-Han watched him, seeing the tears streaming down Simon's face. He walked up quietly from behind him. Why don't you get some rest first? Li-Han turned back, and they looked at each other. He could tell Simon looked fine on the outside, but inside, he was a total mess. There's no danger nearby, so let's get you treated. No, Li-Han replied. I have to be at the Citadel in a few hours. I can get treated there. Simon paused, then said, Your plan didn't fail, you know. Without you, everyone would be dead by now. Li-Han's eyes widened. Thank you for taking down that dragon, Li-Han. All of the survivors. They're incredibly grateful to you, Simon continued. And knowing you, I'm sure you're blaming yourself for what happened. Sweat dripped down Li-Han's face. You're a better person than me, Simon. Simon just smirked. Of course I am. I've always been better than you. He watched Li-Han walk away, thinking, he used to really hate this guy. He remembered grabbing Li-Han by the collar, still thinking he was nothing but an annoyance. He saw Li-Han raise his hand, all bright and eager. Kuro and Dichi came running over. But as Simon thought back on it, his expression softened. He placed his hand on theirs, realizing, maybe he wanted to be a part of their group after all. Li-Han stood before Kronos, holding something out. Take this. Li-Han extended his hand. You'll know what to do with it once you receive it. And hearing that, the other Li-Han was left completely speechless. Kronos explains that dragons of the same color share a collective spirit. Since he refused to open the gate of time and space, Bahamut must have forced it open with the blood of a silver dragon. He continues, saying when a dragon loses its body, the new one inherits its memories and mind. A chilling thought for Kronos. But his own memories, as an outcast dying in exile, won't be passed to the newborn silver dragon. His mouth hangs open in despair. Kronos knows it will only grow to become one of Bahamut's puppets, destined to open a portal to the human world. He begs Li-Han, please, take care of my kind. Kronos looks at him, praying the silver inheritance passes through Li-Han. He needs him to pierce the new dragon with the spear that holds his will. Kronos' voice echoes in his mind. Li-Han studies the mighty spear, then lifts it. He sees magic flare up ahead as a figure appears. The sound of a soft landing. It's Yanni, greeting him with a warm smile. We meet again. Sunbi was so happy you were alive. Li-Han just sighs. Yeah, sure. Good to see you too, Yanni. But her face goes pale and she starts trembling. You weren't like this before. What happened these past few days? Li-Han thinks of Simon and falls silent. He hesitates before answering, I'm not sure. Elsewhere, Riben confronts Kuro about Li-Han going to New Soon to find silence. He didn't even report what happened in Kazakhstan, Riben complains. He's just doing whatever he wants. Are you going to let that slide? Kuro, Riben presses. Unlike the past, we're the rulers here now. Leaders should know where their subordinates are at all times. Kuro puts a hand to his chin. Li-Han isn't our subordinate. Let him do what he wants. He says it casually. If we have to, we'll give him a position equal to ours. Ren is shocked. You're talking about letting him take over this place? The one you and I built? His eyes go wide. Ribbon stands before a door, head hung low. Their relationship is stronger than he thought. That man, Kuro, trusts Lai Han with one-sided admiration. Ribbon walks away, his steps heavy. He knows the Citadel needs Lai Han and his leadership skills. He looks up, defiant. But if he does anything to cause division or harm Shito, a car is parked in front of a sign, overlooking a completely devastated city. New Soon, South Korea. Lai Han walks, gun in hand, his eyes scanning the area. He never thought he'd come back here. No signs of life, he thinks. Not even a scavenger could survive this. He reflects grimly that the chances of his siblings still being alive are extremely low. Lai Han thinks about Silence. That stubborn woman would ignore the danger and search for his siblings anyway. He stops short, staring at the Yoni defensive wall up ahead. South Korea built a whole city inside a defensive wall for the elite few. The very people who built the wall weren't even allowed to live inside. He stares at it. Inside the wall, the city is as vibrant as ever. So bright it illuminates the entire night sky. Lai Han frowns. Meanwhile, Silence climbs a flight of stairs and lands silently. She opens a locker, pulls out some gear, and moves on. Silence looks around. The facility is in good shape, usable after a little maintenance. There was no reason to abandon it. She opens a door and finds a pack of noodles. She's a bit confused. She can't read Korean, but wonders if it's the kind you just add hot water to. Biting into a chocolate bar, she sits on the floor, glad to have found something to eat. Silence spots an information board. This is in English, she thinks. Okay, let's head to the collective residential area. A sign warns of a gym. Silence pushes the door open and peers inside, then recoils instantly. That smell, it's awful. The lights flicker on, revealing a horrifying scene. Silence stares at the bodies on the ground, completely baffled. What killed them all? She kneels down to observe. They've clearly been dead for a while, yet there's almost no sign of decay. She wonders if it's the environment. Even seeing it firsthand, she can't make sense of it. I should check somewhere else, she decides. But then, figures appear behind her. Dozens of them, rushing right at her. She immediately bolts. Silence moves like a blur, bursting through the door. But there are more outside raising their guns. She dodges the hail of bullets, taking them down one by one, before freezing. These things definitely aren't alive. Could they be? Zombies? She looks ahead as a figure appears. Lai Han descends a ladder. The lights are still on? Lai Han moves forward, certain that Silence is here. The lights are blazing as he passes a room. He spots her through the info board. Lai Han calls out her name. Silence crouches, weapon ready. His jaw drops. He chucks a grenade, and after the massive explosion, he's left completely stunned. A phantom of Lai Han appears and swings wildly. He peeks through his fingers, eyes wide with horror as Silence charges. He screams out, "Dispel!" Silence is caught off guard. Lai Han raises a hand, sweating. Teleportation. He appears behind her. Damn it. Her weapon clatters to the floor as a spirit is forced out of her body. Lai Han grinds his teeth. He missed, but it still did damage. His hand trembles. He's never used that skill twice in a row. Can he even do it again? Silence and Lai Han face off. He fires his gun repeatedly, but she's too fast, dodging every shot. She closes the distance in an instant. He blocks with his gun, but she slides behind him. He's shocked. Silence kicks the back of his knee, sending him stumbling forward. She grabs his head, holding him in a vice grip. She slams Lai Han into the wall, and he cries out in pain. As he collapses, Silence pulls her weapon back, aiming straight for him. He's too weak to fight back. She's about to strike, but her own hand stops the attack. Her entire body is shaking. Lai Han looks up, reaching out a hand, and unleashes an attack on Silence. Silence hits the ground hard, her helmet cracking. The visor glows as she sits up, grabs her sword, and gets to her feet. She puts a hand to her face, her body still trembling as she looks at Lai Han. Right. I must have let the ghost take over my body. But how? Silence is amazed. Lai Han. Her sword falls as she rushes to his side, touching him gently. You're alive. Is it really you? She helps him up. 2 noodle cups sit on the floor. Lai Han's eyes flutter open. He looks at Silence, then scoots closer. As she looks up, he opens his mouth and greets her. Long time no see. Silence. She writes something on a piece of paper. Lai Han reads the note. I'm sorry. My body was being controlled by that thing. Li Han's face softened as he replied, It's fine. We're both alive, and that's all that matters. Tianlong just stared, stunned. He was being too kind. Had it really been that long, or did he hit his head? She simply pointed to a box of instant noodles. Lai Han turned and offered to share. All right, let's eat. but when he opened the cup, a weird smell wafted out. His expression turned awkward. He couldn't read Korean, so he was completely stuck. He explained that it was the kind of ramen where you drain the water first before adding the seasoning. Tiernlarng was shocked. Ramen without soup? That exists? Laihan just offered to make her a different one. He and Tiernlarng sat next to each other. He declared his new mission, to find her siblings and let them know she was still alive. Now that she was back, he was going to protect her. Looking at the message, Laihan thought of the people he was supposed to protect. His eyes fell. He admitted he'd done something he never had before at one point. He had pushed them out of his mind. He confessed that he'd stopped thinking about them, making up every excuse in the book. Honestly, even if they were alive, he was terrified to see them again. He stared at his own hands. Too much time had passed. He'd changed, and they must have changed, too. Tiernlarng wrote on her notepad, but in the end, I couldn't find them. I'm sorry. Laihan answered with a surprisingly bright smile. No worries, thank you. The space between them fell silent. Then he called her name softly. Tiernlarng. This is hard to believe, but I'm from the past. He started to tell her everything. Calmly, he began to recount all the things he had experienced, everything he could remember. One by one, he laid out his entire impossible story for Tiernlarng. He spoke of it all: the age of dinosaurs versus Sivir, the secret of the bee swarm, and the devastating return of the dragon army. Laihan poured out his entire soul, even the crushing loneliness and isolation he'd endured for so long. Tiernlarng watched him, listening quietly as his story unfolded in the silence. Finally, there were no words left to say. He slapped a hand to his forehead, feeling a sudden wave of relief, as if his chronic headache had just vanished. Tiernlarng began to write. Laihan looked at the words on the paper. It seems you've had a difficult time. Welcome back, Han. He just froze, completely stunned. He was lost in thought. The moment he saw that note, it felt like he'd heard the one thing he'd needed to hear most. With that, he and Tiernlarng left, their eyes fixed on what lay ahead. Yanni greeted them with a huge smile. Is this the Tiernlarng I've only heard rumors about? She looked her over. You seem sadder than I imagined. Laihan cut in. The gate only fits one, right? He suggested sending Tiernlarng through first, and Yanni immediately agreed. Got it, boss. She took Tiernlarng's hand. Here, just grab on, no need to worry. The quiet girl simply nodded. Laihan gave one last reassurance. It'll be okay. Yanni was surprised, then a curious smile spread across her face. Interesting. A room materialized, and Yanni and Tiernlarng stepped through. They landed softly on the other side. We've arrived at the fortress, Yanni said excitedly. You've got some skill, huh? Must be because you're a spatial ability user, too. Tiernlarng remained completely silent. Yanni beamed. I look forward to working with you. But Tiernlarng just stared at her, then suddenly pushed her away. She held up her notebook. Watch what you say, and don't get involved with me. Yanni was stunned for a second, but then her entire expression shifted into one of absolute delight. So cute. Tiernlarng was gone, and Laihan was looking at a fragment in his hand. It was information extracted from the Yunji barrier. What kind of secrets did this thing hold? Laihan stared at the info panel, his eyes hardening. It was a plan for an emergency evacuation ship, set to move to a new area, abandon the Korean peninsula, and seek refuge in Japan. He touched the screen, lost in thought. Major Kang Baehan. He paused, correcting himself. No, he's a colonel now. Laihan began to speculate. If the colonel was still alive, he might be protecting them. He looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He prayed they were all alive and safe. Han stood up, his mind made. It was time to start over. This time, he would build his own team. A magic circle flared to life. He wasn't going to suffer through this alone anymore. He thought of them, the people he could trust in any situation. Not followers, but true equals who would fight alongside him. A small smile touched his lips. If he reached out his hand, people would be there to take it. He just had to move forward with their help. Yanni teased. My, why are you being so unusually proactive today? He answered seriously. Let's hurry back. I'm desperate for a shower. Yanni just burst out laughing. Got it. Kuro threw his arms wide. Han, well done. You actually brought Tiernlarng back. He wrapped her in a tight hug. It's so good to see you again, Tiernlarng. She seemed lost in thought. Han called out, Kuro, I'm contacting Ak again. The fortress alone can't possibly wipe out all the dragons. Kuro looked at him, shocked. Huh? What are you talking about? The fortress didn't just need his raw power. He was sure he could destroy the dragons himself. Han explained that raw power wasn't enough. He needed his psychic mech, and the only place with the technology to create it was with Ak. Kuro's jaw tightened as his aura began to flare. Then why did I work so hard to become this strong? Kuro roared in frustration. Why don't you trust me? The force of his anger shattered a nearby table, and Tianlang shielded herself from the debris. Kuro's fists were clenched tight. Lai Han stayed silent for a moment before speaking softly. It's like it's always been. I need you, and you need me. Kuro froze. You don't have to fight alone, Lai Han said with a small smile. I'm right here. Kuro's tense shoulders slumped, and he turned to leave without another word. All right, Kuro said. But remember this. Li Han listened intently. I'm much stronger now. Han let out a quiet sigh of relief. Understood. He and Tianlang began to walk away. He called her name softly. Tianlang. Then, his voice firm, he asked, I need to know how to contact them. She wrote in her notebook. And you think I know? He observed that she left AK on her own terms, and her gear was optimized for solo wandering. Tianlang explained on the page. I'm not sure if the contact method is still valid. I only know it as a route the technology department used. They used it to recruit important scientists or engineers. Lai Han was floored. The technology department? He realized AK must have helped her a lot. He kept reading her note. They'll be happy to know you're alive. They were devastated after your death. That caught Lai Han completely off guard. He thought they wouldn't have cared if he died. Tianlang added another line. The contact method might already be cut off. I'll go with you, he decided. Tianlang was stunned. No, you stay here and look after Kuro. Her fist clenched. That overconfident commander thinks he's gotten so much stronger? Lai Han just gave a wry smile. I trust you, Tianlang. A few days later, in another room, Yanni looked around, confused. There aren't any teleports scheduled for today, are there? Lai Han replied simply. This is personal. Yanni tilted her head with a teasing grin. Personal? You know, your reputation around here hasn't been so great lately. She pointed right at him. Lots of people are saying you're just a has-been, clinging to the commander's past glory. He sighed. That stings, but it's not entirely wrong. Yanni offered his help, but with one condition. I like you, boss, so I'm in, he said, as long as the task wasn't too difficult. Yanni then asked him for any info on Tianlang, her hobbies, favorite foods, anything at all. Lai Han recalled she loved sweets like cake and was a big fan of martial arts films. Yanni jotted it all down. Seriously? That's actually useful info. But Lai Han suddenly felt a knot in his stomach, thinking he might have just made a big mistake. All right. So where's the location? The answer sent them to a small town in West Wales, where a single, lonely notice was posted. He walked through the desolate streets, with no signs of human life anywhere. Lai Han wondered, even if we win, how long will it take to rebuild civilization? Standing inside a phone booth, Lai Han picked up the receiver. A voice said, Listen, to which Lai Han replied, Who is this? The voice answered, Blue. I'll say it again, Blue. Lai Han wondered if the line was dead. Just then, a blue keycard popped out of a slot, and he grabbed it. He opened a hidden door and quietly stepped inside. Lai Han raised his gun, his eyes flicking from a wall-mounted phone to the blue card he held in his hand. He inserted the card, and a mechanical voice spoke. We have no record of any visitors. Please state your identity. Lai Han announced himself, a Special Forces soldier for AC, and former Alpha Team captain. My name is Lai Han, he stated. Declared killed in action during the Bahamut War 3 years ago. A scanner confirmed it was him, then asked, What is your purpose here? On a monitor, a man named Karis watched him. A soldier returning to his unit, he mused with a wicked grin. Does he need any other reason? Lai Han saw the door open, his brow furrowed in suspicion. Elsewhere, a young man named Kuro focused intently on an orb, straining as he channeled his power into it. Kuro lets out a huge roar just as Tianlang sprints forward. The crowd erupts, shocked. Look, it's Tianlang, it's really her. Another person says, Tianlang, it's an honor to meet you. You're amazing, you killed a dragon, the Tianlang we were hoping for. As veins bulged on Kuro's body, someone shouted, Thanks to you, our commander will become even stronger. A man named Reben applauded her performance. You did very well, he called out. Tianlang just watched him. His codename, Omega 100, Reben Akim. He held out a hand, asking for a word. Tianlang's response, she flipped him the bird. So shameless, she thought, messing with my head out in the open. Reben simply suggested they go somewhere quieter to clear up the misunderstanding. Soon, the two were face to face in a silent room. He was the first to speak. Can't you at least take off your mask? In response, Tianlang raised a hand towards him menacingly. Rebin raised an eyebrow, and she lowered her hand. No, she wrote in a notepad. Revenge isn't justice. She then showed him another note. My name is Tin Lang. I have no other name. Rebin laughed, waving it off. All right, I know. She wrote again. I will bury the past. Just get to the point. That's exactly what I want to talk about, he replied. Don't look at the man I was before, he said ambitiously. Look at me now. I built this stronghold and I lead the world's superhumans. Furthermore, he added, I take in anyone who needs protection, since no other country in the world is defending its own people anymore. Tin Lang wrote her response. You only do that out of necessity, not goodwill. He completely lost his cool. Goodwill, he shouted. Is that something I'm supposed to show naturally? Rebin roared. Being strong isn't a reason to be kind. What if someone weaker than us suddenly becomes stronger? Would they show us goodwill? Absolutely not, he argued. Tin Lang paused for a moment, then held up her notebook one last time. You do what you must to survive, it read. There was never any goodwill in you. With that, Tin Lang stood up and walked out of the room. As she walked, Tin Lang thought to herself that she could never win an argument against him. After all, she wasn't Lai Han. No matter how angry she got, she could never form a rebuttal. She reached her room and stepped inside, thinking, if only Lai Han were here. She looked up and saw Yanni, who was acting cute. You're back late, Tin Lang. Tin Lang turned to leave, then stopped. Wait, this is my room. Yanni put a hand to her cheek. Don't you like me? I just stopped by for a visit. Tin Lang simply grabbed her, threw her out, and slapped a note on her face. Get out. Tears welled in Yanni's eyes. You're so mean. I worked so hard to prepare this. Tin Lang glanced back into the room and froze. A table was covered in cakes, and her favorite movie was playing. So, they watched it together. Tin Lang wrote another note. Leave when it's over. Yanni happily agreed. Yanni smiled to herself, thinking Tin Lang's vulnerability was cute, but Tin Lang just shivered. Why do I have such a bad feeling? Meanwhile, Lai Han walked on alone. Below, a man approached him. You must be Lai Han. I'm Captain Kuss, and I'm in charge of this transit station. Li Han was shocked. The U.S. Army? Are you coordinating with the AC? Kuss smirked. You could say that. The AC is now under U.S. command. Lai Han's eyes went wide. The AC is under the U.S.? More importantly, the United States still has that much power left? Follow me, Kuss said, turning away. Let's talk somewhere more secure. Tense. Lai Han followed him down a long, dark hallway. Kuss stopped short. Damn it, it's starting again. Hold your position. Lai Han hesitated. Do earthquakes happen here often? It's a daily thing, Kuss replied. Dragons were bad enough. Now we have natural disasters. Confused, Lai Han asked. And you're really okay with this? Kuss just laughed. We hunt dragons. You think we're afraid of a little earthquake? As the shaking stopped, he yelled, It's over! Let's move! A soldier later informed him it would be 3 days before transport arrived. Lai Han was stunned. We really have to stay here for 3 whole days? If you're bored, there are magazines, the soldier said with a shrug. Lai Han looked at the pile. Magazines? His face turned beet red. He threw them aside and lay down to sleep. But when another tremor hit, he shot upright, gritting his teeth. This was no mere earthquake. I can't ignore this feeling, he thought. A guard spotted him and raised his rifle. Hey, don't go wandering around. Get Captain Kuss, now, Li Han demanded. But the guard was calm. It's just a tremor, he said, scratching his head. All the nuclear explosions messed with the geology. A soldier explained that earthquakes were becoming more frequent now. Lai Han could see the uneasy expressions on their faces. Something was wrong. He thought to himself, if they were telling the truth, great. But if not, this could be a death trap. Lai Han insisted. Let me see the captain. The soldier just sighed. Just then, Karus ran in, shouting for everyone to move. He was out of breath, telling the captain this earthquake wasn't normal at all. Lai Han's eyes went wide. They would have to stay above ground until it stopped. The entire forest began to shake violently as the soldiers looked on in shock. A soldier cursed, worried the constant tremors would destroy the entire camp. He even feared all of England was about to be swallowed whole. One man turned to Karus, saying they had to abandon the equipment. Suddenly, the death worm erupted from the ground. Lai Han yelled its name, stunning the soldiers. That's the death worm? Everyone was horrified. Was it always this massive? Karus snapped at them, ordering them to stop gawking. He immediately started running. This way! Lai Han shouted to the captain. He explained the monster's body was just earth and rock. The sea was their only escape. Karus agreed it was a brilliant idea. He quickly gave the order. Everyone to the lighthouse. There's a small motorboat down there. Karus yelled, Just run towards the ocean. If we make it to the water, we'll survive. Everyone sprinted for their lives as the worm gave chase. The massive lighthouse appeared. The soldiers shouted in panic. They had to slow it down somehow, or they were all going to be wiped out right here. Two soldiers exchanged a look. They turned back, giving their captain a grim salute. "We're counting on you," they said, their voices firm. The two soldiers activated the bombs strapped to their chests and charged forward. The death worm opened its massive maw. An explosion ripped through the air. "Go, now!" Karus yelled. Everyone scrambled down the lighthouse stairs. He knew the beast would recover quickly. They finally reached a small ship as the dust began to clear. The death worm was covered in some kind of fluid, letting out a terrible noise as it regenerated from the blast. Its slightest movement shattered walls. Everywhere the worm passed, only destruction remained. The sight alone was enough to cause absolute terror. Lihan's boat kept a safe distance. Karus couldn't help but curse. The thing was just too big. But they should be safe now. He'd never heard of a death worm that could swim. But the look on Lihan's face told a different story. Suddenly, the worm moved again, vomiting a massive amount of dirt and rock from its mouth. "What is it doing?" Karus asked in horror. Lihan quickly explained. "It's vomiting out all the earth in its stomach." The rocks were covered in a slimy fluid. The worm convulsed, forcing everything out until its stomach was empty. Karus was panicking now. This was insane. It was going to chase them to the ends of the earth. The death worm threw itself into the water. Karus yelled the order. "Full speed! Send an emergency signal!" They pushed the boat to its absolute limit. A soldier next to him asked if he could see anything. Lihan just shook his head. Nothing. But he knew if they just stood there, they were dead for sure. Without another word, Lihan dove straight into the water, swimming down to confront the beast. A soldier stared in disbelief. Is he crazy? He had jumped in with nothing but a spear. Lihan ignored him, his focus entirely on the monster below. After a moment, he made his decision. The worm had adapted, its body shrinking for underwater movement. He had to end it now. Lihan aimed the spear right for its mouth. It suddenly lunged, forcing Lihan to dodge. He then used every ounce of his strength to plunge the spear deep into its hide. Green fluid exploded from the wound. Lihan dragged his spear along its body, tearing a long gash. The worm shrieked in agony as its lifeblood stained the entire sea. The soldiers on the boat could only watch in awe. Was he really fighting that thing? It was impossible. Unbelievable. Karus snapped out of his trance. "What are you staring at? Support him, now." Just then, Lihan broke the surface. Karus grabbed his hand as the others pulled him aboard. The second he was out of the water, Lihan yelled, "Grenades! Get them ready!" Karus was stunned by the order, but he immediately complied. The wounded death worm was still circling below. Lihan took aim, knowing they had to finish it with a single, decisive blow. He waited, his body tense. Suddenly, the worm leaped from the water. Standing on the bow of the ship, Lihan aimed true and through with all his might. The spear flew straight into the death worm's open mouth. A moment later, a massive explosion tore it apart from the inside. The creature crashed down, nearly capsizing their boat. After what felt like an eternity, the chaos finally subsided, and silence returned. Lihan recalled his spear, reclaiming it in an instant. Karus couldn't help but remark that while Lihan was insane, his reckless stunt had just saved all their lives. Exhausted, Lihan collapsed onto the deck, admitting he could barely stand. He asked if the monster was truly dead for good this time. Karus wasn't 100% sure, but even if it wasn't, regeneration would take a long, long time. He immediately gave the order. "Good, let's get out of here." The ship quickly sped away. The seas were calm again. Before long, food was served, and everyone was told to dig in. On deck, the crew laughed and celebrated their hard-won victory. Just then, Karus announced he finally made contact with Ace. They had a meeting set for the next morning. With time to spare, he decided to tell Lihan a bit about them. Lihan said nothing, just listening intently as the story unfolded. Karus revealed the artificial island Ace, the one Lihan knew, had been utterly destroyed after a massive monster attack. The United States had replaced Ace with something new, a vessel named Tyrannos. Hearing this, Lihan's curiosity was piqued, and Karus began to explain. It was a nuclear submarine, capable of amphibious assaults on both land and sea. The entire U.S. only had two, one belonged to Ace, the other to the government. But Lihan was worried. For a group like Ace, a fixed base was a massive risk. He realized they must not have had any other choice. Just think about it, even the mighty Citadel was in danger now. Through the night, the ship sailed on, and soon, a new day dawned as their journey continued. As the ship glided across the calm water, a hand reached out to him. It's a pleasure to meet you, Li Han. Li Han smiled and firmly shook it. The honor is all mine, he replied. But Karis added a somber note, saying it was a shame their reunion would be so brief, as Ace was already on a set course. Just as he said it was getting close, the water's surface erupted violently. Li Han's brow furrowed. Karis's jaw dropped. The dark creature burst from the waves. It lunged straight for them, ready to attack again. A horrified Karis screamed, "How is that thing still alive?" Li Han gritted his teeth, bracing for a fight. It's evolved to its third stage, an aquatic form. We can't fight this thing barehanded. The creature coiled up, targeting Li Han, and shot forward with its jaws wide open. But in that instant, a massive blast of energy struck it down. Li Han was just stunned, completely frozen by the sudden turn of events. The attack came from someone bearing the mark of Ace, a figure in full metal armor. Moments later, the massive Tyranno submarine was descending, its interior spacious and grand. Inside an interrogation room, a voice spoke. "It's been a long time since I've set foot in here. A shame we have to meet again under these circumstances." Li Han simply nodded in agreement. "I understand." The man glanced at him before asking, "All right, Li Han, are you a member of Citadel?" Li Han's answer was quick, "No." But the interrogator pressed on, pointing out that both his uniform and his weapons were standard-issue Citadel gear. Losing his patience, Li Han shot back, "If I had met Ace first, I'd be wearing their gear." The man asked another question, "What happened during the past 3 years?" This time, Li Han refused. "I can't talk about that here," he stated. "Only someone at the Chief of Staff level has the clearance. There are things I just can't say openly." The man sighed, defeated. "Fine, I'll take you to the Vice Chief of Staff." And just like that, Li Han found himself in handcuffs. On the way, he thought to himself that this was how they treated him. They clearly had no love for Citadel. A soldier led him to a door. The Vice Chief of Staff is inside. You know who it is. Inside the room, a figure was already waiting. Li Han's eyes immediately locked onto him. Joe spoke first. "Long time no see, Li Han." He gestured to a chair. "Sit." Li Han replied, "Indeed, Commander." But Joe cut him off impatiently. "Let's skip the pleasantries and get right to the point." After the guard left, Joe continued, "There are no listening devices here. Tell me everything you know." Li Han hesitated for a moment, thinking that to get Ace's help, he had to place his trust in the commander. After hearing the whole story, Joe was amazed. Truly remarkable. He admitted that not since his grandmother's fairy tales had a story captured his attention so completely. "Seaver found us," Li Han explained, "and Seaver is the one who brought us this fateful chance." He leaned in, "A chance to find Seaver's lair. We have to work together, both Ace and Citadel." Joe's brow furrowed. "We haven't been sitting idle for 3 years. We've destroyed 2 of their lairs." But Li Han countered, "And yet, they're not dead." Joe had to concede the point. It was like fighting against a reincarnated god. "This is no time for jokes," Li Han pressed. "Without my intel, you would have thought the threat level was still heinous. For now, stay on the Terranos and await orders," Joe commanded. "You're free to move about, but don't cause any trouble." With that, time moved on. The next day, his old comrades were overjoyed to see him. "Li Han, you're alive. It's great to have you back," he greeted them politely. "It's been a while." Li Han immediately asked after his friends. "Where are Clut and the others?" After a hesitant pause, one of them said, "Clut's in the engine bay. It's better if you see for yourself." When Li Han entered the engine bay, the crew erupted in cheers. "Li Han, you're alive. It's so good to see you." Seeing them all again, Li Han felt a wave of relief. "Me too." Just then, a familiar face approached. "Heard you were here. Sorry, been a bit busy lately." Li Han stared, absolutely shocked. It was none other than Otto, but he was as skinny as a toothpick now. Li Han had to ask, "Were you really that sad when I died?" Otto just laughed. "Besides you, no one around here is better than me." Li Han changed the subject. "First things first, Otto, I heard Clut is here." At the mention of the name, Otto froze. The others in the room suddenly looked away. Pushing up his glasses, Otto took a deep breath and pointed Li Han toward Clut's location. Behind a massive door, Li Han's gaze fell upon it, a heavy steel gate plastered with warning signs, guarding what looked like an enormous chamber. Li Han couldn't believe his eyes. Who in the world could have imagined something like this? Otto began to explain. "The psychic mech, Generation 3.0. It's an improved version of the Generation 2 we built. The one that fell into American hands," Otto continued. "It's been completely rebuilt. The entire design philosophy is different from the second generation. The Zero uses a nuclear reactor as its power source," he said grimly. "Only pilots with self-healing abilities can even hope to control it. Its name was the Iron Prison. Lai-Han seemed to guess its meaning instantly. Don't tell me. And Otto just nodded, confirming the worst. That's right. It's like locking someone inside a torture device. The pilot's body is constantly being destroyed and regenerated. Over and over. Lai-Han could barely even stand. So how could they do it? Otto revealed there were only 3 third-generation spirit mechs ever made, and with them, they'd taken down 2 level 3 dragons. But now, only Glut was left. The other 2 enhanced soldiers had already taken their own lives to escape the horror. The system announced the jetpack removal was complete. Everyone rushed forward. Good, now hurry. Together, they quickly started to unbolt the armor. The person inside stepped out weakly. They had to catch him, hold him steady. Careful now. He was exhausted, breathing heavily, but his eyes glowed. He was okay, and that person was none other than Glut. He smirked. I can still move with half my body torn apart. This is nothing. After all the training, he had changed. A lot. Just then, Lai-Han walked up, calling out excitedly, Glut! Long time no see. But Glut was no longer the hyperactive kid he remembered. He was calm, composed. You're alive, Lai-Han? Lai-Han just teased back. What, you trying to be Otto's little brother? Glut explained angrily that all his hair had fallen out, and it just kept falling out every time it regrew. And then, the 2 old friends finally broke into wide smiles. Glut was grinning from ear to ear. Later, they found a quiet place to catch up properly. So he asked, How did you even survive? Glut pulled out a chair and sat opposite Lai-Han. He was cagey. Just luck. Wait for the official report to be published. The 2 talked for hours that day, the conversation flowing endlessly as time slipped by, the steam from their drinks long gone. Suddenly, Lai-Han's tone shifted. Glut. Glut reacted immediately. Lai-Han leaned in. You know Kuro is in the Citadel, right? Glut fell silent, not answering. After a moment, he finally asked, You've been to the Citadel? Lai-Han nodded. Yeah, I've been to both the Citadel and Ark. If we want to survive, we need to cooperate. Glut's face darkened with rage. Lai-Han, those bastards. Do you have any idea what they did? Lai-Han shot back. Glut, be realistic. But his friend just exploded, slamming the table. Lai-Han! He flipped the entire table over, sending coffee splashing across the floor as Glut's entire body trembled with pure rage. Rose. They killed Rose. Hearing those words, Lai-Han froze on the spot. Glut was shaking, blood trickling from the corner of his lip. He spoke with utter despair. Just go. With the submarine still deep beneath the ocean, a dejected Lai-Han walked the halls. I haven't seen the sun in 3 days. This place might be safe, but the Citadel had much better living conditions. Suddenly, his watch started vibrating. Lai-Han quickly checked the message. He was being summoned to a meeting. Lai-Han walked in confidently, where a man's deep voice greeted him. Glad to meet you, Lai-Han. I'm the vice commander here, Lieutenant Colonel Topius. Joe was there too, along with a few others. Topius continued, The information you've brought us is extremely interesting. We've reviewed it several times. But do you have any way to prove that H is being resurrected? Lai-Han's face hardened as he glared at them. So frustrating. Seeing his silence, Topius grew suspicious. Perhaps you have another agenda. You hid for 3 years before finally contacting us. You could have come to us much sooner. Furthermore, the fact that you came from the Citadel. Lai-Han finally cut him off. I was born and trained in Ark. I've survived countless near-death experiences and I have killed dragons. If you don't believe me, who will you believe? By the time H's resurrection is proven, we'll all be dead. The men began to sweat nervously, but one of them, Z, just leaned back with a smug, self-satisfied smirk on his face. Topius didn't look too happy either, but he finally had to compromise. He told Lai-Han, In 3 days, I'll arrange a meeting for you with the Commander-in-Chief. The image of that man flashed in Lai-Han's mind. Commander-in-Chief Jen Teller. He'll regain his consciousness by then. It's the best way to verify the truth. A vision of Jen, his hair gone, looking utterly ravaged, appeared. Lai-Han simply nodded in agreement. I understand. Topius formally concluded the meeting. Then I'll see you in 3 days. Meanwhile, on Jen's end, his hands and feet were shackled with electric cuffs. The man looked absolutely terrifying. Back on the submarine, Lai-Han and Glut were sparring, the determination in their eyes burning fiercely. Lai-Han easily blocked Glut's attack path, but Glut quickly followed up with another strike, not forgetting to ask about their friend. Kuro, is he okay? Lai-Han quickly confirmed. Yeah, he's fine. Glut immediately pressed the attack again. Lai-Han struggled to dodge the blows, panting as he tried to reason with his friend. Glut, our goal isn't revenge. But Glut knew that. I know. But they were the ones who betrayed us first. His next blow was so powerful, Li Han needed both hands to block it. Now both of them were trembling from the sheer force. Later, in the locker room, Glut made his accusation. Omega 1, he's definitely the one who did it. Remember what I told you before, Li Han? Anyone who hurts my friends, no matter what happens, I'll kill them with my own 2 hands. Li Han remained silent, but his eyes were filled with the same unwavering resolve. Afterwards, he went straight to find Otto. I need my spirit mech. Otto. Otto. Hearing him, Otto was bewildered. You just get here and get straight to the point? You know I can't just make one whenever I want. Li Han switched to flattery. Think about it, you're a genius. Don't you have a spare one lying around? Otto's ego immediately inflated. That's right, I am a genius. Hey, do we still have Li Han's data? Take this guy for a full physical exam. Test his physical abilities too. I'll check the archives, but don't get your hopes up. Li Han thought to himself, no one knows what's coming next. I need a spirit mech. Just then, someone called out, let's go, Li Han. Time flew by, and 3 days later, the indicator light on the door finally turned green. Ro gave the signal. All right, you can go in. Li Han looked up at the door, steeling himself for what was to come, then finally stepped inside. Jen was already sitting there. Li Han stood and watched him for a long moment. Then, Jen spoke. It's been a while, hasn't it? Li Han was completely stunned. You remember me? Jen remained completely composed, but Li Han saw right through him. You don't have much time, do you? I want to prove my innocence. Duen pulled out a stack of documents and began to flip through them. If this report is true, you'll be the hero who ends the war. But Li Han flatly refused the offer. I didn't come here to become a hero. Suddenly, Duen called him over. He stepped forward without a second thought, but a bizarre energy suddenly radiated from the old man, slamming straight into Li Han. The feeling was deeply unsettling. Jen noted that his mental barrier was still incredibly strong. If you want to prove you're innocent, you should lower it. Li Han felt he had no other choice. I don't know how. Duen gave careful instructions. Relax, clear your mind. At that moment, the red energy began to swirl around Li Han. His consciousness was fading. This was dangerous. After what felt like forever, Li Han's body finally relaxed, completely enveloped by that strange power. Duen's eyes suddenly blazed. You're the real deal. The way to end this war is in your hands. He saw him as humanity's last hope, a unifier for a divided people, but also a dangerous existence. Hearing this, Li Han's body began to react as the red energy flared out of control. His hand moved on its own, lurching toward Duen. As if possessed, Li Han grabbed the old man's throat and squeezed. Immediately, red alerts began to blare. Everyone outside stormed the room. Damn it, that bastard. Restrain him. But Li Han was now completely feral, and the soldiers struggled to subdue him. They stomped on his body, leaving Li Han completely bewildered. What is this? For Duen, this was all the proof he needed. So, he really is Seongji's assassin. Someone quickly helped the commander up. Commander-in-Chief, are you all right? Duen didn't answer, simply thinking that humans were fascinating in their own way. Watching them destroy themselves bit by bit was more thrilling than anything. In a dark room, Li Han was bound hand and foot, cuffed behind a chair, blindfolded and gagged. He sat there in total silence. Joe stared at the scene, completely stunned. Even Newt was present. After some time, a figure entered the dark room where Li Han was being held. The man's voice boomed. Answer honestly, or I'll make you open your mouth by any means necessary. But Li Han didn't say a single word, from beginning to end. Outside, the room was buzzing with rumors. Is it true? Li Han tried to assassinate the commander-in-chief? We should just wipe out the entire stronghold. The US military even has nuclear weapons. But we have comrades there too. What comrades? What are you talking about? They all have to die. Kuro is there too. That guy is a real monster. I don't even know if a nuke would work on him. Newt listened to these words in silence. Just then, another man stepped forward. I still can't believe it. Does anyone really think Li Han is a traitor? How many of us in this room don't owe him our lives? The entire space suddenly fell silent, but another voice quickly shot back. But Li Han has always been someone we couldn't understand. He vanished for 3 years and just now reappeared. The defender angrily grabbed the man by the collar. You bastard, you think just saying it makes it true? Others quickly moved in to separate them. That's enough, Derek, calm down. Someone else stepped up to criticize him. You better get a grip too, unless you want to be called a spy. Derek didn't back down from the challenge. Come on then, let me go. I said let me go. Damn it. Then, his attention shifted. He yelled out, Clue, are you just going to stand there? Say something. But Clue remained completely silent. Back in the interrogation room, Lai Han had been beaten severely. The interrogator wiped sweat from his brow in frustration. Damn, they were right. You really are stubborn. Lai Han's face was now a mess of bruises. He grit his teeth and spoke. Call your superior. Talking here is useless. But the man gave him no such chance. Don't try to play dumb with me. Lai Han had been knocked from his chair to the floor. He still tried to warn his captor. The commander-in-chief is acting strange. He needs to be captured and isolated immediately. Did you hear me? Outside, Sergeant Red and Joe heard everything. Joe thought to himself, if he were really an assassin, he wouldn't have been caught so easily. As an alpha, he never once failed a mission. Topias couldn't help but marvel. Even in this situation, he's still trying to confuse people. A member of the Z-Force added his own thoughts. From training to actual combat, Lai Han has always been one of the most outstanding soldiers. But Topias just looked annoyed. Omega was also one of the best soldiers. Set your personal feelings aside. Inside, the man continued his brutal interrogation. From now on, if you don't answer properly, I'll pull out your fingernails one by one. Joe thought to himself that Lai Han could probably hold on for a little longer. Now was not the time to just stand and wait. After returning to his post, he began to execute his plan. Just as Joe predicted, he found nothing on the surveillance tapes. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Lai Han was meticulous. This just wasn't his style at all. And if he had really planned this, the commander-in-chief would already be dead. Suddenly, Octo rushed over asking, Red, is it true? Is Lai Han really the assassin? He was clearly distraught. No way, right? It can't be true. Joe quickly tried to reassure him. We're still investigating. Just stay calm. But Octo couldn't contain his emotions. How the hell am I supposed to be calm? This is all nonsense. Others might not know him, but I do. For the past 3 years, Lai Han hasn't changed one bit. People can lie, but machines and Lai Han do not. Hearing this, Joe felt helpless. Now that's what's truly nonsense. Anyway, just calm down. We'll talk later. But as Joe started to walk away, he suddenly froze, as if a thought just struck him. Wait a minute, Octo. Sometime later, in the commander-in-chief's office, Joe stared at the warning light for a long time, lost in thought. Inside, the commander sat in silence, his face looking haggard and worn. Red walked in and confronted him directly. I believe in you, Commander. You turned a failing project into a success. Superpowered people should be human before they become weapons. You always believed that. Because of you, someone like Omega will never appear again. Joe stared intently at the man, but Jen remained motionless. He then let out a long sigh. Chief of Staff Alexander. He was truly an extraordinary person. Standing there, he finally understood he wasn't qualified. He wanted to act on his feelings now, not just reason. The same way he trusted the man before him, he would now trust Lai Han. Suddenly, the sound of rushed footsteps filled the hallway. Octo and his group seemed to be in a huge hurry. Something about the test footage in the control room, right? Exactly, they had to make sure there were absolutely no mistakes. Meanwhile, Lai Han had been beaten black and blue, his face a complete mess of red. The man couldn't hide his anger. That was 7 hits, and the kid hadn't even made a sound. He had never seen anyone with this kind of grit before. Suddenly, an order comes from outside. Take a short break. The man smirks. We'll be seeing him again very soon. You can look forward to it. With his captor gone, Lai Han could finally breathe. They wouldn't kill him, he knew that, but this couldn't go on like this. Considering the commander-in-chief's condition, the entire organization could collapse at any second. The problem was convincing the others who would trust his word over the commander's. Sometime later, his blindfold came off. It was Osto. Lai Han couldn't hide his shock. He choked out, Osto, you're out of breath. There's no time, we need to get out of here first. With that, they made a run for it. As they ran, Osto explained the situation. The warehouse door had likely been welded shut, and Tyrannos would show up in 5 minutes. Their only way out was the hatch. Lai Han hesitated, but Osto quickly reassured him. Don't worry, this genius has already prepared a few things. Lai Han guessed it immediately, a psychoframe mech. Osto checked the time. 4 minutes. We're almost there. He was putting the final touches on the armor. He announced with satisfaction. It's done. Lai Han eyed the armor, unimpressed. This looks crude. Are you sure it's even usable? Osto immediately came to its defense. It's just a temporary build, but I made it myself. Don't worry. I call it Old Man Wei Bing. I combined parts from generations 1 and 2. You could call it a generation 1.5. The data says it's ready, but real combat is always different. But if it's you, you can do it. Lai Han nodded in confirmation. I'll finish the test in actual combat. A worker then rushed over with an update. Just 2 minutes left. Osto noticed his spear and reminded him, don't forget this, Lai Han. He was deeply moved. Everyone was risking so much for him, but why? No, asking was pointless. Lai Han spoke up, thank you, Osto. Osto just pushed up his glasses, hiding a smile. It's nothing. I've set up an escape route, so go. And Commander Red asked me to pass on a message. The debt is paid. He said you'd understand. Just then, a group of soldiers spotted Lai Han and moved to block his path. Lai Han vaulted over them with ease, leaving them stunned. A psycho-frame mech? How? Where did you get that? Lai Han was feeling smug now. Osto was truly one of a kind, and he'd said this powerful mech was put together in just a few days? Meanwhile, the men inside were trying to smash the door open. Damn it! Who welded this thing shut? Is there a spy in here? Everyone was seething with rage, grinding their teeth. Osto and Lai Han were nearly free. He reached the exit, but paused. He scanned carefully. 2 speedboats. Which one is it? That one. Suddenly, a blast of energy shot at him from behind. The attacker was also in a psycho-frame mech. Luckily, he dodged just in time. After steadying himself, Lai Han recognized him. Newt. His voice boomed. So, you run after a failed assassination? I never expected this from you, Lai Han. What a disappointment. Lai Han knew his opponent's personality well. No matter what I say, you won't believe me. The door slid open, with Newt standing there, blocking his escape. Of course not. If you want to leave, you'll have to beat me first. Lai Han agreed instantly. Fine by me. Let's end this right now. Newt roared like a madman. And if I lose, don't you dare blame the psycho frame. With that, they charged and clashed head-on. Newt mercilessly smashed his fist into Lai Han's head, the blow so powerful it cratered the ground. Lai Han had to admit, the guy's strength was no joke. Destroying those 2 nests wasn't an empty boast. If I can get close enough, I can end this. At the critical moment, he dodged out of the way. Lai Han knew he had to use his speed to his advantage. Knut put everything into his next move, launching himself straight at Lai Han. They collided with equal force, and the impact sent them both flying. Lai Han quickly landed on his feet, ready to fight on. Knut charged forward, boasting, with that piece of junk, you can't beat me. He effortlessly lifted Lai Han, who cried out in pain. Without a shred of mercy, Knut hurled Lai Han down, then began relentlessly pummeling him while screaming, Why did you betray me? But facing Knut's fury, Lai Han stayed silent. He realized he could use the pressure wave to win instantly, but Knut would definitely die. He couldn't let that happen. Knut was still raining down blows. Surrender, he screamed, his attack showing absolutely no mercy. Red warnings flashed across his display, filling Lai Han with anxiety. My system is collapsing. What am I supposed to do now? Then, something made Lai Han freeze. A prompt from the system. His left arm? Memories came flooding back. Osto's voice yelling, Why are you so stubborn? When are you ever going to use that thing? Lai Han had replied, A spear alone isn't enough. I need another weapon, one that can launch from my arm like this. Osto had just grumbled, What a pain. Fine. I'll make it when it's time. In the present, Lai Han couldn't help but crack a smile. Thanks, Osto, but a little warning next time would be nice. He shakily raised his arm, and a hidden dagger deployed from within. Newt was still lost in his frenzied attack and didn't notice. Lai Han saw his chance and struck, plunging the dagger straight through Newt's helmet. The attack connected, but Newt seemed completely unharmed. With just that, I'm not going to die. I won't even pass out. But Lai Han wasn't surprised. I know. If this is all you have. The dagger then began to emit a powerful energy. The energy shot through the armor, expanding rapidly. Newt, feeling unharmed, got cocky. You can't even make me pass out with that? But Lai Han wasn't surprised in the slightest. I know. If that's all you've got. The dagger then unleashed a torrent of energy. The energy pulsed outwards, filling the space. Then, silence. Knut wasn't even reacting anymore. Seeing his chance, Lai Han turned to leave. He gave one last look back. Sorry. Rest here for a bit, Knut. He then focused on the ship. I have to hurry. But then, Knut suddenly moved again. Lai Han couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. A violent surge of green energy erupted from the suit, blasting straight toward him. Lai Han just couldn't process it. How was this possible? He was supposed to be unconscious. Knut was moving on pure, raw willpower. And just like that, Lai Han was dragged away at incredible speed. Knut pulled him higher and higher into the sky before violently looping back around. Han gritted his teeth as they slammed back into the warship. The massive impact sent a shockwave through the hull, and he couldn't help but scream out from the force of the collision. Everyone watched, their bodies tense. A direct hit. But did they get him? But then, Han painfully forced himself to stand. His entire body screamed in protest, but he started to walk away. Canute, however, was now completely motionless. Han sensed something was terribly wrong. When he turned back, Canute's suit was engulfed in flames. He screamed his friend's name in anguish. Canute! He ran like a madman, straight into the fire. Despite the raging inferno, Han was going to save his teammate. He was already near his limit, but he used every last ounce of strength he had left. In just a few moments, Han managed to start prying the armor open. The heat was becoming unbearable, but he felt no fear. All he could think about was saving Canute. After a desperate struggle, Han finally dragged Canute free. Meanwhile, Topias was deploying his forces, furiously shouting, "Go, go, go!" The order was given. Capture Han. For a split second, Han froze, a deep sense of dread washing over him. Something about this fire was all wrong. He decided to go back in to retrieve something from the suit, but he was immediately surrounded. "Stay put, Han. You're coming with us." Yet, he calmly delivered a warning. "The mini-reactor is malfunctioning. If it fails, all of us will die." He held up the device for them all to see. The soldiers hesitated, then slowly lowered their weapons. Waves crashed against a small boat as it sped away from the warship, white foam churning in its wake, putting a safe distance between them. Han appeared on the deck, holding the unstable reactor. He let out a powerful shout and hurled it into the distance. His mind raced. "Let me show you what I will do. Who I am." The device immediately began to overload. Its power was absolutely immense. In an instant, all of its energy was unleashed, creating an earth-shattering explosion. The ship was completely obliterated by the blast. Being the closest, Han was thrown through the air. The explosion's radius was massive. Topias stared at the spectacle, utterly stunned. "Why?" he muttered. Joe immediately spoke up. "Regardless of the reason, we can't deny that Han just saved Tyrannos." "I'm arresting the commander," Joe declared. "We're returning to Sector 1 to find whoever was pulling the strings." Sometime later, Canute finally woke up. A cold sweat covered his forehead. The medical bay was eerily silent and empty. He looked down to see his own hand trembling uncontrollably. He gritted his teeth and took off running, heading straight for Z. His voice shook as he asked, "Is Han still alive?" Looking down at the emergency room, he was horrified. "What's his condition?" Ro answered with a grim tone. "Tonight is the critical period." Canute was shaking all over in agitation. Han, why did you do it?" Han was covered in bandages and hooked up to countless machines. But then Canute's eyes went wide in shock. One of Han's limbs was missing. To be precise, it was his left arm. Han was a mess of medical tubes and equipment, his body carefully bandaged, but Canute's eyes were fixated on the horrifying sight. A whole limb had just been sacrificed. It was his left arm, and it was gone. His entire body trembled before all strength left him, and he collapsed to his knees. Joe saw the scene and quietly walked away, leaving Canute to ask himself, "What have I done?" Han had risked his own life to save everyone. Tears of guilt streamed down his face. Why? Why didn't I trust him more? In his private quarters, Topias contemplated the situation. Was the commander the traitor? If he moved against an innocent man, he'd be the one in deep trouble. Just then, an alert chimed through the comms. Topias answered immediately. "What is it?" The report came back. "Vice Commander, Canute is heading straight for the commander." Topias was confused. "Canute?" The officer on the other end said, "I'll sound the alarm," but Topias quickly stopped him. "Wait, hold on." A devious smile crept across Topias's face. He thought to himself, a scapegoat couldn't be more convenient. If the commander is innocent, they can just pin everything on Canute. He gave his subordinate a direct order. "We're going to act as if we never saw Canute. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Canute had found Duin, who was tied to a chair. His voice was cold and empty. "Wake up." He aimed his weapon right at the commander. Then, the old man began muttering something bizarre. Canute stated flatly, "It doesn't matter who the real traitor is anymore. I've already made my decision. I will believe in my friend." His finger was on the trigger, but Duin just kept mumbling to himself. Canute's anger started to boil over until he finally snapped, shouting, "Damn it. Say something coherent." But Duin's next words stopped him cold. "Is guilt a matter of responsibility?" Canute's brow furrowed in confusion. "What?" Duin calmly looked at him and asked, "What is it you want me to answer, Canute Meyer?" Canute roared back. Who are you? Why did you frame Lai Han? Duan let out a smug laugh. You only believe what you want to. You accused Lai Han of being a traitor yourself. Are you trying to make me the villain now just to ease your guilty conscience? How convenient for you. Canute exploded in fury. Shut your mouth, but Duan continued. If you punish me as the bad guy, you'll be free from all that guilt. But the reality is, you never truly trusted Li Han. If you did, you would have been there to help him from the very beginning. The crushing guilt returned, and tears began to stream down Canute's face. Don't say another word, before I kill you. Suddenly, a strange energy began emanating from Duan's body. Is that your limit? The very space around them seemed to form a glowing net. Canute stared in utter disbelief. What is this? Is this the commander's true power? Duan let out a wicked laugh. You were far too careless, Canute Meyer. Compared to Lai Han, you are nothing. An overwhelming tension filled the room. What the hell is happening to him? No, is he even human? The commander's smile began to twist into something monstrous and grotesque. We are the only one, he said. In that instant, Canute's body was seized by the energy. His own limbs began moving against his will. The barrel of his gun trembled, aimed right at Jen. Maybe leaving things a mystery wasn't such a bad idea. He fought hard to keep himself in check. I have proof the commander is a traitor. We can't just execute him here. But Du kept pushing him, urging him on. Come on, pull the trigger. Didn't you come here to kill me? Canute immediately unleashes his energy. Don't underestimate me, he thinks, fighting with everything he has to break free from the control. Newt manages to turn the gun towards his own temple. A single shot rings out, and the entire network in the room dissolves into nothing. But Newt had already protected himself. You think you're better than me? Pathetic. This body is mine, you bastard. Du just stares, his jaw hanging open in utter disbelief. Canute instantly rushes him, landing a devastating punch. Du collapses to the floor, trembling in agony. Looking down at the man, Canute declares, I will take responsibility for my own mistakes. Just then, soldiers storm in, freezing at the sight. It's Glut. Glut quickly raises a hand. The commander is alive, he says, but I'm not sure if we should still be calling him our commander anymore. Joe was sitting with Topius, and things just weren't adding up. The entire surveillance feed from that time frame had simply vanished. So, he asks, does this mean no one saw Canute visit the commander-in-chief? The man lies without even blinking, blaming it on a system malfunction during maintenance. Talk about convenient timing. Joe saw right through that excuse. Yeah, what a perfect coincidence. Topius then cuts in, saying the commander has clearly lost his mind, and it's a miracle they've survived this long under a madman. Joe's brow furrows with irritation. Watch your mouth, he warns. But Vice Commander Topius doesn't answer, simply taking a quiet sip of coffee. Joe then clarifies that while the commander's mind is definitely being controlled by something, it's way too early to start calling him their enemy. But Topius isn't buying it. Hasn't he already shown open hostility towards all of humanity? John snaps back, arguing that if he really wanted to destroy them, he's already had countless opportunities to do it. At that moment, Topius seems to figure out his real plan. Don't tell me you're actually planning to negotiate with him. Joe doesn't hesitate to admit it. Regarding the commander-in-chief, from this point forward, he will take full responsibility. Meanwhile, Kuro is training, completely focused as his entire body radiates with immense energy. Suddenly, Kuro's eyes snap open, a vision of his own heart appearing before him. At that moment, something materializes on his head, and that same presence now fills his body. He channels his own energy to obliterate the foreign substance. In just a moment, it begins to dissipate before completely shattering into nothing. An incredible surge of power immediately flows through Kuro's body. Some time passes before the energy finally settles, and Kuro begins to calm down. After his training, Kuro slowly makes his way outside, where Ren is already waiting. We did it, Kuro. This time it was under 10 minutes. Your absorption rate is getting insane. But Kuro couldn't care less about that right now. That's not important. Is there any news from Li Han? Ren asks if he should check, but Kuro confidently shuts him down. No need. Li Han is strong. Ren freezes for a second, stunned, before he reminds Kuro, but you're even stronger now. Don't sell yourself short and put him on a pedestal. This causes Kuro to immediately lash out in anger. Li Han is strong even without being a superhuman. If I wasn't a superhuman, I'd be nothing. And with that, an upset Kuro turns to leave. I'm tired. I just want to rest today. Ren's expression grows dark. He makes a silent vow to himself. I'm not going to let you take advantage of me anymore. Elsewhere, the silent Omega TR-1 has arrived, letting out an exhausted sigh. Just then, Yanni spots her and strikes a seductive pose. Welcome, Silence. I've been waiting for you for a long time. But Silence is in no mood for games and lands a solid punch right on Yanni. Clutching her side with tears in her eyes, Yanni cries out, "That hurts so much." Silence just coldly writes in her notebook, "Get lost." She thinks to herself that while there's no real malice here, having to deal with this every single day is getting seriously annoying. Without warning, Yanni appears right behind her. "Seriously? You think I came here just because I'm bored?" Silence struggles to contain her rage. "If you were a man, I would have already beaten you to a pulp." Seeing her finger get closer to her forehead, Yanni suddenly gets nervous. "Wait, you're not actually going to hit me, are you? Is there even a spot for me to hit back?" In another hallway, the submarine is operating normally, where Lai Han remains unconscious after the incident that day. The steady beep of medical equipment echoes through the room. Joe stands just outside, asking about Lai Han's condition. The doctor quickly reports that he's past the critical stage and is now stable. Joe breathes a sigh of relief. Inside, Lai Han's body is hooked up to a network of machines. Though his body is comatose, his mind is wide awake, trapped in a strange and unfamiliar place. Where am I? Is this a cave? After careful observation, he concludes that this cave is clearly man-made. He takes a few cautious steps forward, only for a shocking sight to appear. His path is blocked by a gigantic door. Lai Han's jaw hangs open as he stares up at the impossibly massive gate. All of a sudden, a warning light flashes on, followed by a piercing alarm. Massive gears grind into motion, and the heavy door slowly begins to shift, creating a small opening. Lai Han cautiously peers inside, and his eyes widen in complete disbelief at what he sees. Just then, his consciousness snaps back to reality. Li Han's eyes flutter open, and he can immediately sense that something is different. He's realized his left arm is gone. A noise from outside makes him turn his head. It's Jay, rushing in to check on him. "You're awake. How are you feeling?" Lai Han answers with brutal honesty. "Even if I wanted to lie, I couldn't say I'm okay." Z then comes over to help him sit up. "I've never been this badly injured, not even when I was fighting dragons. Aren't humans even more terrifying than dragons?" Lai Han tries his best to be optimistic. "At least I only lost an arm. I guess I'll have to get a prosthetic." R chuckles at that. "Welcome to the world of cyborgs." Lai Han then asks about the situation. R doesn't hold back. "If they officially label you a traitor, there's going to be a full-blown riot. Out of 34 enhanced warriors, 18 have already filed a petition demanding a new investigation to clear his name." "Did you really calculate everything to this extent?" Lai Han remains silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Even if I didn't plan it, I would never let everyone die. The reason I fight isn't for anger or revenge. I fight to protect someone just like we've always done." Z is incredibly satisfied with that answer. A perfect response. Suddenly, a noise makes Lai Han turn his head. It turns out Z had a radio with him the entire time. Everyone heard what he said. They were all deeply moved. Z couldn't stop praising him. "Your political skills have really improved. This will definitely sway the neutral factions to your side. More importantly, my own condition isn't great, so forgive me. But I need your advice." It only takes Lai Han a few seconds to understand. "I know what you mean, teacher. You want to confront the commander-in-chief, don't you?" After a period of recovery, Lai Han is finally walking again. Even with a cane, he doesn't seem inconvenienced. Joe is there, waiting for him with a cigarette, looking fully prepared for what's next. But at the most critical moment, Lai Han backs out. "I'm probably not well enough." "I'm sorry." Joe panics. "But I need you." Lai Han nods in agreement. "I understand. What happened to Glue?" Joe then recounts the situation. He voluntarily went into solitary confinement. It seems he needs some time to think. Lai Han nods again. "I get it. Joe has already called in a few more people for support." "Well then, shall we go now?" A lavish meal is laid out on the table, a stark contrast to the dark room around it. The host, meanwhile, just calmly cuts his meat. That man is none other than Commander Jen. Though Joe and Lai Han have arrived, he pays them no mind, completely focused on his food. "Delicious," he mutters, before Joe cuts right to the chase. "Are you Commander Duell?" But the old man doesn't even flinch. He finally looks up at Joe. "And who do you think I am?" Joe's reply is sharp. "If Alexander were here, maybe we could actually talk." Lai Han, from behind, stops him. "Wait a moment. Please step back." He raises a hand, preparing to do something, and Duell instantly becomes wary. The others are confused. What is he doing? Then it hits Duell. "I can't use my psychic." Joe and the others are stunned to hear it. An anti-psychic field? Sweat beads on Lai Han's forehead as he reports his findings. The commander's condition isn't related to psychic powers. Duel looks at the young man, forced to admit it. Li Han, you have the potential to end this war. I'll give you that. A murmur goes through the room. Really? He can end the war? But the old man cuts in. But can we really trust a word, Sivir says? We're trusting a dragon. What if it's all a trap? What if Psyker just wants to destroy the other hive so he can rule alone? Or maybe he's just giving humanity false hope, just to lure everyone out and slaughter them. The weight of his words silences Li Han. Zhou gives the order. Everyone out, except for Li Han. The others obey immediately. Zhou grits his teeth, realizing that aura is far scarier than any psychic power. It can negatively affect other psychics. This man is no longer their commander. It feels like they're staring into the eyes of a demon. Duel speaks again. This reminds me of the prophet. You always feel so guilty. It would have been better if we all died. That's what you think, right? Li Han sees the anomaly as Zhou grits his teeth and answers, maybe so. Duel just raises his hand. You're useless, Vice Chief of Staff. The old man clutches his face in pain. If Alexander were here, it never would have come to this. After some time, the two of them finally leave. Li Han suddenly realizes that when Chief of Staff Alexander died, Commander Duel died with him. Zhou just nods. It's our fault. We thought the commander was a Superman. We believed he would endure anything and lead us. Li Han sighs. But in the end, the commander is only human, and his mind broke. Knowing humanity would eventually be wiped out, he simply gave up on himself and became a monster. I always underestimated Alexander. If he were still alive, the army might not have collapsed. What now? Zhou's voice hardens. A leader must be a Superman. They can never officially show weakness. We'll announce that the commander was controlled by a spect, that he never abandoned the army or humanity. As long as everyone remembers it that way, it's enough. And so, Duel was imprisoned in the deepest part of Terranos. The few high-ranking officers who know the truth just call him the demon. They keep the demon alive because the army still needs his knowledge. Elsewhere, a glass shatters as someone named OK Su eyes Li Han's prosthetic arm with doubt. Look at you, controlling a prosthetic with just your mind. Can you really fight like that? But Li Han is confident. I can. I've seen someone do it before. If Simon could do it, then so can I. After attaching the arm, Li Han leaves with a new plan. Time to focus on rehabilitation. But it seems someone was already waiting for him there. Li Han quickly spots him. It's Clue. He walks right up and asks, "What's wrong?" Clue doesn't say a word, just makes a direct request. "Hit me." Li Han stares back, completely confused. "Why would I do that?" He quickly explains, "Because I was wrong. Hit me until you feel better. I won't use my healing ability until that wound is gone. I have no other way to apologize." Li Han just lets out a heavy sigh. He says, "I won't get anything out of hitting you. It'll just make my hand hurt." Clue speaks, full of guilt. "I'm sorry. I'd be lying if I said I didn't resent you." Li Han closes his eyes, mustering the courage to reply. "I should have trusted you. But we have to move forward. Why do you think I saved you? Because I don't hate you enough to want to see you die." Moved, tears well up in Clue's eyes as he runs forward. "Li Han, thank you." And at that exact moment, Li Han slugs him right in the stomach. Clue collapses to the ground in agony, sweating all over. "You said you wouldn't hit me." Li Han just grins. "Yeah, but on second thought, one punch does make me feel a lot better." Later, Li Han confidently presents his plan. To stop the resurrection, we need the power of the Silver Hive. However, all the leaders remain silent after hearing this. Topius clarifies his understanding. "Find the current Silver Hive and stab it with that spear, is that right? There's no way to prove it's true, but we've decided to trust you completely." Another leader, Yang, then points out the problem. "However, finding the current Silver Hive won't be easy. Even with our network, there's no telling how long it would take." Li Han immediately offers the solution. "We just need to combine our intel with the Citadel's." Suddenly, the room falls silent once again. Topius asks again, "Even if we were to accept that, do you think the Citadel will agree? They will never cooperate with us." Li Han guarantees it with confidence. "If I go, they will. The Citadel isn't stupid enough to choose mutual destruction." Sometime later, Topius stood before Li Han. He spoke with sincerity. "Congratulations on your appointment, Warrant Officer Li Han. As of today, you're assigned to the U.S. Navy Intelligence Unit." But Li Han hesitated. He wasn't even an American citizen. How could this be approved so easily? Topius suddenly gives him a knowing smile. "Does that really matter in the current situation? It's just a formality, but it's better than having no position at all. We will keep Cyver's spear, Warrant Officer Li Han. You will lead the negotiations with the Citadel." Li Han answers seriously. Understood. Topius watches him leave, making a silent judgment. He's thorough and a perfectionist, but surprisingly soft-hearted. Tying him down with a rank might help keep him under control. Lai Han has a different thought. Not bad. This makes it easier to act independently of the army. At that moment, in a certain skyscraper, the cafeteria was bustling with people. Yanni was happily slurping her noodles, while across the table, Silence just watched, looking completely unimpressed and maybe even a little annoyed. Yanni suddenly points to her hair and says, "Seriously, how could you mess up a lady's hair like this? Be grateful I'm letting it go, but only because we're sharing a meal." Even Silence had to give in, though she was still reeling with surprise. She never actually thought Yanni would faint, which meant she wasn't some physically enhanced psychic after all. As Yanni moved on to dessert, Silence began writing something down. It was a simple question. Did Yanni actually enjoy living in the Citadel? Yanni couldn't hide her surprise. Do I really look like it? Just then a soldier walked over, mentioning the Citadel's superstar psychic commander and its countless powerful psychic frames. Yanni then leans in to whisper to Silence that there's no place safer than the Citadel. "Honestly, I'm fine with just keeping the status quo," she explains. "I don't need to win the war. Before the Citadel, I didn't even think happiness was an option." Just then, a familiar announcement echoed through the area, making Yanni freeze for a second. Then she jumped up excitedly. "It's time to work. Let's get to it." "Work?" Silence wondered. "I'm heading out, Miss Silence." And just like that, Yanni was gone, leaving Silence behind, lost in her own thoughts. Meanwhile, on a dark road, a small team moves by flashlight. Li Han is at the lead, guiding his squad with extreme caution. He knows that to get into the Citadel, they'll need Yanni's help. Their mission: reach the next jump point before sunrise, their footprints marking the path behind them. A bright moon hangs high overhead as the team finally rests in a safe spot. But even now, hidden in a corner, Lai Han refuses to lower his guard. One of the soldiers lights up a cigarette to relieve some stress, commenting on how bright the moon is. After a brief rest, everyone starts to regroup. Lai Han officially gives the order it's time to move again. As the night wears on, he and his team continue their trek through the darkness. Now, clouds have started to cover the moon, but everyone keeps moving forward, careful with every single step. Suddenly, a sound cuts through the silence, making Lai Han whip his head around. A figure emerges in the dim light. It has long claws, a werewolf. A teammate immediately shouts a warning. "Enemy contact, it's a werewolf." Then, just as quickly, more of them emerge from the shadows. The team quickly raises their rifles, aiming at the pack. One of the soldiers panics, his voice trembling. "There's more than one." Suddenly, more strange sounds fill the air. A second later, a soldier is taken down before he can even react, and the others are hit. Then, one of them screams at the sight before him. "What? What is that? What the hell is that thing?" Even Lai Han is terrified by what he's seeing. He rushes forward, pushing his teammate aside and immediately opens fire. But the bullets have no effect. Lai Han tenses, realizing this is an Elu Knight. Just as the clouds begin to part, Li Han now stands face to face with the Elu Knight. Meanwhile, Yanni is getting herself all prepped and ready. She carefully ties her hair back, then leaves with a completely refreshed spirit. Yanni is full of energy. "All right, time for work." So cheerful she even adds a little skip to her step. She keeps glancing at her watch, quietly counting down. 3, 2, 1. And Yanni's on the move. Outside, the sky is clear and the air is fresh. Suddenly, a burst of energy tears through the air. And just like that, Yanni has arrived. She's clearly a little tired, but her combat spirit is burning as she raises her rifle. Yanni sprints forward with practiced skill, hiding behind a rock to observe. Just then, the wind carries the unmistakable stench of blood. She sees them. Countless werewolves are closing in on Lai Han. He's fighting them off fiercely, but the pack is arrogant and shows no fear. It's then that Yanni recognizes him, Senior Lai Han. She continues to observe the desperate battle from a distance. Suddenly, Lai Han yells out, "Stay back! There's an invisible enemy nearby." Hearing this, the hidden Yanni is completely shocked. He somehow detected her. The werewolves relentlessly close in on Lai Han. Yanni readies her rifle, but a thought crosses her mind. "I can't fight an LRU Knight. Sorry, Senior, but if you fall, I'll have to escape alone." Lai Han aims his rifle at them. He realizes it now. The damn thing attacks the exact moment he reloads. That's how it took down his squad. Damn it. The werewolves have now completely surrounded him, with one even creeping up from behind. The three beasts close in for the kill, but Lai Han remains perfectly calm. The beasts roar and snarl at Lai Han. Then, timing his shot perfectly, he finally pulls the trigger. At that exact moment, a werewolf lunges, but thankfully Lai Han ducks out of the way just in time. The pack keeps swarming him as he continues to fire, but the werewolves show no signs of backing down. Lai Han grits his teeth as their sharp fangs get terrifyingly close to his face. In that instant, Li Han feeds one of them a bullet. But from her vantage point, Yanni's face falls. An Elu Knight is sneaking up on him from behind. "Senior, behind you!" Li Han reacts instantly to her warning. He uses his hand to block the strike, and his prosthetic arm takes the hit without any damage. He immediately shoots the knight square in the head and stands his ground. "Sorry," he says. "Just a prosthetic." But now Yanni starts to panic. She's caught the attention of another knight. Yanni panics, completely frozen and unsure of what to do. Lai Han is horrified when he sees the danger she's in. He screams out a warning, but before Yanni can react, the knight raises its sword high. Just as it's about to strike, Lai Han pulls a dagger from his prosthetic arm. He roars out a single command. "Yanni, down!" She doesn't hesitate for even a second, dropping instantly. Lai Han's dagger narrowly misses her, cutting off a few strands of hair, but it successfully takes down the knight. The monster collapses, and Lai Han finally breathes a sigh of relief. Yanni feels a wave of relief wash over her as she turns to check the dead knight. At that moment, Ren formally welcomes Lai Han back, noting his safe return. "Alpha, did you enjoy your little trip down memory lane?" Lai Han just holds up his prosthetic arm with a sigh and says, "Not really." He rubs his chin and adds, "It seems you paid a high price." But Li Han gets straight to the point. "I'll say it plainly. The Ark has decided to cooperate with the Citadel. Of course, on one condition that the Citadel also disagrees." Ren just let out a contemptuous smirk. "Those hypocrites? Really? So what comes next? Don't tell me we're about to launch into an all-out war." Lai Han offered his own take. The only way to end this was to surrender to evil. Rebel was completely floored by that statement. What? On a clear blue beach, a lone church stood their meeting place. Rebin was the one to open the door and step inside. The time had come for the two sides to meet. Zone's group was already waiting. Rebin's faction brought along Lion and Silent, while Joe's side only had Ak and Topias. Topias pointed a finger, questioning them. "You brought 7 people? Wasn't the limit supposed to be under 5? Ren just cracked a smug grin. He glanced over at Lihan and Silent before stating the facts directly. Those two belong to the other side anyway. Alpha is a U.S. naval officer, and Silent, despite being a deserter, is still one of theirs. Joe finally spoke up. "Long time no see, Silent Kuro." But his gaze seemed to be locked onto something else entirely. Joe looked at Kuro and couldn't help but realize they can absorb cores. The mental pressure was immense. The 3 mechs they had waiting outside wouldn't stand a chance. Joe signaled to Topias, who was still skeptical, thinking the Citadel's forces were stronger. Despite his doubts, Topias politely invited them to sit and talk. And so, both sides sat down to negotiate. But Topias quickly slammed the table in fury. "Absolutely ridiculous. We can provide the psychic mechs, but we will not hand over the core technology." Rebin remained completely unfazed. "Then this meeting is meaningless. If you cling to that precious tech while we all go extinct, the future will laugh at us. No, if we lose, there is no future. Go ahead, bet everything on your great spear. If you fall, we'll just recover it and use it ourselves." It was then that Joe intervened. "We will provide it." "What?" Topias couldn't believe his ears. "What are you saying?" Joe calmly analyzed the situation. Even if the psychic mechs become a threat later, they are still better than the dragons. If they lose here, it's all over anyway. Rebin, sensing his chance, pressed his advantage, infuriating Topias even more. "And after the war, we demand to be recognized as an independent nation." Topias pointed right in Rebin's face and laughed out loud. "An independent nation for superhumans? And where exactly is your territory? Your people?" But Rebin didn't even flinch at the mockery. "After the war, the first places we plant our flags will become our territory. And anyone who seeks our protection will become our citizens." Topias was trembling with rage. "Damn it!" Outside, the sky had already turned dark. Topias had to light a cigarette just to calm his nerves. Still, he couldn't stop himself from yelling, "Damn it! How am I supposed to report this to my superiors?" John, standing behind him, spoke calmly. "This negotiation was stacked against us from the start," Lihan added. "Luckily, the Citadel's demands were within our predictions. Team Omega, one would rather choose mutual destruction than fail their objective." Z praised him. "You actually made the meeting happen." Lihan, "This is only the beginning, but well done." Lihan just stayed silent, offering no reaction. Before all this, Ren had told him, Promise me one thing, Alpha, that you will not use your power on Kuro. He had agreed without hesitation, but with one condition. I'll make a promise. If your side betrays the Citadel first, I will stand with the Citadel and fight to the end. And yet, Kuro held no resentment at all. It's fine, I'm not upset. If my ability can help maintain balance and solve things peacefully, then that's great. I hope the war ends soon. A world with no war, no conflict. I'm going to make it a reality. Laihan was left speechless by his words. Time flew by, and 15 days later, a massive submarine surfaced. The pressure so intense it churned the water into a white foam. The submarine Tyrannos had emerged. This was the start of the first joint operation between the two factions. Laihan shouted out for Dichi. Dichi turned around, a little confused, only to see the Citadel's superhumans were also aboard the Tyrannos. A wide grin spread across his face as he ran over. "Hey, Derek, you're still alive?" Derek happily shot back. "Of course, my friend." But while some celebrated the reunion, others immediately hid their faces upon seeing them. Dimichi's sharp eyes caught it instantly, and his expression grew heavy. Just then, Joe asked Octo, "What's the status?" "I'm talking about the psychic mechs from the Citadel." After a careful inspection, Octo gave his assessment. Considering they have no core technology, their maintenance is quite good. I think once they receive the core tech, they'll push their own developments hard. Joe nodded. Even the United States finally agreed to provide it. Perhaps they think they can strike before the Citadel can mass-produce the mechs. That might be true for anti-human warfare, but not for fighting dragons. Octo gently pushed up his glasses before asking, "Who will be in charge of the Silver Spear?" Joe didn't hesitate to reveal the name. Clud Mayer. Among our enhanced soldiers, he has the highest probability of success. Now Octo was curious. "You're not assigning it to Laihan?" "It was unexpected, but Topias and I agreed on this," Joe explained. "Laihan's pressure wave is our final trump card. He's the only key to controlling Kuro. We can't risk him on the front lines. Besides, that guy's not just a great soldier, he can also handle command." Meanwhile, Laihan was in the engine room. "We're going to turn ourselves into bait and head into the dragon's emergence zone. Humanity has taken down 3 dragons, only 4 remain. One of them was the Silver Nest. They never expected to find a silver-ranked target right away, but taking down this prey would be a huge gain." The submarine surged forward. Over on Robin's side, they were in utter disbelief. What are you talking about, Kuro?" But Kuro was resolute. "I'll take the lead. This is the perfect chance to impress everyone." The man beside him was fuming, thinking to himself, "Damn it, there's no reasoning with him now." Kuro stubbornly pushed forward. "Prepare the psychic mech for me." The soldier next to him immediately followed the order. "Yes, I'll bring it right away." Kuro was determined. "I'll teach them a lesson right here." Just then, a voice cut through. "As long as I haven't given permission, no battle will begin." Chapter 146. The ship continued to glide through the water. A lone figure had been standing on the bow for some time. It was none other than Kuro, his eyes closed in quiet meditation. Kuro took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air. Wonderful. Back in the cabin, Topias was complaining. "Gold and purple? Does he think he's some kind of emperor?" Laihan doesn't care. He's only worried about Kuro. "Kuro, we're about to enter the dragon's territory. Are you going to be okay on your own?" Kuro sees the dragon circling above, but he doesn't hesitate for a second. "Don't worry about me, Laihan." His eyes turn to steel as the sky shifts to an ominous purple. The dragons slowly descend, their raw power, a crushing force that makes your skin crawl. Each one lets out a terrifying, world-shaking roar. Kuro faces them down without a single trace of fear. He raises his hand, beginning to concentrate his immense power. A brilliant aura of energy erupts around Kuro's body. He forms a bow and arrow from pure spirit force, aiming it right at the dragons. A massive bolt of power shoots into the sky. The resulting blast is catastrophic, shaking the very heavens. Back in the control room, everyone is in shock. Boom. My God, what did I just witness? He just took down dragons with his mind. Laihan is equally stunned by the display, and it was a long-range attack no less. But that wasn't even Kuro's full strength. With the dragons decimated, he thinks to himself, "I don't even need my full power yet. Just hitting them is enough. I imagined a future where all of you were weak, and my spiritual power was overwhelmingly superior. You're not enough. You're going to have to call your leader." Kuro continues his assault, his power visibly growing stronger by the second. Kuro's eyes are filled with unshakable determination. A dragon dives from above, roaring furiously. But Kuro's attacks seem to have no effect on it at all. The dragon is enraged. A mere human dares to trespass. but then it senses one of them is not ordinary. In its fury, the volcano below begins to erupt. The dragon charges forward, and pure disaster follows in its wake. Its spiritual energy warps the very sky. A ball of pure light begins forming in its mouth. Still, Kuro shows no fear. He simply reports, "It has appeared. An H-class dragon." Topias is in disbelief. An H-class dragon has actually appeared. Lon is stunned. But there's still nothing showing up on the Jada. Did he see it with his short-term precognition? "Kuro, can you tell its color or location?" But Kuro is powerless to answer. "No, but I can definitely feel its presence, and that's all I need. If I can feel it, it exists. I can aim at it even if I can't see it." And the same goes for the dragon. It finally finishes gathering power in the energy ball held in its mouth. But just then, its eyes freeze. Out of nowhere, a massive hand appears and grabs it. The dragon is squeezed tight, unable to escape no matter how much it struggles. Kuro is using all of his strength to maintain control. Topias watches from the command bridge, completely baffled. What on earth is he doing? Kuro is clearly struggling with the strain. Should I use my full power? His entire body begins to lift off the ground. Lon can only stare in awe. The psychic energy is terrifying. Topias realizes he's floating too. My body is lifting off the ground. If this were the Middle Ages, people would think an angel was descending. Right now, Kuro looks like a true superhero. The dragon roars in absolute fury. "How dare you, you lowly, wretched human." Kuro ignores its cries and slams it downward with his mind. The dragon's body is dragged helplessly from the sky. Then, a streak of light, a pillar of fire, crashes down, causing an earth-shattering explosion. We weren't always like this. We were creatures of order and noble law, beings once worshipped as gods. We knew no love, but we also knew no rage. But you humans, your existence drowned us in resentment and hatred. All our reason vanished, leaving only the instinct to kill and destroy. If all of you humans just disappeared completely, maybe then we could return to what we once were. Suddenly, a blinding light appears high above. A pillar of fire shoots down at the speed of light, causing a world-shaking explosion. The entire ocean is affected, with water surging high, creating violent waves. Everyone inside the vessel is thrown about. The ship's octopus mascot, caught off guard, goes rolling across the cabin. Even the soldiers are in chaos. Damn it, what the hell is going on? The waves won't stop, tossing the submarine into the air. But through it all, Kuro is still using his power. That same invisible hand perfectly catches the submarine. Kuro apologizes, slightly embarrassed. "Sorry, I threw it a little too close." Lai Han, from now on, we freeze the entire surface of the sea, deploy the enhanced soldiers for ground combat. Topias is speechless. What? Just then, another monster rises from the sea, roaring with pure hatred. If only you humans would disappear, but the monster stops dead, utterly bewildered. The surface of the sea has frozen solid. The other soldiers immediately charge out. I never thought I'd see the day I'd be running on the ocean. I couldn't have imagined this even in my dreams. Kuro's power is on another level. We're definitely going to win. Only Derek remains silent, saying nothing more. Bahamut thrashes wildly, trying to escape. Then, it makes a drastic decision. It rips off its own wings. Nobody can believe their eyes. He actually tore off his own wings. Bahamut is now completely free from the psychic hold. It glares at them, radiating pure, unadulterated fury. A lowly human dares to invade our territory? What kind of monster are you? The real fight between Bahamut and Kuro has finally begun. Just then, Derek unleashed his own abilities to attack. One by one, everyone began to deploy their powers, not hesitating for a single second. The attacks hammered Bahamut's body relentlessly, but it had absolutely no effect. Enraged, Bahamut flexed, and its raw power easily blew everyone away, leaving them completely defenseless. Watching on the monitor, Laihan grew anxious. It was just as he'd predicted. The attacks from the outside are completely useless. We're going to have to break in from the inside. But he couldn't help but worry that plan was impossible now. It was as if the enemy already knew their every move through some shared consciousness. Laihan made his choice, removing his military uniform. He radioed Kuro. "I'm going in." Hearing this, Kuro was completely stunned. "What?" But Lihan's eyes were filled with unshakable resolve. "I'll try to shatter its psychic shield with pressure waves. I just need to get within a 50-meter radius." He looked at his own hands, thinking. He wasn't sure if it would work, but it was a risk they had to take. Kuro frantically tried to talk him out of it. "No, are you insane? Jan, you're planning to charge in there without any weapons? You don't need to risk yourself, I can handle this." As Kuro got more agitated, his power flared even stronger. Even the mighty Bahamut had to acknowledge it. This is crazy. Suddenly, two massive hands materialized right next to Bahamut, gripping it with immense force. On the other side, Kuro was pushing his power to its absolute limit, and in the shadows, someone else was lying in wait. It was Glut. Bahamut's body began to rip apart as it screamed in agony. In that exact moment, Glut activated his power, and a beam of pure energy shot straight through the monster. The entire area descended into chaos as Bahamut's body started to dissolve, but even as it faded away, it wasn't finished yet. It left them with one final, chilling warning. This isn't over. Next time you will know my true power. Human. Kuro didn't react, just watched in silence, his eyes narrowing with a hint of dissatisfaction. Bahamut's body began to disintegrate. Physical deconstruction, no matter how many times he'd seen it, the feeling was always sickening. They're getting stronger, still evolving. We have to change just like them, become faster, stronger, and smarter. We need even greater power, a strength that can wipe out all of humanity, a body that's even more powerful. Just then, Kuro, who was meditating, suddenly snapped his eyes open. He found himself in a completely unfamiliar place. He took a few slow steps forward, his mind racing with questions. Where is this place? Is it somehow connected to the source of my psychic power? Kuro silently looked around, feeling a strange energy pressing in on him. The sheer force of that power was overwhelming. Moments later, Kuro was gasping for air, sweat pouring down his face. He collapsed to the floor, wondering to himself, what was that? For some reason, I get the feeling I should never touch that thing again. His body felt drained, but at the same time, he knew one thing for sure. Someone in this facility must know something about this. Meanwhile, Lai Han had arrived in front of a certain room. He knocked politely on the door, and the person inside quickly called out, "Come in. There's no need for formalities between us. Just make yourself comfortable." Turns out, Topias had invited Lai Han for a grand meal, but the gesture just made him uncomfortable. "Don't you think you're being a little too obvious? You don't have to go this far. I'm still going to keep my promise." Topias didn't seem to care. At this point, what other choice do we have? Now, will you please sit down? And with that, the meal began. Topias started probing. If, and this is just a hypothetical, if things get out of control, in your opinion, what are the odds you could actually restrain Kuro? Lai Han put his glass down, annoyed. He answered without hiding a thing. "I'm just an ant carrying enough poison to kill an elephant in an instant. In fact, the gap between the ant and the elephant might be even bigger than that." Hearing this, Topias suddenly got serious, placing his fork down. He told him truthfully, "The motherland has ordered the recall of your psychic armor. We're going to refit it with the best tech we currently have available." Lai Han immediately rejected it. "If it's the type with an integrated reactor, then I refuse." Topias quickly reassured him, "That plan was scrapped, so you can rest easy. I understand your concerns, but Kuro is not some radical who worships psychic power." Deep down, however, Lai Han was telling himself, "I have to trust Kuro. If I don't believe in him, then everything really will fall apart." After a long silence, Lai Han abruptly stood up. "Thank you for the meal, but I have to go." At that moment, in another room, Zoe was reeling from what he'd just heard. "What did you just say?" The other person remained confident. "Please, just let me meet them." John quickly followed up. "And if I refuse, will you use force?" But Kuro made his intentions clear. "I don't have any ill intentions. In order to use my power correctly, I first have to understand and control it." John stood there, lost in thought for a long moment. Finally, he relented. "In that case, I'll allow it, but only under my direct supervision. Any objections?" Kuro immediately shook his head. "No, Sergeant." Soon, they were on their way. Zoe and Kuro arrived at their destination, observing from a distance through a pane of glass. The man inside was none other than John. The man sat there, his hair a disheveled mess. Kuro couldn't help but comment, "I've heard stories about him, but seeing it with my own eyes, it's not easy." Hearing this, Du reacted instantly. He lifted his head and sneered. "Are you sympathizing with me? You could very well end up in the same situation. After the dragons are gone, who do you think will be the next enemy?" "It's you, Kuro." Kuro angrily snapped back. "Shut up. I'm the one asking the questions here. I possess a psychic core. I wield power on par with a dragon. So tell me, what is the final stage of psychic power?" Du hesitated for a moment before answering, "We don't know either." Kuro showed his disgust. "Pathetic. The title of demon is wasted on you." Provoked, Jen shot to his feet. "You want a deeper answer? Fine." He pressed his hand against the glass. and that same crimson energy began to surge once again. Place your hand on mine and sync your spiritual frequency, Z prompted from the side. If you show me what you've seen, I'll answer every question you have. Kuro, despite his wounds, remained completely resolute. It's fine. I won't let a monster like him take over my body. He then stepped to the glass and placed his hand on it. Now, only a sheet of glass stands between them as their energy begins to flare up. On the other side, Jion's power rises to match. Soon, cracks spiderweb across the glass before it shatters from the immense pressure. Zoe watches in shock, but Kuro remains focused, while Juge just flashes a wicked smile. The old man's eyes glow a fierce red as the two lock into a tense face-off. Two streams of power collide, creating completely opposite forces that battle for dominance. Kuro fights back with everything he has, but his opponent is no weakling. Yang senses the situation is bad, and immediately reports to the command center, demanding military backup as a dark thought crosses his mind. If Kuro turns into an enemy, it would be the absolute worst-case scenario. At that moment, in a strange, distant space, the young boy Kuro appears, greeted by another version of himself. The figure asks, "Now, everything you've seen and experienced, can you show it to me? Relax your mind. If we combine our experiences, we might reach some new conclusions. And as for your questions, he promises, I will answer every single one." With that, tendrils of red energy wrap themselves around Kuro. Back in reality, however, Kuro is completely alert. Enough, you've gone too far. He immediately strikes Juge, sending him flying back as he glares at the old man. Juge is completely floored, staring wide-eyed at Kuro. The boy declares with steel in his voice, "You're weaker than me. No matter what tricks you try, you can't take this body. You've seen enough of my memories, haven't you? Now answer my questions." Juge sighs, finally giving in. "All right, Kuro. I've seen everything very clearly. Even now I can see it inside you. The real monster that will destroy this world." Kuro looks on, completely baffled. "I will destroy this world? I'm the real monster?" He can't help but shout. "Answer the question." Z, standing beside him, immediately tries to calm him down, but Kuro can no longer hear anything. He goes into a rage, grabbing Jen by the neck. Kuro warns him in a cold voice, "Explain this mental force properly. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll kill you." But even in this state, Jen just laughs. Mental force is a power that can destroy the four-dimensional world we live in. It's a five-dimensional power, so it's not bound by four-dimensional laws. That's why people call it a power on a completely different level. Kuro presses on. "So what?" Juge explains further. "You have that same power inside you. Don't you find it strange you could so easily overwhelm an entire dragon's lair? Dragons instinctively know their power can collapse the world. So, deep in their subconscious, they always restrain that power." Kuro's brow furrows in frustration. "You're saying dragons have a built-in self-limiter?" The old man laughs mockingly. "And you are the dragon whose limiter has been removed. If you don't use that power in moderation, this entire world will fall into chaos. If you wanted the ocean to no longer be salty, it would happen instantly. If you decided that water should melt and turn into fire, the very laws of physics would change. The world will warp just because of a passing thought or a subconscious urge. A chaotic world where past, present, and future all exist at once will be born. And when that happens, you will no longer be human." Z anxiously tries to intervene. "That's just one possibility, Kuro. You can still control yourself. The demon only seeks chaos. He only hears what he wants to hear." After listening, Kuro coldly replies, "I know." Jay turns to John, absolutely furious. "Enough. I won't let this conversation continue." The old man flashes a sinister grin. "Goodbye, Kuro." Back in the meeting room, a speaker plays Jen's voice on a loop. "Goodbye, Kuro." Lihan stares at it, lost in thought. After a long moment, he voices his suspicion that it could all be a lie to make Kuro waver. Joe remains cautious. No matter what, they still need his power right now. No one can be sure if the demon is telling the truth or just trying to deceive them. Topias demands, frustrated. "And what about after the war ends? Are we just going to let a power that dangerous remain unchecked? If this is true, we will be forced to take action." Lihan remains silent, then abruptly leaves. "We'll deal with that after we win the war." And with that, Lihan slams the door behind him. Topias immediately asks Joe for his opinion. The vice commander is helpless. What's left to think about? This world already belongs to the young ones, not to old men like us. Hearing this, he becomes furious. "So you have no opinion at all?" At that moment, on a certain mountain, a group of people is performing some kind of ritual. They raise their hands to the sky, chanting in unison, seemingly summoning something together. A portal opens in the sky, and something begins to emerge, first its tail, then its sharp claws. After a moment, the dragon appears, now fully reborn. The second it returns, it begins to scold its followers. You fools! You still let humanity survive? Old memories rush back into its mind, and a familiar image flashes past, leaving the dragon stunned. How did you return? The dragon falls silent for a few seconds. Then, with renewed determination, it declares, I will tear you to pieces myself. The ancient battle is still vivid in its memory. Back then, even facing mortal danger, Lai Han was incredibly calm. His attitude had shocked the dragon. Why did the rift close? The old grudge still burns, a power that nullifies mental force. As of now, there are three main threats. I should have realized it sooner. A human as strong as a nest, one who can nullify mental force, and one who has killed 2 nests. Listen carefully, everyone. With the surviving nests, I will unite the entire Dragon Legion once more. This time, we will wipe humanity off the face of the earth. The warriors below immediately cheer in response. They are now preparing to launch a grand plan. Inside a submarine, a shocked voice rings out. What was that? What did he say? We've lost contact. Ma Topias is stunned by the news. Lai Han hesitantly reports that the United States of America has now vanished from the world. There are 2 Tyranno-class super submarines. One is the Tyranno, operated by the Demon Organization. The other is the American command ship, the MA. The MA carries the president, high-ranking officials, world leaders seeking asylum, and many celebrities. Essentially, it holds the entire United States government. Right now, a banquet is being held inside the submarine. I have joyous news to report. The demons and the Citadel have formed an alliance and achieved a great victory in their very first battle. Humanity will not be extinguished here. We have a duty to survive, to rebuild, and to restore our civilization and its brilliant culture. Because of that, the food and drinks quickly began to run out. Everyone at the party was deep in cheerful conversation, while 2 soldiers chatted in a corner. But after being locked away for so long, people were starting to lose their grip on what was real. This is the safest place. The war is almost over, isn't that what we've been telling them this whole time? Without that hope, they'd never survive. They're meant to be the pillars that rebuild human civilization, but right now, they're just a bunch of helpless people. But what they didn't know was that outside, dragons were closing in fast, their numbers growing by the second. They dove straight down, instantly disturbing the water's surface. The dragons swam effortlessly, their target locked on the submarine below. It didn't take long for them to unleash their attack. When Topias got the news, his despair was obvious. Ren quickly tried to comfort him, saying he understood the pain of losing a country. But now wasn't the time to be sentimental. The entire supply chain had been completely severed. Supplies from the Citadel weren't enough to sustain Terranos, and Topias recognized the new danger. Things would only get worse if the Citadel decided to pull back to protect their own base. Ren exploded, shouting that it was nonsense. They wouldn't retreat. This was the time to attack and destroy the enemy. If they fell back now just to minimize losses, they would be utterly annihilated. In that moment, he shot a look over at Kuro. Kuro understood immediately and voiced his support. They would stay in Terranos. Ren was finally satisfied. As long as they had Kuro, they would be fine. With Kuro alone, the Citadel could be rebuilt 100 times over. Meanwhile, back at Octo's workshop, Lai Han walked up and asked, "This is the psychic mech I'll be using?" Octo nodded in confirmation. "Not too bad." "Huh? It's the version America sent over." Lai Han looked it over, asking curiously, "But it's not finished, is it?" Octo then explained it wasn't incomplete, just unpolished. Its rough, unpainted coating was a testament to how urgent the situation was. They focused purely on function. Lai Han confidently said that different wasn't always bad. He asked how it compared to the armors he'd used before, and Octo was quick to answer. First was the psionic detection system, a sensor that let him see psychic energy with the naked eye. Super useful for analyzing phenomena like invisibility. Lai Han was instantly intrigued. "Sounds handy," he said. Octo continued. Second, the thunder capacitor. "It lets you recharge the jetpack almost infinitely." Lai Han questioned him. "Thunder? As in, real thunder?" Octo nodded. "The dragon could convert psychic energy into electricity. This thing is made from its hide. And there's more?" Lai Han couldn't hide his surprise. "There's still more?" Octo calmly replied. "This is the last one. This psychic mech uses a mobility system called the kinetic motion system. It allows for faster, more powerful movements while consuming less energy. With this, they could avoid the risks of physical enhancement and instead train soldiers to pilot these psychic mechs from the start. The good news is, with the United States gone, this tech can't be replicated. Even Octo admitted it gave him a headache just trying to figure out how it worked. What a bizarre suit of armor. After a moment, Lai-Han finally reacted. Does it have a name? Something like Iron Maiden? Octo searched his memory. I remember during development, they called it Spera. Lai-Han asked curiously. What does that mean? Octo didn't hesitate with the answer. Hope. Lai-Han was pleased with the surprisingly emotional name. Then let's stick with that name. The scene then shifts to a lone house deep in the forest, which suddenly lights up. It turns out, this is Yanni. She was sitting there calmly, reading a book. But her boredom was impossible to hide. I'm so bored. There's no one left in the citadel. If a dragon attacked right now, she thought, I'd probably have to run all by myself. Just then, a noise snapped her to attention. Yanni reacted instantly, peeking out to investigate. A man covered in blood stumbled forward. Yanni saw him and froze for a few seconds. It was Lu, holding his wound with one hand, taking slow, painful steps. He looked at the house in front of him, dazed. A portal? Yanni rushed out from inside, anxiously asking, What happened? I'll stop the bleeding, just get inside. But Lu, trembling, pulled something from his pocket. No, they're coming. You have to give this map to headquarters. Yanni quickly took it, her hands shaking as she held the map. She thought, getting him out of here like this will be impossible. Ru will just slow us down. Lu kept pushing her. Go. Hurry up. After watching her leave, Lu finally collapsed to the ground. He glanced back as fresh blood poured from his wound. Luru's whole body began to glow. A moment later, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted. Back with Lai-Han, he gave a serious order. This time, we cannot afford to fail. Silence and Clutch listened intently. Clutch spoke up with total confidence. Failure was never an option. It never is. Lai-Han carefully reminded them. But this time, it's truly a race against the clock. There are almost no second chances. His hands tensed, his fists clenched tight. If they failed here, there would be nowhere left to retreat. Over on another front, Yanni was holding the map. Thanks to intel from the Citadel, they had pinpointed the location of the Silver Lair. Now, in a sea of ice, the transport carrying the warriors finally arrived. They began moving out across the landscape in specialized snow vehicles. Countless vehicles like it crossed the snow, with armed guards on top and soldiers waiting inside. That's when Silence noticed Lai-Han. She was busy typing something on her device. A moment later, Lai-Han received the message. This is lame. We don't even have basic equipment. What a mess. And someone's actually sitting on the roof of an armored car. Is this really supposed to be humanity's last hope? Lai-Han immediately replied. 3 years ago, we felt the same way, didn't we? Back when they went to space for the final battle. Silence couldn't help but feel dejected, thinking that if they just destroyed it, everything would end. But that wasn't true at all. Lai-Han shot back a question. If everything had really ended back then, what would we be doing right now? Silence was stunned by the question. After a long pause, she finally answered, We probably couldn't live a normal life. We'd either be enemies of humanity, or their tools. Lai-Han joked, You've gotten more pessimistic than before. But deep down, he knew he was thinking the exact same thing. But he admitted the point was valid. Still, he had no time to worry about social conflicts. Not when his brothers might still be alive out there somewhere. All he could do was kill dragons. Outside, the sky was growing stranger by the second. Then, Silence called out to him. Han Lai, what are you thinking about? Lai-Han just shook his head, saying it was nothing. Silence urged him with concern. If you're tired, try to get some sleep. No one will blame us for taking a short rest. But Lai-Han just couldn't relax. He knew she was right, but then he started to speak. Hey, Silence. She immediately responded. What is it? But seeing her face, Lai-Han got hesitant and backed down. It's nothing. Silence snapped in anger. Are you messing with me? Is this really the time for jokes? Hearing that, Lai-Han decided to just ask it straight. Fine, I'll just say it. How long are you going to keep wearing that mask? She was speechless after hearing his question. You hesitated that much just to ask me that? Lai-Han had to admit the topic was a little sensitive. Silence stood quiet for a long moment. Then, she finally gave her answer. If I never have to fight again, maybe I'll take it off then. Which sounded a lot like she would never take it off. Outside, countless monsters were now running rampant. Kuro stepped forward to face them without a shred of fear, his body erupting with a massive wave of energy. The monsters charged forward relentlessly. In moments, Kuro sent them flying into chaos. Some didn't even have time to react before their heads were gone. Kuro used his powers to wipe out several at once, energy beams raining down. One monster roared as it tried to defend itself, but a second later, it too was defeated. The screams of monsters echoed from all directions. For Kuro, dealing with them now was almost too easy. He just narrowed his eyes with grim determination. In the next moment, another monster was caught in Kuro's grasp. He crushed it without a second thought, then flew right up to its falling body. The others could only watch in disbelief. Oh man, looks like we don't even need to lift a finger. But just then, another army appeared on the horizon, and the difference in numbers was absolutely staggering. Kuro wasn't scared in the slightest. He continued to fight with fierce courage, soaring into the air as his power radiated out in all directions. The others were stunned. Was he actually flying? He looked like an angel descending from the heavens as his power relentlessly rained down on the earth. Kuro's energy blasted the warriors without stopping. Inside, he kept telling himself to forget the demon's words. He could control this power on his own. With this strength, he would save the world and forge a new future. On the other side, his allies seized the chance to move. Let's go, wipe out the ones trying to escape. And just like that, the two sides exploded into all-out war. Dragons now filled the sky, countless of them. Lai Han saw their opening. It's our turn, he yelled, signaling for Silence and Canute to get ready. Dichi could barely contain his excitement. The main event was finally starting. He was itching for a fight, and everyone moved into combat positions. Lai Han quickly gave out orders. Batur, Nobel, Fox, and Poe, use everything you've got to break their backline. Oscar and Papa were on support. Dichi let out a huge war cry, facing down a horde of monsters that were radiating pure killer intent. He was going to fight them all by himself. Even so, Dichi didn't flinch for a second. His will to fight was stronger than ever. The monsters kept lunging, only for Dichi to slice right through their legs. The creature crashed heavily to the ground. Dichi seized the opportunity, rushing in and finishing it with one clean strike. Once it was over, he shot a confident thumbs up. He then roared out his command with excitement. All right, everyone charge. In a flash, dragon corpses will rain from the sky. At his word, all the soldiers raised their weapons and surged forward. Dichi kept rallying their spirits. Let's go, everyone. In the blink of an eye, the dragons will fall like rain. Kuro continued to unleash his own power, an energy so immense it struck fear into the hearts of the monsters. He was giving it absolutely everything he had. Countless dragons were being held back by Kuro alone. In their desperation, they attacked him, but luckily, his protective barrier held strong against the assault. Kuro unleashed another full-power attack, tearing a dragon clean in two. It simply vanished in midair. Dichi led his team through the new opening, shouting, "Move! Move!" At that moment, another dragon was caught by Kuro's power. He was single-handedly battling a whole swarm of them. He smashed them into each other, taking out multiple dragons in one go. But then, Kuro suddenly froze in place, his eyes glowing with an intense light. He immediately sent out a warning. Get ready, Han. It could appear at any second. From a massive rift, a giant claw emerged, its shadowy form slowly revealing itself. At the same time, the legendary spear began to glow. Klus was mentally prepared for this moment. Just stab this spear into its head, and it's over, right? He was already clad in his full set of iron armor. Li Han shouted encouragement. We'll cover you. Even if Klus failed, Silence was right behind him. But Klus was brimming with confidence. Failure? Just you wait and see. He quickly activated his power. Klus kept repeating it to himself. I will succeed, and I will repay my debt to Han. With that thought, he shot forward like a bullet. Kuro was now closing the distance with the massive dragon. They were nearly face to face when it spoke with pure contempt. You pathetic human. You think you can fight me one-on-one? Just then, Lai Han reported over the comms. Klus is on the move. Just hold it off for a little longer. In the next instant, countless portals suddenly appeared all around Kuro, and he noticed them immediately. All of his energy was easily neutralized as a sphere of power formed in the dragon's mouth. It unleashed a devastating beam of energy. Kuro quickly activated his defensive barrier. The dragon couldn't believe its eyes. Had he really just nullified its attack? It realized this human couldn't be underestimated. And at that exact moment, Klus finally arrived on the scene, sounding a little hurt. He's not even paying attention to me. Or maybe he just couldn't notice. Either way, let's end this. I'm sick of it. Glut poured all his strength into one final charge, aiming straight for the dragon. A massive explosion erupted moments later, and Kuro could hardly believe what he was seeing. He stammered, "What the hell is that?" But in a shocking twist, Glut was hit by a counterattack. A massive hole was blown right through his torso. Kuro watched, completely stunned for a few seconds as his friend fell from the sky. Pure rage took over Kuro, and he charged head-on into a swarm of dragons all by himself. That's when both he and Lai Han recognized their true enemy, Bahamut. Bahamut had declared war. "This body will be your grave." Kuro gritted his teeth in fury. This devastating attack, it wasn't part of any prediction. This was the strongest beast from all the lairs. Below, the others realized it too. He was back. Did all their efforts, all the lairs they destroyed, mean nothing? As flames rained down, Clue finally stumbled back to his comrades. He trembled, barely managing to transfer the mission. His last word, a quiet apology. Tin Lang just stood there, silently looking up. She gripped her spear, her knuckles white, before launching herself forward. She was fighting with hope on her side. Kuro immediately took the lead. "Hanley, I'll handle Bahamut, you take the rest." He was ready to teach them a lesson, unleashing a furious barrage against the dragons. Beams of energy slammed into Bahamut, but the beast didn't even flinch. Its mouth opened wide, and a blinding light engulfed the entire area. Just a single human stood against it. The distance between them closed in an instant. Kuro gritted his teeth, tension coiling in his gut, but he managed to dodge just in time. Bahamut couldn't believe its eyes. Impossible. He actually dodged it. A plan started forming in Kuro's mind. To take this thing down, he'd have to unleash everything he had. Kuro gritted his teeth, determined to go all out, as powerful electricity began arcing around his body. He steeled his resolve. To take this thing down, he had to give it everything. Suddenly, Kuro's eyes lit up. He could see it. Using his sharp senses, he locked onto his target amidst the chaos. Once confirmed, Kuro started to move, shrouded in blue aura, his body now agile and fluid. Bahamut froze for a split second as a massive blade of blue energy erupted from Kuro's arm, sharp as a sword. With a powerful shout, his hand struck forward like lightning, launching the beam of light straight at Bahamut, whose eyes widened in shock. Bahamut shot upwards, barely dodging Kuro's attack. It looked down at its own wound in utter disbelief, unable to process what just happened. Does he have foresight? Kuro's eyes burned fiercely as he bit his lip. Then, a red glow surrounded Bahamut, and a second later, it detonated. The explosion lit up the silent night. Jia Ming watched in awe, exclaiming that this was Kuro's true power, absolutely incredible. Bai Qianlong simply scoffed. "Is that all?" Bahamut was startled by the sudden appearance of a human. "Get back, Silver." Its body began to regenerate. The fun was just getting started. Kuro frowned, completely bewildered by its regenerative ability. Meanwhile, Jinglang gripped her spear and shot forward, aiming directly for Bai Qianlong. It glanced down mockingly. "Another fly. Let me handle this one," Bahamut offered, but then grew suspicious. Why was this human so fixated on Silver? It ordered a retreat from the battlefield. Bai Qianlong angrily objected. "What? You're telling me to run from a mere human?" Bahamut stood silent for a moment, then glared and roared. "Shut up and do as I say." Elsewhere, a panicked Silver Lihan reported. "He's moving." Jinglang was confused. He's retreating? Had he sensed her anxiety? If this mission fails, everything ends. Jinglang swore to herself that she would complete it, even if it cost her life. A purple aura enveloped her as she pushed her power to the max, closing in on Bai Qianlong like a lightning bolt. Suddenly, a roaring minion appeared. It swung a massive, spiked axe towards a group of humans. Its eyes glowed as it bared its sharp teeth. A fierce battle erupted, humans with firearms against monsters with crude weapons. But there were too many of them. Bullets alone couldn't stop the horde. Lai Han looked on worriedly. "Damn it. They've made it this far. Jinglang, it's all up to you now." Meanwhile, Bai Qianlong was still hurtling through the air, with a relentless purple light chasing close behind. It glanced back, a seed of doubt planted in its mind. Something was wrong. Was Bahamut's judgment correct? The light was Jinglang, still pushing herself to keep up the chase. She was past her limit, her consciousness fading. But Jinglang refused to give up, determined to finish the mission no matter what. Just one more time. Just one more push. Inside her helmet, Jinglang was gasping for air, blood pouring from her nose as she recklessly charged forward, ignoring her exhausted body. Back on the ground, Kuro was still locked in a fierce battle. Bahamut met every one of his attacks with equal force. Neither was willing to back down. Both fighters unleashed their full power on each other. Bahamut was thrilled. "It's been so long since I've felt this," it thought. This pure battle ecstasy. Kuro's body trembled with strain. He knew he needed more power, the power to protect everyone. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. In that moment, Kuro found himself in another space. I have to surpass my limits, he thought, his face completely devoid of emotion. He slowly raised a hand, stepping into a swirling vortex of energy. Instantly, his body began to transform, his pupils glowing a brilliant blue. Kuro levitated in the sky, his entire body radiating blue light, as if he'd broken his final barrier. Bahamut felt a surge of danger. This was bad, and tried to flee. But as Bahamut glanced back, its eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell is that? Kuro roared, his blue eyes glowing intensely as massive tentacles erupted from his body. A massive energy explosion erupted, unleashing countless glowing blue tentacles that swirled violently against a dark purple background. Over in the sky, Jinglang kept pushing to match Bai Qianlong's speed. Blood continued to stream from her face inside the helmet. She had finally hit her absolute limit. Jinglang's body went limp in the air before she lost her balance and began to fall. The creature glanced at her. Exhausted already? It then turned and dove straight for her. As Jinglang fell, her trembling hand reached up. Her helmet shattered, and a blue light flared as her face was finally revealed. She was covered in blood, gasping for air and falling uncontrollably. But in that instant, a purple aura flared around her once more. Bai Qianlong was caught off guard, unable to react. In the next second, Jinglang appeared above it, her sharp spear plunging deep into its body as blue blood gushed out. Using every last ounce of her strength, Jinglang held the spear steady, putting her entire body weight into the dive. The spearhead pierced Bai Qianlong's massive body, causing a violent explosion of energy. She held the pose for a moment, but it just sneered. "You really think that worked on me?" Jinglang, now completely spent, gasped for breath. She lost her balance, tipping backward and plunging into a freefall. Weightless, her mind raced. "I can't move. Am I going to die?" She tried to calm herself. The mission was complete. So it's okay to rest now, right? Through her hazy vision, Jinglang saw Bai Qianlong's silhouette in the sky, triggering a flood of memories standing in front of a school. The scene shifted to a fierce sword fight, then to her sitting alone in a dark room, the TV's pale light reflecting off her back. Then, it was Ruben's excited face, holding out his hand. She couldn't accept it. No. The image of her running, trying to escape from two pursuers, and then Laihan's slightly surprised face, his hand placed on the bucket that was stuck on her head. Along with Laihan's bright smile, she thought, "I don't want to die." As her body neared the ground, a massive clawed hand moved to intercept her, catching her like a cushion. Jinglang trembled, trying to sit up, utterly stunned. It was Bai Qianlong. It lifted her up, saying, "I have kept my promise." A shimmering green mass of energy materialized in the sky, with countless tentacles whipping around. Kuro stood at the center of this powerful, swirling vortex of energy. Bahamut just sneered. "You fool, you've gone past your limit." Green energy coiled tightly around Kuro's body, and below him, the massive maw of a monster waited. He found himself trapped in the center, surrounded by razor-sharp teeth and writhing tentacles. Then, the mouth slowly closed, swallowing Kuro whole. Bahamut roared out an order, "Forget him and kill all the remaining humans." A moment later, a swarm of Sivir dragons swarmed in, charging up devastating attacks in their mouths. But in a shocking twist, they aimed their attacks at the minions. The minions shrieked in agony while the humans watched in utter disbelief, clueless as to what was happening. What in the world? What's going on? The Sivir dragons were attacking the minions. They kept up the relentless assault, one after another. A voice crackled over a wrist communicator. It was Laihan. His face was grim. "The Sivir dragons are allies. I repeat, the Sivir dragons are our allies." In the next instant, Bakenganlong appeared right before him. Laihan expertly leaped onto its back, and the massive dragon beat its wings, soaring into the sky. "Go to Kuro, now!" he ordered. Bahamut watched them, its voice laced with fury. Has he regained his memories? The traitor. A dangerous red aura flared to life around it. "You pathetic creatures, you dare provoke me again?" Bakengan, long shot back. "For us, this is the only way to prove we aren't monsters." "Is that so?" Bahamut roared in anger. "If we kill every last human, we can become the rulers of this world again. We'll reclaim our superior intellect and end this pointless hatred between us. Tell me, where am I wrong?" But Bakenganlong remained calm. "We would feel shame for being unable to control our own instincts. We would only leave behind proof that we are nothing but monsters." "My brother." Bahamut lost control. "How dare you call me your brother?" The scene shifts to Laihan riding on Bakenganlong, flying towards where Kuro was trapped. His face was etched with worry. "In terms of pure power, we're at a disadvantage. We need Kuro's help." But right in front of Bahamut, A brilliant sphere of blue light pulsed. But how can we pull Kuro out? Maybe a shockwave could do it, but could Kuro even fight after taking a hit like that? The scene cuts back to the brutal clash between the two dragons. You were the one who suggested we attack humans in the first place, Bak Ungan Long. You've forgotten? You traitor! It opened its mouth, blasting a beam of purple light straight ahead. A powerful shot aimed directly at Bahamut, but Bahamut refused to back down, roaring as it sank its sharp teeth into Bakungan Long's leg. The white dragon cried out in pain, but immediately retaliated, ramming its long horn into Bahamut's side. The two beasts fought relentlessly, neither one gaining the upper hand. Their bodies were covered in wounds, blood flowing freely. Bak Ingan Long admitted, "Yes, it was me. And that's why I've been tormented by it. If I don't fix my own mistakes, who will?" Bahamut just laughed mockingly. "Mistakes? You call all of this just a mistake?" It unleashed a blinding beam of purple energy, tearing through the air straight for Baknagan Long. The white dragon quickly shielded its body with its wings. A split second later, the blast hit its target. It curled up, using its wings for defense. The overwhelming purple light continued its fierce assault from the outside. Baknagan Long was badly injured, its wings shredded in multiple places. Bahamut growled, "As for your punishment, I'll leave that to them." A second later, two figures appeared, one red, one blue. My true brothers. Two monsters with glowing yellow eyes snarled, ready for a death match. Lai Han watched cautiously, frozen for a moment, until a booming voice echoed from behind. "Welcome, human." "Oh, it's you again?" Bahamut turned its attention to the small figure glowing with blue light before it. "You always manage to get on my nerves. When are you finally going to die?" Li Han was terrified, gritting his teeth and bracing for the worst. He's already in the shockwave's range. Ignoring the danger, he reached out his hand. Just like when they were kids, Lai Han repeated the same words he always used when his friend was about to fall. "Get up. Kuro." Hidden inside the armor, Kuro's eyes shot open in stunned silence. Li Han kept his arm outstretched, ready to pull him out, sweat beading on his jade-green skin. Kuro felt a jolt. The energy inside him reacted. He reached out and grasped Lai Han's hand tightly. Seeing this, Lai Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. His face was drenched in sweat, but despite the exhaustion, he could finally manage a genuine smile. Lai Han paused for a moment before grinning widely, offering words of encouragement. "It's okay to fail." These were the exact same words Kuro himself had said to him years ago when they were just kids training day and night. And even now, those words had the power to pull Kuro from the depths of his despair. For a fleeting moment, he heard the clear voice of a young Lai Han by his ear. "I'm always with you. Believe in me, just as I've always believed in you." Back outside, Lai Han was desperately trying to break through the ground. He pleaded urgently, "We need your help. We're all going to die." Suddenly, a defeated cry from behind made him freeze. No, Kuro probably still hasn't escaped his own sorrow. He was huddled on the ground, mumbling, "I can't do it. I haven't changed at all." He berated himself with negative thoughts, still weak and useless, a nobody who can't do anything on his own. Once again, Li Han's clear voice echoed in Kuro's mind. "You haven't said you're giving up yet." Just then, Li Han helped Kuro to his feet, just like he did years ago. He repeated his earlier question, looking Kuro straight in the eye. "Right?" Kuro just nodded, a small smile confirming he understood. With his spirit renewed, Kuro's entire demeanor changed as he and Lai Han prepared to fight side by side. With their blades combined, even Bahamut had to be cautious. After their first strike, Lai Han cursed through clenched teeth. Damn it, he figured it out. His arm remained outstretched, palm open and aimed at the great dragon Bahamut. The beast glared back with cunning eyes. "I already knew about that ability. You're the first one I must eliminate. Just looking at you is irritating. I'll kill you myself to feel satisfied." But then, what was that sound coming from nowhere? Was someone planning to take a bath? Just as Lai Han was about to be devoured by Bahamut, two figures appeared at the dragon's left flank. The two warriors dove down, plunging their weapons into Bahamut's thick hide. Caught completely off guard, he yanks the drink from his lips, spinning around to face his two saviors, Glut and Dichi. Bahamut's rage hits its absolute peak, exploding in a shockwave of force and light that floods the entire area. But the two warriors meet it with their own blazing auras. With backup finally here, Kuro and Lai Han feel their courage reignite, ready to get back into the fight. Kuro, his spirit restored, doesn't hesitate for a second, shouting, "Stay close to me." As Bahamut's energy continues to rage with no sign of stopping, its glowing yellow eyes flare up, and a terrifying power starts gathering in its throat. Kuro's eyes widen as he screams, I will protect you. With that, he summons a layer of rock armor around himself, bracing against the massive energy beam Bahamut had just unleashed. Kuro's stone shield is unbelievably tough. The massive blast hits it head-on without leaving a scratch, and it even starts absorbing more rock. Bahamut is stunned, unable to believe the tables have turned. In a flash, all of its energy is completely swallowed and assimilated by that stone defense. Bahamut stammers this is impossible, it just froze and shattered his beam. Even though Kuro's defense worked, deep down he's still in a state of panic, admitting, "Honestly, I'm still scared of what happens if I lose control of this." He confesses that if things go wrong, it would be a fate worse than death. But just a second later, his entire demeanor changes. "But if this power truly is the will of my own heart," he declares, his eyes burning with resolve, "then I will destroy every single one of them." That determination was so fierce Bahamut actually recoiled. A ring of blue sonic energy and light converges on the area. The weaker dragons are instantly crushed by the force, and in moments, they're all wiped from existence. Shredded body parts fly through the air. Bahamut can't hide its terror, eyes darting around at the absolute carnage. Seeing its own kind slaughtered seems to have chipped away at its killer instinct. Across from it, Kuro looks almost feral, gritting his teeth and hissing, "I'll crush them all together." The higher-level dragons get caught in his glare, their hoarse screams echoing across the battlefield as Kuro's cyclone attack rips through dozens of them at once. Bahamut just stares up, completely helpless, thinking that a power like this shouldn't even be possible. It was beyond all comprehension, but it refuses to accept defeat, craning its neck to let out another roar. And right then, a black hole begins to form in the center of the shockwave. Bahamut is still screaming wildly, but in the next second, its body loses control and gets dragged straight into the dark void. Furious, Bahamut roars one last time, limbs flailing desperately to escape, but the black hole shrinks, finally revealing the peaceful purple sky once more. Laihan is just frozen, his lips parted. "A black hole?" He whips his head to his friend, screaming in alarm, "Kuro, it's over! Kuro!" But it seems Kuro used way too much power and is suffering from the backlash, his body glowing with a strange blue energy. It takes a moment for him to return to normal. He collapses forward, gasping for air, when suddenly another serpent beast erupts from the ground below. This forces Kuro back to his feet, while Laihan scrambles away from the monster's coiling body. The monster is covered in eyes, leaving no blind spots, but luckily, Laihan takes it out, shredding it to pieces in just a few moments. He then urgently flies up to catch Kuro's falling body, pushing hard against his back to shove him out of this dark, empty space. Kuro feels the strong push on his back, and his eyes snap open to see the blue sky above him, leaving him stunned for a second. Even so, he isn't fully conscious yet, his eyes still looking empty and vacant. Laihan has to hold him tight as they plummet back down to the ground. Hearing the wind rush past his ears, Kuro stammers, Did I do a good job?" Laihan answers gently, "Yeah, you did great." Not too far from them, they can see the white Bahamut is actually still alive, but not for long. Someone else comes diving straight from the sky, it's Rebin. He slams his weapon right into the top of Bahamut's head. Through the visor, you can see his grimacing face as he says, "So in the end, you used the pressure wave on Kuro Alpha." Laihan, now on the ground, looks up just in time to see the attack. Kuro sees it too, and asks quietly, "Is Bahamut really dead?" Laihan replies, "He was sucked into a singularity, like a black hole. He probably can't come back from that. It's a place where not even light exists," he adds, "and there's no guarantee his soul escapes safely." Laihan quietly helps Kuro walk across the vast, empty landscape. But just then, the sky suddenly darkens, and the black hole from before reappears. An enhanced version of Bahamut tears its way out of the rift, its face a mask of pure hatred. It declares, "I will kill you. Of that, at least, I am certain." The shock sends Kuro and Laihan stumbling to the ground. He grinds his teeth in frustration. Seriously? Right down to the very last second. Just when the danger seemed to be over, it all comes roaring back. Laihan feels a grim familiarity, like he's seen this happen before. He's constantly releasing psychic energy to keep himself from being pulled back into the black hole. We have to push him back in, but if I'm not careful, I'll get dragged in too. Learning its lesson, Bahamut gathers even more magic this time, the light from its throat looking 10 times deadlier. Laihan tenses up, his analytical mode kicking in, not daring to blink. He has no choice but to charge forward with his weapon. The annihilation ray is just too weak. Just as he expected, its spirit energy is being drained, which means attacks from the outside should be effective. Bahamut raises its sharp claws high before slamming them down into the earth, carving a long, deep trench in the ground. Seeing Bahamut's movements slow from the black hole's influence, Li Han knows this is his chance. Both of his arms are pinned. This is our moment. Now, die. The dragon digs his feet in, coiling his powerful body to launch himself forward. He was in a full-on attack stance, rushing ahead with his sharp spear. Staring right into the beast's wide-open maw filled with fangs, he just keeps charging without an ounce of fear. The sight is incredible, especially with Li Han's battle spirit soaring. All of Bahamut's immense power, its piercing gaze, it all comes down to one thought. Humans. Meanwhile, a heavily armored warrior takes slow, deliberate steps forward. This person stands before the dragon, proud and defiant, but in the dragon's eyes, humans are just weak creatures who rely on machines. Even with their psychic powers, they were still inferior to the Iru. Perhaps it was that deep-seated prejudice that fueled Bahamut's incredible rage. "How dare you?" Li Han roared, pinned down by the sheer force of the dragon's power. Bahamut still couldn't accept it. How could they have pushed him this far, to this desperate point? "Useless trash, how dare you?" As it roared, Li Han successfully drove his blade straight into its skull. The dragon's thick scales couldn't save it this time. The blade was buried deep. The air exploded with another shockwave of sound, blinding light and dust. Li Han strained with all his might, gritting his teeth to push the spear even deeper. Bahamut howled in agony, its jaw locked but its throat releasing a terrifying scream. Blood vessels pulsed visibly in its wide, golden eyes. But Li Han stood his ground, his posture as steady as a rock. Suddenly, he stopped. He glanced back and saw Bahamut's hand moving in secret. He launched forward without hesitation, stomping down hard on a part of the dragon's body. Li Han gritted his teeth. "You bastard! You're trying to take me down with you? I don't care if my soul vanishes," Bahamut declared, "but my clan will not disappear. No matter how long it takes, we will return." The enemy's sheer tenacity was starting to exhaust Li Han. He hung his head, sweat pouring down. Blue blood gushed from Bahamut's body as its desperate cries echoed and the light grew brighter, pulling its body back into another space. Li Han gave a bitter, sarcastic laugh. Of all the things to be next to at the end, it's a dragon. How ridiculous. With renewed resolve, he raised his spear and launched himself forward like an arrow. His body, 100 times smaller than Bahamut's, attacked once more without hesitation, giving it no room to retreat. This time, Li Han severed one of its limbs completely. Before the agony could even register, its body was torn apart again. Bahamut couldn't help but scream, "You insects! You're lower than maggots!" As the entire space descended into chaos and the severed limb was about to crush him, someone rushed in, grabbing Li Han and pulling him to safety. He gasped for air, managing to call out his quiet savior's name. The black hole finally shrank, revealing a clear sky. His rescuer still held him tight, not daring to let go. Only after a moment, when the danger had truly passed, did the person's shoulders slump before they collapsed. The small body suddenly swayed, stumbled, and then fell to the ground before anyone could catch them. Li Han rushed over in a panic, yelling, "Silent!" He pulled off the helmet. He frantically called out the name S, but then he went silent. His eyes widened, fixed on the person's neck. The helmet's connection port was flickering erratically. Li Han was horrified when he realized it was psychic radiation exposure. A low voice suddenly spoke in his ear. "That psychic drank dragon's blood to save you." Li Han whipped his head around to see Kronos. The voice echoed again. "It's not over yet, and I don't have much time left either." Kronos' body was covered in severe wounds, lying exposed on the ground. Li Han quickly ran to check on him, his voice filled with bitterness as he said his name, Kronos. With his last breaths, Kronos tried to explain. "I should have been the one to go. I had to reach the nest before they could revive," Li Han said sadly. "But you're about to die, too." Kronos cut him off, fearing he was out of time. "We need someone else to take my place." Li Han's brow furrowed in pain, but he nodded. "All right. I understand, Kronos." The voice grew weaker. "I probably won't be able to return. You have to find a way to stop it too." Just then, Ren removed his helmet to get a better look. Li Han asked him hurriedly, "Is there no time to say goodbye to anyone else?" Kronos answered for Ren. "No." His eyes narrowed with a mix of regret and agony. "I'm sorry, Han Lai. You were able to keep your promise. But I couldn't." Li Han gave him a reassuring smile. "It's okay. If it were me, I wouldn't have chosen to side with humanity either." Suddenly, Kronos revealed a critical truth. "If we remove that machine, we can send 2 people." Without a second's hesitation, Li Han looked at Ren and declared, "No, 1 is enough. I'll go alone." A soft purple light began to glow from the horn on Kronos' head. Controlled by Kronos, The light moved to envelop Lai Han's body. The other heroes were now running towards him, shouting his name in disbelief. Han Lai, they screamed, but he didn't answer. His lips pressed into a thin line. After a moment, he slowly turned his head toward the voices. Then he looked Ren dead in the eyes and gave an order. Omega, if everything you're doing is truly for the sake of the superhumans, then at the very least, don't let them be destroyed. His words ignited a new fire in Ren's eyes, making them sharp and powerful. Lai Han turned back, not looking at him, but added one final command, and protect silent. As he said this, his eyelids drooped with a hint of sadness. Dichi and Glut finally arrived, panting as they desperately called out their friend's name. Han Lai, but they never got to say another word to him. Lai Han's figure blurred, then vanished in a blinding flash of light that forced everyone to shield their eyes. When things returned to normal, Klu and Dichi finally lowered their hands. But Lai Han was nowhere to be seen, only the slowly dissolving body of Kronos and the strong back of Reben. The intense fight was over, leaving him gasping for air. Everyone relaxed, realizing they had won as the skeletal beast finally faded into dust. A frantic Dichi called out for Hanley, while the rest of the group started shouting questions. Omega won! What happened to Hanley? One demanded, shoving Ren to get an answer. But Ren stayed silent. Kuro couldn't stop crying, collapsing to the ground. He refused to leave the spot where Lai Han vanished, painfully calling out his name. At the same time, somewhere else, Lai Han woke up, squinting at the blinding light. Lai Han looked up at the sky, a world of dragons and minions, a scene like a paradise. He removed his armor. First, I need to rest. Lai Han cleans himself up in a lake, taking a moment to relax. Thankfully, the environment is a lot like Earth except for this brutal, sweltering tropical heat. His mission is clear. Kronos called this place the Nest, and he has to find it, no matter what. But where to even begin on a planet of this unknown size? And how far could the nest possibly be? Lai Han shakes off his doubts. Kronos sent him here for a reason, believing he was capable of succeeding. He makes a fire for the night and sits down to formulate a plan. First order of business: find intelligent life. Searching for the nest alone is just asking for a miracle. Lai Han reviews the data he has. Among all the so-called minions, only one species could be considered intelligent. As the night passes, the Iolu residents begin to move in small groups. The Iolu are extremely cautious, their sharp eyes scanning the area. They target their prey, knocking a golden arrow. As the Iolu take aim, their eyes begin to glow. The Iolu charge forward, but the creature senses them and flees. In their pursuit, they stumble upon Lai Han. He's not scared, he's thrilled to see them. Finally, after a week of searching, he's found them. The Lu. They immediately start shouting and attacking, but Lai Han stands firm amidst the rain of arrows. He calmly analyzes the situation. On Earth, the Lu were mindless killers, but here, their hostility seems to stem from fear, not malice. The Aolu panic, and one of them runs off, likely to get reinforcements. Lai Han grinds his teeth. He has to avoid a conflict, but how? An idea suddenly strikes him. Lai Han quickly activates a device, deciding to show them something specific. A fantastical image appears, stunning the Aolu as he carefully presents the projection. Lai Han speaks up. I mean you no harm. I want to meet the mages in your village. But they don't understand his words and simply surround him as he stands perfectly still. He tenses up, trying to figure a way out of this. Damn it, is this it? Suddenly, one of them raises a hand and speaks. Magia, Lu, Saren. The sun climbs higher. They lead Lai Han away, and he's completely stunned by what he sees. This is a Lu village? The architecture is incredible. They guide him deeper inside as the locals stare with curiosity. The Iolu whisper, Otter. Otter. Are they giving him a name? At an entrance, they point to his weapon. He leaves it behind and enters alone as a flame ignites to guide his path. Lai Han ventures deeper, his eyes widening in surprise. 3 figures are already waiting for him, and they seem just as shocked by his presence. An Aolu mage steps forward, calling out Aeon Hater in disbelief. The 3 inside the cave are clearly taken aback by his sudden appearance. The Aolu mage reaches out a hand, sending a wave of energy over him. A question echoes directly in Li Han's mind. Who are you? He's totally shocked. Is this how their species communicates? Telepathy? He tests it. You understand me? The mage replies, only vaguely. He gives a simple introduction, explaining that he's from another world, outer space, to be exact. The mage agrees, stating she can sense a mysterious power emanating from him. The Iolu mage then asks, May I place my hand here for a moment? Li Han cooperates, and a blinding light erupts, leaving all 3 of them completely shocked. The 3rd layer, she says with caution. Distant traveler, what is your purpose here? He thinks carefully these beings are revered like gods, so he has to answer with care. He decides to reply, I'm searching for something, though I can't explain it clearly right now. I am a warrior on a mission. The Eolu mage tries to connect the concepts. A warrior? Ah, like a champion. So even someone who's reached the third layer in your world is considered just a warrior? Yes, Lihan replies. In my world, immense spiritual power doesn't necessarily grant you high status. She's confused. How strange. A society where excellence doesn't determine rank, the Eolu mage confesses, we thought you were one of the iron monsters. Confused, he replies. Iron monsters? I don't know what you mean, but they have nothing to do with me. She explains that for nearly 2 years, their dragon god has been motionless, which they believe is why the iron monsters have started appearing more frequently. Lihan understands immediately. That motionless state was because of his battle. He had completely wiped out both of their gods. He needs to find a safe zone before they can be revived. The mage explains, with our strength alone, it's difficult to defeat the iron monsters. They are our natural enemy. She then makes an offer. If you help us hunt them, the Kuro tribe will do everything in its power to help you complete your mission. He quickly realizes this is a huge opportunity for a support base. This is definitely a deal worth taking, Lihan thinks to himself. But what in the world are these iron monsters? The Lu are not a weak species, so how could anything be their predator? Suddenly, shouts of Aeon Harder erupt as a monstrous creature appears. Lihan is horrified. That thing, don't tell me it's... He immediately charges forward. His mech armor flares to life. I will handle this myself. Lihan attacks decisively, but the iron monster meets him head-on with incredible speed. He is shocked it's way faster than he thought. The Eolu panic as the armored beast bites one of them and goes on a rampage. Lihan grits his teeth. Damn you! You dare to look down on me? He pushes his speed to the limit, leaping high for a powerful downward strike as other Eolu provide support. Just as he suspected, it's a machine, and he has to disable it now. He targets its cables, and the armored creature quickly collapses. The Eolu jump back, completely awestruck. Lihan now understands why the Lu tribe struggles. Without his spirit-powered armor, he would have been forced to retreat, too. He returns to the village and is greeted with a hero's welcome. Aeon Harder, Aeon Hatter. They chant as the monster's head is brought back with Lihan leading the way. The mage approaches him gratefully. We truly thank you. Our tribe will now consider you family. She affirms, we will prepare a place for you to rest. Stay as long as you wish. And if you have any questions, please ask. He deactivates his armor. Thank you. The Eolu watch in amazement as he heads to his quarters. He knows there's no guarantee other Lu tribes will be so friendly, so he'll stay here for a few days to gather intel. Lihan spots movement nearby. The local children are peering at him with curiosity. He gets an idea and playfully holds out his hand. They are clearly intrigued. Lihan quickly integrates with the tribe, and the Eolu welcome him with open arms. They throw a feast for their honored guest, where everyone enthusiastically serves him strange new dishes. The mage keeps her word. As night falls, it's time for him to leave, now with a new travel pack. They truly see him as one of their own, and send him off like a hero as he opens up the map. Lihan determines his direction based on the map. He confirms his theory that they live scattered around giant trees called world trees. Not a single Ru lives far from a world tree. Lihan connects the dots. The land of dragons. A place overflowing with spirit energy. A place with both those things could only be the nest. He pushed forward, determined to find the world tree first. A strange creature tried to attack, but Lihan was too quick, easily sidestepping the beast. He had no idea how time here compared to Earth. Kronos' power only gave him a vague limit. Lihan was already exhausted, he probably didn't have much time left. He climbed to a higher vantage point to get a better look. Taking a sip of water, Lihan saw nothing that resembled the world tree. The LRU tribe said he could see it on a clear day, but he also knew their eyes were far sharper than any humans. He'd have to get much closer. As night fell again, Lihan made a small fire and set up a temporary camp. He let out a tired sigh. Even this simple task was draining him. His sync with the psychic mech was getting weaker by the day. It was a miracle it still worked without any maintenance. He chewed on some tough, dry meat. Lihan figured he could still fight without the mech. But if he ran into a dragon, he'd have zero chance of survival. He spread his blanket out, his preparations simple and quick. His mind raced with worry. Kuro, he thought, can you handle things without me now? He recalled how Kuro had been exposed to psychic radiation, something Earth's current technology couldn't fix. Lai Han forced himself to sleep. Time passed quickly, and soon, it was morning. He came across a familiar sight, another LRU village, but this one was eerily quiet. Lai Han scanned the area, not a single soul. It wasn't temporarily abandoned, this village had been purged. The LRU here had been driven mad, their minds corrupted, a massive number of them. This wasn't the only village. A sick feeling hit him as he remembered the ones he killed. Maybe they were once normal, just like the Kuro tribe. The crazed villagers were closing in, hot on his trail. Lai Han desperately tried to run. Damn it. All this pointless death, he didn't want to kill anymore. 3 of them were right behind him. Gritting his teeth, Lai Han knew he couldn't escape. He darted towards a massive tree. Lai Han grabbed it, ripping the entire tree from the ground. They froze, terrified. He tossed the tree aside and stood there, panting, before opening his faceplate. He glared at them. Follow me again, and I'll kill you all. It worked. They were scared. But Lai Han was growing tired. Another 4 nights passed. He staggered onward, cutting down on rest, even sleep. If this mission failed, it wasn't just his failure alone. He was pushing his body to the absolute limit. And then, he finally found his target. The moment Lai Han saw it, he knew. That had to be the world tree. He began to climb, deciding to save his jump pack for an emergency. It would take time, but he would climb it step by step. He was filled with resolve. He wasn't afraid of dying. What scared him more was the thought of everything he'd done becoming meaningless. Pushed to his limit, he suddenly remembered some advice. You don't have to bear this burden alone, Alpha. We could start another war. Lai Han's eyes widened in disbelief. He fiercely rejected the idea. I don't agree with that. You should never have said those words. He sat for a moment. If he ran now just because he was afraid of being the only sacrifice, he'd never be able to face the ones who were already gone. He reevaluated everything. There was only one thing he had to do. No other option was even worth considering. A mechanical voice echoed. Activating psychic suit. Concealing psychic energy source. A jolt of excitement shot through Lai Han. He'd found it. He stared out for dozens of kilometers, no, maybe over 100. If his psychic energy was detected from this distance, Lai Han realized he'd scanned everywhere else, and only one spot had a density this high. He took a leap of faith. Lai Han plummeted downwards, his speed increasing rapidly. He went into a freefall as the engines on his back ignited. Lai Han slowed his descent, landing safely. His destination was clear. He had to head north. With newfound confidence, he began his journey. From dawn till dusk, he crossed through fields of giant mushrooms. A monster charged Lai Han, roaring aggressively. But to his surprise, he wasn't its target. Lai Han was stunned. What was going on? Was it being chased? Suddenly, a colossal creature appeared, towering over him. The Iron Beast stared down, and Lai Han was completely shocked. An Iron Beast. A giant gorilla-like Iron Beast just appeared out of nowhere and was staring directly at Lai Han. Clad in his protective suit, he gripped his weapon tight. First a steel wolf, and now a steel gorilla. He lowered his head, thinking, if something like this attacked an LRU village, most of them would be wiped out. Meanwhile, the Iron Beast was still staring, baring its teeth. Lai Han crouched low, taking a serious defensive stance. If it attacks, he thought, I'll circle around and find a weak spot. It won't be able to turn fast enough to catch me. But the massive beast just tilted its head, unmoving. Lai Han watched it, his anxiety growing. Why isn't it attacking? He cautiously walked around it, putting his weapon away. Was it clearing a path for him? If you're not here to fight, then I'll be on my way. As he started to leave, the beast turned and walked away too. It seemed harmless, just watching him go. And then, it started to follow Lai Han from a distance. He glanced back, confused. Why are you following me? Every step he took, it took one too. His expression softened slightly as he walked, lost in thought. Come to think of it, maybe that steel wolf wasn't ignoring him earlier. It went for the LRU first because it never planned to attack him. Lai Han looked back at the beast, feeling a bit bewildered. Even if it wasn't hostile, it was way too conspicuous to travel with. Suddenly, his feet dug into the ground. Without a second thought, Lai Han bolted, surprising the creature. For a moment, it just stood there, frozen. The Iron Beast remained in that spot as dusk began to fall. Lai Han ran without looking back. After a while, he stopped and glanced over his shoulder. I guess this is far enough, he muttered. Looks like it's not following me anymore. Lai Han walked alone through a ruined battlefield. He scanned his surroundings, on high alert. For 2 straight days, he'd seen nothing but the same desolate wasteland. But he knew he was getting closer. Lai Han's gaze sharpened. He could feel it, even without the psychic detector. A colossal source of psychic energy, flowing like lava. He stopped short, stunned by a massive pile of rocks before him. Lai-Han slowly began to climb over them. Could there still be a dragon here? He climbed carefully, his mind racing. Maybe it hadn't reached Earth yet, or maybe it had just left its nest. Either way, if it was here, this was the worst-case scenario. No escape. Lai-Han's brow furrowed, his expression dead serious. If it shows up, I'll have to kill it. He was jolted once again by the familiar scenery from his vision. But now, before him, was a creature of pure black, the black dragon. The moment the creature saw him, it let out a deep growl. But upon seeing it, Lai-Han's face lit up with a spark of excitement. That's right. I'd be disappointed if you didn't show up, you bastard. The creature responded with a ferocious roar, its mouth wide with rows of sharp teeth. The green dragon swiftly spread its wings and soared into the sky, forcing Lai-Han, now in his protective suit, to be on high alert. He knew a long fight wouldn't be good. He had to stop its breath attack quickly. Green energy began to gather in the green dragon's mouth, and just as it fired the beam at him, he managed to leap away, dodging the attack. Lai-Han was constantly on the move, dodging frantically while the dragon chased him relentlessly from above. He struggled but finally managed to land back on the ground. He grit his teeth, the situation looking tougher than he thought. But then, he saw it. Okay, I get it now. I'll finish this on the next blow. With his weapon drawn, Lai-Han braced himself. As the beast descended, he prepared to unleash a decisive strike. But then he froze. A red warning symbol flashed on his screen. Before he could react, the green dragon fired a blast of energy from its mouth. His reaction was too slow. All he could do was shield his face, unleashing his psychic energy to counter the breath attack. From above, the dragon kept firing relentless streams of green energy. Lai-Han collapsed to his knees under the constant barrage. Blue smoke poured from his suit. His power system was failing. He stared at the error message in disbelief. Of all the times for this to happen, why now? The green dragon was still flying strong. Lai-Han's face grew grim with worry. The power failure had locked his joints solid, leaving him completely unable to move as he trembled. Meanwhile, the system began a countdown, rebooting his power. 10. The green dragon opened its massive jaws once again, preparing to fire. 8. Lai-Han glanced back, fear in his eyes. Damn it. Then, suddenly, an armored suit materialized right behind him. 6. It let out a ferocious roar of its own, lunging at the green dragon and landing a direct hit. Lai-Han stared back, shocked. A metal monster? What was it doing here? The iron golem powerfully seized one of the green dragon's legs. It followed up with a crushing blow that made the dragon roar in pain. Lai-Han could only sit there, completely immobilized, forced to witness the brutal fight. His eyes were wide with a mix of shock and anxiety. 1. Reboot complete. He tightened his grip on his weapon, realizing he could finally move again. But across the way, the dragon sank its teeth into the iron golem. It had no time to react as the dragon clamped down on its arm, blasting it point blank with a torrent of green energy from its mouth. The golem watched its own arm get shredded. The dragon pulled its head back, regaining the upper hand and preparing to fire another blast. The stream of green energy shot out, hitting its target dead on. The iron golem was thrown backward by the sheer force of the attack. The green dragon soared into the sky as its opponent fell back. It beat its wings aggressively. Lai-Han stared it down, preparing his attack. A pressure wave. Green steam erupted from the dragon's body. Weapon raised, Lai-Han was ready. He dashed toward the spot where the creature was falling. He launched himself into the air just as its body hit the ground, putting every ounce of his strength into one powerful attack. He plunged his weapon deep into its flesh. Lai-Han coolly turned away, not sparing a single glance for the creature's burning corpse. His helmet hung loosely as he gasped for breath. His entire body was screaming, but there was no time to rest. He had to keep going. He approached the iron golem, its mouth agape and its gaze fixed. Lai-Han looked down with a confused expression. He had no idea why it saved him, but regardless, he was thankful. The light in its eyes suddenly went dark. Lai-Han immediately turned to leave. Covered in wounds and grime, he began his escape. Strange marks began spreading across his face. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, breathing in ragged, difficult gasps. Taking that blast head-on was just too much. He pulled out a special injector. Rest wouldn't heal this kind of wound, and another dragon could appear while he was recovering. Gritting his teeth, he stabbed the injector into his neck. He had no choice but to rely on combat stimulants to keep moving forward. His eyes, Lai-Han pushed himself up on trembling arms, sweat pouring down his face. Before him lay a massive body of water filled with huge creatures. Lai-Han stared down at the aquatic lifeforms swimming just below the surface. The enormous creatures swam back and forth in the clear blue water. Suddenly, his cheeks puffed out and his eyes went wide. His entire body started to shake before he collapsed to one knee, biting down hard on his arm. Damn it! This was the nest. What could he do now? To his amazement, small round objects and globs of slime began rising from the water. Before he could even register it, they were on him. The swarm of slime quickly enveloped Lai-Han's entire body. He began to panic as he felt their strange movements all over. They were getting inside his power frame. Were they touching his skin directly? He strained to break free, but it was useless. The slime was unbelievably sticky. Then, without warning, the substance suddenly retreated from his body. Lai-Han was shocked as the slime was pulled back into the lake. Then, the lake itself began to part ways. He could only stare in disbelief. Was the lake splitting in two? A staircase appeared, leading down a straight, empty path. From his high vantage point, Lai-Han was utterly dumbfounded by the sight. It was creating an entrance into the nest for him, the dragon's greatest enemy. It felt like a trap, but he knew those tentacles could have held him easily. It made no sense to lure him inside. After a moment of hesitation, he just stared. Then, one step at a time, he began to walk down the staircase. Lai-Han moved slowly, strange creatures swimming in the water on either side of him. He remained on guard, but couldn't shake his confusion. This was just too strange. He gripped his weapon tightly. In his current state, could he even kill one of them? Suddenly, the green slime creatures reappeared, covering the path. Lai-Han tried to shake them off. His expression suddenly turned serious as he had a realization. They were only stopping him from killing the dragons. Everything else was permitted. Unexpectedly, he spotted a dark pit ahead, leading even further down. Lai-Han approached it with both anxiety and suspicion. A powerful throne materialized out of nowhere. A single chair. He walked toward it and ran his hand along the armrest. Getting closer, Lai-Han studied it carefully, his mind racing. The chair wasn't made for him. It was already here. And its size. Suddenly, his expression changed with a horrifying realization. It was perfectly sized for a human. Fear and confusion swirled inside him. He whipped his head around, his eyes frantically scanning the darkness. He searched for something, anything, as he screamed his questions. Why is there a chair for a human here? Aren't dragons our enemies? He yelled into the void. Answer me. Who in the hell are you? A wall loomed before him, the chair his only companion in the silence. Lai-Han reached up, his hand finding his own shoulder. He scoffed. If you wanted me dead, you've had plenty of chances. His clothes seemed to shift on their own. He stood before the chair, no longer in combat gear, as dark veins crawled up his neck and across his face. Lai-Han grinds his teeth, suddenly slumping his head against the chair's frame. Slowly, he looks back up, fury burning in his eyes. He couldn't pass out. Not now. The mission couldn't fail like this. He moves forward and sits down in the strange chair. Immediately, that eerie green substance appears, closing in on his body. A single drop of the slime makes contact with his eye. Pain explodes through him as Lai-Han clutches his face, a scream trapped in his throat. Slowly, the pupil of his eye shifts, turning a vibrant green. Lai-Han lowers his hands to find a blue screen. A holographic display with strange text, hovering just above them. An augmented reality interface? Lai-Han brings the blue panel closer, staring intently. Had it already linked itself directly to his brain? This was technology beyond anything he could have imagined. A sudden flash of light whites out everything. He's taken aback as the blue screen flickers, then shifts to a completely different display. Biometric scan complete. Confirmed. Human. Access level 1 of 5 granted. Higher clearance requires a security code. Lai-Han's hand trembles as he reaches out to touch it. His finger struggles, but finally makes contact with an access key. His eyes fly wide open. A new, strange notification flashes before him. Emergency shutdown. Those words loomed in front of him, demanding his attention. System, he asks, if I shut you down, what happens to the nest? He remains on the chair, listening for a response. Per protocol, this facility will enter a cryogenic stasis. The defense systems will remain at their current level. Bright sunlight streams onto his seat, as the system explains the production line will remain on standby. Understanding this, he immediately asks what access level is required to issue a self-destruct command. The system instantly relays the information to Lai-Han. Level 5, the highest possible clearance. His expression turns terrifyingly grim as he realizes the true nature of the nest. The more he thinks, the more severe his expression becomes. The truth clicks into place. This place. It was nothing more than a dragon factory, built by humanity itself. His eyes catch sight of massive creatures swimming in the surrounding water. Dragons. They were originally biological weapons created by humans to slaughter each other. He just didn't know how. How the nest had broken free from humanity's control. The creature's face is ferocious, monstrous. Maybe it was a glitch, a control malfunction, or a mission accident. Maybe it was malicious intent. Whatever the reason, the humans who could control the nest were all dead. The water parts, creating a straight path across the lake. The nest had been abandoned for thousands of years, repeating only a single, final command. The grotesque creature in the water stares directly at Lai Han. Kill all of humanity. That was the command. Sunlight suddenly bathed the entire area. Lai Han wonders, when was the nest's last command issued? The system begins its calculations, processing based on a 365-day, 24-hour orbital cycle. Lai Han's profile appears on the system, his stats maxed out as light cuts through the darkness. He sits, listening. The result, 45, 0835, 23-2, 9 seconds ago. Level 5 authority has accessed the system. Blue veins bulge across Lai Han's body. He gasps in pure disbelief, wondering just how far into the future this place really was. An image of a massive starship fleeing into deep space flashes through his mind. Did they leave Earth willingly, to come here, or were they forced to abandon it? This was a future far beyond his wildest imagination. Lai Han remains seated, piecing it all together until he finally forms a theory. But if it involved human nature, the answer was obvious. There was definitely a war here. Lai Han looks to the sky, his conclusion certain. Those iron behemoths were probably just old weapons. The same goes for those creatures they called minions. Even psychic powers might have just been part of the arms race. His gaze is firm, unwavering. He was sure of it now. The result was the complete collapse of their world. Finally, he just sighs, leaning back into the chair and speaking aloud. There was so much he wanted to know, but no way to find the answers. Suddenly, exhaustion flashes in Lai Han's eyes. It's over. He looks up at the strange sky, lost in thought. There isn't a single human left on this planet. Once the nest shuts down, no one can ever restart it. Overwhelming exhaustion finally consumes Lai Han. He closes his eyes tight, and an image of Kuro and all his comrades appears Simon's face, smiling and full of joy. Please, be at peace. The wish forms in his mind. Be happy. After what feels like an eternity, he slowly opens his eyes. A dragon is breaking through the green liquid. It raises its razor-sharp claws towards Lai Han. But suddenly, the system announces an emergency shutdown. The dragon's eyes bulge in sudden, agonizing pain. Lai Han watches the dragon writhe in agony. You must hate me to the bone, he says, even without any orders left in your head. Despite the disconnection, the dragon still strains to open its jaw, full of razor-sharp teeth. Lai Han remains calm. Just like now, he says, his voice echoing in the cold air. I hate you too. Lai Han pants, nearly drained of all strength. The mission was over. He was just so tired now. His breathing grows heavier and heavier. An image of Joni appears in his mind. Lai Han asks hopelessly, will we be able to meet again soon, Johnny? His gaze grows darker, more somber. Amidst the utter devastation, a single word surfaces in his mind. Spera, meaning hope. And somewhere, back on Earth, peace still reigned. 5 years later, Japan. In a remote corner of the countryside, polished leather shoes step out of a luxury car. A man frowns, surveying the scene before walking inside. The people inside are on high alert, ready for a fight. The man instantly changes his demeanor, speaking politely. I'm here to see Mr. Kurokami. He is then led to a secluded spot. Kuro had already sensed his presence from afar. The man speaks first. How have you been, Kuro? Kuro's reply is polite, but distant. I'm getting by. The man shrugs, a smug look on his face. Of course. The Citadel always supports you, even if it's at a loss. Kuro seems to see right through him. Then why come all the way out here yourself? Just say what you need and go. The man frowns. Kuro, it has been 2 years since you left. Taking care of these refugees is not going to change the world. If you're not the one out there changing it, then all of this is completely meaningless. The man makes his passionate plea. Come back to the Citadel, Kuro. We need a symbol, a great power. They're calling it the Human Alliance. But in truth, they were secretly plotting a rebellion. As he spoke, his eyes burned with grim conviction. They'd stopped nuclear development, but for how long? He argued that if nuclear weapons made a comeback, they would eventually cause trouble for Citadel. His words seemed to finally get through to Kuro. A war for global domination would erupt. And Kuro, he claimed, could be the deterrent force to prevent it all. But Kuro just calmed himself and let out a sigh. He then said flatly, You already knew my answer before you came here, didn't you? No. Kuro gazed down at the town where children were playing. You say it's meaningless unless I change the world myself. But to those kids, this piece means everything. Frustrated by his reasoning, the man's anger finally boiled over. You fool, he snapped. Do you really think there's a way to do this without anyone hating you? There's no perfect solution, only the lesser of two evils. He claimed people who drone on about morality are just cowards, too afraid to get their own hands dirty. He suddenly brought up a familiar name. If this were Han, he would have sided with me, even if he hated the idea. At least he understands the logical choice. The name made Kuro's determined gaze waver, but then he just smiled faintly. Even if I had family, they wouldn't have treated me as kindly as Han did. Kuro stood there, lost in his memories of Lai Han. To this day, he felt like he had been nothing more than a burden to him. He could never understand Han's kindness. He was only about 10 years old back then, but to Kuro, Han was greater than any adult he'd ever met. He turned back with a bright smile and replied, I'm not Han. I'm cowardly Kuro, so of course my thinking is different, right? The man fell silent for a moment before pressing on. My followers are still scattered across the world. We need more banners. Kuro's voice suddenly turned harsh. Don't make me laugh, he snarled. Omega, you're the one deliberately dragging out this slaughter. Then he ordered firmly, go home. Omega stared back, unwilling to accept defeat, his mind racing. So in the end, keeping him by my side was a failure? What if he turns on me later? If he ever regained his full power, who in the world could possibly stop him? He peered into Kuro's eyes, but saw no signs of spiritual energy building. Omega stealthily reached inside his coat, plotting his next move. If he struck right now, fast enough, even Kuro's short-term foresight wouldn't save him. Suddenly, a gun appeared in Kuro's hand. Stop, he commanded, raising it as a warning, unless you want to die right here. Shocked, Omega fumbled for his own weapon. It was gone. Did he teleport it? Just how many powers does this man have? In a blink, the gun crumbled to dust in Kuro's hand. He spoke one last time. Leave, now. As the sun set over the long coastline, a lone car sped off toward a different destination. Omega stepped onto a helicopter, his guards following. Silently, he took off his coat, his annoyance palpable as he ordered them back to Citadel. As he seethed, a soldier approached from behind. The soldier raised his gun and aimed it squarely at Omega. A shot rang out, and his body was instantly engulfed in flames. He only had time for a single, agonizing scream before collapsing. The soldier's face was a mask of indifference. Omega died on the floor, his eyes wide open. Hearing the shot, the other guards rushed in. The soldier dropped his gun. Omega 1, Rebel Akima, was dead. He raised his hands in surrender as the others swarmed in and restrained him. The suspect was arrested on the spot without any resistance. A military tribunal sentenced him to death, but he seemed completely unconcerned, showing no remorse. His identity was revealed to be Gluter, from Citadel headquarters. The news sent an earthquake of shock through the entire organization. The lower-ranking soldiers couldn't believe it. Gluter attacked the commander? Impossible. They said the execution would be secret, but could they even kill a guy like him? Soon, a new story began circulating among Citadel's high command, a theory that Gluter had been controlled by a demon. Rumors of his death eventually spread, but no one really believed them. Elsewhere, a fishing rod twitched. The question remained, could someone with Gluter's regenerative ability truly be killed? A young man cheered as he reeled in his prize, seemingly living out the rest of his life in some forgotten fishing village. Gluter smiled with pride at the massive fish. While countless rumors and theories swirled, the people he left behind were still asking, but why did he do it? Some thought it was for the world. Others, to topple a dictatorship. But Derek, observing from the shadows, knew the real reason. Gluter just wanted revenge for a friend, and he finally got it. He had found proof that Omega 1 killed Joss, and that one act of vengeance set a new course for the future. The death of Omega 1 marked the beginning of Citadel's decline and division. And as a fragile peace settled, humanity began a new chapter. Most nations became convinced the dragons would never return, and they focused only on building up their own military strength. A new wave of advanced weapons was born. Nuclear arms were back. Conflict between the Psykers and humans intensified. And with them came brutal new power struggles. The Psykers, who had once known privilege and power, fought desperately to keep what they had. Below the stage, thousands cheered as humanity once again tried to turn mages into weapons of war. And so, the cycle repeated. War, war, and more war. The Earth was left in ruins. It took only 3 centuries of constant conflict to turn their home into a dead planet. Only at the edge of total extinction did humanity finally reconcile. Afterward, A new order was built from the ashes. Once they reached a certain level of progress, humanity looked to the stars. The most advanced ships ever built flew out into the void. After countless generations passed on those colony ships, humanity finally set foot on a new planet. They discovered a world almost identical to Earth, and it seemed an age of peace had finally begun. But history repeats. Disputes over beliefs and resources quickly tore them apart. They didn't just advance their industry, they developed something far, far more terrifying. Human physicists successfully recreated spiritual energy. Children were born with strange, unnatural blue eyes. Psychic particles saturated the atmosphere, and 30% of all infants were born with superpowers. And the dragons, forgotten for centuries, have now returned. The taboo was broken. Greedy humanity showed its destructive nature. Dragons were the same, just one of countless weapons of war. Elsewhere, 4,500 years later, a hand appeared that was both human and technologically advanced. Lai Han struggled to crawl across the ground, clinging to one thought. Sparrow still had hope. His eyes became firm with resolve, telling himself he refused to die like this. With that, he focused his strength and squeezed his eyes shut. Images flashed in his mind of a needle meticulously stitching his wounds, closing and regenerating the flesh. Lai Han's breathing grew heavy as sweat poured down his face. Suddenly, a strange green smoke completely enveloped his body. Gritting his teeth, Lai Han realized his healing ability had activated. It was faint, but it had bought him some time. He forced himself to look forward, thinking if he wanted to live, he had to keep going to the spirit frame. And so, time passed. Lai Han, back in his armor, tried to move through the wreckage, his body feeling like it was about to give out. Just then, his foot slipped on a cliff's edge. Lai Han tumbled, falling uncontrollably through the open air with nothing to grab onto. After a few brutal impacts, he finally hit the ground with a powerful thud. Lai Han lay there in agony, completely still. He passed out sometime after, under a starry sky and a silent forest, with no trace of human life. Suddenly, a group of U residents appeared, and one of them spotted something. They saw Lai Han lying unconscious by the riverbank. At first, they remained cautious, observing him for a while. Later, in what seemed to be a village of the U people, Lai Han slowly began to wake up. He groggily saw one of the U, holding a strange object in its hand. But Lai Han was too weak and quickly fell back into unconsciousness. As daylight hit the village, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Curious children peeked inside, and when Lai Han looked back, they just giggled and ran away. Their innocence brought him a moment of comfort. He then stood up and walked toward the door. When he pulled back the curtain, he was met with the welcoming smiles of the U people. Lai Han couldn't help but wave back. His hair had grown long by now, and his complexion looked much better. 3 years later, the U's home was surrounded by a lush, colorful forest. The U people were standing in front of a house when Lai Han stepped out from inside. In unison, they made a welcoming gesture and said, "Aeon her." In the garden, the U were harvesting crops, a purple root vegetable that grew underground. Suddenly, one of them started to glow, and was then pulled from the earth. A U villager carefully inspected the harvest, then placed it with the others. The garden was filled with similar plants. As Lai Han's group walked past, one of the U saw them. He and the others waved their hands to greet him. On had. Seeing their warmth, Lai Han smiled and nodded in response. Lai Han's group then came to a large house, where a U villager gestured for him to enter. Without hesitating, he walked in, and came face to face with an old U elder sitting on a chair. "Welcome, Steel Knight," the elder continued. "Are you planning to leave this place and become a wanderer?" Lai Han's gaze was determined as he answered, "Yes, I plan to travel everywhere. I'm sure my kind was once here." He explained his plan to search for relics and legacies of the past, collecting clues along the way. "Traces," the old U replied with empathy. "I understand. And perhaps on your journey, you can find out why the dragons disappeared." Then he looked up at the ceiling and continued, "Our gods flew up and became stars in the sky. That is what we believe now." Lai Han remained silent, intrigued. Finally, the old U said his farewell. "Thank you for everything until now. May luck accompany you on your journey." Lai Han replied sincerely, "I am also very grateful. I owe you my life." He then remembered his previous journey. If he had stayed, death would have been certain. He had walked endlessly, following the path he had once taken. As Lai Han lay trembling on the ground, he recalled losing consciousness and waking up many times. Even when he was unconscious, his body kept moving. He was exhausted after the long journey, having lost count of how many times the sun had risen and set. He finally reached a forest where the Lu might live. Before him was a large lake. Lai Han trembled, trying to speak. "Water," Suddenly, his armor started to smoke. Li Han trembled as he took one agonizing step after another toward the lake. At this point, his will was almost gone, his eyes barely open. He finally passed out before he could touch the water. When he woke up again, Li Han clutched his head, looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, wondering, where am I? How long was I unconscious? Suddenly, a Yu villager rushed in. Aeon her. He quickly reported that a monster was about to appear in the village, and that he had to find shelter. Hurry! For a moment, Li Han didn't understand. What was he saying? But when he saw the Yu people trying to escape, Li Han instinctively got to his feet. When he stepped outside, an iron beast was advancing on the village. It chased after them with its huge body. In the ensuing danger, one person unfortunately stumbled. She fell to the ground. Terrified, she looked at the beast as it approached her with a look of amusement. Just as its razor-sharp teeth were about to clamp down on her, Li Han arrived in a blur of steel armor. He slammed into the beast, stopping it cold, a tense standoff between man and monster. For a split second, circuits and wires ripped apart. Li Han had torn the creature's head clean off, but its immense weight sent him tumbling uncontrollably down the slope. His armor screeched against the ground as he slid to a halt. The battle was over. The old Ao elder sighed. I heard your steel armor is done for. What a terrible shame. But Li Han simply waved it off. It was bound to break eventually. I'm just glad it held together until the very end. The old man struggled to his feet and handed Li Han his pack. No matter what happens, to us, you will always be Use, the Knight of Steel. After taking his belongings, Li Han set off once more, with the villagers seeing him off at the gate. He gave them one final wave before heading toward a cliff face. This wasn't about curiosity. He scaled the rock wall. If he could just find a higher-level keyword within the hive, he might be able to revive the silver hive itself. That single thought was the only thing driving him forward. Right now, it was their only hope. He soon stumbled upon the ruins of an abandoned human facility. Li Han reached the entrance and submitted to an automated scan. Access granted. With grim determination, he stepped inside his first solid lead after 2 long years of wandering. He looked over the abandoned experiments, realizing something crucial. Every ruin he'd found so far was accessible to him simply because he was human. Even in this place, being human gave him immense authority. A chilling theory began to form: what if before humanity disappeared, a select few lived like a privileged, noble class? Staring at a strange creature floating in a test tube, Li Han wondered if the Lu or the Gran were once servants to humans, or perhaps were even created by them. He pushed deeper into the facility, holding on to a single mission: if he could eliminate every other possibility, one day he might finally touch the one and only truth. Night fell once more. Li Han sat by a campfire in the forest, his mind still consumed by countless unanswered questions. He analyzed what he knew about the beasts. Humans had used a unified AI, called Hai, to turn dragons into bioweapons. The final hives then split, evolving into unique, individual entities, and Silver, specifically, had refused its original command, the order to kill humans. Li Han stared into the fire, feeling a strange sense of empathy. Silver wasn't wrong. For its kind, that was the right path. They were unsatisfied with being artificially made, so they evolved to the next level. The first drops of rain jolted Li Han back to the present. In seconds, it became a torrential downpour. He instinctively scrambled, searching for shelter. After a frantic search, his eyes landed on a promising spot nearby. A massive, hollowed-out tree stump. Without a second thought, he bolted toward it. But just as he got close, his foot snagged on something buried in the mud. A trap. His reflexes kicked in, letting him dodge just in time. He landed hard a few feet away. Li Han cautiously scanned the area, then rose to his feet. Not a trap, he determined, but something is definitely here. He approached the pit, a sense of uneasy familiarity washing over him. Reaching in, he touched it, a type of metal he knew all too well. It couldn't be. This was a psych frame. He had to get it out. Ignoring the pounding rain, he began to dig furiously, his shovel tearing through the mud. Suddenly, his shovel hit something solid. Li Han pulled with all his might, his eyes widening in horror. Time had destroyed almost everything. But then a name on a badge caught his eye. Johnny. Johnny. He trembled, refusing to believe it, as the name escaped his lips. The sound echoed, and a memory flashed before his eyes: their very first meeting. I'm Johnny S.W. What's your name? Hanley. Richard Hahn. Richard, right. Nice to meet you. Then Johnny touched Li Han's chest, giving him a piece of advice he'd never forget. Pointing to his head, he continued, if one day your heart goes silent and you can't feel with it anymore, at least remember with your head. Life is precious to everyone. Back in the present, Li Han broke down, sobbing in the rain. I'm sorry, Johnny, he mumbled. So many people have died, and now I can't even remember most of them. The last time they met, Johnny's final words were, "Live a long life, Richard." The memory faded into a hazy image of Johnny just before his death. Lihan stood in the rain, his fists clenched tight. "You were a hero who bravely faced Bahamut," he choked out. "But how many people even remember your name?" Painfully, he whispered, "Forgotten. Just like me. Will I end up just like you in the end?" He stood there over the grave for what seemed like an eternity, until the rain finally stopped and a simple grave was all Lihan could offer. He gave his friend one last look, his eyes filled with torment, before turning to continue his journey. The loneliness of being left behind never really fades. His footprints stretched out behind him in the mud. He looked back, thinking if only he could follow them, he could find his way back. But as he walked on, a single thought echoed in his mind, like a whisper on the wind. You can't go back. Another night came, and he lit another fire. As he closed his eyes, the voice returned, jolting him awake. You can't go back. Then, a figure appeared across the flames, another version of himself. It taunted him, saying there was no way to revive only silver. You're just going to be forgotten here, piece by piece. Fear flickered in his eyes. No, he whispered. But the other him just smiled cruelly. Omega-1 was right. Enough! Lihan screamed, his voice raw. But his double continued. It would be better to be thrown back into the war than to rot out here all alone like this. The apparition looked at him with absolute disgust. No, before it came to this, you should have just died, frozen in the hive. The two opposing faces told the story of his shattered soul. At least that way, the vision spat. You wouldn't be weak. You could have died a hero. Those words finally broke him. Discovering Johnny's remains had brought him to this breaking point. He collapsed, crying like a lost child, with no one to comfort him in the darkness. The other Lihan watched him in silence. Then, along with the fire, it dissolved into nothing, fading like embers carried away on the night air.